Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 126. Marco will be dead if he doesn't go there. What's the matter? Why was suddenly stabbed in the abdomen? Marco was shocked and said that he couldn't figure out what happened, but he soon realized that the root of all these problems must be Haydn in front of him. Haydn sneered and shouted, "Let's see who of us dies first, and under the witness of the gods, see who is the real immortal." Haydn strode back, leaned forward, and made a bow step. He raised the pitch-black spear with both hands and stabbed him in the chest again. What? The painful screams oscillated at the bottom of the ship, echoing constantly. Marco vomited a big mouthful of blood again, a heart-piercing rebuke came from his chest, his legs were numb, and he fell motionless on the ground. Marco looked ahead and looked at Haydn with difficulty. Why? He was obviously stabbing himself, but I was hurting? Is this his ability? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Haydn was extremely happy, screaming wildly, his eyes bursting with scarlet eyelashes, and the look in his eyes like a beast eager for blood and eager to fight is frightening. Haydn continued to poke his chest, and Marco kept screaming, screaming again and again, echoing echoes. The overlapping echoes vibrated in the bottom of the ship, and the huge screams spread to the Murloc street not far away. "Have you heard? What kind of sound is this? It's terrible," said a Murloc. Yes, it feels like the sound of ghosts. What should I do?" said another Murloc. "What else can I do? I must stay away from that ghost place, go quickly," the fish people said. Shouts of horror continued to hit, causing the fish people to panic and worry, and leave one after another. The Dragon Palace city not long ago. In the lobby of the Dragon Palace, soldiers and attendants were constantly shuttled, seeming to be preparing for a banquet, and it was very lively. King Neptune anxiously commanded the soldiers and attendants and said, "Today is my good friend, Whitebeard visits me on the great day of the Fishmen Island. Everyone is well prepared to receive him. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Don't make trouble here. Standing here with such a big body will cause everyone a lot of trouble. As a king, don't you have any consciousness?" Minister Right said. Neptune muttered suddenly. "The king will go for a walk first, don't worry, leave it to us, we will definitely prepare the banquet." Minister Zhou said. Jinbei, the seaman standing by the side of Neptune, said, "King, don't worry, let's go for a walk." Neptune replied weakly with a crying face. At this moment, a soldier rushed in front of Neptune desperately, panicking and panting, it's not good, king." Neptune suddenly turned back a serious face and asked, "What's the matter, so panic?" The soldier immediately Kaido, "The Emperor of Heaven has come to the Fishmen Island again." At this moment, Long Gongcheng, who was originally noisy and constantly noisy, fell silent for an instant, and everyone stopped their movements, and there was no sound. Since Lin Tian made a big uproar in Longgong City last time, the Emperor of Heaven, this word has left a shadow in their hearts, and the whole Longgong City feared Lin Tian up and down. Neptune spoke first, breaking the silence and saying, "Jinbei, how can this be done?" Jinbei was also frightened and froze in place. It was not until Neptune questioned that he came back to his senses and said, "The king, don't worry, I only met the Emperor in Malinfandu a few days ago. The Emperor came to the Fishmen Island this time. I want to go back to New World and just stop by for fun." Neptune was relieved when he heard it, but he still said with worried eyes, "However, this time I specially invited Whitebeard to come over for a banquet. The King of Heaven also came to the Fishmen Island at the same time. I am afraid that once the two meet it will be very bad." Jinbei frowned. He deeply knew that the Emperor of Heaven had just made a fuss in Malinfando not long ago and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now if the Emperor of Heaven meets Whitebeard, there will definitely be a conflict. Then the Fishmen Island will have to suffer. Jinbei immediately stepped forward and said, "King, don't worry, leave it to me. I will take the Emperor to play the Fishmen Island first. The king will take the opportunity to entertain Whitebeard. When Whitebeard is gone, I will wait for the Emperor to come to the Dragon Palace to entertain him." The king thought about it, always feeling a little wrong, but there was only this way before his eyes. When preparing to answer, the soldier said again, "However, we found the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates at the port. Marco has arrived. The Fishmen Island." "What?" Neptune and Jinbei said in unison. "This is a serious matter. If the Emperor and Marco get into trouble, I will go to the Emperor immediately." Jinbei said in a panic, his eyes full of worry and fear. "Master Jinbei, our patrol team found that the Emperor of Heaven went to Murloc Street." The soldier said. "It is good." Jinbei hurriedly set off and rushed to Murloc Street. Jinbei, who had just stepped into Murloc Street, heard the screams one after another, which made people feel numb. Jinbei hurried to speed up his pace and ran, seeing a lot of Murlocs rushing out along the way. He grabbed a Murloc and asked, "What happened in Murloc Street, why are so many people running out?" 4.6 The caught Murloc saw Jinbei and became frightened for a while. The Murloc trembling lips frightened and said, "We don't know what happened, we just saw 2 people entering the Noah boat, and some strange noises came from the boat. In the beginning, it was just a few fighting sounds, but now it has become a scream. Everyone is afraid of what happened, and rushed out. When the Murloc came to this, he choked, his whole body trembling more severely, and a cold sweat broke out on his head. After hearing this, Jinbei said, "It must be Lin Tian and Marco fighting in it. Don't stop the Emperor quickly, Marco is going to be over." After Jinbei released the Murloc in his hand, he rushed to Noah's ship more quickly. Chapter 127. Noah Shipyard. Marco was continuously attacked by Haiden's self-harm chain, enveloped in unspeakable pain, gradually lowered his voice, and finally fainted on the floor and fell to the ground. The resurrection blue flame on his body still envelopes Marco's body, allowing Marco to slowly regenerate, but the flame gradually decreases and the regeneration of the wound also becomes slow, and even in some places it no longer recovers. Marco lay there like a dead salted fish, dying and silent. Seeing this, Haiden gradually pulled out the sickle and spear inserted into his body, and said, "Couldn't you just die like this? I thought it was really immortal. It turned out to be just a fake." Haiden picked up the sickle and walked to Marco lying on the ground to see if he was really dead. The sickle was covered with Haiden's blood, dripping onto the floor and splitting apart, like a blooming flower, a bloody, but gorgeous bloodstain shed on the floor. Suddenly a huge shout came from the other side, "I beg the Emperor to stop." A wave of water shot out from the darkness and hit Haiden like a fierce cannonball. Hey! The cold light shone, and the sickle filled with hostility and killing slashed away, dividing the water cannon into two halves. The huge impact caused one of the water cannons divided into two halves to penetrate the floor and the other to shoot straight out and penetrate the ship's wall. "Who is stopping me from holding the sacred ceremony?" Haiden looked into the distance with irritation and anger, and a figure gradually emerged from the distance, and it was the seaman Jinbei who came. Jinbei walked out and saw Marco lying on the ground. Next to Marco was a Haiden who was wearing a cloak embroidered with red clouds and had black and white stripes on his body, and Lin Tian standing not far away. Jinbei, who hadn't figured out the situation for a while, felt incredible at this moment. Why Marco, known as the Phoenix, would lie on the ground dying, this made Jinbei incredible his eyes. Haiden didn't pay attention to Jinbei, but raised his March sickle, from top to bottom, and cut it directly towards Marco's abdomen. With a flash of silver light, Marco's abdomen was opened with a huge wound, the resurrected blue flame slowly ignited, but he was still lying motionless. Jinbei was shocked, but in front of him was Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Marco used to fight with One Piece Roger many times with Whitebeard. In terms of strength, he can at least be equal to Marine Admiral. Not to mention the strength, it is Marco's devil fruit. As Marco, one of only 5 flying devil fruits in the world, coupled with his own powerful regeneration ability, it is difficult for anyone to fight against him for a long time. Have an advantage within. It was such a Marco, but now he was bruised by a member of the Akatsuki organization under Lin Tian, and he remained motionless. Not only that, as Whitebeard's right-hand man, Lin Tian not only didn't care about Whitebeard's face, but also beat Marco into such a miserable way, he didn't put Whitebeard in his eyes at all. This scared Jinbei with a cold sweat on his head and stepped back. But it was too late for Jinbei to stand motionless here. Jinbei rushed to Lin Tian and said, "I beg the Emperor to stop." "Yo, I didn't expect it to be Jinbei, what are you doing here?" Lin Tian said lightly. "I heard that the Emperor came to the Fishman Island, so I came to entertain the Emperor." Jinbei choked and said, "I hope the Emperor can stop. The Fishman Island has always been sheltered by Whitebeard. Now Marco is dying, I'm afraid." After a pause, Jinbei continued, "So I once again begged the Emperor to stop." Lin Tian looked at Jinbei who was nervous, and revealed fear and worry in his panicked eyes, looking a little embarrassed. "However, considering Marco as Whitebeard's strongest assistant, if I use Marco as a bargaining chip and ask Whitebeard for devil fruit, Whitebeard has to give it to me. Rather than killing Marco worthlessly, it is better to exchange it for devil fruit to improve his abilities. After a little thought, he will choose the latter." Lin Tian smiled slightly and patted Jinbei on the shoulder. Jinbei didn't know why, with a shocked look, he looked at Lin Tian, but from Lin Tian's actions, Jinbei felt that Lin Tian seemed to have accepted his plea, and he felt a little relieved. Lin Tian walked in front of Haiden and looked at Marco, and Haiden stopped his actions after seeing Lin Tian. I saw Marco was sucked into a space and disappeared in an instant, and Haiden also began to disappear gradually. A little bit of aura floated from Haiden, driving the smell of fear and blood, disappearing to the bottom of the boat. Jinbei watched the whole process, completely unaware of what happened, but Marco suddenly disappeared in front of him 820, with a hint of fear in his heart. "Tiandi, you are?" Jinbei couldn't help but asked with curiosity in his heart. Lin Tian didn't say a word, just smiled faintly, ready to get out of the bottom of Noah's ship. Boom! Lin Tian and Jinbei, who had just walked out of Noah's ship, heard a huge explosion coming from a distance. Looking from a distance, the sound source of the explosion came from the direction of the port. Could it be that something big happened again? At the critical moment of Whitebeard's visit to the Fishman Island, various conflicts and battles are constantly taking place. One wave of unrest has occurred again. Can Jinbei panic? Jinbei hurriedly rushed to the port, but Lin Tian just walked over slowly. At the port shortly after the separation of Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization, Shizuke walked slowly in the direction of Wen Omori, and was suddenly stopped by a man with double swords. Hey, you guy looks a bit familiar, what are you doing here in the Fishman Island? Shizuke looked for fame, and a figure appeared in front of Shizuke. The man in front of him has a curvy beard, a top hat, and a sword slung from his waist. Chapter 128. He wears white gloves on his hands, cyan pants, and a large blue-purple cloak. Behind him is a group of pirates surrounding him, who seem to be accomplices with him. Heh, does it matter to you? Shizuke said lightly. After hearing this, the man was a little dissatisfied. Hasn't the guy in front of him heard of his name? I'm the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Vista. I was invited by Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island, to come here and patrol the public order of the Fishman Island by the way. After all, the Fishman Island is old. Under the protection of Dad. Baista smiled and said calmly, I don't think you are like a resident of the Fishman Island. In order to perform my duties and maintain law and order, I have an obligation to know what you are doing here. Shizuke didn't care about Baista's words, but said with a slight smile, I just came here to take a look. Hearing Shizuke's words, Baista felt a little worried. Wearing a cloak of red clouds made people feel suspicious. A pirate walked up behind Baista and said to Baistas, Captain, I have the impression of this person. He seems to be a member of the Akatsuki organization under the Emperor. And the Emperor was the last time he came to make a big fuss. The culprit of Dragon Palace. What? When Baista heard it, his eyebrows trembled, and he quickly pulled out the 2 scimitars on his body, without saying anything, driving the murderous air, a sword air forced towards Shizuke. When the pirates behind Baista saw Baista's hands, they all laughed and said, Our captain is one of the world's best swordsmen, and he can even fight against Hawkeye, the world's best swordsman. I advise you to continue. Just catch it. On the strength of the captain, but the world's top, I think this person will die miserably. The sounds of ridicule were mixed, and it was constantly mixed with the discussion of the fish people around, and it suddenly became lively. Hi, ignorance and fearless. Shizuke drew the pheasant sword from behind with his right hand, the sword light flashed, chakra was flowing on the blade, thunder light was beating, and it shot out. The 2 sword auras collided together suddenly, tearing out the continuous waves in an instant, and bombing a pit on the ground. What? Baista took a hint of surprise, but he didn't expect the strength of the man in front of him to be so extraordinary. With just one blow, Baista felt Shizuke's powerful aura. The pirates behind them were all shocked, and they stepped back a few steps, fearing that they would hurt them, but they also felt a little afraid of Shizuke's strength. Baista didn't stop there, saying, unexpectedly, you are actually a member of the world-renowned Akatsuki organization, and the culprit of the last massacre in Dragon Palace. But here is the territory of Whitebeard, which is tolerable. Don't do anything wrong with you. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Really? Shizuke said dismissively. When Baista saw the arrogant and complacent Shizuke, he was very upset. Not only did he not put himself in his eyes, he also didn't take Whitebeard seriously, and was very angry. Baista said, I will make you regret it. With that said, Baista raised his swords in a crossed position and slashed towards Shizuke. The swift sword aura came with a violent murderous aura, slammed at Shizuke, and made a huge mark on the ground. Shizuke shook the pheasant sword beautifully with his right hand, the blades were accompanied by murderous aura, filled with chakra, and a beam of thunder was wrapped around the pheasant sword. Shizuke draws a gorgeous circle with his right foot, swings back, and raises the pheasant sword blessed with the 1000-bird blade in his right hand and cuts it towards the sword. In an uproar, the sword energy was chopped apart and disappeared. I saw an after-image of Shizuke disappearing in front of everyone, a flash of thunder, and the next moment he appeared in front of Baista. Baista hurriedly, armament haki entangled his double sword, placed across and stood in front of him. Clang! The double sword and the grass pheasant sword collided with each other, making a crisp ear sound, making everyone present froze in place. Shizuke's right hand sank hard, and chakra rushed forward, condensing on the tip of the pheasant sword. In an instant, at the tip of the pheasant's sword, the Chidori blade turned into a spear and pierced Baista's face. Originally, the grass pheasant sword was only a finger distance from Baista, which made Baista feel a heavy pressure, but now he was suddenly assassinated by the Chidori blade. It was completely unavoidable. Baista rose up and twisted to the side, barely making the 1000-bird blade slip across his side, but still drew a wound on his face. Damn it! The painful and numb sensation suddenly spread from his face and flooded his brain. Instinctively, Baista had to leap back, trying to keep a distance from Shizuke. But how can Shizuke let the prey in hand easily escape? Shizuke moved his left foot vigorously, and his body sank down. The whole waist was bent down, and his right hand grabbed the pheasant sword. Chakra flowed to his right hand, and the dazzling thunder light wrapped around Shizuke. Chidori. The thunder light shone, soaring, as fierce and unyielding as a dragon going out to sea, immediately surrounded Baista, hitting Baista. Ah! Ah! The painful sound followed, shocking everyone present. What's the matter? Just 2 or 3 tricks, which actually suppressed Captain Vista. A pirate said in shock, couldn't believe his eyes. It's impossible. Did our captain get killed like this? Another pirate yelled. Don't be silly, it's not the beginning, the captain, come on and kill him. Then there were bursts of cheering from among the pirates, and their voices were mixed with worry, fear. They were all afraid that Baista would fall into Suzuki's hands. But the battle in front of them has already exceeded their level, even if they want to make a move, they can't intervene. Once you get involved, you will die without a burial place. Damn it, how come such a strong guy suddenly popped out? Baista gritted his teeth, set his posture again, looked at Suzuki again and thought, what are the abilities of this guy? Chapter 129. Is it to control thunder and lightning? The lightning speed is too fast to dodge. If the stalemate continues for a long time, it will definitely suffer and we must fight quickly. Baista swayed his left hand outwards, raised the blade with his right hand to face Suzuki, sword, and after a gorgeous turn of 720 degrees in the air, he slashed down towards Suzuki. Suzuki leaped back slightly, dodging the slash of the blade, and hitting Baista's body with a 1000-bird blade slash. The blade of Baista's right hand fell on the ground, and he jumped up again in response to the momentum, leaping over the attack of the Chidori blade like a carp jumping through a dragon's gate, and the blade of his left hand rushed straight up from bottom to top, slashing towards Suzuki. Suzuki had to leap back again, holding the pheasant sword to resist the slash from Baista's left hand. Taking advantage of the situation, Baista took advantage of Suzuki's blocking attack and chopped down with his right hand from top to bottom. The whole process was fancy but realistic, and the continuous attacks made people caught off guard. As expected to be a great swordsman, I turned the situation all at once and got the initiative. The pirates cheered 307, yelled, and kept cheering for Baista. In their view, as the captain of Whitebeard, Baista has extraordinary strength, even if it is against my hawk, the best swordsman in the world, it can be equal. The successive offensives made Suzuki blindly dodge. In the eyes of others, this is a completely passive behavior, but in Baista's eyes it is not the case. Baista exhausted all his strength and speed to make a series of attacks, but Suzuki easily dodged it. From Suzuki's dodge footwork, Baista felt Suzuki's unhurriedness, and also felt that Suzuki's strength really surpassed him. Otherwise, Suzuki not only didn't hurt a single minute of his own back-to-back offensive, but also dodged, forcing himself. Although he did not counter-attack late, Baista knew that Suzuki was waiting for a great opportunity. Give a fatal blow. Thinking of this, Baista couldn't help feeling frightened, cold sweat bursting out of his face, and the speed suddenly slowed down. Baista raised his head and looked at Suzuki, and saw a pair of spinning 3-gold jade eyes, projecting solemnity towards him, looking creepy. Baista asked in surprise, what's the matter with these eyes? Suzuki smiled faintly. Under 3 Tomo Sharinon, no attack from Baista could penetrate him. In Suzuki's eyes, Baista is like a sword-dancing actor in a circus, his movements are heavy and slow, and he is fancy and showy. The next moment, Suzuki seized the gap in a slash from Baista, and the pheasant pierced Baista's hand and the whole sword flew. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Upon seeing this, Baista immediately guarded the left sword on his chest, armament haki armed his whole body. Sharinon kept spinning, and in an instant it changed into Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. A chakra surged out of his body again, hovering on the pheasant sword, Inferno-style flame control. Black flame immediately surrounded the pheasant sword and stabbed at Baista. In an instant, the blade of Baista broke, and the heavy blade was like a raptor crossing a river. It pierced his chest, bleeding and lay straight on the ground. With a sound of coaxing, Baista was fatally attacked and fell to the ground. The pirates rushed forward to catch Baista. Lost? Lost unexpectedly, how is this possible? Sad and angry cries flooded, and the pirates were so scared by Suzuki's strength that they did not dare to act rashly, but just looked at Suzuki angrily from the side. Suzuki dismissed it, his hands were filled with chakra again, and thunder flashed out, saying, Chidori Chiban. Chidori Chiban was like 1,000 arrows, assassinating everyone around him, and a pool of blood flowed out in an instant, soaking the streets. The mermaids and fish people screamed with fright, and fled to the port not far away, seeking shelter from the patrol team. The whole street suddenly became very chaotic, and everyone was crowded and running on the road. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the port not far away, and the aftermath of the waves produced a huge cyclone, and layers of dust hit the ground, rushing everyone to the ground. The sky was full of dust, and Suzuki jumped up and looked at the port. He found that Deidara and Sasori were constantly fighting with the pirates there, and they rushed over. On the way to the Fishman Island. Beep beep, beep beep. Whitebeard's phone worm rang suddenly, and a pirate quickly handed the phone worm to Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard raised the phone worm, and a frightened voice came from the phone worm. Is Daddy here? Is Daddy here? It's the old man, what happened, so flustered? Whitebeard responded. Father is not good. There is a pirate group at the Fishman Island who is fighting with us. We have suffered heavy losses. We begged Daddy to come over. The look of the pirate panicked made Whitebeard even more worried, and said, "Where are Marco and Baista? Didn't they come to the Fishman Island first?" "Report Daddy, we have been unable to see them, and we haven't found them for a long time." On the other side of the phone worm, the explosion sounded constantly and the screams kept screaming. Whitebeard heard them one by one, and became even more nervous. He couldn't help but worry, could it be that Marco and Baista were both killed? This is impossible. How can I say that he is the captain of his pirate group? Strength? It can't be so weak. But what if the opponent is a stronger power? Could it be that other 4 emperors came to the Fishman Island to start a war? Thinking of this, Whitebeard wanted to interject and ask what the enemy looked like. There was another call from the phone worm. "Father, come here, I can't hold on any more." Before the voice was finished, the phone worm hung up. Whitebeard's heart was filled with anger, and his angry eyes were cast on the distant the Fishman Island and said, "Everyone listens to the orders. Go ahead at the Fishman Island at full speed." Chapter 130. At the port of the Fishman Island. Deidara exclaimed in excitement, "Explosions are art. Have you seen them? This is real art." Sasori didn't say anything, just watching Deidara release the C1 clay spider from the side, exploding against the pirates, exploding one after another, blowing up the entire street into a mess. Originally planned to go to the commercial area on the street to play the Fishman Island, who knew that a group of pirates who claimed to be patrolling was forcibly questioned, blocked the way, and even made a big fight, but Deidara directly countered it. The loud explosion sounded deafeningly, resounding throughout the Fishman Island. Neptune at the Dragon Palace City was immediately affected by a large number of explosive conflicts at the port, and he hurriedly led the team to the port in fright. Whitebeard took a pirate boat to the Fishman Island. The port of the Fishman Island was surrounded by the Whitebeard pirate group Nowhere. From this large group of pirate ships, a pirate group came to the fore first, and Whitebeard was standing on the ship. The tall and burly Whitebeard caught everyone's attention at once, and the pirates all cheered happily, "Here is the old man. The old man is here." Whitebeard jumped off the boat, holding a large naginata, and headed straight towards the source of the explosion. A wave of armament haki hovered up and wrapped the entire naginata blade. Whitebeard gripped the naginata with both hands. Shock Fruit's power rose rapidly and passed from his hands to the naginata blade. The air on the surface of the naginata was constantly compressed, and the entire naginata was constantly shaking, condensing armament haki, and a powerful breath radiated from it, tearing the air and squeaking. Whitebeard leaped up, raised a large naginata, ascended to the front of the explosion source, and slashed down vertically, like Pangu opening the world, surging and unstoppable. I saw a big mouth suddenly cracked on the ground, forcing it towards the front. Boom! The huge gap kept swelling forward, like a lion's big mouth, constantly swallowing everything in front of it into the abyss, and the powerful aura spread the dust in the sky, cutting it in half. A strong earthquake occurred on the entire island, causing everyone to flee to Dragon Palace City, and the streets became uninhabited in an instant. The blade and the sword aura slashed towards Deidara and Sasori along with the ground split, and a huge pit was suddenly cracked on the ground. Deidara immediately summoned the C2 dragon and took off. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. What happened here? Why did a big earthquake suddenly come? Deidara looked forward, and a huge figure rushed towards them. I saw Whitebeard squeezing the naginata and slashing down at Deidara and Sasori. Deidara hurried to the side, but wherever it was cut, the air was constantly compressed, causing Deidara's dragon to lose its balance. Dodge! The fluctuating air pierced the dragon's wings like a sharp blade, and the dragon exploded in an instant. Sasori immediately summoned the third Kaze cage puppet, and sand and iron surrounded the front of Deidara and Sasori, blocking the huge explosion. Whitebeard didn't stop the offensive, turned around, and naginata once again cut in the direction of Deidara and Sasori. The layers of air are constantly compressed, forming a visible wave towards Deidara and Sasori. Where the wave passed, everything became torn apart, and even a slender pit broke in the ground. Clang! A huge sound burst out, forming a sound wave visible to the naked eye, which vibrated endlessly, creating pits on the ground, rushing to the surroundings. Whitebeard was surrounded by dust in the sky, and Whitebeard clenched his fist with his left hand. The air shook with a harsh buzzing sound, and he flew away with a punch. Explosive fists, with fluctuating air, gushing under it, turning into fist waves and blasting towards the ground. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind circulated and turned into a tornado, blowing away all the dust. Whitebeard looked forward, and in front of him was a young guy dressed in a red cloak and surrounded by blue helmet bones. His eyes sparkled with strange patterns. It was Sasuke. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. The blow just now was so overwhelming that he couldn't even break down a tall building, but such a terrifying blow was blocked by a young guy in front of him. Whitebeard stared at him, looking at Sasuke, thinking that if it was the guy in front of him who wounded Marco and Baista seriously, it would not be a problem. Even if he fights with him, he can't underestimate the enemy. What kind of guy is it? Whitebeard snorted, "Why do you fight all my sons?" Sasuke faintly said, "We have a big fight? You did it first. We just gave a little bit of counterattack." 0. Whitebeard frowned. His own pirate group has always been in good condition with other pirate groups. They want to come and not cause trouble. It is a bit unbelievable to say that we did it. Whitebeard said with a heavy voice, "Which pirate group are you from? Please report your name." The heavy and huge voice yelled out, resounding through the entire street, even the distant port could hear it clearly. "I didn't expect to meet here, Whitebeard." A voice came into Whitebeard's ears from behind. This voice made Whitebeard feel the danger, and instantly turned to look at it. It was Lin Tian who appeared in front of Whitebeard. God! Whitebeard was shocked. Whitebeard has always been following Lin Tian's news, especially recently Lin Tian made a big fight in his territory, the Fishman Island, and after making a big fuss in the Dragon Palace, he broke through Zephyr's heavy encirclement, fought hard at Malinfando and became 7 warlords of the sea. All these news spread widely in New World. Any group of forces in the world felt the threat from Lin Tian, and they all communicated it one after another. What Whitebeard did not expect was that he would actually meet Lin Tian at the Fishman Island. Chapter 131. What Whitebeard didn't expect was that it was Lin Tian and the others who wounded his own pirate. But Whitebeard doesn't care about Lin Tian's fame and prestige. "Anyone who hurts my pirate can't easily let it go." Whitebeard hummed and said, "God, you don't care if this is my territory, and you are making trouble in the Dragon Palace. I didn't even ask you to settle the account, and now I hurt my son. I haven't even gone to you, so you will take the initiative to send it. Here comes the door." Lin Tian smiled and said, "I just passed by here. I didn't expect that we would meet in such a predestined way." Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian, with blood-red eyes in his eyes, and the angry firelight projected on Lin Tian's head. His eyes condensed immediately, and the heavy conqueror's haki, like a black cloud pressing down on the city. Lin Tian's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, conqueror's haki surged out, and the anger hit Whitebeard like a rainbow. 2 conquerors' haki collided together, and a huge whirlwind was launched from it in an instant, pounced on both sides, blowing all the objects into the air. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and heavy dark clouds circled Lin Tian and Whitebeard, covering the entire street. Darkness shrouded and dragged Lin Tian and Whitebeard, and the surrounding Sasuke and his group, and Jinbei, who followed Lin Tian and were far away, into the dark. It was pitch black and there was no brilliance. The squally wind blew up, rushing to the harbor mightily, hitting the Whitebeard pirate group. The ships of the Whitebeard pirate group went to the port of the Fishman Island one after another, leaning against the Moby DK. A pirate looked at the dark clouds in the distance and said, "Look, Daddy is in front, everyone hurry ashore." Rush to the old man's side. "Good," the pirates said in unison. Countless pirates rushed out from the port of the Fishman Island, like a herd of cattle migrating thousands of miles, with great momentum. Jinbei looked at Lin Tian and Whitebeard in front of him, and couldn't help worrying in his heart. The Emperor actually confronted 4 Emperors Whitebeard, and he was looking for a dead end, but the Fishman Island can't stand the battle between them, if it is destroyed. That's it. Jinbei wanted to rush forward to stop them, but the overwhelming conqueror's haki, like a dark cloud, suppressed his inability to make a move. Whitebeard said, "I see how long you can hold on, I want you to die today." Lin Tian smiled and said, "Really?" Suddenly the air around Whitebeard vibrated, making a harsh sound, which continued to spread far away. Whitebeard raised the big naginata, leaped up, the blade was trembling with huge energy, facing Lin Tian. It was a vertical split, breaking the world, invincible. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Lin Tian saw this and turned around. Hiran Meru appeared on his right hand, armament haki condensed and conveyed to Hiran Meru. A wave of Ryutsu emerged from it, turned into a cold sword air, and shrouded it. "Sit in the frosty sky, Hiran Meru," Lin Tian said. The ice dragon rose radiantly, hovered up, and attacked Whitebeard with sharp sword aura. Clang! The big naginata smashed the ice dragon's head, making a deafening shock. Immediately, a burst of energy radiated to the surroundings, creating a huge storm, blowing away the surrounding houses and turning them into rubble, rising into the air and flying into the distance. The ice dragon immediately turned into a blizzard. The seemingly misty snowflakes, but the cold sword aura that was invisible to the naked eye, gathered in the air to form a tornado, blowing towards Whitebeard. Okay. Whitebeard looked at the blizzard in front of him, feeling the heavy killing. His left hand was immediately squeezed, and the air was constantly compressed in his left hand, vibrating, and he felt the air trembling like a rainbow. Whitebeard hit the blizzard with a punch. Suddenly the air in front of him exploded, sending out a powerful shock wave, dispelling the blizzard, and without stopping, he brought the blizzard to Lin Tian. Lin Tian clasped Hiran Meru with both hands. Armament haki, chakra, and Ryutsu continued to gather on the blade, and the heavy killing intent filled the whole scene. With sword light and sword shadow, Lin Tian hacked down from top to bottom towards his eyes. Ba ba ba! The blade continuously cuts the air shock wave, generating a fiery flame, enveloping the blade of Hiran Meru. The cold of the forest is like freezing sword energy, constantly devouring flames, and immediately emits layers of water vapor from Hiran Meru, completely enveloping Lin Tian in the water mist, without seeing any figure. The air shock wave was chopped into two halves, and rushed towards both sides of Lin Tian. Snowflakes rushed to both sides with the shock wave, turned into sharp sword energy, and slid to the ground, leaving deep traces in the ravine. What? It's unbelievable that the Emperor can be equal to Whitebeard. Jinbei was on the side, watching the battle between Lin Tian and Whitebeard fearfully, shocked. The water mist has not dissipated, but continues to rise, filling the surroundings of Lin Tian and Whitebeard. Bankai Daigiran Hiran Meru. Lin Tian clasped Hiran Meru tightly, observation haki was fully opened, looking at the distance of a mist of water, with a faint smile, even if it soars, it is like a dragon going out to the sea, vigorously vigorous. Lin Tian flew up in the air, facing Whitebeard's direction, just stab it down. Wind and snow entangled, snowflakes fluttered, and the sword energy of ice and snow emerged from the tip of the sword, condensing into a delicate ice blade, splitting the mist and attacking Whitebeard. Whitebeard lifted the naginata, his eyes condensed, armament haki waved on the naginata, shaking the surrounding air 4.7, forming an air shield visible to the naked eye. The ice blade hit the air hood and stopped immediately, but the ice blade kept cutting the air hood and was about to cut into Whitebeard. What? It's so easy to cut my air cover. Whitebeard frowned, and the naginata made a cross cut at the ice blade. Clang! The big naginata smashed the ice blade with a crispier sound, and the ice blade suddenly turned into snowflakes in the sky, scattered from the air, and scattered on Whitebeard's body. Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial. The snowflakes scattered on Whitebeard's body continued to form layers of ice flowers, and the ice flowers continued to condense into a style, burying Whitebeard. Chapter 132. At this moment, the audience became quiet. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group happened to arrive in front of Lin Tian, saw this scene, looked at Lin Tian, and were surprised. This is impossible, did the old man lose like this? It's impossible to suppress Daddy with just one move. A pirate still couldn't believe it. Don't jump to conclusions casually, Dad hasn't lost yet. Yes. How could Father lose? Let's go together and rescue Father. The pirates were angry and screamed constantly, attacking Lin Tian. Small soldiers, don't make trouble. Lin Tian hummed, looked at a large group of pirates, his eyes condensed, Conqueror's haki glowed, and exploded around like a bomb. A storm struck Lin Tian, wherever the storm went, all the pirates, without exception, foamed at their mouths, fainted and fell to the ground, a mess. Ah! Run away 19. Seeing this, the pirates were so frightened that they turned back and ran away. Don't do anything to my sons. An angry voice came out from the ice flower column, a seemingly old voice, but it was full of energy. I saw continuous cracks in the ice column, and from the cracks a thick and solid Conqueror's haki appeared. Upon closer inspection, a huge figure emerged from the transparent ice column, with a pair of red eyes surrounded by anger, and yelled vigorously. Boom! The ice flower suddenly shattered, carrying ice cold, flying all over the sky, and falling from the sky. A black figure slowly walked out of it, and the pirates immediately recognized the figure. Look! It's Daddy! Daddy, it's okay! Sure enough, shaking can't be frozen. It seems that the Daddy's ability is very restraining to the Emperor. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The pirates immediately stopped running away, turned their heads one after another, and faced Lin Tian again. Whitebeard's anger spread over the sky, making the pirates feel chilled one by one, and said, I have never seen such an angry old man, I see this guy is dead this time. The pirates looked at Whitebeard with great joy, each raised their swords and guns and shouted. As expected of Whitebeard, Conqueror's haki has to be so quintessential, and it has benefited me a lot. Lin Tian said lightly. Really? The Emperor is still in the mood to study this after fighting? Don't be too arrogant. Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian with anger, his hands clasped the big naginata, jumped up, and killed Lin Tian. At this time, the entire site vibrated, and a strong shaking invaded, constantly shaking the earth. The ground began to tremble with bottomless cracks, attacking Lin Tian along with Whitebeard. Lin Tian didn't do anything about this, and froze in place, looking thoughtful. You see, that guy was so scared by his father that he didn't dare to move, a pirate laughed. That's right. Who told him to be so easy to provoke, but to provoke us Whitebeard pirates, today must be his death date. The pirates began to discuss one after another, with ridicule towards Lin Tian, haha. Lin Tian is not afraid of Whitebeard, but is analyzing this battle. Facing the four emperors, Whitebeard not only did not shrink back, but also analyzed the battle calmly and did not fear the opponent's offensive at all. This undoubtedly demonstrated the strength of Lin Tian from the side. Whitebeard saw Lin Tian analyzing the battle unhurriedly, looking at Lin Tian in front of him, and he was wary of his unpredictable strength. In any case, he was called the world's strongest man, and he didn't feel any fear in the face of him. Instead, he analyzed the battle on the side, which made Whitebeard feel very unhappy. Lin Tian knew that he still couldn't suppress Whitebeard like a victorious one. Instead of being stalemate here, he might as well go to New World as soon as possible to strengthen himself. Now the Whitebeard pirate group is also surrounding itself, and there is a group of pirate boats outside. Although it is a simple and trivial matter to kill them all, it is very troublesome. There is no need to do troublesome things. Lin Tian, who has always been simple and broken, stretched out his right hand and took out the dying Marco from the cracked space, facing Whitebeard. What? Whitebeard immediately stopped the offensive, and even if the big Naginitas blade stopped, the powerful sword aura stopped in front of Marco and turned into a heavy whirlwind to both sides. Whitebeard stopped in front of Lin Feng and looked at Marco. Marco was still fainting at this time, and the resurrected blue inflammation hovered on Marco. Although the wound was healing slowly, the efficiency of healing was greatly reduced compared to before. A steady stream of blood shed from the wound, dripping down Marco's body to the ground, sprinkling bleak blood. The first time Whitebeard saw Marco, who was so badly injured in 720, he couldn't help but feel pain. His eyes were fixed on Marco, casting a sad look. "Why don't you fight?" Lin Tian smiled and said. "You? Let go of Marco. Anything is coming at me." Whitebeard's gaze turned, his sad eyes immediately revealed unprecedented anger, staring at Lin Tian, gritted his teeth and said. "It's okay to let him go, but it's not that simple." Lin Tian said lightly. The pirates on the side saw Lin Tian twisting Marco's throat with his right hand, facing Whitebeard, feeling very angry. "Shameless! Beat Marco like this," a pirate yelled. "Not only that, but also deliberately used Marco as a bargaining chip to threaten our father." Another pirate replied. "I have never seen such a brazen person." An old pirate was so angry that he stood up and shouted. The pirates talked a lot, the noise swept the entire street, and the anger was cast on Lin Tian. When Whitebeard heard Lin Tian's sentence, he must know Lin Tian's gesture. Looking at such a badly injured Marco, there was a lot of anger in his heart, but he couldn't burst out, and he felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 133. Whitebeard had to force Naginata into the ground and let go of his right hand. Whitebeard said with a calm voice, to Lin Tian, "If you have any requirements, just say it, the Emperor of Heaven." As soon as he said this, Jinbei beside him was surprised. Jinbei didn't expect that Whitebeard, who was frightening across the entire sea, would actually compromise with Lin Tian. Jinbei looked at Lin Tian, his heart was full of shock, and he couldn't help but get scared. "It's not a difficult condition. First, withdraw your pirate boat from the Fishmen Islands so that I can enter the New World." Lin Tian said lightly. "Secondly, get 10 devil fruits in exchange, and I will immediately put Marco back to you." 10 devil fruits? It's like a lion's mouth. Whitebeard said angrily. "What? In your heart, is Marco not worth these 10 devil fruits?" Lin Tian chuckled. After a choked, Whitebeard stunned silently, looked at Marco, and finally nodded in agreement. Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian, his eyes were full of anger, but he had to follow Lin Tian's words. Unexpectedly, he had been calling the wind and rain on the sea for decades, but now he was threatened by a nasty child. Whitebeard said helplessly, "I promised your request, but I don't have 10 devil fruits in my hand. I still hope that the Emperor will come to my base to pick up these 10 devil fruits." Lin Tian chuckled. Ginger was still hot. Whitebeard did not easily agree to compromise as expected, and in the end he wanted to yin himself. Lin Tian saw through the small abacus in Whitebeard's heart and said that he would go back to the Whitebeard base camp to get devil fruit. In essence, he set up a big trap and surrounded himself heavily. Lin Tian smiled and said, "No, I'm still anxious to go to New World. You only need to bring these 10 devil fruits, you can come to me at any time, and I will realize my promise at any time." With a word from a gentleman, it is difficult to chase after a horse. Whitebeard froze for a moment. Lin Tian did not agree to his request, but looking at Marco, who was not only injured, Whitebeard was full of worries. Whitebeard said, "Marco is so badly injured now, if he dies when he falls, Whitebeard swears, no matter where you go, I will never let you go." Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Lin Tian said lightly, "You can't worry about this, Marco is a phoenix, how could he die so easily?" Lin Tian raised his right hand to convey the icy frost, constantly condensing on Marco's throat. The frost gradually wrapped around Marco, condensing layers of ice and snow on Marco, and finally condensed Marco into a block of ice. "You." Seeing this, Whitebeard was very angry, and immediately raised a large naginata to face Lin Tian. "Don't be nervous, it's just frozen, not dead yet," Lin Tian said. Whitebeard glanced at Marco, constantly gritted his teeth, furious, but could only look at helplessly, turned around, and shouted to his sons, "Sons, let's make a way for the Emperor to leave here." "What? I heard that right, Dad is going to let go of the Emperor." The pirates felt incredible. This is something that has never been encountered so far. The Whitebeard pirate group has always been invincible, calling the wind and rain, but now it is being held back by a little fur boy, and the pirates are all dissatisfied. But what can be dissatisfied? The pirates can't violate Whitebeard's order, and they can only obediently get out of a big road, and respectfully send Lin Tian and the others to the port. Jinbei even sat on the ground in fright. After Whitebeard announced that it was his territory on the Fishmen Island, no one came to the Fishmen Island to make trouble. Nowadays, a newborn pirate is doing whatever he wants on the Fishmen Island. Even Whitebeard has nothing to do with him. This makes it difficult for everyone present to believe what happened. Lin Tian walked to the Akatsuki, followed by Suzuki and his party, and the Beast Dao and Shura Dao had been waiting for Lin Tian on the Akatsuki, and finally they drove out of the Fishmen Island slowly to New World. Lin Tian sighed and said, "In the end, I still didn't see by seeing. It seems that it can only be the next time." Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian and they gradually disappeared in front of him, and the resentful emotions burst out instantly. Holding a large naginata with one hand, shaking everything around them, all turned into nothingness. Jinbei watched Whitebeard and his party gradually leave the Fishmen Island, and then rushed to Neptune and the Kingdom's guard soldiers. Neptune looked at the mess in Mermaid Street, and his heart was frustrated. He was very angry. He saw Jinbei sitting on the ground with no expression, and quickly asked, "Jinbei, what happened?" Jinbei told what he saw from beginning to end, shocking everyone present, especially Neptune, who was so scared that he stepped back a few steps, lost his senses, and fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, even Whitebeard would be helpless to the Emperor. Neptune was shocked, and at this moment they felt more profound fear of Lin Tian again. The conflict between Lin Tian and Whitebeard in the Fishmen Island spread throughout the entire New World at once, making many groups fear Lin Tian. Today Lin Tian, even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, has no choice but to take him, but other power groups, soon any power group in New World has issued orders, once they meet Lin Tian, they have to avoid 3 points. I'm afraid of getting angry. There are many places in Malinfan. In the clear sky of Marinfander, the sea breeze is slowly blowing in, and the sea is rippling with suitable waves. Everything looks so harmonious and beautiful, but the marshal's office is gloomy. Sengoku first said one sentence, breaking the silence, "The Fishmen Island incident, everyone has heard of it. The Emperor of Heaven doesn't even care about Whitebeard. If this goes on, don't you want to dominate the New World and become the new 4 emperors?" Garp said angrily and hammered the chair with a punch, and the chair collapsed in an instant. Sengoku said with deep conviction, "Indeed, there is no way to continue like this." Chapter 134. If New World had another 4 emperors, it would be very detrimental to the world government and marine. At this time, Tsuru glanced at Sengoku and Garp, and said, "But I think it's a bit strange." Sengoku looked at Crane curiously and asked, "Crane, what do you say?" "The Emperor is threatening Whitebeard for 10 devil fruits on the Fishmen Island, and we marine owes him 5 devil fruits." At this point, Tsuru was shocked. Why is the Emperor obsessed with collecting so many devil fruits? It's really strange to say that. Sengoku couldn't help thinking. Now that Whitebeard is being held hostage by the Emperor, this is the same situation as us, that is to say. Crane paused at this point, and Sengoku was surprised and asked, "Are we Marine and Whitebeard working together to capture the Emperor?" Crane smiled and said, "No, you will be wrong. Whitebeard will definitely not send 10 devil fruits so easily. At that time, there will definitely be a battle with the Emperor. Then we will take the opportunity to surround them together." "Good idea." Sengoku admired, as the so-called V with the clams, the fisherman is profiting. When 2 4 emperors level fight against each other, the 2 tigers must fight each other, and there must be one injury. Then they will be surrounded by them. Wouldn't they catch turtles in the urn 797? As for Lin Tian's Shishibukai identity, it was just a gentle way to avoid frontal conflicts. Marine wanted to deprive him of his identity at any time. Instead of keeping a 4 emperors level character as an unstable Shishibukai, it is better to find an opportunity to get rid of it. So Sengoku ordered that Marine always pay attention to the news of Whitebeard and Lin Tian, and report any news immediately. The weather in New World is fickle, sometimes cloudless, the hot sun shining down, and the seagulls flying in the sky constantly sing. Sometimes the clouds are dense, the storm is blowing, and the sea is invading, and the waves are shaking the sky. In the face of such weather, Akatsuki still led Lin Tian and his party along the New World unimpededly. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. New World always makes people confused about the time. Sometimes the sun is shrouded, and sometimes darkness falls, and the seas of thousands of miles are dark. Shura Road drove the Akatsuki on the console. Looking forward, a darkness suddenly swept in, swallowing the Akatsuki, and the surrounding was dark. Sasori immediately summoned a puppet and sprayed a ball of flame from the puppet's hand, illuminating the surroundings. The beast said in surprise, "What's the matter? It was just in the daytime, but now it's suddenly night." Shura Deo stepped down from the console, looked around and said, "The sea here has always been like this, making people unable to figure out the direction. We have been here aimlessly for a long time, what should we do?" After all, Shura Deo glanced at Lin Tian, as if begging Lin Tian to name a specific direction and destination. Lin Tian could naturally see the intention of Shura Deo, but now the surroundings are pitch black, he can't see anything, and he doesn't know where to go. At this moment, a shining light emerged from the front of the Akatsuki, shining it, and it appeared unusually obvious in the darkness. The dazzling light became a guide light in the darkness, making Lin Tian and his party notice this brilliance. Lin Tian walked forward, walked to the bow and looked at the brilliance. It was at this time that Xiaoxio's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Tian's mind, Master! Master! We sense that there is a treasure ahead. Is this serious? Where is it? Open the map to show me. Lin Tian said. Xiao Xiao immediately opened the map for Lin Tian, and the direction of the map mark was the direction where the light was located, and this light was shown on the map as a golden pirate ship. Lin Tian laughed loudly. He didn't expect that he would be able to find new treasures when he wandered around in New World. He immediately instructed, hurry up and drive the ship to Guanghui. Good. Shura said in reply. So Akatsuki slowly turned its head, the bow of the ship was facing the light in the distance, speeding away. Soon, a magnificent ship gradually appeared in front of Akatsuki. Lin Tian looked up, a pair of golden horns refracted the dazzling golden light, covering the entire Akatsuki. Below the pair of golden horns is a huge golden gate. The gate slowly opens, flowing gold-colored sea water, flying with gold powder, as gorgeous as the falling of the sakura flowers in April, covering the Akatsuki. Golden yarn. It's so beautiful. It's a paradise for art. Sasori exclaimed. If that's the case, blow everything up here, wouldn't it be gold everywhere? That's the real beauty. Deidara said. The arguing between the two rang out, but it did not reduce Lin Tian's excitement in the slightest. This is the world's largest gambling city, Gurren Tesoro, sitting on 20% of the world's berry, a pirate ship as large as an island, with everything on board. In this luxurious city built with gold, it is natural to be able to detect the breadth of treasures. In the reception room of the largest hotel on the ship, a man with grey-green hair combed back, wearing pink clothes and trousers, wearing a gold hat, wearing a gold ring, a gold necklace, and gold earrings, is sitting on a gold chair. This man is the head of this gambling city Gulen Tisalo, the Golden Emperor Tisalo. He is chatting with another man. The man in front of him was burly, muscular, broad-chested, dark-skinned, and wearing heavy armor. He said to Tisalo with a serious face, my old man wants to come over and buy some devil fruit from you. You can say a price. I will buy it directly. This man is the captain of the third team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Jaws. Jaws looked proud and didn't linger in his words, but his tone was tough and he didn't give Tisalo any other choice at all. When Tisalo heard Jaws' words, a cold sweat broke out on his head, and he felt heavy pressure. The fact that Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, was threatened by devil fruit by the emperor of Akatsuki organization has spread throughout the new world. Chapter 135. And now Whitebeard actually sent Jaws here to buy devil fruit, and he couldn't refuse it. 4 emperors are the rulers of the new world. Offending any 4 emperors will definitely affect their gambling business and even lose their lives. As a shrewd businessman, Tisalo will certainly not get angry, and decisively agreed to Jaws, there is nothing that money can't buy. As long as you have money, I will give you as much as I have. Jaws said boldly, okay. Then get devil fruit ready immediately, I will take it all now. An abrupt footstep sounded very anxious, rushing towards the 2 of them, disrupting the originally pleasant atmosphere. A young woman wearing a white cheongsam with dazzling gold earrings ran up to Tisalo in a panting. Tisalo glanced at him, and said a little displeased, what the hell is going on with Baccarat, so nervous, didn't you see that I was greeting an important guest now? Baccarat leaned close to Tisalo's ear, and said softly, the emperor has come to Tisalo, and he is in the port now. What? Tisalo shouted aloud in surprise, his expression suddenly changed, making Jaws feel uncomfortable. Tisalo immediately changed his expression and looked at Jaws and said, I'm really embarrassed about the gaffe just now. I promised you devil fruit before, I will immediately arrange the preparations for my subordinates. Now that there is something urgent, I will leave first. It's okay. Just don't forget our agreement. After hearing this, Jaws said that he had always been informal and didn't care too much. For him, the most important thing now is to solve devil fruit's problem. After Jaws left the hotel, he came to the street. There was a lot of traffic and noisy all the way, but he couldn't make Jaws feel any happy. He couldn't help but recall the conversation with Whitebeard. Just before Jaws came to Tesoro, the Qinghai headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard sat in the chair worriedly, his face full of anger and dissatisfaction, and the heavy atmosphere kept everyone silent. Due to the previous battle with Lin Tian and the fact that Marco was held hostage by Lin Tian, Whitebeard didn't think about eating and drinking, and sitting in a chair all day long, his condition aggravated a lot. The doctor in charge saw Whitebeard becoming like this, and felt very uncomfortable, and kept sighing. Jaws, who has always been loyal to his father, can't bear this tone when he sees his father like this, but the most important thing now is to solve the current problem for his father. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Jaws immediately came to Whitebeard and said, Father, it's not good for your health to go on like this, please follow the doctor's words. Whitebeard sighed and said, now that Marco is in the hands of the Emperor, his life or death is uncertain, can this make me take the medicine? The Emperor said that he wants 10 devil fruits, but Laozi has no habit of hoarding devil fruits at all, and he can't ignore Marco's life and death and fight directly with the Emperor. Having said that, Whitebeard sighed again. With the strength and power of the 4 emperors, it is not difficult to get 10 devil fruits. But this matter is difficult. It takes enough time to collect devil fruit, but with Marco's injury, can you wait so long? Jaws said, Father, about devil fruit, some subordinates have reported to me that there is a way to solve it. Immediately, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, with a slight euphoria on his face, and asked, I can say anything. Subordinates responded that Doflamingo and Tizalo have been selling devil fruit underground. We can buy devil fruit from them. Jaws said. Doflamingo is 7 warlords of the sea. Buying devil fruit in his hands does not lose the face of Laozi 4 emperors. Whitebeard said displeased. Then buy it from Tizalo, Jaws suggested. Well, if he doesn't want to, then don't blame him for toasting and not drinking, he will get 10 devil fruit, 1 for me anyway, Whitebeard ordered. I promised my life, Jaws definitely brought 10 devil fruits to my father. Jaws knelt on the ground and swore an oath. At Tesoro. Tizalo walked out of the hotel and thought, I just talked to Jaws about the Emperor of Heaven, but I didn't expect to say that Cao arrived and came to my kingdom. But this is a good deal with Jaws. If the 2 of them meet, wouldn't it be a direct fight? If they really fight, my ship will undoubtedly become waste. Thinking of this, Tizalo had to worry again in his heart, so he said to Baccarat, prepare the car for me, and I will go to meet the Emperor in person. Baccarat said, okay, I will prepare it for you immediately. 0. At the port. Lin Tian, who just got off the boat and stepped into Tesoro, looked around for a while. The magnificent ceiling above the head, gorgeous lights shining the most brilliant golden light, shrouded the entire port under the luxurious golden color, it is intoxicating. When Lin Tian opened the map and looked around at the map seriously again, Tizalo was riding a luxury car studded with gold, sitting on the soft sofa, and stopped Lin Tian. Isn't this the famous Emperor? Welcome to the Emperor and everyone from the Akatsuki organization. Tizalo smiled and said, with treacherous eyes projected on his face, looking at Lin Tian and the others. I am the master here, Guild Tizalo, specially here to receive the Emperor of Heaven. After Tizalo got off the car, he opened the carriage and invited Lin Tian and the others onto the driveway. The service attitude here is still okay. Lin Tian walked up slowly and sat in the same luxury car with Tizalo and Suzuki, and his group sat in another luxury car behind, following Lin Tian. As the luxury car slowly drove on the road, Lin Tian and the others left the port. Tizalo kept introducing everything here to Lin Tian and invited them to the casino to play together. But Lin Tian was not interested in these. After leaving the port, the treasure map became clearer and clearer. Chapter 136. Finally Lin Tian saw the focus of the map and pointed to the highest clock tower. Tizalo asked, I don't know where the Emperor wants to go, let me personally lead the way for you. Lin Tian said lightly, I want to go there and have a look. Lin Tian stretched out his right hand and pointed to the clock tower. Tizalo's expression on his face immediately changed greatly after seeing it, this is my private place. It is not allowed to enter casually. Please choose another place. I'll just go in and take a look. I won't stay for a long time. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Tizalo's anger began to greet him. There was nothing but 500 billion berries cash in the clock tower, but Lin Tian wanted to go there to see. Isn't that announcing that he would take all his assets? He will never allow it. Tizalo jumped out of the car and touched the ground with his right hand. The ground immediately turned into fine and slippery gold, covering the sky like a tsunami, surrounding Lin Tian and Suzuki. The gold was like a flowing water, wrapped outside Lin Tian, solidified together in the blink of an eye, and locked Lin Tian and Suzuki firmly on the ground. God, don't think that when you become Shishibukai, you will think that you are omnipotent when you confront Whitebeard. I am the god here, I can only listen to everything. Tizalo yelled with an arrogant smile. This tiny piece of fragile metal is still trying to trap me. Lin Tian laughed loudly. I saw the white brilliance of Lin Tian's whole body flickering from his body, exposing dazzling thunder light, chakra was all over the whole body, armament haki was flooded with both hands, revealing black brilliance. The lightning-style armor is fully open. The light of thunder continued to extend from the gold, forming visible lightning in the air, making a beeping sound. All the surrounding lights dimmed continuously, as if all the light was absorbed by the lightning, suddenly the whole street fell into darkness. The thunder light continued to rise, a surge of momentum like a dragon going out to the sea, rushing out vigorously, cutting through the dark sky, and hitting the sky. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. At this moment, the light of thunder fell from the air, and all arrows slashed towards Tizalo. Seeing that the thunder light was about to hit Tizalo, Tizalo immediately stretched out his right hand and waved upwards, gold surged out, forming a protective cover in front of Tizalo. The thunder light smashed onto the protective cover, constantly flowing, gathering in one piece, and passing through the ground again to Tizalo. What? Why does the thunderlight still slash at me? Tizalo cried out in surprise. The sound of Sasisha burst into the wind, and countless thunderlights blasted towards Tizalo one by one, making harsh sounds, resounding across the street. Lin Tian suddenly broke out with a powerful force, armament haki gathered in both hands, with a strong force, all the gold on his body was shattered. Boom! The heavy power spread to the ground, creating layers of pits, and the power stretched out with the gold, and it shattered wherever it went, completely shattering the gold that had imprisoned Sasuke's group. Thunderlight constantly emerged on Lin Tian's body, flashing in the darkness, like a god suddenly appeared in the darkness. The Buddha's light flashed back, and haki dominated people. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Tizalo, don't you know that metal collects electricity? Tizalo was full of cold smoke, and static electricity kept coming out of his body. The powerful lightning blasted towards Tizalo, making his whole body numb and standing in place. Lin Tian armament haki went down suddenly, like a Bailong roar, with a domineering aura, hovering on his right hand. The dark right hand was constantly entangled with lightning, making creaking noises, endlessly. Lin Tian stretched his right foot backwards, kicked hard, soared, with the momentum of a dragon crossing the river, rushing towards Tizalo with lightning. Only a little thunderlight flashed through the dark streets, cutting through the entire darkness, soaring above the streets, and attacking Tizalo. Lin Tian's right fist hit the golden protective cover of Tizalo fiercely, the seemingly gorgeous protective cover, facing how fragile Lin Tian became. The fist hit the golden protective cover, shook out layers of ripples, and powerful energy waved around. The protective cover sank one after another, and finally broke completely. The fist went deep into the protective cover, and hit Tizalo's face straight away. This is impossible, there is nothing gold can't do. Tizalo made a violent call, his eyes were white, his teeth were gritted, and he was knocked out. Tizalo kept flying backwards and smashed into a high-rise building, but without reducing any impact, he kept flying backwards, blasting the buildings behind him one after another. Along the way, the seemingly hard golden building turned into a piece of tofu on Lin Tian's fist, smashing one after another, and the ground produced huge dents. After a long time, Tizalo finally slipped to the ground, making a long trajectory on the ground, and finally sinking into the ground. The light flashed by, and the lights on the street rose slowly again, making the street bright again. The huge momentum caused everyone in the nearby streets to gather around Lin Tian, yelling, Tizalo was knocked into the air in one blow. It's incredible. On this all-gold Tizalo is almost an omnipotent god, and now someone has defeated him with just one blow. Passers-by 5.3 cheered up one after another. These people are all under the control of Tizalo and have been living a life of enslavement. Seeing Lin Tian hitting Tizalo, they were very excited. The great momentum also spread to the distance. Jaws, who was resting with his crew, noticed the deafening thunder and bombing, and immediately looked into the distance and said, "What happened?" A pirate's subordinate said, "Report to Captain Jaws. There seems to be a fight with Tizalo in the distance. I heard from passers-by that Tizalo was shot out." Chapter 137. This is not good. If he is defeated, then our devil fruit will also be taken away. Jaws immediately jumped up, ran towards the distance, and said, "Little ones, follow me." "Okay." The pirates all said in unison. The other side. Lin Tian patted the dust on his body, smiled slightly, "Since you don't take me there, I won't go by myself." After all, he stepped towards the clock tower, followed by Sasuke and his party. Just not far away, beside Lin Tian, there is a huge monster flying towards Lin Tian and the others. Detonating clay giant bird. Deodara's hands spit out a tuft of chakra clay, gathered together, and turned into a soaring giant bird, rushing towards the behemoth. Boom! The huge explosion sounded in the air, radiating fiery radiance, rolling up a huge hurricane 19, tearing everything around. The behemoth was also hit by a heavy explosion to the other side, and blasted onto a tall building. In just the blink of an eye, the high-rise buildings instantly turned into rubble and collapsed, rippling with dust in the sky. When the dust dissipated, the behemoth gradually revealed the true face of Mount Lu. It kept shining with white brilliance, precious and dazzling. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an oversized diamond. There was a constant flow of people surging in the street, shouting, "No, there is a collapse here, hurry up and run away. Everyone, run to the street, it's very dangerous here." An older nobleman yelled at the people in the tall building, leading them out of the building. "Look ahead, everyone. Someone started fighting over there." A young man noticed Lin Tian and the others, and called others to look at Lin Tian together. A huge figure gradually emerged from the wind and dust, appeared in front of Lin Tian and the others and said, "We are on a narrow road, God, I just wanted to find you, but I didn't expect that I would send it to the door. It's all effortless." After Lin Tian took a look, he subtly frowned his eyebrows and asked, "Uncle, who are you?" Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Jaw's anger came out immediately, with blue veins on his face. Lin Tian stared at Lin Tian and said, "I am the captain of the third team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Jaws. I will let you remember this name, because it will be the name of the person who defeated you. No, the Whitebeard Pirates and Akatsuki organization have both come to Tesoro. In the Golden City, this news is spreading wildly. What? Why do they come here? There is nothing but gambling here. After hearing this, a nobleman stood in place and thought in surprise. The entourage behind him immediately stopped the nobleman and said, Master, don't stop here, run. Everyone, get in the car. Hurry up and escape from this ghost place, someone in front called to the nobles. As the world's largest entertainment city, Tesoro gathers wealthy aristocrats from all over the world, and these wealthy aristocrats are also the top representatives of various forces around the world. When they heard that Lin Tian and Whitebeard were facing each other, they had already given an order. Once they met Lin Tian, they should avoid conflict as much as possible and immediately flee, but they did not expect to meet Lin Tian in Tesoro. Seeing these nobles of Lin Tian and the Whitebeard pirate group, they are now trying their best to use all means to escape, rushing out of the street in a panic, completely disregarding their own image. For a while, the streets were full of people, crowded, driving towards the port, leaving only the people who had been enslaved by Tesalo and Tesalo. On the other side, Jaws appeared in front of Lin Tian, and then a group of pirates immediately surrounded Lin Tian, raised their guns and aimed them at Lin Tian, ready to go. Lin Tian said indifferently, on this point, people want to stop me. I think you are old and your mind is useless. The blue veins violently broke out on Qiazi's temple again, his face was full of anger, and he slaughtered Lin Tian, the Emperor of Heaven, don't be arrogant in there. Look at the fist. Immediately, Jaws stepped on the ground forcefully with his feet and jumped up. At the same time, the pirates pressed down the gun in their hands, and countless bullets were ejected from the tongue, all aimed at Lin Tian. Seeing the moment when the bullet was about to hit Lin Tian, black sand iron suddenly emerged from the ground, forming a rigid pillar, completely enclosing Lin Tian in the pillar. The bullet slammed into the sand and iron, spinning quickly on the surface of the sand and iron, and the strong friction even ignited a scarlet flame on the contact surface of the sand, iron, and the bullet. How beautiful it looked! The sand and iron spread and swallowed the bullet in. In just an instant, the bullet also turned into sand and iron, disappeared in front of everyone, and assassinated the pirates. Sand iron when it rains. Sasori summoned the third Kaze cage puppet at the critical moment, blocking the pirates' attack and giving a fatal counter-attack. 900. The pirates hit the poisonous sand iron needles, foaming at their mouths, and the poison continued to erode their bodies, causing them to howl in pain and miserable, one by one fell to the ground, a pool of blood. Jaws, who flew in the air, felt unusually angry when he saw his subordinates die in front of him one after another. A hole. Stop it. He clenched his fists with both hands, armament haki gathered on both fists and fell down towards Lin Tian. At this moment, Deidara suddenly appeared in front of Jaws with the C2 dragon, blocking Jaws' path with her huge body. What the hell is this? This thing can't stop me. Jaws shouted angrily. Jaws didn't care about the dragon at all, and was about to rush into the dragon and smash the dragon to the ground together. You say it again? This is my most complacent art. Explode. Drink. Deidara stood up on the dragon's back and pointed to Jaws with his right hand. I saw the dragon open its mouth wide, vomiting thousands of clay missiles from its mouth, and attacking the oncoming Jaws. Chapter 138. What? Jaws, who was completely soaring in the air, couldn't dodge at all. His whole body was immediately surrounded by diamonds, forming an extremely hard diamond armor, and he ate all the attacks abruptly. The rumbling sound burst out in the air, emitting a dazzling light, piercing everyone's eyes. The afterwaves of the explosion continued to be superimposed together to form a huge explosion circle. Everywhere the explosion circle went, it turned into nothingness, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The violent explosion blew Jaws from the air to the ground, and the crystal-clear diamonds wrapped around him, shining bright light, like a meteor in the night sky, dazzling people's eyes. Something has fallen down. Everyone get out of the way. A pirate called out loudly to other pirates to make way, but it was too late. Jaws hit the ground from the air and slid continuously on the ground, ditching deep pits. Not only that, but also hit the encirclement in front of Lin Tian, opening a huge gap for Lin Tian. What the hell is it? The pirates gathered in the pit curiously and looked at Jaws. What's the matter? It turned out to be Captain Jaws. A pirate was surprised. The pirates raised their heads to look at Deidara, with shocked expressions on their faces. Captain Jaws is the man with the strongest physical defense in the world. Even the sword spirit of the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye, is hurt. Not the captain. Now I was knocked down to the ground with just 2 or 3 moves. Unbelievable. The pirates were constantly surprised, scared, and talking. But Deidara would not stop attacking, and spit out a steady stream of clay from his hands. The clay melted together one after another and turned into a clay spider, descending from the air and hitting Jaws directly. The rumbling explosion sounded instantly, swallowing Jaws completely into the explosion, and the surrounding pirates were also blown up and scattered around. The screams kept numbing, and Jaws endured the pain and stood up. When he was in the air just now, Jaws didn't have time to fully arm himself with diamonds, his head was implicated by the explosion, and blood flowed out, dripping on the sparkling diamonds, emitting blood-red brilliance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Don't hurt my subordinates. Jaws suddenly thumped his hands to the ground, broke the ground, took out a large rock from it, and smashed it towards the spider group in front of him. Suddenly, the clay spiders exploded, creating pits on the ground. Jaws lifted a large stone and threw it towards Deidara in the air. The rubble was densely packed like cannonballs, obscuring Deidara's sight. Does this thing want to tie me up? Let's explode. My little birds. Drink. Spit out a steady stream of small clay birds from Deidara's hands, and flew towards the rubble. The rubble exploded one after another, and the entire sky was covered by rubble dust, and it was completely invisible. The huge dragon looked unusually eye-catching in this dust. When Jaws saw it, he jumped into the air and jumped behind the dragon. Armament Haki entangled his hands and punched behind the figure on the back of the dragon. You kid is not dead in my hands. Jaws shouted angrily. Jaws, who was surrounded by diamonds, was armed with armed colors, and the jet-black diamonds revealed a prosperous and dazzling brilliance, which looked very dazzling. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Deidara's head, Deidara in front of him turned into clay and opened a huge wall cover. Jaws rushed into the wall cover. The clay took advantage of the momentum to completely entangle Jaws and locked it in the dragon's back. Ha ha ha. Deidara appeared behind Jaws and laughed loudly. Old guy, take a good look at my ultimate art, eh? Deidara turned over on the dragon's back and jumped down with her head to the ground, her face full of joy and said, detonate the clay clone to explode. Drink. Boom. The clay avatar suddenly exploded in the air along with the giant dragon, emitting a hot flame and a huge sound, rolling up a huge hurricane and hitting the ground. Any and all building objects on the street were turned into nothing at this moment. The flame spread on the street, burning everything. The hurricane rose, blowing all the surrounding gravel and rubble into the air, flying to the distant sea. What a dazzling sensation at this moment. Deidara was extremely excited, stepped on the clay giant bird, and returned to Lin Tian. Team leader. The pirates ripped apart and made strong shouts, watching everything in front of them disappear, but they couldn't see the slightest figure of Jaws, and they wept bitterly on their faces. Vengeance for the captain. A pirate yelled out the words in the hearts of all the pirates, and once again surrounded Lin Tian in a united and orderly manner. Sand iron not attack. Sasori manipulated the third Kaze cage puppet, and poured the highly refined chakra into the ground. The ground instantly turned into sand and iron, attacking the pirates in front of him, unstoppable like a tsunami. The pirates were swallowed by sand and iron into the quicksand one after another, screaming constantly, and the encircling circle in front of Lin Tian's eyes once again appeared a big gap. Lin Tian walked forward slowly, towards the highest clock tower, followed by Suzuki, Shura Deo and Brute Deo, while Deidara and Sasori kept dealing with the pirates who kept coming up from behind. The rustle of sand and iron, the explosion of clay, and the screams of pirates continued to sound like an opera performance. The cotters of Tizalo saw Lin Tian and the Whitebeard pirate group fighting on the ship, constantly destroying the building facilities on the ship, and their hearts were full of anxiety. First of all, Baccarat realized that Tizalo could be retrieved immediately, so he called the other two cotters, Days and Mr. Tanaka, and rushed towards Lin Tian with thousands of people. What should we do now? Mr. Tanaka asked. Get Tizalo back first. Baccarat looked at the direction in which Lin Tian hit Tizalo and said, in that ruin, Mr. Tanaka will please you. Chapter 139. It is good. Mr. Tanaka, who had eaten the piercing fruit, was able to shuttle through all non-living substances, and in a short while, he found Tizalo from the rubble buried in the rubble. Baccarat and the others kept yelling. Tizalo finally woke up from the coma, just Lin Tian's blow knocked him into a coma. This is something that even Baccarat could not predict. Tizalo opened his eyes and saw a mess around him. There was a sea of fire in front of him. The explosions continued and the screams kept screaming. The buildings on the street were turned into ruins, and he was very angry. Tizalo rushed up in anger, shouting loudly, where are the emperors? Baccarat immediately replied, the Emperor of Heaven has now arrived near the clock tower. What? Tizalo looked at the clock tower and shouted, everything here is mine. Don't think that you can take anything away at random. Devil Fruit Awakening. Tizalo touched the floor with his right hand, the floor instantly turned into gold, and the gold soared up again and again, surrounded Tizalo, turned into a giant of gold, and appeared in front of Lin Tian. Boom! The golden giant stepped on the ground forcefully, soared into the air, fell in front of Lin Tian, blocking Lin Tian's path. Tizalo shouted, the Emperor of Heaven. I want you to know the power of God. After all, the golden giant raised his right fist and hammered it down. The moment he was about to hit Lin Tian, Suzuki chakra kept entwining his body, his eyes kept spinning, and finally turned into eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, flashing in front of Lin Tian. Chakra continued to condense and gather around, wrapping Suzuki in an instant, and Suzanu's skeleton appeared on Suzuki's body. His right hand, which was not fully visible, opened his palm to catch the golden giant's right fist. How is this going? Before Tizalo could react, refined chakra continued to emerge, and Suzanu also continued to take shape, eventually appearing to be complete and appearing in front of Tizalo. Suzanu suddenly lifted the left hand that was tightly holding the golden giant's right fist. The golden giant suddenly lost his center of gravity and quickly stepped back. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Taking advantage of the situation, Suzanu raised his right fist and punched the golden giant's face. The golden giant who was hit hard couldn't hold his center of gravity and fell to the ground. The high-rise buildings are constantly crushed by the golden giants, and the broken stones continue to fall from the air. The whole scene is shocking. Baccarat, Mr. Tanaka, and Days also rushed to Lin Tian, followed by thousands of entourage pirates, forming a densely encircled circle, imperviously surrounding Lin Tian. Mr. Tanaka shouted, "Go! Little ones!" A group of people raised the guns and shells in their hands and hit Lin Tian them one after another. Organization armor. Shiradeo took the lead and summoned all kinds of weapons from his body. The hot tongue of the gun was ready to go, and various laser cannons were ejected, blasting into the distance like 1,000 arrows. The heavy rain of laser cannon fire attacked Baccarat and them magnificently, and saw Dice rushing forward to block the artillery attack in front of Baccarat. He was so excited that he yelled, "Give it to me! More attacks! Make me more refreshed!" Mr. Tanaka stared with fright, and immediately dodged into the ground, avoiding the laser cannon fire. The laser cannon fire leaped over Baccarat and the others, hitting the rear, blowing up the pirates in the rear, and screaming continuously. The beast road immediately summoned all kinds of summoning beasts. Buffalo and rhinoceros slammed forward with anger. Crabs and lobsters lifted huge clamps and smashed at the pirates. Chameleons and split dogs kept flowing out of their mouths, biting like hungry beasts. Pirates. But every time there was a gap in the encirclement, pirates continued to make up for it, and for a while, they stayed in a stalemate. Tizalo recovered and looked at Suzanu. His angry gaze projected out, and the dazzling light condensed on the right eye of the golden giant, aimed at Suzuki in Suzanu's chest. "Give me to die! Golden sacred fire!" The blazing laser suddenly cut through the night with a dazzling light, flickered and shot towards Suzuki. Suzuki danced eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, calm and unhurried, and saw Suzanu sank and leaped to the side, cleverly avoiding the attack of the laser. The whole movement was smooth and flowing without any gap. What? Tizalo saw that Suzanu disappeared in front of him, and was shocked. Only one after-image could be seen in front of him. When the golden giant turned around and was about to launch the next wave of offensive towards Suzanu again, Suzanu raised his bow and arrow and pulled the string to aim at the golden giant's head. The black flame hovered up, with the breath of death, tightly wrapped around the bow and arrow. The sword was drawn and ready to go. 670 Inferno-style flame control. At this moment, Suzanu let go of the string, and the arrow shot out, into the eyes of the golden giant. Tizalo looked at Heian and felt the fear of death. Heian was like Shinigami, triggering the most terrifying memories in Tizalo's heart. In the evening when the clouds burned, the setting sun revealed its dark red brilliance, and the whole land was about to be swallowed into the darkness, and everything seemed so vicissitudes of life and grief. In front of Tizalo, a tearful woman appeared, shouting happiness and destiny, being chained by celestial dragons, crawling on her knees on the ground, miserable and indignant. "Don't look down on people. I am the god of this world. There is nothing God can't do." Tizalo's eyes were bloodshot, his eyebrows were cross brows, and the angry emotions came up on him, tearing Tizalo's face and shouting. The golden giant raised his right hand and angrily grabbed the bow and arrow. Heian hovered up and swallowed the entire right hand of the golden giant in the flames. The bow and arrow did not stop because of this, and shot through the golden giant's right hand, violently rubbing and tearing the giant's right hand, producing layers of cracks. The bow and arrow shot through the giant's right eye, and the giant's head shattered immediately. Chapter 140. But the giant didn't stop, and took advantage of the momentum to move forward, raising his left fist, gold flowing up, forming a hard armor and hitting Suzanu. The gold industry is on fire. Suzanu raised his right hand and suddenly caught the giant's left fist. The effect of financial fire broke out in an instant. The gold continued to melt and fell from the air, and all the buildings wherever it went turned into thick slurry, and the flame spread to surround the giant and Suzanu. The giant's offensive was completely blocked by Suzanu and did not cause any harm to Suzanu. Don't underestimate the power of devil fruit after awakening. Tizalo's eyes were condensed, his eyes glared, and he took a step back, bursting out the power of fruit awakening, and absorbed the gold from all around. All the surrounding buildings, objects, and even the ground turned into golden liquid, condensed into missile heads along the giant's body, and aimed at Suzuki one by one. The explosion sounded continuously on the street, and the hot flames continued to extend out, swallowing the entire street, and the flames burst into scarlet brilliance, shining on the golden giant, emitting a halo of red brilliance. The sky was densely covered with black clouds, and the suppressed air descended from the air, exuding the smell of fear. Tizalo stood up and screamed out the deepest voice in his heart, "I am the god of this world. You all die for me. Golden God punishment." At this moment, the golden missile head shot out, and with a destructive aura, it attacked Suzuki overwhelmingly. Suzuki remained motionless, standing as steady as Pan Song. Just when the missile head was about to hit Suzuki raised his eyes and stared ahead. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon danced with blood-red brilliance. Susanoo drew the long sword from behind, overflowing with the black flame of flame control, held it on his chest, and instantly slashed towards the missile head. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion erupted in the air, jetting out into the raging fire towards the sky. The sword light and the sword shadow, the long sword flashed with a bleak light, and slashed towards the head of the golden giant. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Suddenly, the head of the golden giant was broken into pieces and turned into rubble, falling to the ground like a torrential rain. The flames soared into the sky, rushing straight into the sky, and the clouds dispersed, and a huge hole appeared in the clouds in the sky, and black clouds were everywhere, and they were constantly rotating around the hole. Lightning-style Kirin. Suzuki raised his left hand, and chakra surged to his fingertips, turning into a laser beam and shooting into the sky. The sky suddenly flashed with thunder and the lightning continued to be entangled together, gradually showing the style of a unicorn, constantly beating in the dark clouds of thunder and lightning, making a thunderous sound. Suzuki glanced at the corner of his mouth, showing a charming smile, looking at Tizalo with indifferent eyes, standing silently in front of Tizalo throughout the whole process, showing his strongest strength, ravaging Tizalo like a god. The fingertips slipped, Suzuki's left hand moved downward, drawing the most beautiful trajectory in the most natural posture. The unicorn descended from the air with a thunderous force, with a majestic momentum, and hit the golden giant righteously. The unicorn bit the golden giant like a beast, swallowing the entire giant into the white screen with a dazzling light. In this white screen, Tizalo emerges as a young self in the past, the figure of Stella who has been in love with him, and Fisher Tiger who has redeemed himself from celestial dragons emerges. All this is like watching a horse flashed by. Boom! The dazzling white light covered everyone's eyes. When the white light disappeared, the golden giant had disappeared, leaving only the dying Tizalo lying on the ground, lingering. Baccarat and the others saw the golden giant disappearing in front of them, and their hearts were even more flustered, with cold sweat on their faces. Upon seeing this, Shiradeo lowered his head, and slowly extended a laser muzzle from his head, and the continuously condensed light lost at dice, laser cannonball. The laser blasted forward, and the ground trembled, and the powerful energy even suspended the gravel into the air, like a rainbow, unstoppable. Des completely hit the laser, blazing fire from his body, blood bursting out of his body, and fainted. The laser, with his huge body, kept moving forward and slammed into Mr. Tanaka. Mr. Tanaka immediately escaped into the ground and avoided the laser's shooting. As soon as the laser shot straight ahead at the pirates, a raging fire ignited for an instant, and the pirates uttered terrified shouts and calls. The scene was very bleak. Mr. Tanaka immediately fled Lin Tian and the others, escaping from the ground and said, "They are simply not human. Even our gods are defeated by just one move. Don't run away at this time, but when will you wait?" When Mr. Tanaka was about to rush forward, a figure with thunder light flashed in front of him. Mr. Tanaka had not seen the figure clearly, and before he had time to dodge again, he saw a beam of blue light flashing past, and the thunder light had penetrated his chest. Hot blood spurted out, rendering the entire floor, and Mr. Tanaka died here. Suzuki retracted his right hand, Chidori surged in his hand, looking forward with indifferent eyes, without looking straight at Mr. Tanaka. Beast Deo raised his hands and called the summoning beast, dashing among the pirates, trampling, biting, a pool of blood, and screaming again and again. A big hole suddenly appeared in the encircling circle, and directly in front of the big hole was the clock tower where the treasure was located. This was also the place where all the assets and treasures looted in Tizalo's life were stored. Lin Tian walked forward slowly, and Baccarat immediately called a large number of pirates to rush forward, and when he was about to encircle Lin Tian, a shot of 1,000 birds shot through their bodies and blocked them in front of them. What? Baccarat stared around for a week. Suzuki appeared in front of them, holding the damn pheasant sword in his hand, and a sense of killing filled the audience, so that everyone did not dare to act rashly. Lin Tian swaggered into the clock tower, with an indifferent look on his face, scanned the front and said, "Xiao Xiao, where are the treasures?" Chapter 141. Xiao Xiao appeared in Lin Tian's mind and said, "Just in front, master." Lin Tian looked forward to the long corridors and long stairs, with numerous organs and doors standing in front of him, and said impatiently, "Obviously, there are all kinds of organ traps in front of him. It's a waste of time. Drink." Lin Tian draws a big circle with his right foot and makes a sword-drawing action. Lin Tian's right hand flashed higher in Meru, and the blade shot out with the freezing cold sword aura, breaking all organ traps in front of him, breaking through the heavy doors, and a golden light flashed out in front of Lin Tian, dazzling and dazzling. This is like a treasure hunt. Lin Tian smiled faintly, and moved towards the golden light. At the side of the pirate ship Tesoro, a group of pirate ships appeared, and all of a sudden, Tesoro's side was surrounded by water. A tall figure appeared at the bow and said, "The city in front of you is the entertainment city, Tesoro." "Yes, Captain Kaido." Jack the Drow appeared next to Kaido and said, "According to Doflamingo's news, Jaws of the Whitebeard Pirates is on this ship to trade devil fruit with Tesoro." Guy 377 smiled more and said, "Unexpectedly, when the weak chicken is also useful, let me and the Whitebeard Pirates have a fight." "Jack, you just wait for me here." Although he is the captain of the Four Emperors pirate group and leads a large army, Kaido's favorite thing to do is to put aside his hands and find someone to single out. Or maybe, just challenge a whole great power alone. Kaido has not done this kind of crazy thing, but has done a lot of words. As one of the three plagues, Jack knows Kaido's character well. Okay, follow orders. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Kaido squatted down and jumped hard, soaring into the sky. The mammoth could not stand the impact of Kaido, and it was constantly swaying in the sea. Suddenly the waves around the mammoth were surging, and it seemed to be crumbling. Jack looked forward, and the flames flickered on the Tesoro ship, and he felt the bloody smell of war. Beasts Pirates has always been eager to wage war with the Whitebeard Pirates, but they couldn't find a chance. Now that Jaws came to Tesoro to buy devil fruit, he was simply throwing himself into the net. Recalling the thrill of fighting, Jack couldn't help but move. Soon after, Lin Tian walked into the deepest part of the clock tower. There was Tesoro's lifetime treasury, which was brilliant and dazzling. Walking into the treasury on the first floor, there are 500 billion berries cash stored here, which looks very dazzling under the dazzling golden light. Lin Tian walked in and touched it and said, "I didn't expect that there would be so much cash here. The money will be mine in the future, ha ha ha." The laughter echoed continuously in the treasury, and the sound ran through the ears, and it sounded numb. Lin Tian said, "Xiao Xiao, where is the treasure? Give me an instruction." Xiao Xiao gradually came to mind and slowly said, "Master. Right in front of you." Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect the treasure to be hidden in the money piled up as high as a mountain. Lin Tian smiled slightly and waved his right hand vigorously. Suddenly, the mountain-like money suddenly collapsed. Thousands and countless banknotes were sprinkled in the air gracefully, exuding the golden light of drunken gold fans, gorgeous and dazzling. At this moment, the sky seemed to rain like money, dazzling and intoxicating, but Lin Tian looked at the front disapprovingly, and the abnormal white light flashed out and came into view. Xiao Zioxin said with joy, "Congratulations to the master for obtaining a 4-star treasure." At this moment, in the sky above the clock tower, a huge figure rushed downwards continuously, cutting the air continuously, and a wine-red flame emerged from its body, striking down like a cannonball. Boom! Suddenly, the big egg on the top of the clock tower was broken through a big hole, and countless broken stones fell from the air and smashed into Lin Tian. An aura of awe-inspiring rises into the air. Lin Tian condenses chakra, and the lightning-style armor is armed on it, shining with thunder. Lei Guang kept jumping on Lin Tian's head, smashing any meteorite that was about to smash on Lin Tian's head. The meteorite was shattered in an instant, and Lin Tian was buried in the dust. The dark figure with the firelight descended from the air and directly fell in front of Lin Tian. The powerful impact suddenly shattered the ground into sections of giant pits. The aftermath continued to spread to the surroundings, fluctuating with firelight, and the entire ground was because of this. It burned. The flame spread rapidly to the surroundings, destroying all the banknotes in the treasury, and flames continued to fly in the air, falling down like sakura flowers stained with blood, and it only disappeared in an instant, poignant and yet again bright. The powerful impact also drove a whirlwind to rise from the ground, cutting the surrounding air continuously, making a harsh sound. The whirlwind continued to blow everything around to the edge, and the dust also dispersed. The tall and burly dark shadow gradually appeared, a black-haired shawl, with a pair of horns, and a long beard, appeared in front of Lin Tian like an ancient demon. The distance between the two was only a step away, at your fingertips. This person is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Kaido looks at the seemingly weak figure in front of him, thinking that he can meet a strong opponent to kill him, but in front of him is a child who is still young and feels very dissatisfied. I thought that the one who appeared in front of Laozi would be the immortal Whitebeard, but he didn't expect it to be the Emperor of Heaven. Kaido looked at Lin Tian with disdain. Isn't this Kaido? Thousands of miles descended from the air, destroying all the money I just found. Is it tired of life? Lin Tian looked at the messy surroundings, thought of the 500 billion berry just now, and suddenly all disappeared in front of him, feeling very unhappy. Kaido provocatively said, Laozi is tired of living. I heard that the Emperor is going to be windy and rainy recently. Laozi wants to see how capable you are. Can you kill Laozi? Chapter 142. Kaido raised his right fist, and the heavy armament haki condensed on it, emitting a dark but dazzling light, and slammed it on Lin Tian's head. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Lin Tian, Xiao Xiao appeared in Lin Tian's mind at this time and asked, "Master, do you need to open the treasure now?" Lin Tian smiled faintly, "Open it." Suddenly a golden white light appeared behind Kaido, and a figure wearing a cloak embroidered with red clouds gradually walked out of it. Universal pull. A sense of killing radiated from the silhouette, suppressing everything around him. Xiao Xiao said, "Congratulations to the master for getting the 4-star semi-permanent summon, Vortex Nagato." Kaido, who was about to hit Lin Tian, was suddenly seduced by a wonderful force, stopped the movement in his hand, and even pulled his body back, unstoppable. What? Kaido was very surprised. His whole body retreated completely uncontrollably. His anger rose sharply. His face was full of blue veins, and his whole body was concentrated. His feet stepped into the ground forcefully, and he was about to resist the attraction of universal pull. Nagato flashed Rin-Egan, his eyes focused, and the powerful chakra hovered along the meridians to his hands. With his hands together, the power of universal pull continued to strengthen, and the ground was even broken into pieces of rubble, rising into the air and flying towards Nagato. Kaido rose from the ground in an instant, suspended in the air, an unstoppable attraction that attracted Nagato like a black hole. In an instant, Nagato's eyes stared straight up, and with a strong wave of both hands, the sublime chakra rushed out, exuding the repulsive force of the shaking of the earth. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Suddenly, Kaido, who had been retreating, rammed forward, broke through the wall of the clock tower, and hit the ground. Boom! The strong repulsive force did not stop because of this, and even dragged Kaido back along the ground continuously, drawing deep dents on the ground. Kaido is like a monkey in a circus all the way, being played by Nagato without any backhand, making people laugh. Lin Tian looked at such a bleak Kaido, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked and said, "Only you, it is not worth my hands." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Kaido stood up and glanced at Lin Tian angrily, his heart was full of unhappiness. Suddenly Kaido's blue veins burst out of his body, and King Kong looked at Nagato angrily and said, "Attacked Laozi behind him, I will leave you dead now." Nagato chuckled, didn't care at all, but looked at Lin Tian and asked, "I don't know if the Emperor of Heaven summons me out, what's the order?" Lin Tian looked at Kaido and said to Nagato, "It's not a big deal, but can you stand on your feet now?" "Yes, after being called by you, the damage to my body was directly repaired. I have to thank you for this." Nagato thanked you seriously. Lin Tian waved his hand and said, "Let me see your strength first." The original Nagato was physically disabled. After losing his mobility, he lost most of his strength. Nagato is different now in its heyday. It is definitely not an exaggeration to rank 4 stars in strength. "Okay." Nagato answered. Kaido watched as the two people in front of him talked and laughed as if they were not the same thing, and his heart was full of anger. In other words, I am also one of the 4 emperors who are famous in the world. My name alone can make others feel scared, but now I am underestimated to completely ignore him. Kaido is even more angry at this time. Kaido pushed his feet hard to the ground and jumped up. The powerful impact shattered the ground, and pits appeared one after another. Armament Haki entrenched himself. Kaido's upper body turned black for an instant, glowing with pitch-black light under the surrounding firelight, and he rushed towards Nagato with an aura of swallowing mountains and rivers. Nagato drew a beautiful circle with his right foot and turned around beautifully. Chakra hovered in his hand again, pointing at Kaido and flicking downwards. Kaido slammed into the ground uncontrollably again. What's going on? Is this the guy's ability? Kaido was hitting the ground face to face. As a result, a huge human-shaped crater burst out on the ground, and Kaido, who was stuck in it, couldn't move all of a sudden. Just this ability is not enough to subdue Laozi. Kaido's anger rose, and armament Haki also condensed all over his body. The powerful aura even appeared on Kaido's body, exuding black shadows visible to the naked eye, hovering around Kaido. This is the expression of Kaido, known as the world's strongest creature, whose power is smelted to the extreme. Kaido opened his hands and grabbed the ground forcefully, mobilizing the power of his whole body to hug the ground forcefully. His shoulder blades stood out from the huge muscle group, and the whole ground was burst into powder in an instant. The ground also shattered into bottomless cracks, spreading magnificently, with great momentum, unstoppable, and approaching Nagato. Nagato stepped hard on the ground, soared into the air, flashed to the side, and looked forward along the crack. Kaido disappeared. The crack kept rushing forward, swallowing everything in, and falling into the bottom of the ship. At this time, a huge collapse appeared on the ground between Lin Tian and Nagato, raising dust and covering everything around it. The sound of explosions in the distance continued to blast, and the buildings on the other side of Tesoro were completely destroyed by successive explosions. The ground began to collapse gradually. The ground was full of pits. If you accidentally, you might fall to the bottom of the ship, buried by gravel, and never turn over. Under a piece of collapsed building, there was a faint sound, which was the sound of playing with rubble. With a loud bang, a huge building rubble was thrown in front, and a miserable figure emerged from the ruins. I was blown out to faint and fell to one side, definitely can't let Deidara go. Jaws stood out from the rubble and looked at the ruined walls around him, his eyes full of anger, and his heart was full of anger and worry. Chapter 143. I don't know what's going on with my crew, I have to return to the battlefield soon. Jaws just wanted to take a step, a huge pain came from his left arm, tearing his nerves and Jaws had to yell, "Ah! It hurts!" Jaws looked at his left arm. There were various wounds on his left arm, and the blood flowed steadily. He thought, if he hadn't been surrounded by diamonds all over his body at that moment, he would have been broken to pieces and dead. At the thought of this, Jaws gritted his teeth even more anger, his eyes projecting hatred of Deidara. Although the hard diamond armor could barely save his life in the explosion of his whole body, it was impossible to get out of his body. Jaws had to endure the pain, holding the wound on his left arm with his right hand, and jumping to the height of the ruins to look around. Suddenly a huge sound pierced into Kiyozi's ears. Kiyozi looked for fame. A huge figure popped out of the clock tower in the distance, and it was Kaido. "Kaido, why are you here?" Jaws froze in shock, staring blankly at Kaido, only to see Kaido glaring at the front. It was Lin Tian in front of him. And not far from Lin Tian, there is another young guy dressed in red clouds embroidered with Kaido. Jaws laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect God to be so attached to me," so he sent Kaido and Lin Tian to singles. Kaido is the strongest singled, I think Lin Tian is not dead this time. At this moment, a huge sensation swept over and collapsed the ruins at Kiyozi's feet. Kiyozi immediately jumped up when he saw it, flashed aside, and looked at Kaido and Lin Tian again. What? Kaido was actually pressed to the ground motionless. Jaws looked at Kaido, who had collapsed into the ground, his eyes widened, shocked, and he looked forward in Kaido's direction. It was the young man dressed in red clouds. Jaws' heart was beating more and more quickly, but in the ruins of noise, the beating sound appeared very sharp and harsh. Jaws took a deep breath and looked at the guy with a cold sweat on his hands. Is there a subordinate under the Heavenly Emperor who can match the strength of Kaido? But from the current situation, this guy is simply here. Crush Kaido. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Kaido has always been feared by the world. Its powerful body is more like a demon from hell, shaking the world, but such a powerful Kaido is pressed to the ground by Nagato, it is difficult to move. You can imagine the strength of Nagato, how powerful. And Lin Tian, who is in charge of all the characters in the Akatsuki organization, as the commander, his strength surpasses everyone in the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of this, Jaws' legs numb and sit on the spot. It took a while before he came back to his senses and looked again. To the clock tower. At this time, the clock tower was buried by layers of wind and sand. When the wind and sand dissipated, only Lin Tian and the others were seen near the clock tower, but Kaido was nowhere to be seen. I saw huge pits collapsed in front of Lin Tian, and the rubble of the building sank into the bottom of the ship one by one. Kaido carefully observed the vicinity of the clock tower and saw a trace of golden light shining out of it. Kaido couldn't help but twitched his eyebrows, and thought, now the biggest task is to bring back Devil Fruit, and now Kaido is fighting the Emperor and the others, distracting the Emperor's attention, isn't it right now? Before coming to the Tisalo deal, Kaido had already planned to take Devil Fruit from Tisalo, and had already investigated the location of Tisalo's treasure house, which was the clock tower behind Lin Tian. Although the clock tower has collapsed in half, Tisalo is very insidious. Most of the treasures are not hidden on the clock tower, but the bottom of the ship directly below the clock tower, which was originally used for underground auctions. Devil Fruit. Kaido turned around and looked around, seeing Deidara and the others still fighting with his subordinates, blowing up everything around him, but he had no choice but to hold back the anger in his heart and quietly stepped towards the clock tower. For Kaido, this is a promise that he promised his life in front of Whitebeard. You must get Devil Fruit. Near the clock tower. Nagato looked at the collapsed pit around him, still surrounded by dust, and no one was seen. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly emerged from directly below Nagato's feet, driving the momentum to smash the sky and the earth, soaring and crashing into the ground under Nagato's feet. Nagato jumped up and hovered in the air, perfectly avoiding the impact of the figure, and this figure is Kaido. Kaido was so angry that he clasped his hands tightly, and the anger lingered around him, exuding an air of fear, which was creepy. Kaido raised his heavy arm, leaped up, and slammed straight at Nagato, seeing that his fist was about to hit Nagato. Shen Luo Tianzhang. A powerful whirlwind encircled Nagato and cut around, smashing Kaido into the ground again, unable to move for an instant. Nagato took advantage of the situation, shook his right hand from top to bottom, and shook a black stick from his sleeve. Chakra emerged from his body, just wrapped around the black stick like a snake out of a hole. Wind-style palm of gale. The chakra surrounding the black rod instantly turned into a noisy whirlwind. Nagato waved hard and the black rod drove the whirlwind, piercing Kaido's back like a rainbow. Cyclone 3.4 continues to intensify, howling, producing a series of wind blades. The wind blades continuously cut the air, making continuous squeaking sounds, showing visible storms in the air. Quack! Quack! The moment the black rod pierced Kaido's back, it shattered and made a harsh sound. The broken iron flew in the air, shining a little bit of light, but the wind blade still cut down, leaving a trail of wind marks behind Kaido. The seemingly faint wind traces slipped on Kaido's body, and layers of traces were entangled, blood flowed down, and Kaido's back was stained red. Although the wind mark is very shallow, it really leaves a wound on Kaido's body. Chapter 144. How is this possible? Kaido was so shocked that he was stunned. I have always been proud and complacent, and my body that is as rigid as a copper wall and iron wall has been cut through wounds, and the pain continues to pierce my brain along the nerves, allowing Kaido to fully feel the excitement of the arrival of the battle. This is the excitement that Kaido has sought for a long time. It is the pleasure that can only be obtained by fighting against the strong. The blood is constantly floating and the smell of bleeding. Kaido's unusual excitement after smelling it, instantly bursts out of the whole body with a monstrous force. Kaido hovering in the air, with bloodshot eyes, clenched fists, and attacked Nagato with a strong killing intent. It can actually hurt Laozi. Don't want to leave Laozi safely. Take it. Nagato looked at Kaido, who was constantly exuding murderous air, and his eyes narrowed. It seems that simple moves can't put you to death. Then accept my strongest attack. Planetary devastation. Nagato's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and he raised his hands and pressed his palms together. In an instant, all the rebel 19 around him rose into the sky, rushing towards Kaido one by one. Countless rebel hit Kaido one after another. Kaido grabbed the rebel in front of him and shattered it. However, the continuous rebel caught Kaido by surprise. In the end, he could only hover in the air and watch the rebel help him. Wrap it and bury it in darkness. The heavy chakra continued to condense and spread out, even infiltrating into the ground around Nagato. As a result, the ground was broken into huge pieces of gravel, which hit Kaido, completely sealing Kaido in the gravel. A ball-shaped boulder was suspended in front of Nagato, surrounded by countless bottomless pits. The original noisy sound suddenly stopped, everything seemed so quiet. At this moment, Jaws, who came quietly from 1,000 miles away, witnessed all this with his own eyes, looked at Lin Tian and the others dumbfounded. His legs were numb in fright, and he didn't dare to approach easily. What's going on? Kaido was suppressed immovable with just 2 or 3 moves, and Kaido is now sealed in a boulder. What kind of power is this? It is so powerful. Jaws didn't dare to move forward, watching Nagato and boulder, waiting for the change of the battle. The boulder was suspended in the air, and Nagato stared at the boulder without saying a word. A depressing atmosphere swept down, suffocating. Suddenly, there was a continuous roar from the boulder, breaking the silence of the audience. The boulder slowly collapsed, and it was about to be completely broken. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Nagato frowned, and immediately a chakra emerged from his body, forming a whirlwind hovering over his hands. Suddenly the boulders broke apart, and the broken stones fell from the air, shooting at Lin Tian and Nagato like 10,000 arrows. Nagato raised his hands and raised them into the air. Chakra followed the direction of his hands to cater up. A huge repulsive shield appeared above Nagato and Lin Tian to resist the attack of the gravel. The rebel fell on the repulsion cover one after another. The seemingly weak repulsion cover was exceptionally hard. All the rebel shattered into small loose stones at the moment when it collided with the repulsion cover, and was bounced back by the repulsion cover. On the ground, the shattering boulder was shrouded in layers of wind and sand. Nagato looked up at the boulder and saw a tall and burly figure vaguely. White eyes flashed in this dark figure, seeming to lose his mind, constantly roaring. What is that? Is it Kaido? Jaws looked at the chilling tall black shadow with fear and felt a strong sense of disobedience. The huge boulder with black shadow suspended in the air leaped down, and the powerful reaction force shattered the boulder in an instant. Clouds of sand and dust rained down from it. The sky was dim and the earth was dark, completely covering Nagato's vision. Even with such sandy soil covering the sky, Kaido's figure can be clearly seen rushing towards Nagato. The powerful impact broke through the dust flying all over the sky, and shattered the wind and sand that had originally obscured the sun and opened an exit. The surprising moonlight shone down and reflected on Kaido. The moonlight kept shining on Kaido, emitting dazzling white light along the edge of Kaido's body, ditching Kaido's burly and strong figure. Kaido's eyes were white at this time, and his eyes seemed to lose their brilliance. The previous reason could not be seen in his eyes. The powerful armament haki was wrapped around his body, exuding a pitch-black brilliance. This is Kaido after the anger reaches its extreme. The power rushes through the whole body, exploding to the limit of the whole body, showing unprecedented strength. Boom! A heavy loud noise penetrated into the ears and resounded across the horizon, and a series of visible sound waves erupted from it, rolling up and overlapping hurricanes, dancing around, cutting everything around. Boom! Kaido broke through Nagato's outermost repulsion shield, broke through and slammed into Nagato unstoppably. Sure enough, this level of planetary devastation is not enough to completely suppress you. Nagato looked at 557 intently and waved his hands in Kaido's direction. Shinra Tianzhang. Suddenly a new repulsive force spread out violently, and a powerful repulsive force hit Kaido, instantly dispelling Kaido's impact. When Kaido was about to retreat, a powerful conqueror's haki was armed on Kaido, with an astonishing aura flying out, tearing everything and sweeping across the ages. Kaido glared at the front suddenly, a powerful invisible force glowed from his hand, heavy hurricanes wrapped him, and all the surrounding rubble suddenly rose into the air, vigorously. Kaido shook his right fist vigorously and slammed it down. The hurricane burst into the sky like a rainbow. Suddenly, the sky blasted through the sky with a loud bang, and the mighty conqueror's haki drove the mighty momentum, struck the sky overwhelmingly, and instantly tore the Shenra Tianzhang. What? Nagato was surprised. The violent fist wind erupted from the right fist hit the ground violently, and the ground was shattered, suddenly turning into piles of rubble and falling to the bottom of the ship. Chapter 145. Suddenly a huge pothole spread, swallowing everything in. Is this the true strength of Kaido? Jaws said in shock from the side. Jaws has been following Whitebeard for decades, sailing at sea for decades, during which he also had some fights with beasts pirates, but so far has never seen Kaido with such a powerful force. In his opinion, Kaido now has lost his reason, and relies on the instinct to fight against the desire to fight Nagato. When I think about it carefully, facing Kaido, who is as powerful as a devil, Nagato still calmly fights face to face with Kaido. It seems that Kaido has the upper hand. In fact, Kaido has not hurt Nagato's hair. One can imagine how powerful Nagato is, but from the current situation, the battle between the two has been stuck in a stalemate, and it is impossible to clearly say who wins and who loses. Jaws thought so, and stared blankly on the side. Ah! What's going on? Suddenly, a powerful fist wind disintegrated the floor under Jaws' feet, and Jaws, who was seriously injured, had no time to dodge and fell under the clock tower. Ah! Jaws was constantly hit by the collapsed building above, and fell to the bottom of the ship. Blood flew across the way, the wound on his left arm expanded and the blood flow continued. At this time, Jaws looked very exhausted, and he became swaying as he walked. He looked around for a while, and a golden light suddenly stood out in front of him, breaking the darkness at the bottom of the ship. Presumably that is where Tizalo's treasure house is located. Now quickly get devil fruit and get out of this ghost place. Jaws gritted his teeth and walked forward, watching the gravel on his head. The clock tower was collapsed by Kaido's punch in an instant, and all sank to the bottom of the ship. Seeing the momentum, Lin Tian also jumped up, avoiding Kaido's fist-wind attack. Boom! Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At this time, a huge pothole appeared in front of Lin Tian, and Kaido could not be seen. Nagato relied on Rinnegan's beast way to summon Yatagara, ride on it, avoiding Kaido's offensive. Nagato looked down below, and the ground that was constantly collapsing once earth coiling buried layers of sand and dust covering the entire vicinity of the clock tower, and no one could be seen. A powerful aura in the dust continued to flicker, came directly below Nagato, suddenly flew into the air, broke through layers of dust, and rushed straight to the clouds to attack Nagato. The bright moon shuttled among the dark clouds, a little bit of starlight shrouded it, and it happened that a clear moonlight should be on Nagato's body. Under the moonlight, Nagato clearly saw the sudden and powerful breath. It was Kaido. The mighty armament haki hovered all over his body, revealing a deep murderous intent. Kaido raised his right fist and rushed straight towards Yatau, unstoppable. Immediately, Nagato stepped hard on the ground and flashed to the side. In an instant, a dark figure, with a murderous intent of the forest, pierced through Yatau and rushed to Nagato. At this moment, the two confronted each other face to face. The tall and burly body, like a ghost, obscured Nagato's vision. Nagato quickly turned Rinnegan, and the whole body of Chakra was condensed in his hands, ready to go. Kaido raised his right fist, and the heavy armament haki was condensed on his fist, shining with a unique brilliance, bursting with unprecedented energy, and pressing against Nagato. Nagato turned his head back to dodge, only to see Kaido's right fist slid in front of his eyes, and the distance between the two was only a finger. Kaido suddenly exploded with majestic strength again. A sky-breaking force galloped on the right fist, accelerating the swing of the right fist, and hurricanes followed Kaido's right fist, lingering. Wind blades continuously swirled in front of Nagato, twitching the surrounding air, sucking Nagato into his fist. Seeing that he was about to hit his fist head-on, Nagato laughed loudly, just to my liking. With the help of the fist wind pulling his body, Nagato lifted his legs, jumped out and stepped on Kaido's abdomen, bending down his waist to avoid Kaido's right fist. The fist wind rushed forward, and a whirlwind swept forward, like a bamboo, breaking through everything in front of him. For a period of time, the wind blade passed in front of Nagato. Nagato did not stop his actions, and it was an important moment for counterattack. Nagato stretched out his hands and glared at Kaido, Ultra Shinra Tianzhang. The extraordinary power of Chakra burst out of his hands, rushed towards Kaido, and instantly burst Kaido's whole person out. The powerful impact knocked Kaido from the air to the ground, making a loud bang. Kaido fell like a meteor that pierced the sky, and the powerful impact continued to break through the heavy air, bursting into the air with shock waves visible to the naked eye. There was a continuous burst of loud noises from the air, and the successive noises impacted everyone's eardrums, full of stamina, making people dizzy. Nagato's hands continued to explode with the power of the sky, and the sky fell straight down, speaking out bursts of earth-shattering loud noises. Boom! Boom! The shocking power erupted by Super Shinra Tianzhang hit the ship, and all the buildings under Nagato were shattered, and went straight into the bottom of the ship like mountains and seas, and even penetrated the bottom of the ship. The sea leaped up under a strong impact, and the huge waves rushed to the sky, washing everything on the ship. Kaido crashed into high-rise buildings and fell to the ground, but still rushed forward unabated, sliding continuously on the ground. Wherever he went, the ground was shattered, and the buildings on the ground fell into the bottom of the ship. There are huge pits in the gully. On the other side of Tesoro, a seaman rushed to the front of the lieutenant after earnestly looking ahead. Standing in front of the marine soldier was a lieutenant general wearing a lattice coat, sunglasses, and lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his face. He turned to look at the marine soldier, and a little moonlight shone on his face, revealing an indifferent look. The marine reported, "Report to Lieutenant Vigor. The Tesoro ship is right in front of you. Please instruct." Chapter 146. The whole army strikes, grab Tesoro. Vigor shouted and ordered. Warships one after another directed all their artillery fire at the Tesoro ship in the distance, spraying out one after another, overlapping and intensively attacking the Tesoro ship. Boom! Boom! The explosion sounded continuously, blasting all the buildings on the ship to gravel. The previous battles had severely damaged the Tesoro ship, and now it is even more unbearable, especially Nagato's Super Shinra heavenly forces created a huge pit in the middle of the ship, and the sea continued to swept into the bottom of the ship. The current Tesoro ship could not withstand the rate of artillery fire, and it was swaying constantly, and it was about to sink. The waves hit the sky and washed away the gravel and rubble on the ship. Lin Tian immediately jumped to the side and said, "Ah, the ship sunk before it is finished. It seems that this place shouldn't be left for long." Lin Tian waved his arm slowly. Nagato gradually disappeared, watching the surroundings. Roar! Roar! A segment of hissing sound was uploaded from the beginning. This is the loud noise made by Deidara's giant bird flapping. Lin Tian laughed and said, "It's just coming." Lin Tian jumped onto the back of the giant bird, and it was the Azura Deo standing in front of him. 407. Shura Deo asked Lin Tian, "Master Tian, Beast Deo, she is worried that Akatsuki will sink the ship." She ran to the port first and drove Akatsuki out. The original splendid Tesoro ship, but now it is in a mess. Lin Tian watched the gold sinking into the bottom of the ship one by one, feeling really sorry. But since he couldn't get it, he didn't have to reluctantly. Originally, he came here for the purpose of looking for treasures, but he didn't expect to meet such a person all the way, and finally fight with Kaido. Lin Tian stood on the side with a thoughtful appearance, and thought. Kaido exploded with amazing power at the end. I didn't expect Kaido to still have the last hand to use Conqueror's haki to the extreme. It seems that he still needs to work harder. Just sublimate yourself. In that case, let's go. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Lin Tian thought about it in his heart, and decisively ordered everyone, "Comrades, let's go, back to Akatsuki." On the Mammoth, a pirate came to Jack in a panic, and said, "Report. A marine's ship is found not far ahead. Will it fire an attack?" Jack looked forward, watching Tesoro's continuous fireworks and said, "Forget about marine, and see what happened on the Tesoro ship." The pirate said, "We found that marine was constantly attacking the Tesoro ship, and there were many marines on the Tesoro ship, but the ship was about to sink to the bottom of the sea." "Sink to the bottom?" Jack asked curiously. "Yes, fierce fighting seems to be taking place on the ship, the damage is serious, and the ship is about to sink," the pirate said. Jack took the binoculars in the pirate's hand and looked around carefully, and found that the ship was burning with fire and smoke, and the waves hit the ship, and the ship was about to sink. Jack shouted and ordered, "Little ones, start the boat for me, the Mammoth is going to pick up Captain Kaido." Marine parked the warships next to Tesoro and threw the rope to the side of the ship. A team of Marines rushed onto the ship along the rope, accelerated and ran forward, and rushed in before the shipwreck. Inside, grab Tesoro. Another team of Marines continued to lead some of the poor people on the ship to the Marine warship to rescue them. Vigordo also got on the boat with them, looked around, his eyes full of gazes, and he froze in place for a moment. Not long ago, Marine received news from the nobles who had escaped from Tesoro. Lin Tian and Tesoro had a fierce battle and knocked down Tesoro and asked Marine to come to help. Naval Headquarters Malin Vando immediately issued an order to the Marine G5 branch in New World, sent troops to sea to rescue the civilian nobles, and captured Tesoro and to impel down. Upon receiving the news, Vigordo immediately voluntarily turned himself in. On the surface, as the base commander of the Marine G6 branch, he was actually a spy that Doflamingo had always dispatched to Marine. Vigordo came to Tesoro this time, seemingly on a mission to catch Tesoro himself, but in fact he was trying to rescue Tesoro. Tesoro has always been a strong business partner of Doflamingo. If Tizalo is killed by Lin Tian in this way, it will inevitably bring serious losses to Doflamingo, so Tizalo must be rescued. The sea was constantly impacting all kinds of monstrous waves hitting the Tizalo ship, and the whole ship was in chaos and sinking. The marines continued to rush forward and finally came to Tizalo. The sea soldier was so excited that he rushed forward. Suddenly a tall and burly body jumped out of the ruins, blocking everyone's sight. Kaido? Why is Kaido here? A seaman said in astonishment. What? Kaido? Kaido, the strongest creature on the sea that can't be killed anyway, a seaman shouted in surprise. Kaido trembled, shaking off the dust from his body, his eyes gradually regained his wink, and he looked ahead and said, Where is this? Where is the Emperor? Come out and fight me. Kaido let out a chilling roar, and the surrounding marine's legs were numb and he knelt on the ground. Run! Kaido is here. You will die if you don't run away. The seaman far away from Kaido shouted immediately, and crawled on the ground and fled backwards. Kaido came back to his senses at once, looking at the surrounding ruins, unable to see Lin Tian's figure, angrily said, God! I will not let you go next time I meet. Kaido suddenly flashed and appeared in front of a seaman. With a wave of his hand, he shot him, and suddenly flew aside, hitting the ground, making a creaking sound of broken bones. When the other marines saw it, they knelt on the spot in shock, staring blankly at Kaido's continuous killing of his companions, screaming continuously, resounding throughout the audience. What happened? Vigada looked for a sound, and hurriedly rushed to the inside of the ship. Chapter 147. The next moment, he saw Kaido's figure, too scared to move easily. Why is Kaido here? This must be reported to Doflamingo. The cruel howling sound kept coming. Kaido bloodstained the seaman all at once, and looked far away. Shining artillery fire shot into the air, illuminating the sea on one side. Suddenly a familiar ship's shadow appeared. It was the mammoth. Kaido waved his hands lightly, the blood shot from his hands fell out of his hands and dripped onto the ground, and he leaped away from here, leaving only a pool of blood. Vigordo hurriedly stepped forward and saw the dying Tizalo said, I just heard that he was fighting with the Emperor, but I didn't expect to suffer such a serious injury. Vigordo looked at Tizalo in surprise, shocked in his heart, reluctantly lifted his body on his shoulders and accelerated away. On the other side, Kaido returned to the mammoth. Jack immediately walked forward to the back of Kaido and looked up to see the crisscross wounds on Kaido's back. He was surprised and said, Master Kaido, what's the matter with your back wounds? Kaido heard this and immediately said angrily, this is the wound he got when he was fighting with the Emperor of damn it, I won't let him go. Jack's eyes widened in fright, and he looked at Kaido's back in disbelief. He had never seen a wound on Kaido's body before. Kaido's body was impenetrable, as rigid as a golden bell, unable to break through, but now he was injured by Lin Tian and left so many wounds. Thinking of this, Jack was even more shocked, leaving a trace of fear in his heart. And Lin Tian, who caused all of this, returned to the Akatsuki on the giant bird. Lin Tian stood at the bow and watched Tesoro continuously sinking into the bottom of the sea. His heart was full of regrets. It's a pity, my gold. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. A hall of the world government in the Holy Land Maria was filled with a solemn atmosphere. 5 old people sat there solemnly, seeming to be discussing something. These 5 old people are the 5 leaders with the highest authority in the world government. No one has ever mentioned their names. They have always been collectively referred to as 5 elders. The luxurious and beautiful ceiling is shining with the brilliance of drunken gold fans, shining on the body of 5 elders, with a distinctive king style. An old man wearing a dark green suit with a bald head, a figure 8-shaped beard on his face, and a Madara birthmark on his forehead broke the heavy voice on the scene. This time, you are not here urgently for anything else, it is the matter of the Emperor of Heaven. The word TND had just blurted out, and the other 4 old people frowned. This month, I have been hearing all kinds of news that shocked the world about the Emperor of Heaven. Not long ago, he broke through the encirclement of Zephyr and was still making a lot of noise in Malinfan. Not only that, there was a conflict between the Fishman Island and Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was held hostage. Just now, I heard the news of the TND and Kaido war. These news continue to spread all over the world, making everyone afraid of the TND. The forces all over the world are evading the TND. Even if 5 elders of the world government heard about the TND person, they would naturally feel a little worried in their hearts. Presumably everyone has heard of the Emperor Tian and his Akatsuki organization in the recent great achievements. These days, he has been spreading his news crazily. It can be said that the whole world has been led by him. Up! The bald old man said with a sob. Indeed, the world is paying attention to every move of the Emperor of Heaven. If this continues, the Emperor of Heaven will definitely become a threat to the 3 balances of naval headquarters, 7 warlords of the sea, and 4 emperors that have been maintained for a long time. Another old man looked at the other 4 old people and said, with white curly hair, Peng Song's white beard, and wearing a suit, a serious atmosphere came from him, causing the others to fall into silence again. Naval Headquarters, 7 Warlords of the Sea, New World 4 Emperors. These are the 3 well-known maritime forces. Once the balance is broken, the consequences will be unimaginable. No one hopes that besides the 3 major maritime forces, there will be a 4th major force. Suddenly a loud bang came and pierced everyone's ears. Everyone looked for their reputation. An old man wearing a white robe and holding a large sword in his hand kept smashing the ground and said, "Sengoku and the others don't know what they think." They even asked the emperor to be Shishibukai. Naval Headquarters is nothing but the surface image of the world government. Sengoku went beyond our consent and directly announced that the Emperor of Heaven had become Shishibukai. It's a shame to the world government. 0. Not only that, I also heard that Marine also promised to give him 10 devil fruits as a sincerity in order to make the Emperor Shishibukai. It is beyond bearable. The old man wearing a dark blue suit, long straight white hair and a bunch of white beard glared. When the other 4 heard this sentence, they were even more angry and furious, constantly insulting and criticizing Marine's incompetence. It's too late to blame Sengoku. The most troublesome problem now is that the Emperor is still fighting the 4 emperors. Even Whitebeard can't help him. If you let it go, sooner or later it will threaten the safety of the world government. Suddenly a voice interrupted their argument. An old blonde man in a crimson suit interrupted, and the others nodded after hearing it. For 5 elders, the most important thing now is how to solve Lin Tian's problem. Well, instead of wasting time blaming Sengoku and condemning him, let him summon the rest of Shishibukai to besiege the Emperor in one fell swoop. This is a good method. While the Emperor is still a member of Shishibukai, Marine can also summon him, set a trap at that time, and attack him when he is unprepared. Wouldn't it be better? The 5 elders unanimously reached an agreement and immediately issued an order to Sengoku. Chapter 148. Malinfan's Office. Sengoku summoned Garp and Tsuru, and solemnly said, "The 5 elders have just sent us an important order to summon the rest of Shishibukai and set a trap to besiege the Emperor." Garp, who was still eating senbei, suddenly clenched his fists in surprise. All the senbei turned into powder and fell on the table, saying, "Is this true? 5 elders want us to besiege the Emperor." "Yes, so I called you over immediately to discuss this matter," Sengoku said. He paused and looked at Sengoku with a thoughtful look, "But now that the Emperor is in New World, how should we trick the Emperor?" Sengoku said indifferently, "We still owe 5 devil fruits to the Emperor here. We can use this as an excuse to bring the Emperor to the Chambord Islands. Then send me again to bring the Emperor over." Garp offered himself. Garp has always been very angry about Lin Tian injuring Marine Admiral and killing many Marine soldiers. Although the Marine government held a public funeral ceremony for the dead soldiers, he still feels very ashamed. At this time, Sengoku's command was the moment for Garp to take revenge. Garp clenched his fists, full of anger in his chest. "Don't cause me any new troubles this time." 5 elders is very dissatisfied with Marine's promise to give 10 devil fruits to the Emperor. "These are all problems caused by your arrogance." Sengoku looked at Garp angrily and criticized. "I promise not this time," Garp said. "Then send you to take the Emperor to Marine Station number 60 in Chambord Islands, where we will set a trap to surround the Emperor. This operation can only succeed without fail," Sengoku shouted. Crane watched Sengoku and Garp silently from the side, full of worries, but didn't say it clearly, but just nodded and promised Sengoku and Garp's strategy. Lin Tian, who came out of the Tesoro ship, have been wandering on the Sea of New World for the past few days, walking aimlessly. Suddenly, Shuradeo, standing on the bridge of the bow, said loudly, "My Lord Heaven! There is a marine warship approaching us in front of us." Lin Tian slowly stood up from the couch, stretched out, opened his eyes and looked forward. The huge warship came towards the front of Akatsuki. Carefully watching a tall, burly, and familiar figure appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. "Isn't this Garp?" Lin Tian thought to himself. "Gar came all the way to New World to find me. Could it be that he came to give me the remaining 5 devil fruits?" Thinking of this, Lin Tian laughed loudly. "It happens to be nothing to do these few days. Garp, you are here. Very good, quickly drive the ship to the vicinity of the warship." "Good," Shura said in reply. The Akatsuki accelerated forward and came to the side of the warship at once, and saw Garp jumped off the bow and stood in front of Lin Tian. Surrounded by Suzuki and the others, Garp couldn't help being vigilant, stepped back a little bit, and separated a little from them. "God, it's been a long time." Garp looked at the Emperor and said, "The old man came here this time to give you 5 devil fruits back." "Sure enough, I expected it," Lin Tian secretly said in his heart. Lin Tian walked in front of Garp, and said with a spring breeze, "Really? It's really a burden. You came to me at any cost. What about devil fruit?" Garp said, "I didn't bring this devil fruit. I still need to ask the Emperor to rush to the Chambord Islands with me to get it." "Not brought over? Are you playing tricks on me?" Lin Tian immediately displeased in his heart. Seeing this, Garp quickly said, "That's it, God, this is New World. Originally, Marine was vulnerable to sudden attacks by pirates in New World, and he also brought 5 devil fruits. In order to ensure the safety of devil fruit, we had to put it at the marine station in the Chambord Islands first. For this reason, I, Garp, came to receive the Emperor personally. I hope the old man's face, please don't care about these details. Garp explained. In order to complete Sengoku's order, Garp also specifically asked Vigordo, who was going to Tesoro's Marine G5 branch not long ago, and learned from him that Lin Tian was behind, and he kept wandering on the sea looking for Lin Tian. Finally found Lin Tian today. Garp, who worked so hard, quickly explained to Lin Tian that he couldn't ruin all Sengoku's plans because of a small problem. This way, there is some truth. Well, for your sake, I will return to the Chambord Islands with you. After all, Lin Tian glanced at Garp with a smile, causing Garp to sweat coldly behind his nervousness. He won't see that there is a problem, right? Garp thought nervously, and heard Lin Tian smile. Let's go, what are you still doing in the same place? Call. Garp breathed a sigh of relief and immediately started the warship. Lin Tian commanded the Shura road to drive the Akatsuki, and followed Garp back to the Chambord Islands. The Akatsuki slowly approached the shore. Lin Tian and his party and Garp finally arrived at the Marine Government resident on number 60 Chambord Islands. The surrounding area was everywhere, all heavily armed soldiers wandering and patrolling. With a smile on his face, Garp led Lin Tian 3.8 to a square behind the marine station, and suddenly stopped. Lin Tian pretended to be surprised. Why did you stop? Garp suddenly turned around, looked at Lin Tian and the others, leaped backwards suddenly, glared at Lin Tian. Not good. Suzuki immediately found out what was wrong, and when he immediately pulled out the pheasant sword to prepare to rush up, there was a loud bang, and it exploded instantly under Lin Tian's feet, and the entire ground was blown to pieces, turning into a huge cavity. Pit. The sand rushed out from the ground, and immediately buried Lin Tian and the others. Before waiting for the dust to disperse, a cold sword air slid from the sky, plummeting straight down, and rushing into the dust like a tens of thousands of horses. Chapter 149. The long sword energy divided the sand dust into 2, cut into 2 halves, and hit Lin Tian and the others. Before waiting for the first sword chi to subside, the second sword chi rushed in the air to kill Lin Tian and the others. The 2 sword auras overlapped, and the momentum was vigorous, and the momentum of Taishan's top pressure continued to deepen down, piercing the ground with a deep sword mark. The dust was instantly cut in half and rushed to both sides, as if fireworks exploded, spreading to the entire square. Suddenly, the sand dust all gathered together, changed several long sword to spread over the sky, tearing the ground, and attacking Lin Tian and the others. Desert sword. A familiar figure came from the sky. It was Crocodile. From his body, the sand is continuously spreading out, covering the entire square, and both hands are turned into a handful of giant blade swords, with an astonishing aura, slashing at Lin Tian and the others. The desert sword crisscrossed together, cutting the ground, leaving behind a dense array of sword marks. God! I didn't expect you to have today too. I want you to be buried under the yellow spring today. Crocodile laughed loudly. Suddenly a icy sword energy smashed through the dust, and headed towards Crocodile like a broken bamboo. What? Crocodile was too frightened to defend, and froze in place. The powerful sword aura continues to roll up heavy storms and linger in them. Wind blades rise continuously, cutting through the ground and leaving huge and deep pits, washing away all the sand and dust, hitting the front, and it is about to hit Crow. Keedle. Clang. Suddenly, a huge sword energy slashed from top to bottom, hitting the sword energy in front, bursting out sound waves visible to the naked eye. The sound waves are constantly rippling in the air, shaking the surrounding air, making a harsh squeaking sound, making people dizzy. In an instant, the 2 sword chi disappeared together, and a powerful hurricane rose up, hit the sky, and instantly spread to the surroundings, blowing away all the wind and sand. So strong. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. A figure came out from behind Crocodile. Hawkeye stood in front of Crocodile, raised the black sword in his hand, and looked forward. A huge figure in front of him gradually revealed the true face of Lushan under the shining of the sun, and the condensed chakra attached to the figure to protect Lin Tian and the others. And this figure is Susanoo. Susanoo, who only showed his upper body, defended against all previous attacks with his unbreakable armor. What? So many offensives that were caught off guard, how can they be simply prevented? Garp looked at Suzuki in shock. Lin Tian, who was holding Hiren Mara tightly, stood out from Susanoo. A deep blue vein burst out from his forehead, stretched down his cheeks, an uncontrollable anger rushed up, and his eyes were full of angry fire. Projected out and looked around. Gar, you guy dare to yin on me. So deliberately tricked me into the Chambord Islands to kill me. I will never end with you today. Garp chuckled. God, you killed so many of our marine compatriots. I've seen you upset for a long time. I'm going to break with you this time. Really? It depends on whether you have this ability. Lin Tian glanced at Garp and said with contempt. Do you think I would say that? Suddenly, Lin Tian took a turn, and everyone was taken aback. His angry face just now disappeared without a trace as if it had been pretended. Just Garp's stupid acting skills, how could I have deceived me who read countless movies? Lin Tian chuckled, but this is just right, I still worry that there is no reason to have no chance to spit out more devil fruit from Marine. Garp was frightened and angry, don't be stubborn. Do you think you can fight against a lineup like ours? Lin Tian smiled and said, of course I think that the Akatsuki organization solves your lineup and it is completely okay, so I just followed it indifferently. Lin Tian's sense of calmness made everyone present extremely angry. Tiandi, don't think that you can escape our encirclement. The Desert Diamond Sword. When Lin Tian was about to start his hands, Crocodile raised his hands, and the sand circulated on his fist constantly, forming two huge blades. He jumped up, turned his body in the air, and hacked towards Lin Tian's head. The dancing blade rolled up a heavy whirlwind, cutting the surrounding air, making a sharp rustle. Seeing that the blade was about to hit Lin Tian, bunches of sand and iron appeared on the ground, and layers of protective walls stood in front of Lin Tian, and the clanging sound suppressed Crocodile's attack. The violent impact rushed towards Crocodile, and the powerful reaction force slammed Crocodile back and hit the ground. Sasori appeared in front of Crocodile, controlling the third Kaze cage puppet, manipulating the sand iron, and constantly attacking Crocodile. Your opponent is me. Sand Iron Shijir. 367. The surface of the sand iron protective wall standing in front of Lin Tian constantly wriggled chakra. Chakra is wrapped on the surface of the sand and iron wall, turning into thin needles, scouring out like a storm, and attacking Crocodile. What? Upon seeing this, Crocodile immediately guarded the double sword in front of him, blocking the continuous burst of iron needles. Ding ding ding! The seemingly weak iron needle carried the momentum of 100-step piercing yang, and thousands of arrows fell on Crocodile's blade, making a sharp noise. The blade was inserted into the ground, and Crocodile was hit by the continuous rain of sand and iron, and kept moving backwards, creating long dents in the gully. After the iron needle fell on the blade, it stuck to the surface of the blade and eroded the blade continuously, leaving small dents. But Sasori did not stop the offensive. Sand and iron burst out of third Kaze cage and washed to the ground, crawling forward like a fierce snake out of a hole, and rushed in front of Crocodile. Suddenly, the sand and iron on the ground spewed out from the ground like a fountain, turning into swords, crisscrossing the blades of Crocodile. Chapter 150. In an instant, Crocodile's blade shattered into pieces of powder and scattered, and the iron needle rushed toward Crocodile along the gaps, with an astonishing aura. Crocodile leaped hard to the side, and the rustling voice leaped past him, barely avoiding Sasori's offensive, but the iron needle still hit his left arm. What's the matter? Normal physical attacks shouldn't hurt me. Crocodile was shocked. He pulled out the iron needle on his left arm. Blood slowly flowed from the wound, straight down his left arm, dripping onto the ground like floating petals. Venom? There is venom on the iron needle. Crocodile checked the iron needle carefully, and said in astonishment, I didn't expect you to have this hand. What? You can't stand a little bit of poison. Sasori looked at his proud and self-satisfied third Kaze cage puppet, then smiled slightly at Crocodile. Crocodile's forehead kept sweating, and thinking about it carefully, the current situation is very unfavorable for him. The iron sand of third Kaze cage is not just ordinary sand, but a special sand made of highly condensed chakra combined with magnetic properties. Not only can it be changed at will according to the wishes of the manipulator, but it can also be attached to other sands, eroding in, and changing their properties, while Crocodile controls only ordinary sand. Therefore, the sand iron of third Kaze cage is totally different from Crocodile's. In the face of sand and iron, Crocodile's attack is not only ineffective. If the battle continues for a long time, his own sand will be eroded by the opponent, losing all the advantages for a time. However, the erosion of sand and iron is not formed in an instant, but takes a long time to slowly erode. Since there is no advantage in long-term battles, then a quick fight is a quick decision, and a quick fight is not necessarily the case. Crocodile sneered at the thought of this. This smile was a kind of mockery, mocking such a powerful self, but too carelessly in other people's tricks. But this is also absolute confidence in giving oneself strength, believing that even in the face of such an unprecedented attack, oneself can also make a quick battle with an absolute advantage. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Before Crocodile was ready, Deodara flew by the explosive clay giant bird, delivering dense clay spiders and said, such a prosperous banquet cannot be without me, an excellent artist. Ah! Explode. Drink. Spider's web wall. At this moment, a loud shout came from a distance. Hundreds, or even tens of thousands of transparent silk threads condense in one place, forming a vast spider web, which is continuously stacked on top of each other and airtight, blocking all the clay spiders. Boom! Countless clay spiders fell down, the delicate steel wire cut the clay spiders in half, and the heavy explosion sounded in the air instantly, deafening. Huge sparks burned in the air, and raged on the ground with a raging fire. The aftermath rippled with strong wind and sand, blowing the earth. The wind and sand enveloped the entire square, swallowing everything into it, and the eyes were blurred, and no one could be seen. A treacherous smile ran through the entire square, making everyone look forward. Doflamingo sneered and said, "The Emperor. I didn't expect you to have today. No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to escape Shishabukai's siege and death." Right. Doflamingo was so excited that he couldn't help but recall the memory of not long ago in his mind. Not long ago, Vigordo took the dying Tizalo to the island of Dres Rosa and specifically reported Marine's plan to Doflamingo. Vigordo threw Tizalo in front of Doflamingo and said, "Dover, I rescued Tizalo." Doflamingo stepped forward, looked down at Tizalo, who was still fainting, kicked him on the chest, and said, "Is this guy dead?" Vigordo said, "This is not true. I was treated by the doctor urgently on the way here, but the injuries were too serious and I didn't wake up." Okay. Doflamingo looked at Tizalo, who was lying motionless on the ground with disdain, and continued, "This guy is really troublesome, and I can't let him die, otherwise my career will suffer." Vigordo asked suspiciously, "Dover, how can this guy handle it better? First save him, his golden fruit ability is still worth a certain amount, as a puppet to keep first, when we swallow all his property, then it will not be too late to kill him, Doflamingo said this, with a cunning smile on his mouth, and the laughter kept reverberating in the room, sounding creepy. In other words, who exactly beat him like this? Doflamingo turned abruptly, staring at Vigordo and asked. God. Just two simple words, short and concise, but showing infinite power, shocked Doflamingo and his eyes gradually dimmed. Just a short time ago, Marine received an emergency contact from the nobles on the Tesoro ship. The Emperor and the others came to the ship and asked for rescue. Vigordo continued, "After I received the news, I went to the Tesoro ship immediately, and after I rescued Tizalo, I returned directly to the island of Dres Rosa." Doflamingo paused, stunned in the same place, full of worries and thoughts in his heart. Vigordo continued to report, "I also found Kaido on the ship." What? Kaido is here too? Doflamingo yelled in surprise. Yes, he seems to be fighting with the Emperor of Heaven, but he didn't see who is winning and losing. I didn't expect Kaido to be there. The Emperor even dared to provoke Kaido. He is completely unafraid of 4 emperors. If this continues, it will definitely affect my own safety. If I don't get rid of it soon, there will be trouble. Doflamingo thought deeply. Chapter 151. In Doflamingo's view, Lin Tian's problem can no longer escape indulgence, and if he doesn't do it sooner, it is himself that will suffer sooner or later. But since the last World War, Doflamingo has felt a little bit afraid of Lin Tian and dare not do it lightly. The Emperor of Heaven and his Akatsuki organization are too strong. If you rush into battle, your Don Quixote family will definitely not be your opponent. Vigordo seemed to see through Doflamingo's mind and suddenly took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "For the Emperor, Marine has a new trend. According to Marine internal news, Sengoku intends to call on the rest of Shishibukai to siege and kill the Emperor." Really? Doflamingo asked in surprise. It's true. Marine has recently mobilized a large number of Marine soldiers to Malin Vatican. It is estimated that it will take a lot of votes. Vigordo said. After Doflamingo heard it, his eyebrows twitched, his eyes recovered, and he laughed. Shishibukai besieged and killed the Emperor. I don't see the Emperor, you know how you died this time. Excess whip string. 550. From the palm of Doflamingo's palm, a thick thread was emitted, which was continuously twisted and stirred together to form a long cunning whip, piercing through the sand and dust, and whipped down towards Deidara. Hi! Deidara immediately jumped off the bird when she saw this. The rustle of the wind blew, and the cunning whip hit the clay giant bird with a bang, and a huge explosion sounded again in the air, and the fiery flames fell from the sky, blowing the dust on the ground with strong winds. Want to attack me from the air? Don't think you are so good, Deidara. Crocodile smiled, a sly smile blowing into the distance with the gust of wind, making the marine soldiers around in the distance chill out of their backs. The wind and sand gradually dispersed, and several dark silhouettes flickered in the air, heading straight toward Crocodile's head. Really? Then I want to see how much you have tried. At the moment of the explosion, Beast Deo summoned Yata Bird to block Deidara from the explosion. Deidara took advantage of the situation and summoned several clay bomb flying birds in the air, and fell from the air, coming to the back of Crocodile and Doflamingo, and sneered. What? Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Crocodile hurriedly put his hands on his chest, countless sand gushing out, turning into a huge sand shield, forcibly carrying the giant bird's assault. Boom! Boom! The continuous explosion sound followed, the flames erupted, spread out to the surroundings, and the whirlwind rose and blew into the distance. Look! It's Lieutenant General Garp and Shishibukai, a soldier shouted, looking into the distance. Everyone, put on your weapons. Aim all the cannonballs at the Emperor and the others, a lieutenant commanded. When Lin Tian arrived at Marine Station No. 60 in the Chambord Islands, Garp had long issued an order to bury a huge artillery shell in a square behind Marine Station, and ordered all the soldiers to be fully armed to board the warship, waiting for the opportunity to provide fire support. So at the moment when the explosion started, a warship left the port of the marine station and traveled to the farthest distance based on the attack range of the shells. Garp made this arrangement because he didn't want to see more soldiers die in front of him again, and too many soldiers staying here only hindered Shi Shibukai and Lin Tian's battle. A warship surrounded the marine station port stubbornly, and it was completely enclosed. A lieutenant on the warship couldn't help but exclaimed, "This plan of encirclement and suppression of the Emperor is so perfect. Shi Shibukai outflanks it, and marine warships surround it. With such a solid encirclement, I think the Emperor of Heaven will definitely die. All soldiers obey the order. Fire the gun," the lieutenant commanded angrily. Boom! 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 The crackling artillery fire spurted out from the gun tongue, with heavy flames, like 10,000 arrows, densely shot at the back of Lin Tian. Weird bullets and fire arrows. Shureideo turned to the rear, raised his hands, and fired dozens of rockets from his arms, attacking the artillery group. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion resounded across the sky, spreading huge flames, swallowing the continuous rushing artillery fire. The rocket exploded when it hit the marine shell, but the violent explosion caused a raging fire, and it rushed forward, enveloping the gunfire from behind. The hot flames detonated the rear artillery shells to explode one after another, and the dense artillery fire group instantly disappeared into the air. There were even a lot of rockets suddenly attacked from the artillery fire group and blasted into the surrounding warships. The power was shocking. What? Just a dozen rockets can resist all the artillery fire of our army? What the hell is going on? The lieutenant standing on the warship couldn't help but shake his legs, and looked forward in disbelief, astonished. Some of the weapons summoned by the Shureideo using the power of the six paths do not even exist in this world. Moreover, every weapon has super explosive power, so seemingly tiny rockets can break all the attacks of marine warships, even break through the artillery group, and explode to warships. Want to attack us? Don't look in the mirror to see how rubbish you are. Shureideo's eyes projected anger, and he looked at the warship in the middle of the encircling circle ahead, and happened to match his eyes with the lieutenant general. The lieutenant general froze in fright, with cold sweat on his forehead, motionless. Shureideo stretched out an organ hand from his shoulder. Then it turned into the shape of a barrel, condensing chakra in the muzzle, emitting a dazzling light. Not good. Run. The lieutenant general looked around and shouted at the soldiers. Let you have a good understanding of what is the real weapon. Shura's offense. Shureideo shouted angrily. The dazzling brilliance gradually condensed in the barrel of the gun, jetted out in an instant, a powerful laser shot forward, and the ground was burnt with a deep dent by the hot light. The laser is going all the way, sweeping across the ages, unstoppable. Chapter 152. The sea was directly blasted with a huge water mark, and the water vapor continued to rise, wrapped around the laser, and the scene was full of shock. Boom! The laser perfectly hit the warship in the middle, and the warship instantly turned into black and sank to the bottom of the sea, and a raging fire followed and burned to the surroundings. Help! Come and fight the fire! The soldiers uttered violent shouts, their faces full of astonishment and fear, looking towards the Shureideo ahead. The violent explosion stirred up a hurricane, and smashed the remains of the warship with flames on the surrounding warships. Only in an instant, the warship group was surrounded by flames, which was terrible. Suddenly a tall and burly figure appeared beside Shureideo, covering half of his vision, lifted his right palm, and shot down at Shureideo. Pressure gun! The air instantly compressed into a ball of cannonballs, and they were suddenly launched, slamming towards Shureideo like a broken bamboo. Shureideo quickly turned around and pointed the barrel at the sudden pressure gun. Chakras surged out all over his body, gathered at the barrel and fired a strong laser again. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The two crashed together, and the pressure gun shattered instantly, making a thunderous explosion sound, fluctuating the surrounding air, and a powerful suppressing force struck, shocking the bear. It's impossible. It pierced my pressure gun. The bear made a dull voice and looked at Shureideo with incredible eyes. Immediately, the bear gathered the power of the whole body on the fleshy balls of both palms, continuously compressing the surrounding air. The ultimate power surged out, and the flesh ball kept turning red, compressing the air to the extreme, and even around the bear's palms, there was water vapor rising continuously, and the power was refined to the essence. Boom! The bear struck hard at the laser, and the laser pierced the air and hit the bear's paw. The two collided together, and a loud noise ran through the sky, shaking and terrifying, and full of momentum. The laser was shot in half instantly, spread out towards both sides of the bear, igniting the sky full of fire, and straight ahead towards the bear's back. The ground was broken, and a deep trace appeared in the gully. What? The powerful impact made Xiong back and forth again, and finally couldn't bear it, and fell to the ground, making a strong shout. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Dare to attack us, I don't think you have seen a coffin. Come on. Everyone. Beast Deo used the summoning technique to summon various summoning beasts, such as crabs, lobsters, chameleons, and split dogs, before the bear got up, and bite towards the bear. Tang Kaoa Zhengquan. A tall figure flashed in front of the bear in an instant, waving his hands past, posing a front fist posture. The whole movement was smooth and flowing, without any muddling. Boom! A shock wave directed towards the surroundings and struck in all directions, chi like a rainbow, like a dragon going out into the sea, shaking forward. All the summoning beasts stepped back when they saw the momentum, and slammed the shock wave face to face, back and forth, making a sharp roar. The shock wave disappeared, and the summoning beasts stared at Jinbei and the bear, with scarlet eyes flashing in their eyes, staying in place with alert. I tried my best to send out such a powerful shock wave, but to them, it was unscathed. This is not a good situation. Jinbei looked at the summoning beasts with worry in his heart. The encircle and suppress the emperor plan issued by Marine this time is full of worries for Jinbei. Although Jinbei is Shishibukai, he pays more attention to the relationship between the Fishman Island and human beings to ensure the safety of the Fishman Island. Jinbei, who had witnessed the battle between Lin Tian and Whitebeard with his own eyes, was full of admiration for Lin Tian's strength and did not want to form hatred with Lin Tian. Once confronted with Lin Tian, firstly it brought unnecessary hatred to the Fishman Island, and secondly, Lin Tian and Princess White Star are friends. From these positions, Jinbei did not want to take action when the war started. Even if Lin Tian and Whitebeard are facing each other, Jinbei just stands in the middle and does not help either side. In any case, Jinbei will always stand on the Fishman Island for consideration, but seeing that his fellow Shishibukai will be killed by the Akatsuki organization under Lin Tian, he has to rescue him, otherwise he will feel ashamed. Jinbei looked at the bear and said, "Are you okay?" The bear said with a heavy voice. Xiong has always been obedient to the world government, reticent, and behaving very strangely, which makes it difficult to understand. Jinbei couldn't understand the bear's thoughts, and rarely communicated with him. Even if he saved the bear by himself, the bear didn't say anything, which made Jinbei feel a little unhappy. Jinbei took a deep breath, looked at the brutal Dao and Shura Dao ahead, and said, "It seems that this battle is unavoidable." The flames of war continued to spread, and Garp stood at the edge of the square watching the battle, feeling very conflicted. Such a perfect plan, surrounded by warships on the outside and besieged by Shishibukai on the inside. The emperor should be surrendered by us according to common sense. Why did it become like this? Garp looked at Lin Tian gnashingly, his fists clenched, and the strong armament haki condensed on it, emitting a pitch-black light and shadow. Lin Tian looked at Garp and smiled, and his smile revealed the ridicule of Marine, the ridicule of Shishibukai, and it was an insult to Garp. Lin Tian clenched his fists, armament haki carried through the Dao fist, and the whole body was covered with chakra, ready to go. Mine. Lin Tian is about to rush forward, when he is killing Garp, a green light flashes out, and he strikes with the wind of forest cold, and cuts to Lin Tian. Clang! A flash of lightning flashed out, collided with each other, bursting into a dazzling light, piercing into the distance. Your opponent is me. Suzuki's right hand tightened the dam's pheasant sword, chakra hovered on the grass pheasant sword, the lightning entangled, turning into 1,000 birds' blade to slash the eagle's eye. Oh? You are also a swordsman. Hawkeye stared at Suzuki. From his body, Hawkeye felt a chill of killing intent spread from the pheasant sword, and it was straight to him. Chapter 153. Since the last time he fought with Lin Tian in Malinvander, Hawkeye has been full of great interest in Lin Tian, and this time Marine urgently summoned Shishabukai's encirclement and suppression plan, which gave Hawkeye a great opportunity to be able to do it again. A battle with Lin Tian. Although it was not possible to tell who won and who lost last time, Eagle Eye kept thinking about it and was very upset, but judging from the current battle situation, it seemed that it was not the time to fight Lin Tian alone. Just begging more powerhouses to challenge their eagle eyes, naturally and immediately fought against Suzuki, and said, "Come on then. Let me experience how amazing your swordsmanship is. Then don't look away." A scarlet gaze flickered in front of the eagle's eye, his eyes full of blood and cruelty. Suzuki turned 3 Tomo Sharinon, and chakra continuously spewed up from his body, overflowing on the pheasant's sword. I saw a black shadow flashing past, and Suzuki appeared in front of Hawkeye instantly, and slashed at Hawkeye's chest, caught off guard. The thunder light was beating, and the brilliance continued to linger on it, and the silver light shone and trampled on the 4 directions, vigorously, and it was about to hit the head of the eagle eye. When Hawkeye saw this, he immediately moved his right foot back, the bottom plate sank, and his waist bowed back. In an instant, the blade was drawn to the front of his eyes, only a few centimeters apart. He was frightened and slightly careless, and he was killed in Huangquan. Suddenly, the blade of the grass pheasant's sword turned gorgeously, with a little bit of cold light lucidly, towards the eagle eye's head, and cut it from top to bottom. Immediately, Yunjian picked up his right hand and clasped He Dao Ye with a sharp sword aura, clinging to it, protecting his chest. Clang! 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 The shadow of the sword is elusive. The pheasant sword launched a continuous move to stab forward, and the eagle eye fought hard, and the black sword knight, who was constantly turning his chest, resisted Suzuki's attack. The swords collided, the brilliance was shining, and the clanging sound was continuously made, and the momentum was compelling. Sword chi continued to lift and spread to the surroundings, crisscrossing sword marks engraved on the ground, while Hawkeye kept moving backwards, dodged the offensive of the grass pheasant's sword, and stood in a stalemate for a while. Suddenly, the eagle eye stayed in place, and the black sword stabs forward in the night. Hi! Sasuke turned around in an instant, and the blade passed by. Sanyan Jiankai brushed his eyebrows and dropped a few minutes of hair. Hawkeye took advantage of the situation and flicked his wrist, the blade flipped upward, and the sword faced Sasuke's right cheek again, slashing towards Sasuke in an oblique slash. Sasuke's crimson Sharingan kept turning, chilling on his face. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the world of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, everything seems to have slowed down, and Hawkeye's movements seem to have become slow, cumbersome, and full of flaws. Sasuke's body slowly sank down, his waist bent back, and the blade of Kokitoya drew it in front of Sasuke. There was only a slight difference between the two. Immediately, Sasuke's side dam's pheasant sword, chakra kept circling upward, changing into a thousand-bird blade. Sasuke immediately put the pheasant sword on his chest, and when the black sword knight brushed his face, his right foot pushed hard on the ground and rushed forward, making a horizontal cut directly toward the abdomen of the eagle eye. Not good. Hawkeye's eyes widened suddenly, and he backed away in astonishment. Dao Guangjianying, thousand-bird blade has been forced into his own pace, there is no way to avoid it. Hawkeye's feet pressed firmly on the ground, and the body squatted down first. A strong armament haki condensed on the abdomen. The originally seemingly soft and weak lower abdomen instantly turned into a rigid armor, and directly ate Sasuke's. Slash! Clang! Lei Guang slashed at Eagle Eye's abdomen, and Fan moved a dazzling flash. Lei Guang kept jumping on the blade of the pheasant sword, hitting Eagle Eye's abdomen, emitting a little dark red fire light. A feeling of paralysis came from the abdomen immediately, and his body gradually lost control. Hawkeye's whole body was stuck in place in an instant, motionless and unresponsive. Suddenly a shock came oncoming, and the sword aura flew horizontally, pulling Hawkeye's whole person back abruptly and non-stop, and his feet sank into the ground, dragging an elongated trace. Sasuke raised his body, looked at Hawkeye, took advantage of the situation, and picked up his right hand. The pheasant sword stood on his chest, and his left hand chakra haunted, directly into the ground. Want to run? No way. Chidori. The dense lightning flashes continuously, crawling up the ground, and piercing the eagle eye. What? Chidori climbed to the eagle eye, rose from the ground, biting the eagle eye like a fierce snake hunting. Squeak! Segments of noise came in the wind and spread to the surroundings. The thunder light pierced Hawkeye's chest and shattered Hawkeye's cloak, showing embarrassment. Under armament haki's protection, Hawkeye suffered only a slight scratch on the skin, and a bloodstain was rubbed on his forehead by lightning. 0. This kid looks weak, he will fall in a single blow, but the actual strength is unpredictable and experienced. Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, felt Sasuke's power in just 2 or 3 hits, and cold sweat slowly flowed out of his forehead. Sasuke seized the first opportunity and made the strongest attack first. He directly attacked Hawkeye. The seemingly chaotic offense was essentially constantly groping for his own strength, constantly waiting for the opportunity to give the strongest counter-attack. Not only that, but Sasuke's attacks continued without delay or hesitation, and his swordsmanship flowed smoothly, as if he had completely seen through his actions. Every move grasped his own flaws and attacked the key. Thinking of this, Hawkeye slowly became anxious, feeling at a loss for a while. I have been sitting on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman for a long time, and my swordsmanship has reached the point where he can easily solve any attack. But now I never thought I was suppressed by a young guy. Hawkeye snorted and raised his black sword to protect his chest. Instead of blindly going backwards, it is better to initiate an offensive by yourself. As the saying goes, the best defense is attack. Since it is easy to defeat and reveal weaknesses in the close combat, keep a long-range sword attack, and then take the opportunity to go straight and kill Sasuke. Chapter 154. A beam of cold light gleamed from the black sword knight, pierced into Sasuke's eyes, and a wave of killing was pressed to the surroundings. Sasuke chuckled and said, "Have you finally gotten real?" "Just so. I just finished warming up too." Hawkeye immediately gripped the black sword knight, and an icy sword aura rose, and the sharp sword aura continuously cut the surrounding air, making a creaking sound. Immediately, armament haki lingered on the blade of the black sword knight, struggling from top to bottom, and the pitch black and green sword aura directly slashed towards Sasuke. As soon as the sword chi moved forward, the chi was like a long rainbow, invincible and unstoppable, and a deep black sword mark gully lay on the ground. Sasuke took a sliding step and slid out a big circle. His movements were graceful and elegant, and his expression calm and calm. Without a trace of hesitation, he lifted the pheasant sword with his right hand, facing the sword spirit, and the thousand-bird blade headed up. Cut! The lightning flashed and slashed to the sword aura. The sword aura continued to rub on the grass pheasant sword, bursting out a dazzling fire, and fell to the ground. Sword chi is still forward, dragging Shizuke back and forth, and seeing that the sword chi is about to break through the pheasant sword and pierce Shizuke's chest. It looks like it's a bit too much, but it's still far away. Shizuke closed his front foot and slid his right foot to the side. In an instant, the sword energy rushed to Shizuke's eyes, and he was about to cut it open. Shizuke turned gorgeously, and his right hand changed accordingly. The blade of the grass pheasant pointed to the ground and assumed a slashing posture. A powerful chakra was dotted on the blade of the sword and turned into black flame and penetrated into the Chidori blade. Inferno-style flame control. Braving the blazing radiance, the Chidori blade suddenly turned black, and the flames in the thunder light spread out from the tip of the sword instantly, swallowing the entire pheasant sword. Squeaky. The blade of the grass pheasant sword slides along the sword air, and in the most natural posture, the gully creates the most beautiful trajectory, breaking the sword air, bursting out a dark fire light. Suddenly, the sword gasification splits into two halves, splitting to the ground, making two deep traces. With Shizuke turning around, Heian rushed forward along the trajectory of the pheasant sword, drew a circle, and stood in front of Hawkeye and Shizuke. The strong impact moved forward in the wind, blowing out a strong shock wave, swirling the dust in the sky towards the eagle eye. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Hawkeye stepped back instantly, waved his left hand forward, and the sand broke through the dust, and apart from the inexhaustible black flame, Shizuke was completely out of sight. With the outstanding observation haki, Hawkeye does not feel panicked. When he can't see the opponent, he will stand there and wait for the moment when the opponent appears, grasp the flaw, and give a fatal blow. What? Do you want to run if you can't beat it? I thought how powerful you are? That's all about it. Hawkeye provocatively looked around with disdain. The voice spread all over the venue and spread to the surroundings. This seemingly meaningless provocation has another purpose in essence. Hawkeye intends to continuously launch verbal attacks, engage in a psychological warfare, mess up Shizuke's pace, and force Shizuke to appear, but for Shizuke, who has always been calm now, this tactic is useless. It seems it's time to give the final blow. Shizuke smiled slightly. Since the beginning of the battle, Shizuke has continuously launched attacks with his own swordsmanship and physical skills. In fact, he is groping for the opponent's attack and strength. Every battle has made Shizuke deeply understand the wonder of this world. This world always uses power different from chakra to compete with others, and this power is a new challenge for Shizuke. When facing your own completely different powers, you can easily lose your advantage when you use your full strength boldly. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and confidant can only win in all battles. Chidori Kimoto. Bunches of Chidori Chibans, with all arrows fired, descended from the air. Chidori Chibans instantly rushed in from all directions, surrounded the eagle eyes, and the water was impenetrable. Not only that, every bunch of Chidori Chiban stabbed towards Hawkeye's culprit and vital points. Together with the Sherinon, who can catch any clues of the other party, the seemingly chaotic Chidori Chiban's lethality is even stronger. This attack is not enough to defeat me. Hawkeye stared at it, raising the black sword knight, the sword aura entwined. The sword aura this time was very different from the previous ones. The sword aura attached to the knight of the black sword, but it continued to spread, lingering around the body, forming a protective shield. Eagle eyes flew in the night of the black sword. Xiao Ran's sword aura rose in the air, rippling in it, sweeping the surroundings, swallowing mountains and rivers with anger, domineering. Suddenly, Chidori Kimoto shattered one after another, glowing with white light, with a bit of coldness, flying in the air like a sakura flower, and finally falling to the ground. The attack has not stopped. When Shizuke saw this, he immediately jumped up, rushing behind the eagle eye, and the birds sang and attacked the eagle eye. Hawkeye immediately slid his feet, and when he retracted his body, armament haki passed along his arms towards Heideoye, and a bright black flash flashed by. Heideoye was placed behind him, directly blocking Shizuke's Chidori. Clang! A piercing buzzing sound ran through the surroundings, and the thunder light broke out on the black sword knight, and it soared upward and hit the sky. Look at you not dying in my hands this time. Hawkeye turned around and came to Shizuke's back, his right hand gripped the black sword knight, and his left 5.9 hand stretched out from his abdomen. Armament haki gathered in it, playing the posture of a hand sword, like a sharp black sword piercing Shizuke's ribs. The blood spurted out instantly, splashed to the ground, dyed the ground red, and also flew to the eagle eye, and the eagle eye was covered with blood in an instant. Ha 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 ha. It seems that this victory belongs to me. Hawkeye laughed wildly. Yet, dreams are still pretty beautiful. Shizuke appeared in front of Hawkeye in an instant, still with the calm and indifferent eyes, seemingly ordinary, but it is creepy. What's the matter? Didn't you just die in my hands? Hawkeye looked at Shizuke and saw his miserable look in his deep eternal Mangekyo Sherinon. Chapter 155. At this time, the eagle eye has been cut into his body by the blade held by Suzanu's hand. Looking at Shizuke, who has opened Suzanu's upper body, he is surprised, but it is too late. At this time, he is already an artificial sword, and I am a fish. It was slaughtered. In such a sinister situation, people tend to explode with unprecedented power. Hawkeye suddenly burst into an astonishing aura, pressing on Suzuki. Armament haki completely condensed on the Black Sword Knight, immediately blocked Suzanu's blade, and suddenly stopped Suzuki's offensive. Suzuki's eyebrows frowned. Susanoo increased his strength, split the Black Sword Knight, and slashed towards Hawkeye's abdomen. This powerful slash drove a huge momentum, rolled up a heavy wind, and even slammed the Eagle Eye back again and again, just staggering the fatal blow. Only Susanoo's sword slid down on the Eagle Eye's abdomen, breaking a wound. The blood flowed out from it, dripping onto the hot blade, emitting a series of white smoke, and the air was full of the smell of blood. The strong impact did not abate at all, driving Hawkeye's entire body, straight ahead, toward the forest inside the Chambord Islands. Boom! 19 boom! A huge dust came out of the woods and floated in the air. The Eagle Eyes kept rushing forward, and a series of woods fell to the ground. After a while, they stopped. The Eagle Eye fell on the ground struggling with his eyes and looking forward barely. Although he received a strong blow, it was derailed by Susanoo's impact. Although this wound would not kill the Eagle Eye, it also made Eagle Eye vigorous and lost the ability to fight. At this time, the Eagle Eye was very surprised, spouting blood from his mouth, and angrily said, "I clearly beat Suzuki just now, why was he actually beaten by himself?" In fact, at the moment when Suzuki cut through the sword spirit of the Eagle Eye and the moment flame control was activated, Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon was deeply reflected in the eyes of the Eagle Eye, allowing the Eagle Eye to penetrate into the illusion. From the moment the sword aura was broken, the illusion had been activated, and Hawkeye had been standing still on the spot since then, fighting against Suzuki in the illusion. It is hard to figure out whether it is true or false, whether it is true or not. In fact, all this is nothing more than Kyoka Suijutsu, like a dream, confusing. Go to death obediently. When Suzuki wanted to take the opportunity to chase up, suddenly a dark figure fell from the air and smashed at Suzuki. Suzuki quickly took a step back and dodged. Boom! Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. A huge pit appeared in front of Suzuki, and the dust covered it. Suzuki looked forward and saw Crocodile, who had fainted, collapsed in the huge pit. Not long ago. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions came continuously, and a raging fire burst out in the square, and hot flames rose into the air. The huge explosion caused layers of whirlwinds, and even blasted the fire to the surrounding buildings. The fire spread out behind Deidara in an instant. The flame radiated a dazzling fire, reflecting on Deidara's body, and the breeze was blowing the cloak on his body, full of heroism. Unexpectedly, the explosion was so heavy that it couldn't even stop Lao Zi's sand. The wound on Crocodile's left arm was expanded due to the explosion, and blood flowed out. The left arm was stained red for a while. He just gritted his teeth and raised his body, turned around, and glared at Deidara behind him. "Uncle Strange with sand all over, feel the essence of my explosive art." Deidara mocked dismissively. After listening, Crocodile said angrily, "If it hadn't been wounded by the venom in the first place, I wouldn't have seen your explosion. You look down on my explosive art so much. Then I will let you see what real explosive art is." Deidara glared at Crocodile and made a seal. The lips in the palm of his hand continued to bite the clay, and each clay spider fell from his hand to the ground and attacked Crocodile again. "It doesn't put me in the eyes." Parasite string. Doflamingo ejected strands of thin lines invisible to the naked eye from his hands and shot into the air. The thin thread descended from the air, densely sticking to the surface of the clay spider, and instantly stopped all the clay spiders. Then you can experience your own explosive art. Doflamingo jumped up and drove a distance from Deidara, standing far away, with his hands dancing constantly, and the thin lines danced and waved like a sea wave. Suddenly, the clay spiders turned around and rushed to Deidara mightily, just about to blow Deidara. Suddenly, the ground that a group of clay spiders stepped on instantly turned into flowing sand and iron, immediately burying the clay spiders, hindering their progress. What? Doflamingo looked in the direction of the sand and iron, a familiar figure floating in the air. It was the third Kaze cage puppet. Really? Then you should try to experience the feeling of being manipulated. Sasori, who was standing far behind third Kaze cage, said with a tone of sarcasm and disdain. Iron sand clings to the body of the clay spider, like an endless swamp, continuously burying the clay spider in it, and hovering on the parasite string, locking the parasite string. Not good. Doflamingo felt an abnormal vibration in his hands, and decisively let go of his hands and disconnected from the parasite string. Since the last battle with Sasori, Doflamingo has been very clear that this vibration is the wave caused by the sand and iron firmly locking the parasite string. This is not an ordinary volatility. In this volatility, Sasori's chakra will follow the parasite string and continue to cling to it, rushing towards himself, preparing to come up with the best proof of counter-control. The same move, do you think I will strike again? You are too naive. Doflamingo put down his hands and said. Chapter 156. Then look at your feet. Sasori said slowly. Doflamingo looked down. The land in front of him had been swallowed by sand and iron, and the sand and iron were constantly surging. Suddenly ripples appeared on the surface of the quicksand, from which a large group of clay spiders jumped out, facing Doflamingo's approach and exploding. Damn it! Desert sunflower! Crocodile's hands touched the ground, and the land was instantly sucked up and turned into a desert, spreading like a thunder and moving towards Doflamingo. Suddenly, there was a desert behind Doflamingo, and it finally expanded to the feet of Doflamingo, instantly transforming into a huge sand dune, swallowing Doflamingo in. Boom! 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 The clay spiders exploded one after another in an instant, creating layers of explosion circles. The huge flames hovered around the edges of the explosion circles, shattering everything around them, and the desert on the ground was exploded into a huge pit. Hole! The sand was shrouded in the huge pit, and when it slowly dispersed, a figure gradually emerged. I saw the figure lying motionless in the deepest part of the edge of the giant pit. Diodero laughed loudly. Sure enough, my art is the most beautiful. I don't think it is necessarily, I think the moment you die in my hands is the most beautiful. Desert sword. A sandy wind rushed across the ground, drawing a weird mark, suddenly staying behind Diodera and changing into a sword, pierced straight into Diodera's body. At this moment, the audience became very quiet, the surrounding fighting and explosions seemed to cease to exist, and even the sound of breathing disappeared. Crocodile reflected this scene deeply in his eyes, raised his hands that turned into double-edged blades, and stood behind Diodera, sighing in his heart, "You're done." The hands were filled with a real sense of piercing, allowing Crocodile to feel the breath of death brought about by the battle again. Crocodile has always held a grudge against his previous defeat and was worrying about how to retaliate. He happened to receive a call from Marin Vando to implement the encircle and suppress the Emperor plan, and Crocodile saw an opportunity. The plan must be perfect and flawless. For this reason, before Garp went to New World to pick up Lin Tian, the Shishibukai people were urgently summoned to Malin Vando for a meeting and discussion. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. But the facts were not what was expected. Whether it was the initial sneak attack or the gunfire support of the marine warship behind, they were all easily resolved by the Akatsuki organization under Lin Tian. Such a huge difference in power made Clarkdale instantly feel an unprecedented tension and pressure, causing Clark Dalton to panic. Boom! 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 The beating of the heart continued, becoming so clear in the noisy battle. This is exactly what Crocodile felt at this time. Crocodile took advantage of Diodera's unpreparedness, and attacked backwards with lightning speed and hard work, just for the arrival of this moment. You finally died in my hands. Diodera. Crocodile said while turning the right hand inserted into Diodera's chest. The blade stirred in Diodera's body, and a treacherous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The good times didn't last long, and a strange creeping sensation came from Crocodile's hands. The original touch was so real, but now it became a sticky feeling. Crocodile was shocked. What is this from? In fact, at the beginning, Diodera had already set up his clay clone and walked forward, and he used the earth-style Tilong Yin technique to go deep into the ground. All these precise arrangements are to elicit the enemy, take advantage of the moment when the enemy thinks that the sneak attack is successful, seize the opportunity, and give the enemy a fatal blow unexpectedly. As the so-called praying mantis catches cicadas, the Oriole is behind, and according to their own ninjutsu on the battlefield, they use various strategies to kill the enemy cleverly, which is also a kind of ability as a ninja. Diodera slowly emerged from the land behind Crocodile, and said with a smile, "This is where my art is." Crocodile was shocked, and Diodera in front of him turned into a lump of clay, clinging to the blades of his arms. Crocodile was shocked and quickly turned his body around, but at this time he had been entangled tightly by Diodera's centipede. There was a clay clone in the front and a clay centipede in the back, surrounded by front and back, making it difficult to fly with wings. Explode! Drink! Diodera yelled hard. The rumbling explosion sounded one after another, and a raging fire broke out in front of Diodera, and the flames continued to rise, reaching the sky. Suddenly bunches of thin threads rushed in from the center of the flame to the surroundings, and Diodera immediately retreated when he saw it. Diodera looked around curiously. Doflamingo's figure appeared in the huge pit ahead. I saw Doflamingo insert the thin lines in his hands into the sands of Crocodile, along the flowing sand dunes, rushing to Crocodile's feet, entwining Crocodile tightly, forming an armor to block him from a blow. Even so, the impact of such a close-fitting explosion is not so simple that it can be resisted. A strong impact burst out from the center of the flame one after another, breaking the armor surrounded by Doflamingo's thin lines. The impact glowed with a huge whirlwind, rushing Crocodile out, and slamming aside heavily, just in front of Suzuki. Doflamingo, who has always been careful and cunning, also realizes that the situation at this time is very unfavorable for him. There is Suzuki in front, Sasori and Diodera on both sides, and if he is careless, he will suffer in their hands. In desperation, Doflamingo kept backing away and bumped into Jinbei and Xiong. This battle is not good. If this continues, the entire army will be wiped out. Garp watched the battle ahead, panicked. Chapter 157. Garp himself did not expect that as one of the three major forces in the world-renowned 7 warlords of the sea would set up traps and encircle Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization. I thought that Lin Tian could be solved by all of them, but now they are completely suppressed by Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization and have the upper hand. In the final analysis, this is the huge difference in strength between Akatsuki organization and Shishibukai. In the face of unattainable strength, even Shishibukai is helpless. Garp clenched his fists with both hands, and was about to kill towards the front. When rescuing Shishibukai, Lin Tian stood in front of Garp and said, "Don't want to run, your opponent is me, and the accounts between us have not been settled yet." Lin Tian appeared in front of Garp with a subtle smile, and thunderlight lingered on him, a kingly style rushing toward his face, making Garp dare not act rashly, and stepped forward to rescue. "I can only gamble." Garp looked at Lin Tian, whose whole body was entangled in thunderlight in front of him, raised his fist, armament haki attached to the fist, and rushed to Lin Tian with a punch. "God, die!" Lin Tian smiled slightly, his smile revealed an aura of disdain, his hands clenched, armament haki wrapped around his fist, visibly bright metal light 697, and looked at Garp's arrival lightly. Seeing that Garp's right fist is about to hit Lin Tian spreads his feet and draws a graceful sliding step, moving with clouds and water, and Garp's right fist easily dodges. Garp's right fist is only a millimeter away from Lin Tian, and if you are not careful, your head will be beaten to pieces. But if you don't get into the tiger's lair, you won't get a tiger. Lin Tian dodges Garp's attack at such close range, just to seize the opportunity better. When Garp hits a right fist, it is also a time when Garp is full of loopholes. Lin Tian raised his fists, took a step forward with his right foot, and his body sank, hitting Garp's chest and abdomen wildly. Fists were full of momentum, like a tiger descending a mountain, and the power was amazing. Not good. When Garp saw the situation, his legs were forced backwards, and a back jump came, but it was too late, and every punch of Lin Tian's fist hit the abdomen, so that Garp could not fight back. Garp armament haki condensed in the abdomen and slammed Lin Tian's attack abruptly, but Lin Tian's force was like a broken bamboo offensive, even Garp couldn't bear it, yelling again and again. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Garp endured the pain, raised his right hand, forced his elbow downwards, and hit Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian shook his head slightly and flashed past, his right fist struck out a straight fist, bursting out towards Garp's abdomen. Boom! A loud noise ran through the audience, this punch surging like a dragon going out into the sea, evacuating the surrounding air for an instant, and suddenly a strong whirlwind rushed towards Garp with his fist, knocking Garp away again and again. Garp gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground with his feet. The powerful impact brought Garp into a deep gully on the ground. After a while, Garp stopped. At this time, he was sweating profusely, panting, raised his head to look at Lin Tian, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. "I haven't seen it for a few days. How did the Emperor's strength break through to such a realm? Even the old man's armament haki can hardly defend against the attack of the Emperor." Garp looked at Lin Tian, his eyes full of incredibleness. "It seems that if you attack without trying your best at the beginning, you will definitely fail miserably." Garp took a deep breath and burst out with unprecedented power, condensing armament haki together, lingering around his body, glowing with a misty black shadow. The terrifying atmosphere suddenly suppressed the audience, the air was shocked, and even breathing was difficult. "Finally, are you willing to use your best? Even if you use your best, you can't hurt me a bit," Lin Tian said lightly. Lin Tian's words were full of confidence, and this confidence just ignited the anger in Garp's heart. A deep blue vein on Garp's head emerged from his forehead and spread to his temples, full of anger. "How can I say that I am also the enemy of Roger, the hero in Marine? How can I be stepped on the head by a little furry boy?" Garp said angrily. "Don't think that you just hit me with those punches, you think you can do everything. It's just good luck." Garp said. "Oh, isn't it? Is it luck or strength on earth? You can try again and see." Lin Tian said disapprovingly. Garp raised his eyebrows, his eyes condensed, staring at Lin Tian, his feet pressed hard on the ground, and said with all his strength, "Shave." A black shadow flashed past. Garp rushed towards Lin Tian with lightning speed, his feet exploded with huge energy in an instant. A hurricane ensued, and smoke and dust rolled over the ground. Suddenly, dents were formed on the ground, which continued to spread and rush back. "Watch a punch!" Garp yelled hard. Immediately, Lin Tian's whole body was chakra entangled, lightning-style armor entangled on his body, shining with dazzling thunder light. His eyes looked forward, and he slammed into the attacking Garp with a punch immediately. Boom! The two fists collided, and an unprecedented strong hurricane erupted, which rose up and spread out to the surroundings. The powerful impact washed the ground into sections of pits, attacking the surrounding like a spider web, shattering all surrounding buildings. On the encirclement outside the marine station port of Chambord Islands, the soldiers were hit by the hurricane, and the warships became crumbling. There were even big waves on the sea, which made everyone fearful. Look ahead. There is a hurricane, a soldier yelled. Look, everyone, there is Lieutenant General Garp standing inside the hurricane, and there is another person on the opposite side. That's the Emperor of Heaven. After everyone heard it, they were so shocked that they were stunned and looked at Lin Tian and Garp. In the surrounding of the hurricane, fierce collisions sounded one after another. That was the loud noise caused by Lin Tian and Garp's constant collision of fists against each other. Chapter 158. Every time there was a pair of fists, a sound wave that was visible to the naked eye erupted between the two of them, oscillating in the air, and even the soldiers far away from the harbor could clearly hear these collisions. Upon closer inspection, one side's figure continued to speed up, while the other side became slower. Looking from a distance, the situation has also begun to become one-sided. Suddenly a clear figure flashed out of the sky and flew into the air. Look at it. Lieutenant General Garp has fallen. What? The soldiers looked ahead in disbelief and shouted in unison. The hero Garp has always been the strongest image in Marine's mind. Even the One Piece Roger in the past felt deep pressure on Garp. And such a powerful Garp is now being pressed and beaten by Lin Tian, even lost to Lin Tian, being beaten and flew into the air. Don't froze in your place, hurry back to the port and rescue Lieutenant General Garp. A seaman yelled vigorously. From his clothes, he could be seen as the command captain of a certain warship. That's right. Lieutenant General Garp specifically called us out to prevent us from getting hurt, but now he is caught in a hard fight. Such a benevolent person, don't we have the heart to watch by the side? Someone on the other side of the warship shouted. That's right. Get ready, everyone, and follow me, the original command captain of the warship shouted vigorously. Okay. Come on everyone, the soldiers said in unison. The soldiers who were originally attacked by the Azura Road and immersed in panic and fear and became decadent, are in command of the captains. Under constant agitation, the morale was high, and he was immediately fully armed and ready to go. One after another warships set sail again, rushing to the port in a dense, shocking scene. Garp was knocked into the air in an instant, hitting the edge of the port, and suddenly a large spiderweb-like pit appeared on the ground. Garp was sunken in it, buried in gravel and rubble. Lin Tian unlocked the lightning-style armor and slowly walked towards Garp's direction. There was a subtle smile on his face, and his smile contained a mockery of Marine, and even more disdain for Garp, which made Moria, who was watching the battle from afar, felt a deep chill. Moria has always been hiding in the building complex of the Marine resident, watching Lin Tian and Garp fighting from a distance, just to wait for the most critical moment, and that moment is when Moria personally attacked Lin Tian and gave Lin Tian a fatal blow. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As far as Moria is concerned, he has watched Lin Tian's battles too many times, and he fully felt Lin Tian's terrifying strength from the battle, and it was such terrifying strength that Moria did not dare to come forward easily. Moria has been called by Lin Tian for some time, and her dissatisfaction with Lin Tian is stronger than anyone in Shishibukai. Because of this, he who is cunning and changeable has to grasp Lin Tian's loopholes, and the battle between Lin Tian and Garp just gave Moria a perfect opportunity to surprise and attack it. Lin Tian slowly arrived in front of Garp, and when he was about to grant the final blow, a burst of dust rushed toward his face, blocking his vision. Tiandi, you are in the middle. Garp stepped on the ground vigorously, an invisible deep pit constantly rushed forward, killing Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tian jumped gently into the air, and when he was about to land on the other side, Garp immediately moved forward and rushed behind Lin Tian. God, I see how you flashed this time. Take it. Garp raised his right fist, armament haki gathered his whole body, glowing with a sense of solemnity, suppressing the audience, and hitting the back of Lin Tian's head was a punch. The fist like a broken bamboo evacuated the surrounding air at once, with a strong impact, sucked everything around into the fist, just about to hit the back of Lin Tian's head. The cold light flashed, and the icy breath fell from the air, turning into elegant snowflakes and falling to the ground. The wind and snow engulfed the surrounding sword aura. A strong blizzard erupted from Lin Tian's body, unexpectedly knocking Garp's right fist crooked. What? Garp instantly lost his balance and fell to the side. Since the last World War, Garp has understood that it is impossible to hit Lin Tian if it is only by strength, so this time Garp created the opportunity to catch Lin Tian's unavoidable moment while still staying in the air and hit Lin Tian. But what he never expected was that Lin Tian unexpectedly broke out an unprecedented power in such a dangerous situation, forcibly blowing himself to the other side. The original advantage has now become a disadvantage. Squeak! Snow slowly fell on Garp's fist, and the seemingly delicate and soft snowflakes turned into invisible sword energy, continuously cutting Garp Armament Haki's right fist, making a harsh sound. These invisible sword auras were constantly superimposed on each other, hovering in the air, and finally turned into an ice dragon. The ice dragon rose up, opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire blizzard. In an instant, the ice dragon attacked Garp and slammed into Garp. Not good. Upon seeing this, Garp immediately raised his arms to protect him, and the armament haki gathered his whole body, which was about to block the attack of the dragon. This fragile dragon is essentially the incarnation produced by Lin Tian after refining the sword chi of Hiren Meru to the peak under the powerful Ryotsu. The dragon hit Garp's arms, bursting out a dazzling flash. Sun Yan's sword aura continuously cut Garp's arms. The seemingly indestructible arms broke Garp's armament haki, leaving criss-cross wounds on Garp's arms. Ah! Garp yelled. The blood continued to flow from Garp's arms, dripping to the ground, and a bloody smell immediately spread into the air. This is impossible. How can I break my defense so easily? Garp looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Garp, armament haki, who has always used the mighty power of physique, has a level of cultivation that is even more superhuman, but in front of Lin Tian's sword aura, he has become so weak and uncontrollable that Garp feels deeply incredible. Chapter 159. The flood dragon gradually dissipated. Lin Tian also received his own sword energy, and slowly fell from the air. When he was about to land, a dark light and shadow pierced him behind him, full of murderous aura, and approached Lin Tian. Tiandi, you didn't expect it. There is also me. Take it to death, Shadow Horn Spear. Moria took advantage of the moment when Lin Tian played against Garp's lack and landed, condensing the power of the whole body, turning the shadow into a spear, and rushing towards Lin Tian's back. Seeing that the shadow angle spear was about to hit Lin Tian, when the two were only a millimeter apart, the shadow angle spear shattered in an instant and disappeared. What happened? Moria felt extremely shocked in her heart and said, Emperor Mingming did not do anything, so the shadow spear disappeared on its own. In fact, at the moment when the shadow horn spear was about to hit Lin Tian, a strong sword aura erupted from Lin Tian's body. Not only that, the sword aura also blessed armament haki, so the shadow horn spear was wiped out in an instant. This is exactly the embodiment of Lin Tian's extreme practice of haki, Ryotsu, and White Fang swordsmanship, and Lin Tian possesses ever-changing attacking styles, which makes Garp and Moria completely passive. In the face of repeated attacks, Lin Tian always solved it easily, and immediately made Garp and Moria feel scared in their hearts. Haha, it's not a pity that you can sculpt bugs. Lin Tian fell to the ground, turned around, looked at Moria indifferently, with a deep chill in his eyes, which made Moria tremble with fear. Suddenly, Lin Tian suddenly appeared in front of Moria, shook Hiren Meru glowing with cold light, and slashed away at Moria. Moria was too late to react. Hiren Meru wrapped around armament haki had already cut his abdomen, blood spurted out, splashed on Hiren Meru, and instantly turned into blood-red ice flowers. Damn it! Garp kicked hard and came to Lin Tian's side, hammering down towards Hiren Meru's blade, and he slammed Hiren Meru out of Moria, but Sun Yan's sword aura scratched a blood mark on his fist surface. Moria, go! Garp endured the pain, kicked Moria away and yelled hard. Want to run? No way! Before Moria could react, Lin Tian faced the front and swept across the ages. An ice blade drew out from Hiren Meru's sword and cut to Moria. Moria fell to the ground instantly, smashing a huge hole, dying. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Damn it! Garp yelled angrily. The next one Garp falls to the ground is you. Lin Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, he smiled. Just when Lin Tian was about to step forward to kill Garp, a rumbling sound came from a distance, and dense artillery fire appeared in the sky to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately came to a gorgeous turn, fluttering Hiren Meru, and with a vigorous wave, ice blades rushed into the sky, smashing the shells one by one. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sky ushered in continuous explosions, and the dense artillery shells were all crushed in an instant, turned into dust and fell, covering Lin Tian. At this moment, there were bursts of shouts around Lin Tian, everyone! Go! The piles of soldiers surrounded Lin Tian in 3 and 3 levels, and raised their guns to aim at Lin Tian, saying, The Emperor of Heaven! You have been surrounded by us. Obediently, just grab it. Lin Tian looked around, laughed loudly and said, You have the ability, do you say it again? Boom! Lin Tian stared intently, his eyebrows trembled, and suddenly a wave of conqueror's haki came over the sky, causing all the surrounding soldiers to spit white foam and faint on the ground. What? When the soldiers on the warship that was still traveling in the distance saw them, their legs were numb in fright, and they knelt to the ground, at a loss. Lin Tian stepped on the front, his right hand squeezed Hiren Meru, chakra and armament haki lingered in it, slashing towards the distant sea. A huge ice blade followed, with a powerful sword aura, killing forward, and constantly rubbing the sword aura, making a rustling sound, and roaring endlessly. With such a huge momentum, even waves were rippling on the sea, and the back waves pushed the front waves, and a huge wave hit the warship unexpectedly. As soon as the ice blade moved forward, the speed was getting faster and faster, cutting through the waves and hitting the warship. The warships were chopped in half and exploded. The raging fire rose on the sea and spread to all directions. The Emperor of Heaven, stop! Garp picked up his fists again and hit Lin Tian. Lin Tian instantly turned around and held Garp's fist with one hand, flicked it with him, and smashed Garp to the ground. At this time, Garp was heavily attacked all over his body, wounded, and his movements all over his body began to become sluggish. Garp looked at the surroundings, the gunpowder was everywhere, and there was a mess, and then he looked at Lin Tian who was unscathed, and his heart was full of shock and anger. As one of the 3 power representatives of 7 warlords of the sea and naval headquarters, he set up numerous traps, and he couldn't even hurt a single hair of Lin Tian. Even if Lin Tian is not injured, it is difficult to even consume Lin Tian. Instead, he is completely in a difficult position now. There is no counter-attack. Garp is stunned and at a loss. Just when Lin Tian was about to take advantage of the silence of Garp to grant a one-shot kill, a huge golden light wave attacked him behind him. Lin Tian immediately leaped to the side, 5.9 waves of golden light passed by his side, and shot towards the forest in front, igniting a raging fire. God! Let go of Garp! Lin Tian turned around and looked at the front leisurely, a big golden Buddha appeared in front of him, it was Sengoku. Sengoku, are you here to join in the fun? Lin Tian constricted a smile and looked at Sengoku faintly. A disapproving arrogance was revealed in his smile, and a dismissive ridicule appeared in his eyes, which made Sengoku angrily burst out, and he was about to attack Lin Tian. Stop! Crane immediately stood in front of Sengoku, blocked Sengoku, and looked at Lin Tian and said, God, we are here to apologize this time. We are not here to fight. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked. Chapter 160. The marine soldiers were puzzled. Lin Tian and the others not only damaged the marine station, but also injured Shi Shibukai and Garp. Even if they killed him, they couldn't understand their hatred. Now they say that they are here to apologize? Crane also saw the dissatisfaction and doubts around him, and said, today, the only top powerhouses left in naval headquarters are Garp and Sengoku, and Shi Shibukai have all fallen to the ground. If this continues, where does Marine's authority come from? Just a few simple words revealed the fact that all marine soldiers most dare not admit in their hearts. Looking forward to Lin Tian, who is free and comfortable, is full of hatred. But what can it be? Now that Marine's combat power has been lost more than half, if Garp is lost again at such a critical moment, Marine will be just a paper tiger, empty and without strength. He has no choice but to make this move. Sengoku listened, regaining the power of everyone's fruit, and changed back to the original. Looking at Crane, he was full of hesitation and anxiety. Sengoku sighed and said, do we have to defy the orders of the world government and let go of them? I know Sengoku's dissatisfaction in your heart, but now we can't help but choose. Crane choked up and said, it's not that we let go of the Emperor, but hope that the Emperor can let go of Garp and Shi Shibukai. This sentence is like a huge iron needle piercing into Sengoku's heart. Sengoku has always been very faithful in fulfilling any order of the world government, and never doubted it. But what I never expected was that even Shi Shibukai, one of the 3 major forces, together with Garp, could not subdue Lin Tian, and was even dying, with no backhand strength. For the first time, Sengoku had to doubt 5 elders this time. Decide whether it is correct. If you continue to execute 5 elders' orders like now, then Marine must suffer heavy losses. Moreover, Garp is now in serious injury. Facing such a powerful Lin Tian, Sengoku is not 100% sure, and he can save Garp in Lin Tian's hands alone. If he fights with Lin Tian, then Marine will definitely lose the power of the central axis. At that time, let alone Lin Tian, other 4 emperors will come over. Marine will certainly not attack and destroy itself, and then Marine will no longer exist. Crane is right. The most important thing now is to save Garp and Shi Shibukai. In order to preserve Marine's strength and avoid a battle with the Emperor, the best way is to negotiate with the Emperor. Sengoku secretly said in his heart. Well, Crane, that's the only way to go, this matter can only rely on you. Sengoku finished speaking and walked back. Sengoku, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Crane's heart was also very conflicted and uneasy, although Crane felt wrong before Garp set off. It's not that Crane doesn't believe in the strength of Sengoku and Shi Shibukai. Crane has seen Lin Tian and Yunjian fight with his own eyes in Malin Vatican. In the battle, Lin Tian was only on par with Hawkeye, but just after a few moves, Lin Tian suddenly burst into unprecedented power, constantly suppressing Hawkeye, and the situation is even more one-sided. Even though Garp and Sengoku came forward to prevent the duel, Crane believed that Lin Tian's victory would be the final match. Crane discovered Lin Tian's amazing aptitude in this battle, and constantly absorbed the opponent's fighting skills in the battle. Once he understood the trick, his strength increased greatly after only a moment, and even crushed back to the opposite side. Crane believes that 5 elders has not seen Lin Tian's qualifications, and thinks that power can overwhelm everything. With a powerful Shi Shibukai, Lin Tian can be taken down. Who knows that Lin Tian's strength growth has surpassed Shi Shibukai? Besides, the members of the Akatsuki organization under Lin Tian have extraordinary strengths and unknown abilities. Fighting with them easily is just dying. In the face of Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization, Marine must replenish its forces and improve its own strength, and the most important thing is to get Akainu back from Lin Tian and save Garp. Crane came to Lin Tian with a smile on his face, seemingly calm and composed, but actually panicked. The corners of his mouth were still trembling slightly, and he could see the anxiety in Crane's heart. I deliberately here, begging the Emperor to be merciful. Crane said. You let me let them go, I let them go, this doesn't make sense, it's also the battle that you provoked first. Lin Tian looked at Crane Road displeased. After the Crane choked, he said, I once again express my deep apologies for this. For this reason, I brought 5 devil fruits to the Emperor of Heaven as a reward. Crane beckoned, the soldiers behind, holding golden boxes in their hands, came forward one after another, opened them slowly in front of Lin Tian, stretched out their heads and took a closer look. They were all devil fruit. That's not right, Lin Tian snorted coldly, you originally owed me 5 devil fruits. Crane gritted his teeth, as if expected this situation, and closed his eyes painfully. In order to apologize, we have prepared another 5 devil fruits. 257. As soon as the voice fell, the Marines brought out another box containing 5 devil fruits. It seemed that if Lin Tian didn't bring it up, they would not take the initiative to take out these 5 devil fruits. It's barely sincere, it's just enough for our appearance fee. Lin Tian smiled upon seeing this. Sengoku and others want to vomit blood when they hear it. Who wants to invite you to play? It is clear that your purpose of extortion has been achieved, and I am sighing that you will not lose in deliberately fighting this battle, okay? Lin Tian restored his grinning face again, and said, since you are so sincere, then I won't go into it. Finish work and leave. After that, the silver light flashed, and the icy air suddenly disappeared. Lin Tian took Hiren Meru, and waved to the direction of Akatsuki organization. Suzuki and the others immediately saw Lin Tian's gesture, stepped back a few steps and let go of the Shishibukai in front of them, and Shura Deo and Beast Deo walked to Crane and took the treasure chest in the hands of the soldiers, and stood behind Lin Tian. Just as Lin Tian was about to leave, he quickly said again, the Emperor of Heaven, I still have something to ask, please stay. Chapter 161. Huh? What the hell is there? It's rare that I'm in a good mood right now, if I have something to say quickly, if I have a fart, I don't. Lin Tian stared at the Crane. Didn't the Emperor said before, as long as Marine prepares 10 devil fruits, he can find you to return to Akainu at any time? Crane said. But, I mean 50 devil fruit. As long as you have, then I will return Akainu to you. Lin Tian said. Sengoku said angrily, don't speak too loudly, God. Even if you insist on 50 devil fruits, we don't have the ability to use them, what good will it do for you? What you said makes sense, Lin Tian said casually, 10 is 10, anyway, Akainu is not worth money. Sengoku. Crane. He Chiang endured the anger that was about to erupt in his heart, and signaled again that the marine soldiers behind took out 5 treasure chests from the ship to Lin Tian, all of which were devil fruit. Plus 10 devil fruits, for this encirclement and suppression, Marine has already paid a full 20 devil fruits. With this huge amount and cost, even the wealthy Marine would vomit a mouthful of blood for it. Not to mention that, in order to let Lin Tian be Shishibukai, they had already given Lin Tian 5 devil fruits. In other words, the 25 devil fruits Lin Tian currently has are all from Marine. At this moment Crane said, I'm ready, what about Akainu? Where did you put the Emperor? Lin Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I will give it back to you now. Lin Tian waved his right hand at random, threw a frozen person from the gap in the different space, and hit the ground. This person was Akainu. Looking at the ferocious eyes of Akainu who was frozen inside, Sengoku was even more angry and hateful, gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Tian. He immediately stepped forward, ready to pick up Akainu, but was blocked by Lin Tian unexpectedly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Lin Tian said, wait, if you want to leave Akainu, you can, but let Sengoku go back first, otherwise you can take advantage of me to leave and chase us afterwards. Then I am losing a lot. Well, then I will stay alone. Crane gave an order back, and the soldiers came up and took Shishibukai away. Garp followed along and boarded the warship, leaving only Crane and some soldiers. Lin Tian and Suzuki took 15 devil fruits on the Akatsuki, followed by Crane. Such a big battle in the Chambord Islands naturally caused the pirates on the other side to be eager to move, and they took the Shanghai pirate ship and ran to the opposite marine station number 60 to see what happened. The scene in front of them shocked them. Marine followed Lin Tian and them all the time, escorting them to New World. What's more shocking is that the marine station is in a mess, in dilapidated condition, and the rubble is piled up into pieces. Obviously, there has been a big battle here. Look at the marine station in ruins. What's going on? A pirate shouted. I heard that the marine government urgently called Shishibukai and sent Garp over to encircle and suppress the Emperor of Heaven. Isn't it? The Emperor was dead that day. Shishibukai is one of the 3 major forces, and he must have destroyed the Emperor. No. I have witnessed the Heavenly Emperor not only crippled Shishibukai, but also defeated Garp powerlessly. The captain of a pirate ship stood up and said that he had been staying in the sea very far away to watch the whole process. This sentence was just said, everyone was stunned, and said in shock, this is impossible. You must have read it wrong. That's Garp, it's the marine hero who even feels a headache for Roger. Oh Garp! I'm not mistaken. I pledged my life. This is a fact I saw with my own eyes. At this point, everyone was silent. For them, the Emperor of Heaven has long been synonymous with fear, and now even Marine and Shishibukai have nothing to do with the Emperor of Heaven, and it has aggravated their fear of the Emperor of Heaven. Talk easily. Soon, less than an hour after the end of the battle, Lin Tian blasted Shishibukai, and news of deterring Marine spread all over the world, making everyone in the world focus on Lin Tian again. As soon as the news spread, people quickly became popular, and even some rumors rose up in the world. Just now, the Emperor defeated Shishibukai, and Marine sent Garp over to capture the Emperor, but he was beaten up by the Emperor. As a last resort, Marine even personally delivered devil fruit to apologize. This is the time to return Garp. Yet, even the Marine government and Shishibukai can't stop the Emperor. I think the 4 emperors will suffer in the hands of the Emperor soon. Yet, the Emperor of Heaven can be said to have the wind to get the wind, the rain to get the rain, how can the 4 emperors be his opponent? At that time, let alone the 3 powers, there will be only the Heavenly Emperor in this world. This war can be described as a major event that shocked the world. Once defeat Shishibukai. Beat Garp. Akatsuki organization has become a new top power, and even the 4 emperors are not in the eyes. The news was immediately published in the headlines of the world's major news agencies. The leaders of the world's major groups have urgently convened meetings to list the Emperor of Heaven as the top power in the world, breaking the balance of the 3 powers of 4 emperors, Marine and Shishibukai, and becoming a new world power that surpasses Marine and Shishibukai. In this regard, the world's major group powers immediately issued the highest order, facing Lin Tian must stay away, and many group powers began to figure out ways to win over the Emperor of Heaven, and rub some face to better consolidate their status. With such a fact in front of us, even 5 elders of the world government have to admit that Lin Tian is now a representative of the new world forces, and the 3 major balances will no longer exist. However, the world government and Marine did not directly issue official announcements about their battle with Lin Tian, nor did they publicly acknowledge that Lin Tian has become a new world power. It's just that world government and Marine left some face to themselves, and it's nothing more than a shame. Chapter 162. In essence, the world government has also treated Akatsuki organization and Emperor Tian as new forces. The news also reached the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck of the mobile, Whitebeard sat on a chair with a stern face and looked at devil fruit that Jaws had desperately obtained, with a thoughtful look. In front of everyone. The second team captain Blackbeard looked at devil fruit and couldn't help but feel moved, but he endured it all at once, looked at Whitebeard and said, "Father, you put devil fruit on the ground, what the hell are you doing?" Whitebeard frowned and said, "This is the devil fruit that Jaws went to die on the Tesoro ship and grabbed him. Now he is still lying in the hospital bed, and the root of all this is the Emperor of Heaven." God! The word Emperor of Heaven came out of Whitebeard's air, immediately causing the audience to sink their faces, with deep hatred in their eyes. The 4th team captain Seiki immediately walked up to Whitebeard and said, "Father, the Emperor of Heaven is not what it used to be. Not long ago, when Shishibukai and Marine were defeated, they were said to be new forces in the world. They also claimed that they are not even 4 emperors. Put it in your eyes. It's unbearable." Blackbeard stepped in and interjected, 480 Not only that, but the Emperor also injured our companions and hijacked Marco, but we have to let his conditions go to devil fruit, so what is the face of our Whitebeard pirates? Yes. Daddy. The pirates around immediately shouted in unison. After hearing everyone's shouts, Whitebeard looked at devil fruit in front of him, thinking of Marco, Baista, and Jaws, and they were angry, and cast their eyes to the distant sea, with a strong killing intent in their eyes. Whitebeard stood up, facing everyone and said, "You don't need to say much, but after defeating Shishibukai, the Emperor is so arrogant that he doesn't even look at the 4 emperors, and he doesn't treat the old man at all. Father is right. Not only that, the Emperor also injured our brothers and compatriots. Should we swallow our anger and stand here and do nothing? Don't avenge our brothers and compatriots." Sachi followed Whitebeard's words and fanned the flames, "No. We won't. Because we are the Whitebeard pirates." The 9th team captain Blenheim was also aroused in anger and shouted, "Yes. Brothers. We Whitebeard pirates are not afraid of the sky, are we afraid of a heavenly emperor?" Suddenly the atmosphere of the audience was stirred up, and all the pirates shouted loudly, "Yes. We Whitebeard pirates have never been afraid of anyone. It's only the emperor, what are we afraid of when we go together? Besides, we still have Daddy. In. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. That's right. We want to avenge Captain Jaws. We avenge Captain Baista. We avenge the dead brothers and compatriots. Kill the Emperor in anger. Save Captain Marco." The pirates kept making noise and yelling, and took up the weapons in their hands one after another, posing a posture that they were always ready to fight Lin Tian, looking at Whitebeard. Okay, sons. FK the guys in your hands, avenge Marco and the others, and kill Lin Tian. Whitebeard gave an order, and the vigorous and powerful voice immediately aroused everyone's emotions and drove forward mightily, and all of them had only one goal, that is, to kill Lin Tian. Although the outside world said that the Emperor and the Akatsuki organization broke the balance of the three powers, and even Marine and Shishibukai were not rivals, as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard simply dismissed it. In the original history, in order to fight the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku also summoned all the members of 7 warlords of the sea. And at that time, Marine 3 Admiral and Sengoku participated in the battle personally, and they were even stronger. But Whitebeard only relied on gathering all the pirate groups under his command to fight such a behemoth. So how could he be afraid of the Emperor and Akatsuki organization? In the eyes of all members of the Whitebeard pirate group, the newly emerging Akatsuki organization is at best a force of the same level as them, and it is not absolutely invincible. After Lin Tian finished the transaction with Crane, they came to New World again. The weather here is still changing rapidly, making people confused. The gentle light floats on the calm sea, and the surface of the sea is constantly shining with golden light. From a distance, the world is divided into 2 halves by the sea and the sky, and there is a golden line between the two. The scenery is pleasant. People are full of meaning. But the good times did not last long, and soon a dark cloud gradually pressed into the clear sky, with a pitch black, covering the audience like night, swallowing the Akatsuki in it, and the atmosphere was very strange. Soon, in the darkness ahead, there were segments of light illuminating the sea ahead. The Shura road standing on the bridge immediately stopped and rushed in front of Lin Tian, Sir Tiandi. A large ship was suddenly blocked in front of us. Hi. Lin Tian slowly recovered from his sleepiness, looked forward and asked, "It looks like there are many boats, how many pirate boats are there in front of this?" There is too many to count." Shuradeo replied. "Report to Lord Tiandi. I just sent the summoning beast to investigate, and conservatively estimated that there are about 60 pirate groups in front of you." The animal road walked to Lin Tian and said, "So many pirate groups? Who is it that has such a huge momentum, and took a lot of effort to send me back to New World?" Lin Tian suddenly lost his drowsiness, raised his spirits and looked forward, looking like he was about to move. Looking at the flag of the pirate group, it is the same as the pirate group we met in the Fishman Island last time, it is a Whitebeard logo. Beast Road then reported. Whitebeard. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard the words, and then sneered, "I really didn't expect it to be Whitebeard. Since Whitebeard has taken such a painstaking effort to present us, wouldn't it be embarrassing if we don't go and thank him? You know? Come and not be indecent." Chapter 163. Lin Tian raised his head and looked to the front, motioned for a moment, and Shuradeo immediately drove the Akatsuki to rush forward. Soon after, Akatsuki arrived in front of the Moby DK, surrounded by a large group of pirates. Compared with the surrounding pirate ships that looked like giants, the small Akatsuki looked like a turtle in the urn. Let them kill. Everyone in the surrounding pirate ships was fully armed and standing in place, and one after another, they aimed their artillery in the direction of Akatsuki, ready to go. Lin Tian stood in front of Akatsuki, looked at Whitebeard above, laughed loudly, "Isn't this Whitebeard? It took so much time to call so many pirate groups to send me to New World. I'm sorry." Whitebeard glared and looked at Lin Tian, who was smiling with a hippie face. The dissatisfaction in his heart was immediately revealed on his face, and he said, "Don't be cute here. Everyone knows what you think. I will just say one thing here, let go of Marco." "Oh? What if I don't let it go?" Lin Tian glanced disdainfully. "Then there is only a dead end." Whitebeard shouted angrily, and all the artillery fire shot out in the direction of Lin Tian. Boom! The sound of deafening artillery fire ran through the entire sea area, and the sound wave after wave rippled in the air, continuously spreading to the distance. Suddenly, bunches of flashes broke out in the dark sea area under the dark clouds, red rays of light flashed in the gun tongue, the fireworks continued, the gun smoke was everywhere, and the dense artillery fire burst out like arrows in all directions, shooting at Lin Tian in all directions. "Ha ha ha! God! Take it to death!" The pirates laughed loudly, looking at the embarrassed Lin Tian and the others. Their faces were full of arrogant smiles and shouted, "No matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape with your wings this time. Who told you that you can't be offended? Offended? Here comes our Whitebeard pirates!" Boom! Boom! The artillery fire exploded one after another in the sky, making a thunderous explosion. The huge firelight drove the surrounding smoke and dust, rising from the center of the explosion, and approaching the sky, a huge mushroom-shaped black cloud shrouded in the sky. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The great momentum came one after another, accompanied by a strong aftermath spreading to the distance. Instantly the sea was turbulent, and the waves continued to blow the pirate ship around it tottering. The huge explosion sounded far away, attracting everyone who came to watch the battle. There may be reporters from major news agencies, agents sent by major groups, and some ordinary pirates who are purely curious and join in the fun. In order to fight Lin Tian this time, Whitebeard mobilized 16 pirate regiments under it, and came to help Whitebeard crusade against Lin Tian's 43 famous fleets in the New World. Such a great momentum and a big fight has naturally attracted the attention of many people. This battle between the new forces and the old forces represents a change in the New World pattern and is a key point for the future development of the world. For them, this battle also involves many interest groups and groups, touching on their fundamental interests, enough to affect the foundation of their own career development for a long time. Therefore, the major groups and groups sent many people to watch the battle on the spot, with the phone worm in their hands, and every moment and every second were relaying the battle situation to the group leaders on the other side of the phone worm. The major news agencies have even seen the importance of this war, and this war must be written into the annals of history. And it will be recorded in the annals of history that the only person who broke the three balances and battled the four emperors single-handedly, Lin Tian. The rumbling explosions drove the fiery red fireworks, and the black smoke of gunpowder rushed into the sky like mushrooms. The powerful impact even washed away the dark clouds in the sky, leaving a huge hole in the dark clouded sky. The scorching sun shone straight down from the only hole, and it happened to hit the Akatsuki, and the surrounding area became clearly visible. Look! It's the Akatsuki organization and the Whitebeard pirates. A shout came from the crowd, and everyone raised their binoculars and cast their gazes to observe them from afar. It really is the Emperor of Heaven. Everyone watched attentively for a long time, only to see a petite pirate ship in the middle of a huge pirate ship, and the person standing at the bow of that ship was Lin Tian. And the surrounding pirate ships directed their artillery fire at Lin Tian one after another, sending out countless artillery shells one after another to Lin Tian. God, this time is really going to suffer Whitebeard's hands, a pirate yelled. Why are you so sure that the Emperor will lose? The Emperor abused Shishibukai and broke Garp not long ago, said the pirate behind him. 0. Are you blind? The Emperor is surrounded by 16 pirate regiments, and there are 43 large fleets outside. Look at the shabby boat of the Emperor without even a fort, how can it escape? It's really true. The Emperor of Heaven is definitely unable to escape this time, he must be killed in the sea. Everyone kept expressing their own thoughts, seeing Lin Tian in such a tragic desperate situation, no matter it was, everyone thought, the Emperor of Heaven must die today. They did not guess for no reason, or look down on the Akatsuki organization, but made judgments based on experience. Just like the original battle on the top of history, the Whitebeard pirate group has all marines and 7 warlords of the sea as its enemies, but no one can assert the outcome of the war. Because this is the prestige and power of the world's strongest man, 4 emperors Whitebeard. The keen reporter immediately noticed the rumors of the crowd. They were fully armed, holding the phone worm in their hands at any time, reporting the specific details of the battle between Lin Tian and Whitebeard for the world live broadcast. Suddenly, a piece of news about Lin Tian spread throughout the world. The new power TND was encircled and suppressed by Whitebeard. Life or death is uncertain. News like this keeps coming to everyone's ears. At the world government in Santa de Maria, 5 elders also keeps an eye on the latest developments in the war. Chapter 164. The 5 elders hurriedly convened in the meeting room to listen to the telephony worm and discussed. Marine is really useless, you look at Whitebeard and the others, and then you look at our Marine, it's really humiliating. This incompetent Marine will be finished sooner or later, Sengoku doesn't know what he thinks. I have to say that this time I really thanked Whitebeard for solving a big problem for us. The Emperor was so troubled this time that he actually got into Whitebeard. I think he will not even write death words by then. Ha 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 ha. 5 elders laughed constantly, and the echoes of laughter kept rippling in the Holy Land Maria, reaching the ears of the guards and patrols outside, making everyone chill behind their backs. In the waters around Whitebeard, many people started their ships and walked towards the battlefield ahead, especially the war reporters, rushing forward desperately. For them, if they take a photo of the moment when the leader of the new power, the Emperor, has fallen, then they will also become a person who has been recorded in the annals of history, a celebrity through the ages. The rumbling explosion suddenly stopped, and the Whitebeard pirates stopped waves of artillery attacks and looked forward. The continuous fireworks impacted the entire sea area, a scorched sulfur smell wafted in the air, thick gun smoke enveloped it, hazy, and no trace of Lin Tian could be seen ahead. Ha ha ha. The Emperor is finally dead. Know how powerful our Whitebeard pirates is. A pirate rushed to the side of the bow, raised the gun in his hand and sneered loudly. Suddenly a dark light and shadow flashed from the front, and the pirate immediately screamed, "Ah!" Looking down, his body has been pierced out of a huge pit, blood gushing out, splashing on the deck. At this time, light and shadow struck again one after another, piercing the surroundings one after another, and the pirates kept making bleak shouts, falling to the ground one after another, with a pool of blood. What's the matter? Why are my sons dead? Whitebeard stood up angrily, clenched the large naginata in both hands, bursting blue veins, and glared forward. Children, give me back. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Whitebeard's hands glowed dazzlingly, and the air wrapped around his hands, constantly compressed and vibrated, and transmitted to the large naginata. The sword stood up, and it smashed down from top to bottom, with an amazing aura. Sand. Sand. Yarn. The air vibrated, and a huge hurricane turbulent, splitting all the gunpowder in front of him in half and dispersing it in all directions. A pitch-black shield was reflected in front of everyone. This attack can't break my protective shield. Sasori sneered, Sand Iron Shiger. The protective cover surrounded the entire Akatsuki, and the sand and iron continued to flow on the surface of the protective cover. In an instant, small iron needles shot out and pierced Whitebeard. Daddy! Danger! The pirates shouted. Don't panic! Sons! Whitebeard's armament haki entangled with both hands, surging on the large naginata with a dark metallic luster, a flash of silver light, slashing toward the iron needles that hit the front like a torrential rain. Clang clang! The blade of the naginata kept hitting the iron needles, and the harsh sound penetrated everyone's ears, continuously and continuously, making people dizzy and overwhelmed. The iron needle deviated from its own direction under the impact of the big naginata, but it did not break as a result, but continued to pierce forward. The screams came again, and the pirates behind Whitebeard were hit and fell to the ground. Whitebeard saw his sons fall one by one, angrily, looking forward and saying, God! Come out! Don't be a turtle! Haha! Who are you talking about shrinking the head tortoise? I'll give you a chance and say it again. In the sand iron protective shield, a cold sword aura, accompanied by a cold murderous aura, rushed to Whitebeard's front with a thunder, and immediately swiped down. Clang! Before Whitebeard had time to react, he moved backwards, he just raised the naginata, blocked a blow, and sent a visible sound wave to the surroundings. What? Whitebeard yelled. A strong impact was brewing in it, wafting up, glowing with a strong hurricane, abruptly blowing Whitebeard against the wall behind, and a deep trace was drawn on the deck. God! You hit our father! Suddenly, the pirates from all directions rushed forward, raised the weapon in their hands, and killed Lin Tian. Little ants, don't make trouble! Lin Tian's eyes condensed, his eyebrows wrinkled, and a strong conqueror's haki spread over the sky, trampling on all directions. Unsurprisingly, all the pirates couldn't bear the vigorous conqueror's haki like a tiger descending a mountain, with a ferocious face, white eyes, foaming at the mouth, and all fainted on the ground. Even the captains and deputy captains of some elite powerhouses couldn't bear this momentum and fainted to the ground. Sachi, who barely withstood the momentum, just supported the wall, stood up, and looked around and was shocked. Unexpectedly, the conqueror's haki of the Heavenly Emperor is so strong that even a captain-level figure like me can't fully bear it. Seiki surprised. The surrounding pirate ship saw Lin Tian's blow, and was so shocked that his head was 3.9 cold sweats, his hands and feet were constantly shaking and standing in place. But when I thought that my comrades who had been born and died, and shared their tribulations were killed by Lin Tian one by one, the anger in my heart defeated the fear, immediately picked up the guy, and shouted, Kill everyone! Don't let the Emperor go! As they rushed towards the Moby DK, Whitebeard yelled, Sons, don't lean in. Stand where you are. Charge here without thinking, just to die. Just leave it to the old man. Whitebeard stood up, angered and projected towards Lin Tian, and Conqueror's haki burst out all over his body. Two Conqueror's haki collided into one piece. The dark clouds in the sky continued to revolve around them, and there were flashes of black thunder smashing down. Chapter 165. Boom. Boom. Because of the changes in the world, the big waves rise up, turbulent surrounding seas, making everyone look at Lin Tian and Whitebeard with horror. At this moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian and said, Master! There is a reaction from the treasure here. Huh? Really? Lin Tian laughed suddenly, he had no idea that he would find treasures here. After thinking about it, this mobile, as the main ship of the Whitebeard pirate group, has created an era together with Whitebeard. Such a far-reaching pirate ship can find treasures on it, and it is not for it. Over. After all, according to Lin Tian's past experience, wherever there is a special significance, there will generally be treasures falling. But Lin Tian thought about it again, when he met Whitebeard in the Fishman Island last time, he did not detect the trace of the treasure. It is estimated that it is because the Moby DK is 219 years old, it is not easy to find the trace of the treasure, or the treasure at that time has not been refreshed. Only now on board the Moby DK can we better observe and detect the treasure at close range. Lin Tian thinks this way, and feels that this treasure is really easy to come by. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Lin Tian laughed out loud again. Whitebeard who was in front saw Lin Tian's smile, the anger in his heart kept hitting, and he shouted angrily, The Emperor of Heaven, what's so funny? Xiao Xiao, open the map and show it to me. Lin Tian completely ignored Whitebeard's words and muttered to himself in place. Xiao Xiao said, It's at the feet of the master. After Lin Tian laughed, he secretly thought, I don't know what will be released this time. Is it a skill or a summon? Is it permanent or semi-permanent? Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian, not putting himself in his eyes at all, and his anger became more concentrated. His hands were constantly shaking the air, hovering on the blade of the naginata, making a ding-and-ding shaking sound. Whitebeard, has not been ignored so far. Guan's fame can scare all the pirates, and this heavenly emperor only defeated Shi Shibukai, was praised by the world, dare not to put Lao Zi in the eyes at all. Go. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Whitebeard rushed forward angrily, dissatisfied in his heart. God, don't be arrogant here. The sword light and sword shadow, the big naginata trembles with continuous air fluctuations, and it cuts towards Lin Tian, just about to strike Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately raised his head and glared at Whitebeard, revealing a sense of solemnity from his eyes, which reflected in Whitebeard's eyes. Whitebeard was taken aback, his eyebrows trembled, his figure retreated slightly. Lin Tian took advantage of the situation and slid out his right foot, and came a perfect move to the side, avoiding Whitebeard's slash. Just a look made Whitebeard suddenly lost his mind, slightly changed the direction of the naginata, let the slash pass Lin Tian's side. The distance between the two was only a few millimeters apart. And this seemingly weak gap makes people feel that Lin Tian's sense of error is almost cut off, which is the manifestation of Lin Tian's complete belief that his own strength is better than everything. And this kind of combat method of creating opportunity, seizing the opportunity to dodge and counterattack, when faced with a person with such top combat power as Whitebeard, it would be impossible to do it so easily if it hadn't had a much stronger strength than it. Because the battle between the strong is often between such a small amount, but behind this tiny gap there is such a huge difference in strength. The slash slashed forward bravely, like a broken bamboo, unstoppable, and drove a strong vibration to the side of the sea. Boom! There was even a deep sword mark on the sea, hitting the horizon, and the air suddenly rippled and buzzed. A huge deep hole appeared on the deck of the mobile. Lin Tian jumped down in the direction of the deep hole and jumped to the bottom of the ship. Xiao Xiao, is it here? Lin Tian asked. Yes, master, right in front of you. Xiao Xiao said. That's fine, show me what treasure it is. Lin Tian smiled. A ray of sunlight was projected from just a tiny gap on the deck, illuminating the road in front of you. On the bottom of the ship are piles of gold and silver treasures looted from all over the world by the Whitebeard pirates. Lin Tian didn't move any thoughts at all, walked straight forward, and came to the face of the treasure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 2-star treasure and a 3-star treasure. Xiao Xiao said. Lin Tian is overjoyed, he who has never won a double first prize actually got the double treasure in history on the mobile. Xiao Xiao asked, Master, do you want to open it? Lin Tian smiled and said, of course it's open. Isn't it happy to open 2 treasures at once? 2 golden lights flashed out, reflected in Lin Tian's eyes. Under the light and shadow was Lin Tian's joy. God, don't think that 540 is enough to escape. Suddenly, a thunderous scream descended from the air, rippling through the bottom of the ship, echoing everywhere, and looking for the sound, it was Whitebeard who came. Whitebeard leaped down, dancing a large naginata in the air, like a god of war descending to the earth, with extraordinary momentum, facing Lin Tian's direction with a slash. Clang! 2 big swords appeared from the light and shadow, blocking Whitebeard's blow. The strong vibration waved from the sword and impacted the surroundings. Whitebeard quickly took a step back and looked ahead. Congratulations to the master for getting the 3-star permanent call, Hoshigaki Kisame, and the 2-star permanent call, Ghost Lantern Shuyu. Xiao Xiao congratulated. 2 figures came out from the bottom of the boat where there was only a beam of brilliance in the darkness. One of them was like a shark with golden pupils and a mouth full of sharp teeth. The man dressed in a cloak embroidered with a red cloud on a black background killed Whitebeard. Hi! He slashed towards him, smoke and dust all around, and suddenly smashed the floor. Whitebeard leaped up, dodged his slash, and jumped onto the deck, watching the front. Kisame also jumped up from the bottom of the boat and stood in front of Whitebeard. Chapter 166. Then next to Kisame, there appeared a white hair and purple pupils, jagged teeth, and Shuya with a decapitated sword on his back. The 2 looked at Whitebeard, with a trace of killing in their eyes. Huh? 2 swordsmen. Whitebeard was taken aback. Lin Tian just jumped into the bottom of the ship. How come 2 people who had never seen him appeared out of thin air? Everyone looked at them and found that it was the iconic uniform with red clouds on a black background. They also speculated, this should be the Akatsuki organization under the Emperor's banner, right? The pirates around looked at Kisame and Shuyu, and laughed loudly. God, you can't beat the old man, forget it, and even let out 2 little ants to fight with our old man. Wouldn't you be funny? Ha ha ha. This kind of stuff, the old man can beat them to kneel down and admit his father with 1 move. A steady stream of ridicule came from all directions and quickly spread throughout the sea. The reporters and pirates who came to watch the battle came not far from the battlefield, watching the battle. Have you seen it? It's Whitebeard and Lin Tian. They are standing on the deck of the mobile, a pirate yelled. Huh? There seem to be 2 people who look like sharks standing among them. The reporter picked up the telescope in his hand and observed keenly. Really? Does the Emperor really think that only those two weirdos can defeat Whitebeard? A pirate teased. Perhaps it really is like this. A child who looks frail, an uncle who looks old and ineffective, just because these two people are like defeating Whitebeard? It's a dead end. Yes, it is. There was a burst of laughter from outside the sea, with all kinds of disdain mixed in the laughter, and Kisame and Shuya were completely ignored. Ah! It's really noisy. Shuya was irritated by this mocking voice, looked forward impulsively and said to Kisame, hurry up and get it done, then go back. Kisame snorted, I suggest you better respect the seniors of the Ninja 7. What? Do you want to solve the old man me quickly? When Whitebeard heard it, he couldn't help but laughed, a child who was still so arrogant, it seemed that he had to teach him the principles of life. Understood, the old man should stay on the side to repair the old age bones, just watch my performance quietly. Shuya laughed perfunctorily, took the decapitated sword in his hand, ran forward quickly, and swiped away at Whitebeard. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Whitebeard shakes his whole body, his hands expressing a bunch of dazzling light spots, the light is attached to the large naginata, and the surrounding air is constantly vibrating, and there is a wave visible to the naked eye, splitting into the water and moon, full of momentum, unstoppable. Take it to death. A young man who doesn't know how high the earth is. Whitebeard shouted loudly and resounded throughout the audience. Cha! 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 The big naginata swept forward, and a strong slash blasted, making a sharp sound, piercing everyone's ears, and even slicing the air in front of it into two halves. A visible trace appeared on the road, like a broken bamboo. The ground splits the water moon. Ha ha ha! Whitebeard smiled wildly, revealing the power of the overlord in his laughter, and looked forward. Shuya completely hit Whitebeard's slash, only to be cut in half in an instant. At such a young age, it fell into the hands of old man like this. What a pity! Ha ha ha! That's not to blame him, he is all too strong. It's just that he is too weak. The pirates around with a strong tone, using various irony, laughed at Shuya with a laugh. Old man! Don't look around. Otherwise you will die in my hands. Shuya smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth, revealing a sense of arrogance brought by youth, and her voice broke through the ridicule of the audience. What? Whitebeard looked forward and was stunned for a while. Slashing Chong Shuya's abdomen was opened, and a crystal clear watermark was gradually healed together. Slashing had slipped through Shuya's body so smoothly without leaving a trace of scars. It turned out to be the elemental ability of the Logia fruit. I didn't expect it. I actually ate the devil fruit that is related to water. Whitebeard took a step back quickly, raised the shaft of the large naginata in his hand, and received a slash from Shuyu. Clang! The heavy jitter spread from the sword and shook on Shuyu's body, and then a wave of water waved through the whole body. The water waves are silver and silver, showing beams of brilliant brilliance in the sun, reflecting on Whitebeard's eyes. But the mere ability of Logia can't help me, old man. Whitebeard stepped forward immediately, stirring up a burst of dust, turbulent the ground deck, slowly shattering. An unprecedented armament haki haunted him, gathered on his fist, and threw a punch at Shuyu. Thrush! This fist was as vigorous as a dragon going out to sea, and instantly evacuated the air in front of him. The air continued to oscillate, and layers of spiderweb-like scars broke out on the deck on the ground, hitting Shuyu's body. Seeing that the fist had hit Shuyu's body, but an incredible scene happened. The fist went through Shuyu and hit the deck. What happened? Whitebeard was so shocked that he was stunned for a while, looking at the water moon passing through his hand, raising the big sword in his hand, and slashing down at his head. The taste of water cuts the water. A beam of cold light danced down, sliding fluently, expressing the most graceful posture, and slashing towards Whitebeard's neck. Clang! Whitebeard gritted his teeth and fought hard, raising his right fist to block Shuyu's blow, but the offensive continued. Another silver light lifted up from bottom to top, Sun Yan's killing intent pointed directly at Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard immediately backed away, barely passing the second slash. Shuya sneered when she saw this, don't try to escape. Chapter 167. Before Whitebeard's back foot had time to step on the floor, the broadsword made a graceful spin in the air, with the blade pointed at Whitebeard, and it was a third slash towards Whitebeard's chest, straight in. Ha! The blood spattered out, and a little bit of blood flowed on the decapitating sword, dripping onto the ground, dotted with blood flowers, and Whitebeard's chest was gulped with blood. Whitebeard couldn't stand it, and backed back again and again, blindly retreating to the wall behind him before stopping, looking at Shuyu, his heart was full of surprises. I just hit him with armament haki. How come there is no response? Am I wrong? Whitebeard was stunned, looking at Shuyu, he couldn't help leaving a trace of cold sweat on his head, feeling deeply uncomfortable. The noisy ridicule immediately stopped, and everyone looked at Shuyu incredulously. How could this happen? The old man would be beaten back by this kind of miscellaneous fish? It's impossible. Not only that, look at him, that guy's whole body is like water, he can't hit it at all. Then use armament haki. Dad's armament haki can be said to dominate the world, not to mention Logia. No. Just now Dad used the 570 armament haki and couldn't even hit that guy. What? There is Logia who can't even hit armament haki in this world. The pirates all around looked at Shuyu in amazement and wondered about Shuyu's ability, but they still couldn't understand why armament haki couldn't hit Shuyu. Obviously just a water person. In fact, this is just a hydration technique, of course it doesn't have the elemental weakness of Logia devil fruit. Shuyu, with a special bloodline, flows through the whole body through the chakra and uses the hydration technique to turn the whole body into liquid. Not only can it avoid physical damage, but it can also sneak into the building complex and attack the opponent, and more importantly, it is not affected by haki. This hydration technique, which seems to be the ability of the Logia fruit, is essentially a ninjutsu, not the ability of the Logia fruit, so it hits the body without being affected by armament haki. But this hydration technique has the effect of Logia fruit immune to physical attacks, which surprised everyone. It makes Whitebeard at a loss. Originally, Whitebeard and Shuyu had far-reaching red dogs in terms of strength, but armament haki was useless in front of this ability that looked like Logia instead of Logia, making Whitebeard completely useless. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. With no effective means of attack at all, it naturally made Whitebeard seem powerless to fight back, only to be suppressed by one-sidedness. On a ship not far away, there were shocking sounds of surprise. Whitebeard was actually suppressed by a young man, and even hit the wall, unable to fight back. A pirate watched. It's not just that, the guy standing in front of Whitebeard looks like a puddle of water, and is immune to armament haki's attack. The war reporter standing behind immediately discovered the essence of the matter, and said in shock. At the end of his phone worm is the leader of the world's major news agencies, and the boss hurriedly reconfirmed, "Are you sure what you see is the truth?" The war reporter said, "Yes. I guarantee my life." Unbelievable, what kind of weird people are in the Akatsuki organization under the Celestial Emperor? The news spread all over the world in an instant, and the title of this news was New Demon Fruit Power under Lin Tian. I am immune to armament haki attacks. Only a moment later, the news spread wildly all over the world, causing an uproar, and people all over the world made noise. There are still Logia-capable people who ignore armament haki's attack in this world? This is impossible. It's true. Everyone said that. I think they are dumbfounded, saying that they are immune to armament haki attacks. In the end, they were just frightened by the name of the Emperor, a lie. Yes. That's right. How could Whitebeard lose? It must be made up randomly. It's not like that. This is indeed a fact that I have seen with my own eyes. There was a serious noise on the pirate ship sailing somewhere in the sea, and the captain saw their constant noise and went over to take a look. Well, everyone, the meaningless quarrel is meaningless. It's better to see, we just set off to the place where the Heavenly Emperor and Whitebeard fought with our own eyes, and we will know if it is true or not. The captain said. Huh? That's a war between the strongest forces in the world. Is this really okay in the past? Thinking of the reputation of the four emperors Whitebeard and the Akatsuki organization, many pirates immediately flinched. What are you afraid of? The captain said arrogantly, if you are so afraid of them, how can you help me become the One Piece? Maybe we can still pick up a leak when they both lose. Many people around the world feel deeply suspicious and unbelief about this news, and many people even think it is the news faked by the emperor himself, in order to deceive the crowd and frighten those powerless pirates. For this reason, many pirate ships gathered from all over the world, and many marines came forward and came to the place where Lin Tian and Whitebeard fought together to observe the battle. On the mobile, Whitebeard took his large naginata and thrust it into the ground. Together, he stood up and looked at the water moon ahead, with a thoughtful look in his heart. The guy in front was really hit by my armament haki, but looking at the status quo, it seems that armament haki is not effective against him. After a choked breath, Whitebeard continued to think, the old man has been in the world for decades, and for the first time I met Logia that armament haki couldn't beat. There is such a strange person under the Emperor of Heaven. It seems that there is still some background. But even without armament haki, a Logia-capable person can't help Laozi. Chapter 168. Since armament haki is useless, then just use the strength of the ability to speak, isn't it just a bucket of water, what's the panic? Thinking of this, Whitebeard laughed loudly. This laugh was a mockery of Shuyu's attack when he had just lost his way, and it was also a disapproval of Shuyu's own abilities. What's so funny? Shuyu felt very dissatisfied and said, is it stupid after being stabbed by me? Young man, don't be too arrogant. Laozi will let you see what is powerful. Whitebeard cried out, took the heavy naginata with one hand in his left hand, and placed it behind him, raising his right hand high, his fist shining with dazzling light. A strong vibration followed, suppressing the audience, and even a huge whirlwind, sucking everything around to the fist, and rising into the air. The momentum is amazing and unstoppable. Boom! A loud noise erupted from Whitebeard's body, and Whitebeard strenuously punched Shuyu, and the whirlwind rushed toward Shuyu violently along the direction of his fist. The strong vibration attached to the whirlwind instantly blew up layers of wind blades one after another, cutting everything into pieces, and even evacuating the surrounding air all at once, making a squeaking sound. A dignified murderous aura rushed towards the face, and in an instant it had come to Shuiyu's body, and the whirlwind went straight forward without abating, washing Shuiyu back continuously, creating stretches of gaps on the floor. Sure enough. The whole body is just water, as long as the air is taken to suppress him, he will be indifferent. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed. Shuiyu resisted the whirlwind, and the whirlwind kept evacuating the air in front of him, blocking him like an invisible steel plate, but it was just a whirlwind in the final analysis, and there was no lethality to him. Water-style baby bird hat. A large amount of water cover appeared like a fountain and surrounded Shuiyu's body, forming a crystal-clear water wall. Although the water wall seemed thin and weak as soon as it was touched, it blocked the whirlwind's attack. I saw the whirlwind hit the water wall, the surface of the water wall bounced off the whirlwind like a jelly, and rushed into the sea. The sea surface was instantly scattered. Layers of waves floated in the air, forming a deep and long water. The mark rushed into the distance. What? Whitebeard was surprised. In the face of such a powerful whirlwind, anyone who is careless will be cut into pieces of minced meat immediately by the wind blade, not to mention the ability to hold the shock fruit, which will blast the surrounding air into the air. It's hard to escape, read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. It was such a powerful whirlwind that was blocked by a simple wall of water by Shuiyu, and even the surrounding pirates were shocked and froze in place. When Shuiyu saw the force and raised the decapitating sword in his hand against Whitebeard, it was just as soon as he cut it away. Suddenly a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the way. He took a closer look and found that it was Kisame. How can such a grand battle banquet put me aside? Kisame grabbed Samehada with the bandage behind him, jumped up, flashed in front of Whitebeard, and shouted with his mouth wide open. Samehada slash! Two lights and shadows slid out from Kisame's side. Samehada followed Kisame's turn and repeatedly hit Whitebeard's abdomen. Clang clang! Whitebeard stared intently, holding the large naginata in both hands to protect him forward, and sliding his feet backwards, blocking Samehada's offensive. The two sword collided together, bursting out segments of sound waves that were visible to the naked eye, and the sound waves rippled in the air with waves of air, piercing the surroundings, making people dizzy. However, Kisame's offensive has not stopped. Samehada rises from Kisame's abdomen, and continues up and down again. The cold light flashes out and slashes towards Whitebeard. Ha ha ha! Suddenly Kisame showed sharp teeth and laughed loudly. The laughter was filled with a sense of solemnity, pressing down on the four sides, scaring the surrounding pirates to cold behind them, and stepping back a few steps. There were scarlet blood beams from Kisame's eyes, and Kisame's arrogant and excited shouts filled the air, like a shark seeing his prey chasing after him, biting Whitebeard stubbornly. Whitebeard went all the way back. Who is this again? The sudden offensive made Whitebeard back again and again, the Danagino trembling constantly, and there was a burst of strong impact. With each impact, Whitebeard's body shook down to the floor, and suddenly one by one spider web-like fragments appeared, endlessly. Whitebeard felt like he was facing a humanoid predatory beast. I have to say that Whitebeard's feeling is not fake at all. You know, Kisame is a terrifying powerhouse known as the human-shaped tail beast. 0. What? Suddenly, Whitebeard moved his right foot back a step, made a misty broken step with his left foot, and stood firm. Armament haki hovered on his right fist, revealing a hint of metallic luster, and slammed it at Kisame. With a flash of silver light, his fist evacuated the surrounding air in an instant, and rushed to Kisame's head mightily. Kisame immediately raised his hands and stood Samehada on his chest to block Whitebeard's blow. Boom! Whitebeard's right fist hit Samehada abruptly, bursting out a visible storm, blowing around. Well! Kisame snorted, feeling that the bones all over his body were about to be shattered, but he was able to resist it hard with the thick chakra. It blocked the punch of the old armament haki with all his strength. Unbelievable! Even Marine San Admiral dare not easily accept the attack of the old man. Yes. What kind of freaks are under the Emperor? The pirates quarreled one after another, and they kept watching Whitebeard's offensives being blocked by Shuiyu and Kisame, and their hearts were shocked. After all, Whitebeard is also one of the 4 emperors of today, with top strength. 1 punch and 2 punches are terrible. But Shuiyu and Kisame, under the joint efforts of the 2 men, blocked Whitebeard's offensive time and time again. Chapter 169. Undoubtedly, the pirates were frightened. Only the top powerhouse can tell that even if Kisame and Shuiyu fight together, they are still slightly inferior to Whitebeard. What really made the battle stalemate, apart from Shuiyu's ability to be targeted and restrained, was that Whitebeard's offensive power was forcibly weakened. The tricky part of doing this is the living Samehada sword in Kisame's hands. Boom! After Whitebeard's dark right punch hit Samehada, the color gradually faded, and even showed signs of flowing to Samehada and disappearing. Whitebeard felt a heavy absorption in his right fist, which was very unpleasant, and immediately pulled his right fist away from Samehada and took a step back. What's going on? Was it my illusion just now? The armament haki on the right fist was constantly weakening, as if being drawn away. Whitebeard's eyes widened, his mouth opened slightly, his eyes lost his expression for a moment, and he stood there blankly, motionless. Why did you stop? I just frightened you with just a half stroke. Kisame mocked Whitebeard in front of him and provocatively said. The sharp shark teeth appeared from the corner of the mouth, flashing a white light, and the light revealed a heavy killing intent, and this killing intent was Kisame's inner desire for battle. And this battle with a strong man like Whitebeard is exactly the result he has been looking forward to in his heart. Therefore, Kisame has to constantly raise the anger and hatred in Whitebeard's heart and kill him. Only this kind of battle can satisfy his heart's refreshment. Heh. Just this little three-legged cat kung fu, just want to scare Laozi, you take yourself too seriously. Whitebeard came back to his senses, and the anger in his heart rose sharply, and went straight to his forehead, and a deep blue vein came out of his forehead and pointed straight to his cheek. The unprecedented armament haki burst out from the body, continuously converging on the right fist along the meridians of the whole body, and a dazzling light circle entangled it. A series of dark shadows clinging to his body, the air vibrated, rippling everywhere, cracks appeared on the floor, and the momentum was amazing. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Immediately, Whitebeard's eyes stared attentively, with countless killing intents, and he was approaching Kisame. Obviously, this punch is a world away from the previous one, and everything going down with this punch will surely be shattered. Boom! Like a tiger descending a mountain, Whitebeard quickly drew his right fist and hit Kisame, while Kisame still raised same hata to block Whitebeard's right fist, bursting out a powerful sound wave, shattering the square floor. At the moment of the collision, a whirlwind rose from the ground and swept everything around. The floor instantly turned into pieces of sawdust and floated into the air. The whirlwind rushed forward, blasting criss-cross wind blades in the air, slashing everything in front of him, and suddenly breaking a huge hole behind Kisame. The whirlwind kept moving backwards, and the hole continued to follow the whirlwind. In the end, it broke the bow of the Moby DK and rushed into the sea, bursting out a fierce wave rushing into the distance. Look at the punch. Whitebeard's right punch hit the face of Same Hata's sword, making Kisame stunned. Seeing this, Whitebeard secretly said in his heart, sure enough, what I just had was just an illusion. How could armament haki disappear out of thin air? A powerful force entangled from the feet, transmitted through the waist to the right fist, and broke out a second gravity, once suppressed Kisame unable to move, unable to counterattack. Ha ha ha. With this punch, it can be described as ruining the world. Even if the gods come, they can't save the Uncle Shark. That's right. It really deserves to be our father. Even in the face of the freaks of the Heavenly Emperor, these freaks can suppress them and fight them without any backhand. It's nothing but the Emperor of Heaven. Ha ha ha. Calm laughter suddenly resounded throughout the audience, and the pirates laughed at Kisame's predicament that Whitebeard was unable to move. Look at it. Father's armament haki is slowly disappearing. What? An abrupt voice broke the cheers and laughter all around, causing everyone to look at Kisame, and suddenly an unbelievable expression appeared on their faces. I saw an unimaginable armament haki condensed on that shiny metal right fist. Whitebeard's right fist shone black, in sharp contrast with the white bandaged Same Hata on Kisame's hand. Seeing that Whitebeard's right fist was about to break through Same Hata and hit Kisame's body, the most incredible thing happened. The black brilliance on Whitebeard's right fist gradually faded, and the brilliance slid along the direction of the arm towards the back of Same Hata's sword. In less than a few seconds, armament haki with a little black light on his right fist disappeared. What? Whitebeard froze in surprise, and suddenly lost his reaction. Unbelievable radiance projected from his confused eyes and stared at Same Hata blankly, stopping the offensive in his hand. Same Hata shi chi cut. Kisame took advantage of the opportunity to pick up Same Hata and stab it along the front. Same Hata revealed the spikes on his body to pierce the bandage, showing a state of complete liberation, stretched out his long tongue, and slammed to Whitebeard. 2.4 What is this? Whitebeard hasn't fully reacted yet. Seeing that Same Hata is about to stab Whitebeard in the chest, Whitebeard suddenly has a natural reaction. His chest is covered with armament haki, and he is about to block Same Hata's attack. But the incredible thing happened again. Same Hata showed terrible teeth in front of his head and bit into Whitebeard's chest. The sharp teeth kept rubbing against Whitebeard's chest, absorbing armament haki from Whitebeard's body. Armament haki, who was originally extremely hard, was so easily absorbed and bitten by Same Hata, and disappeared all at once. The sharp teeth tore Whitebeard's chest, like a snake biting its prey, leaving a deep blood mark on Whitebeard's chest. Chapter 170. Ah! Whitebeard screamed uncontrollably, and a strong pain pierced his brain from his chest. BD stuff. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and stared at Kisame. His right fist was condensed with trembling light waves, constantly shattering the surroundings, and even forming a visible wave in the air. With a punch, Whitebeard punched between himself and Kisame. The strong vibration rippled and the space continued to tremble. The strong impact black clouds shook the four directions like a city, and a piercing sound wave suddenly sounded, and the surroundings everything bombed. The sudden eruption separated the two of Whitebeard and Kisame in an instant, and a fist wind was generated centering on the two of them, spreading to the surrounding area, and the ocean surface was constantly tumbling with layers of waves hitting the Moby DK, and it was crumbling. People who were attracted to watch the battle from all over the world witnessed it with their own eyes. All that just happened, the noisy discussion immediately sounded in this sea area. At that moment, Whitebeard's armament haki disappeared. What is going on? No, it's not so much disappearing, it's better to be sucked away. Sucked away? I was sucked away by the uncle shark in front of me. Well, yes. This is an unimaginable weird thing, a weird thing. No, if you insist on describing it, it is as terrible as the devil descends. Today is really terrible. First, the Logia who was immune to armament haki appeared before, and now there is someone who can absorb armament haki. What kind of strange people are under the Emperor? People were talking, raising the binoculars in their hands and watching the fighting situation intently. They were shaking all over. It was originally a battle in the eyes of the world that Akatsuki organization would lose in the Whitebeard pirates. But now Shuyu and Kisame have broken everyone's illusions time and time again, making earth-shattering things time and time again. Suddenly, a news that shocked the world spread throughout the world again, which surprised everyone: the Heavenly Emperor reappears. Strange people can absorb armament haki. Whitebeard is struggling. But why Kisame and Samehada can absorb armament haki? Everyone can't understand the principle. They just use a new ability that can absorb armament haki to forcefully accept this incredible reality. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But the facts are not so simple. As early as when he was fighting Rayleigh, Lin Tian was able to convert chakra and haki to each other, because the two are essentially similar in energy. Chakra is a kind of potential energy generated by the perfect fusion of the various components of the human body, and haki is also a potential energy shared by humans in the world. It is consistent with chakra and is derived from human beings, and is also a potential energy possessed by humans. Therefore, the two are only different in form, but they have the same essence, which is the same for the Samehada sword that can absorb chakra. Therefore, chakra and haki can be transformed and absorbed into each other in a certain form. This is why Lin Tian can perfectly use chakra and haki to the extreme, and why Samehada can eat armament haki. However, these pirates and marines couldn't understand the essence of it. Even Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, couldn't understand everything in front of him, and he looked at Kisame in a daze. Hiss. On the Moby DK, Samehada showed its full form, with sharp spikes shining in the sun. An astonishing tongue and sharp teeth appeared on the tip of the sword, making a hissing sound, and a terrifying image penetrated into the hearts of the surrounding pirates. Kisame opened her fangs and smiled. He did not expect that just a hit from Whitebeard would have such a large amount of energy that even Samehada, who has always been greedy, instantly aroused greater desires and showed a state of completeness. It can only be said that Whitebeard is worthy of the title of the strongest man in the world, and the quality of armament haki is simply invincible. Whitebeard stepped back for a while, retreating to the wall behind him, unable to retreat any longer, and stopped, contemplating the battle. Whitebeard, who is worthy of being one of the four emperors, faced such unheard of and unprecedented enemies, still analyzing the battle with a calm mind. One can ignore armament haki, and the other can absorb armament haki. I didn't expect to live for decades and encounter such strange things. Whitebeard laughed in his heart. Although he was struggling to fight, Whitebeard, who stood at the top of the world, still yearned to fight with stronger people. It's just that now he is highly respected, and no one has dared to challenge him. Whitebeard's smile is exactly the smile he felt back to the passionate youth of a long time ago, and it is also a manifestation of his full confidence in himself. It's true that the ability is not small, but this little ability can't help me, old man. Whitebeard yelled, deterring the quartet. A breath of aura radiated from Whitebeard and spread to all directions, causing the pirates who had been so scared to lose their spirits to shake up their spirits and boost their morale. Go on everyone. Support Dad. The captain of the 2nd Division Seiki took advantage of the confidence in his hands and was about to move, and immediately yelled in surprise. Suddenly, there were waves of honking of ships, and the pirate ships around the Mobike turned their bows one by one and headed in the direction of Whitebeard. The pirates raised their guns and weapons, and pointed their tongues at Kisame one by one, looking at Kisame as they were ready to go. Kisame looked at the group of pirate boats approaching mightily around him, glanced dismissively, put Samehada behind his back, and sealed his hands. A condensed chakra power was brewing from Kisame's body. Suddenly, Kisame projected a stare on Whitebeard's body, exploding with an amazing aura. Boom! Chapter 171. Croak, croak. From Kisame's mouth, water that is enough to form a vast ocean gushes out, squirting around, surging like a tsunami, and the pirate ship rushing to the surroundings is overwhelming, and it is even more forceful to Whitebeard. What? Whitebeard froze for a moment, and shouted out in surprise, then his eyes showed heavy killing intent, and the killing intent hovered up, his hands were shaken, and the strong fluctuations glowed with dazzling white light dotted on the large naginata. The blade of the blade showed a cold and icy sword energy, and Whitebeard sank his feet, rose up vigorously, and slashed towards the front. Boom! The huge water shock wave like a tsunami instantly broke into two halves and slipped past Whitebeard, pushing to the sides. The pirate ships surrounding the Moby Dick were threatened by the mighty force of the water blast. The pirates on the ship panicked and raised their guns, turning the cannons on the ship to bombard the huge water blast like a high-rise building in front of them. Boom! Boom! The cannon hit the water shock wave and exploded, sending out bursts of water dripping down, and suddenly bursts of heavy rain fell from the air and hit the pirate ship. But round after round of concentrated fire, the water shock wave still struck without a sharp drop, and suddenly came to the front of the pirate ships. Everyone, run away! The pirates fled in panic, and dived into the sea desperately, thinking that they would just dodge the offensive of the water shock wave. However, this huge water shock wave even lifted the sea heavily. Many pirates who had just dived into the sea were provoked, followed the water shock wave upwards, and finally rushed out from the top of the water shock wave and fell into the sea. Help! Help! Read more at hotmodelnovel.xyz. The panic and shouts of the pirates continued to be heard from the air, and the pirate ships were smashed to pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. The pirates on the ship fell from a high altitude to the sea, and the powerful impact instantly broke them into pieces, turning into a pool of blood flowing on the sea. The water shock wave continued to rush forward, and instantly dissipated the pirate group behind the Moby. The surrounding pirate ships took advantage of the water shock wave to dissipate and quickly rushed up and came to the Moby decks. On board, a group of pirates jumped off the boat. Among them there were many squad captains and some pirates in the famous New World. The first ones who rushed out were the 6th Squad Captain Bramank and the 7th Squad Captain Lakyo. Raki saw the blood on the chest on Whitebeard's chest, and he roared angrily, "I have caused the old man to suffer such a heavy injury. Unforgivable." Raqueo raised the meteor hammer in his hand, exploded with amazing power, and smashed it at Kisame. Bramank then took a giant punch from his chin and slammed it on Kisame's head. Seiki saw that their raids were not weak, and shouted. A steady stream of pirates swarmed forward and surrounded Shuyu and Kisame, while other captains took advantage of Bramank and Lakyo's raids. To the area around Shuyu. This is a tactic of Sachi. In the face of such a powerful two people, first surround them all, then separate them and encircle them individually. Even if you don't need armament haki to attack Zhong Shuyu, you can drag Shuyu aside and exhaust your energy. Look for opportunities to kill Shuyu. From all directions, people from all over the world are still fighting on the outside of the battlefield. Watching Shuyu and Kisame are surrounded by a steady stream of pirates, the exclamation in their hearts gradually fades. It deserves to be the Whitebeard pirate group. Even if you meet these extraordinary opponents under the Emperor of Heaven, you still go forward bravely. I think it is impossible to beat this group with the two of them this time. It's very true. It's just that you can't use armament haki, you can also use physical skills to consume them with abilities. Besides, the captains under Whitebeard are superb. How can they be the opponents of the Whitebeard pirates? People are constantly arguing and taunting Shuyu and Kisame again. In the face of such a crowded tactic, coupled with one after another combined attack by the captains of extraordinary strength, they will surely fail miserably and perish here. Water Prison Technique. On the Moby Dick, Kisame faced Bramank and Lakyo's two-sided flanking, without panic, clasped his hands together and stood on his chest. After making a knot, chakra flowed out from his feet and surrounded him. A circle is formed around Kisame. Suddenly a circle of water rose from the ground and surrounded Kisame, blocking their attack. When Brahmank's giant hammer and Lacia's meteor hammer hit the surface of the hydrosphere, they were instantly absorbed, and the two suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Kisame put his hands on Kisame's back, his body sank down, his hind feet swung back, and he made a bow gesture, ready to go. Suddenly a chill flashed from Kisame's eyes. Kisame immediately raised Samehada, shook his body and turned around, hitting the abdomen of Brockman and Lakyo. Samehada slash! Samehada hit them straight in the abdomen, and the powerful impact slammed Brockman and Lakyo to the side and hit the ground. What? Brockman and Lakyo spit out a mouthful of blood and squatted on the ground. The moment they flew away, Jingudo and Harta flashed out from below them and slammed towards Kisame. Jingula raised his hands with heavy iron armbands, stepped hard on his front feet, leaped and flew, and sent a dragon fist to Samehada's abdomen. The silver light passed by, Harta took advantage of Jingula's offensive, raised the saber in his hand to his chest, flashed to Kisame's back, and stabbed with a sword. Kisame retracted his front abdomen, moved his steps to the sides, avoided Jingula's uppercut, and clenched Samehada with both hands behind him to block Harta's sneak attack. His actions were full of flowing water and haki. What? There is such a supernatural power. Kisame lifted Samehada again, swept across the ages, and swept across the abdomen of Jingula and Harta. Chapter 172. The two raised their weapons at an astonishing speed to abruptly block the impact of Samehada, but stomped on the ground forcefully. Their hands exploded with blue veins, and a force of gravity erupted from their bodies, causing the two of them sweep into the air. But the Whitebeard pirate group has not stopped its offensive. Culier shouted, "Little ones, don't stop. Shoot at him. Shoot. Shoot. Shoot him." The front sights of the guns were all aimed at Kisame, and Culier commanded all the pirates in the rear, and with an order, hot sparks erupted from the guns to Kisame. Groups of bullets came in from all directions like a torrent of steel, forming a dense net of bullets in the air, surrounded heavily, and hit Kisame directly. Water mackerel technique. In just an instant, a large number of chakras surged out of Kisame's body to create a shark-shaped water bomb, and enveloped him, and leaped backwards, and a carp jumped through the dragon's gate, flashing through fire like 1,000 arrows. Groob. Want to escape? No way. 840. Culier yelled at the front, raised the guns in his hand, and said to the pirates, "Little ones. Let's go together. Don't let him run away." Kisame went all the way back and soared above the sea. He made a 360-degree rollover in the air and stood on the sea. The whole movement was gorgeous and free and easy. Who said he was going to run? Take the move. Usse. Kisame slapped the water with one hand and instantly used chakra to create 4 shark-shaped water bombs, which flew into the air and fell towards the enemy. The fire from the pirates fell on the shark-shaped water bombs one by one. The water bombs quickly split into 1,000 small shark water bombs. Raindrops generally fell to attack the numerous groups of pirates on the deck. Boom! Boom! Thousands of small shark water bombs exploded continuously at the moment they hit people. Layers of explosions roared into the sky, and powerful shocks continued to erupt, exploding the original surrounding Kisame and the encirclement of Shuyu. The explosions continued, one after another, and even overlapped one after another, resulting in a bigger explosion, instantly driving the pirates on the deck, some flying into the air, some blowing into the sea, and some being impacted by the afterwaves. On the ground, sliding continuously. The blood flew across, the screams of the pirates enveloped the audience, and huge drops of blood splashed out, leaving a blood-like mark on the deck. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Many captain-level capable people were also hit by these water bombs formed by the sea, becoming weak and weak, sitting limply on the deck. Unexpectedly, your weakness is actually the sea. Shuyu, who had just arrived here, did not know the weaknesses of the capable persons, and under Kisame's offensive, the capable persons all showed weakness, and immediately determined that the sea were the weaknesses of these capable persons. Shuyu took advantage of Kisame to break up the encirclement, holding a decapitated sword in the surrounding area, and swept the pirates who had surrounded him with a sweep, and once retreated to the edge of the bow of the Moby DK. A chakra flowed out and dived into the sea along the soles of Shuyu's feet. The sea surface kept rippling for a while. Suddenly a water dragon soared into the air from the sea surface and blasted towards the pirate in front of him. Not good. Upon seeing this, Jingula immediately rushed to the water dragon to block the attack, but the menacing water dragon instantly knocked away Jingula, implicated all the pirates behind, and slammed into the sea together. Ah! Ah! Run away, everyone! The pirates did not have time to dodge, and the powerful water dragon knocked them all into the air, and the deck instantly swept across them, leaving only Whitebeard alone. Stop it! Whitebeard looked at the horrible Moby DK, and his sons were knocked down without any backhand, and his heart was filled with indescribable indignation. A flash of light condensed with both hands, blasted with a punch, and rushed into the air, with great momentum, shattering everything. The dragon was instantly crushed, turning into drops of water and falling from the air. Watch out! Whitebeard picked up the big naginata, and when he was preparing to sweep across the ages along the front, the ship shook and his feet were difficult to stand, and he knelt on the deck for an instant. What happened again? Whitebeard's eyes condensed, and he looked at the sea in front of him in surprise. Infinite shark! The Kisame standing on the water continuously sprung up chakras, slapped the water surface, and 1,000 shark-shaped water bombs appeared in the sea, continuously sinking into the sea and attacking the enemies in the sea. The shark water bomb exploded in front of the pirates with lightning speed. Blood spewed out, and instantly dyed the entire surface of the sea. The aftermath of endless waves rippling in the sea, instantly igniting heavy waves on the surface of the water. The back waves pushed the front waves, and all of a sudden a huge wave hit the water surface and slapped the Moby DK. Ah! Everyone hurry up! The pirates screamed in panic, but the fear in their hearts had taken over all of their sanity, and they had no time to react, so they were blown to pieces. The pirates surrounding the Moby DK all died, while the pirates far behind with a desperate expression, stunned. Everyone, come here! Rescue those around you! Come to the back! Sachi, who was shot into the sea, immediately commanded the pirates ahead, and looked at the large fleet of ships from New World. Doma and Pei quickly dropped the rope and blocked the water bombs. Dorma held the double sword in both hands, swept across the sword, with sharp sword energy, and cut all the shark water bombs exposed in front of the water. Sword Chi went straight forward and opened a waterway for the pirates who jumped into the sea to escape. Sachi followed closely and organized the pirates under his hand to rescue the capable ones who fell into the sea. In the rear, dozens of large fleets from New World took advantage of the gap between the pirates boarding, and one after another, surrounded Kisame and Shuyu. Good coming. Let me experience the joy of fighting. A scarlet eye looked at the pirate ship around, and the air was condensed with cold killing intent. Chapter 173. Murderous spirit enveloped the audience, making everyone cold behind their backs. Summoning technique 1000 food shark. Kisame instantly summoned 1000 sharks crisscrossing the bottom of the sea, slamming into the bottom of the large fleet of pirate ships, biting and shouting, with amazing aura. What's going on? A lot of sharks. Before the pirates could escape in the future, they had been pierced by the shark's bottom, sank into the water, and were torn into blood in an instant, and disappeared among people. In an instant, the entire sea area was stained blood red, and there were only a handful of the original dozens of pirate ships that were protected by captains. Thousands of sharks surrounded the remaining pirate ship, and only the powerful masters at the captain level were left on the pirate ship, along with some of the capable people they worked so hard to save from the sea, and dead. The pirates after escaping. Although none of the captain-level powerhouses died, there are so many of them that can be comparable to Marine Lieutenant Generals and even the masters who have played against Marine Admiral. It is a shame to be so embarrassed by both of them. Damn it, if it wasn't too caught off guard. In fact, in addition to this reason, the biggest reason why these captains can't exert their full strength is the Akatsuki organization, which is eagerly watching. Although only Kisame and Suizuki played from the beginning to the end, who didn't know that the Emperor and the rest of the Akatsuki organization led by him were all good players on the same side. I have to spend most of my energy to guard against them at all times, which undoubtedly makes the team captains unable to exert their strength. At this time, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group were embarrassed on all sides, and their eyes were full of helplessness. They looked at the countless sharks around them and the broken pirate boats around them, but they sat here helplessly, waiting to die, desperate. The pirates and marines who stood far away from the battlefield were shocked by the battle ahead. Damn! It's impossible. Just 2 people beat the Whitebeard pirate group to pieces, falling into the water. A pirate was shocked. Who are the people under the Emperor of Heaven? Even the Whitebeard pirate group can't beat them, the other pirate said in astonishment. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Exclamations continued to sound. The reporter looked at the battle ahead, his hands trembled. The result of this battle has exceeded their original imagination. Not only did Lin Tian break up the Whitebeard pirate group, but the stamina he showed from the battle was even more shocking for everyone. Only 2 people could destroy a 4 Emperors pirate group, and the Akatsuki organization under Lin Tian. It's not just these 2 people. If it is a general master of the same level, it is enough, but Kisame is completely an exception, not only has a strong strength, compared to the master of the same level, but also a vast chakra comparable to the tail beast. The long-lasting battery life is simply superb. Moreover, he and Shuyu are both ninjas who are particularly good at water style, and they are still fighting on the sea, and the sea water is the biggest nemesis of demon fruit power, which can be said to occupy the right time and place. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirate group has already lost. It is not Whitebeard who lost the battle personally, but the entire pirate group has lost the battle. On the battlefield, Whitebeard knows the real situation of the battle more clearly. If the battle continues, even if he can barely turn defeat into victory at the end of the battle, his pirates must have suffered heavy losses. Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian, who was standing on the bow of the Akatsuki in front of him, and said angrily, "The Emperor of Heaven, what do you have to do with the old man? Let go of my sons." One by one floating corpses floated on the surface of the sea. Whitebeard was bitter and angry. His hands were condensed with a powerful light wave, shaking the surroundings, and the big naginata was swept away in one stroke, and it was straight to the sea. An obvious sword energy came out, cut through the sea, rushed into the sharks, and a huge wave rolled out, dispelling the sharks, and a large road appeared in front of the pirates in an instant. Whitebeard yelled angrily, "Boys! Get out!" "What? Evacuate?" The pirates were surprised. "Why did the old man want us to evacuate? We have to fight with the old man to the end." "Don't be stupid, the result of holding on is more likely to drag the old man. You know, the Emperor and the other members of the Akatsuki organization, they haven't made any moves yet." Sachi looked at Whitebeard, very conflicted. Collier also fully understood, the reason why the old man would do this is to allow us to escape the danger, and if we are stuck here, we will only be killed by the Emperor without leaving a piece of armor. But why do we do it again? Can I leave my father? Just as everyone was in conflict and was in a dilemma, a large group of pirates came from behind, and someone immediately shouted, "Look, everyone! Another group of pirate ships came behind. 0. Is it a rescuer?" The pirates looked behind with excitement, but unexpectedly, all red hair was introduced into their eyes, breaking the original hope. It turned out to be red hair pirates? What does red hair want to do here? Seiki surprised. "Captain Sachi, what should I do now? There is an emperor in the front, and red hair in the back. It's hard to escape death." A young pirate was so frightened by the big scene that he asked Dasaki in a shaky voice. Seiki looked at the red hair, his eyes kept looking at Lin Tian, heavy and serious, and he couldn't help betting in his heart, we let red hair pirates pass, I believe they are not here to attack us. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard raised the large naginata in his hand and pointed directly at Lin Tian. He was murderous, and a terrifying battle was on the horizon. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth smiled slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, Hiran Meru blessed on his hand, glowing with layers of killing intent. A blizzard roared and descended from the sky, and in just an instant, the sea surrounding the mobile became a piece of ice and snow, and it was chilly. A little bit of wind and snow flew in the air with frozen sword energy. Lin Tian leaped forward and stepped on the Moby DK again. The snow and ice piled up, and suddenly the Moby DK was frozen to the surface of the water. Come on, don't move. Chapter 174. Seeing the situation, Whitebeard clenched the big naginata with both hands, the blade was filled with cold light, and Lin Tian was slashing with a sword. At this time, the sea was instantly turbulent, and the original ice surface was shattered into chunks of ice, and the heavily depressed conqueror's haki pounced from the side. A sword aura flew toward the sky and fell in front of Whitebeard and Lin Tian, all red hair fluttered up, and a figure wearing a black cloak stood in front of them. Red hair, what do you mean by standing in front of me? Lin Tian raised the Hiran Meru in his hand, and the blade flashed a silver light, shining on the red-haired body. The chill was pressing. The red hair smiled, seemingly idle and casual, but showing power. The red hair's eyes condensed and looked at Lin Tian said, I am here this time to stop you from fighting. Stop fighting? Ha ha ha. Lin Tian smiled disapprovingly, I remember you did this once not long ago. When did you change to be a world pacifist, red-haired? It's not so exaggerated, I just want to come and save Whitebeard once. The red hair said lightly. Save Whitebeard? If I remember correctly, both of you are 4 emperors. There is such kind of love between the 4 emperors. Help each other. Lin Tian looked at the red hair playfully, feeling a trace of suspicion in his heart. The redhead glanced at the corner of his mouth and smiled again, there is no reason. It's just that I have fought Whitebeard many times on the Roger ship, and I want to come to the rescue in the past friendship. Lin Tian's eyes reflected the red-haired figure, and frowned as he looked at the red-haired. Red hair has always behaved strangely and hard to understand, but he can be frank and direct. This sentence blurted out of red hair. Although it was a little smiley, it smelled like red hair. The Emperor of Heaven, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. Reading the old love between you and me, this time I will let the Whitebeard pirates go. The red-haired hands clenched Griffin tightly, armament haki condensed on the blade, the movements were subtle and difficult to distinguish, and Lin Tian still observed the small movements of the red-haired hands. The red hair certainly knows that Lin Tian has found his own little action, so it is not so much sneaking, as it is to show Lin Tian blatantly. The red hair is suggesting Lin Tian and expressing his current position, even if the Emperor of Heaven does not agree, I will use force to save Whitebeard. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Lin Tian is well aware of the red hair's plan, and he has no plans to fight red hair pirates. First, one person has to fight 4 emperors, and secondly, he wants to destroy the surrounding pirate groups. In such a troublesome battle, the end result was only to take away the Whitebeard pirates and red hair pirates, but they didn't get any benefits themselves. Naturally, Lin Tian would not do such meaningless things. Red hair, you really have a brain problem. Lin Tian shook his head. In the original history, the red hair wanted to personally stop the war on the top, but Kaido stopped him on the road, but in the end he tried his best to rush over. So the red hair now is nothing more than doing things that will be done in the future. But, do you really think that your face is so heavy? Lin Tian's voice turned cold, even if you really want to go to war with your red hair pirates, it will only become the fall of 4 emperors pirates today. That's it. Lin Tian's words are extremely hacky, but no one thinks he is arrogant, because everyone knows that it is really possible to do it. Even though there has been a big battle here, most members of the Akatsuki organization have not yet taken a shot. They are in a state of full strength. They are indeed not necessarily weaker than our red hair pirates. The redhead's heart was also nervous to the extreme, and a drop of cold sweat slipped from the sideburns. Lin Tian then sneered and said, as the saying goes, there are no more than 3 things, you can figure it out by yourself. Yes, it is absolutely impossible to let me let go out of thin air. After all, I also suffered a big loss. If Whitebeard knew Lin Tian's inner thoughts, he would definitely spit out old blood. We, the Whitebeard pirates, have lost so many people, but your Akatsuki organization was unscathed and suffered a big loss. If you want to let Whitebeard go away, it is okay, but just come when you say it, and leave when you say it. Isn't it playing me like a monkey, and I don't know who made such a big move first? Lin Tian said lightly. Whitebeard looked at the conversation between Red Hair and Lin Tian, and understood in his heart that this is not the time to continue to entangle and fight. What is more important is to save his children, but he can't just owe Red Hair a favor. Red Hair, you are kind enough, but I never owe others favors, old man. After Whitebeard looked at the red hair and said something, he put away the big naginata in his hand and faced Lin Tian. After taking a long breath, he said with difficulty, since the emperor also intends to let his sons go, then I am here to pay for it. Lin Tian ignored Whitebeard's incredible apology, and said indifferently, it's useful to say I'm sorry, then what does Marine need to do? On the pirate ship not far away, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group looked at Lin Tian's triumphant appearance, with incomparable indignation in their hearts. The father apologized to him, but he still didn't think it was enough. I really don't take him seriously. Yes. It is obvious that we will not be the Whitebeard pirates from the beginning. The pirates said noisily, looking at Lin Tian 2.2 angrily, but they could only stay in place helplessly, looking at Lin Tian and Whitebeard blankly for nothing. The anger in their hearts could not be released, so they had to hold back and talk. Lin Tian's bad words. Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian and said backwards, take them out. I saw a middle-aged man with a rough appearance, thick hair and a burly figure coming out of the hull of the Rags Moby DK, holding a huge treasure chest in his hand. Lin Tian looked at him a few more times and recognized it at a glance. That was the new Four Emperors Blackbeard Marshal D teach in the future. Blackbeard had offered himself from the very beginning, hiding behind Whitebeard, keeping an eye on Devil Fruit until Whitebeard ordered it to show up. Chapter 175. Blackbeard walked slowly in front of Lin Tian and opened the glittering treasure chest. Whitebeard motioned, there are 10 devil fruits here. They were originally used to redeem Marco. Now I will take 5 of them as a reward. The 5 you placed will be treated as a deposit. Lin Tian looked at the devil fruit in Blackbeard's hand, and after a thoughtful look, he said, if this is the case, then I should respect my fate. This time I will be accommodating for the face of the red hair. But this is the last time. If there is another time, even if Roger comes to plead with me in his life, I will kill without mercy. Lin Tian glanced at the red hair, the corner of his mouth was slightly tilted, and he turned and left. At the same time, Hydrangea and Shuradeo flashed out from behind Lin Tian, took the treasure chest, followed Lin Tian and left the Moby DK together. Soon after the war, a piece of earth-shattering news swept the world, allowing people from all over the world to focus on Lin Tian again. With the Whitebeard pirates fell. The Emperor wins. Newspapers headed by news headlines are widely spread around the world, and instantly aroused discussions from various power groups around the world. 19. The Whitebeard pirate group was defeated by the Emperor of Heaven. It's unbelievable, said a pirate. In the end, if it weren't for red hair pirates, I'm afraid that Whitebeard would be defeated by the Emperor, said another pirate. For example, the Emperor and its Akatsuki organization are already new forces that can influence the world structure. If this continues, no one can stop the Emperor, said a person who looked like a captain. Disputes and discussions are taking place on a certain ship, and similar public opinions have occurred all over the world. People have been discussing this one after another, and even a new kind of speculation and rumors have been generated. Even the 4 emperors can't stop the Emperor. The pace. Soon, the cloud of people spoke, like the wind. These rumors spread all over the world again, and even the children on the street played the game of pretending to be I am the Emperor of Heaven, 4 emperors and Marine. It is conceivable that the fame of the Emperor of Heaven and its related rumors are already well known in the world and everyone knows. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. New World, the Sea of Beasts. On the Mammoth, the crew member Sip's head looked at the newspaper in his hand and said to the people around him, I don't know what shit was written, saying that the 4 emperors can't beat the Emperor? I'm not afraid to laugh out loud when I say it. Sip's head continued, now that the news doesn't put us in the eye, it will blow BB vigorously. Kaido looked at the Lin Tian photo printed in the newspaper and said, the old immortal Whitebeard is useless. A mere emperor beat him to the ground, and he is simply losing the face of the 4 emperors. Jack looked at Kaido and said, recently, the emperor really wants the wind to get the wind and the rain to get the rain. If you don't try to pinch his spirit, he really doesn't know what he is doing. Kaido stood up, thinking of the previous battle with Lin Tian on the Tesoro ship. The resentment in his heart met his chest, pointed straight at the crown, and was angry. But behind the anger meeting, there is a high fighting spirit. I originally regarded Whitebeard as my biggest opponent. I always wanted to fight Whitebeard. I thought that Whitebeard lost to the Akatsuki organization. It was just right. Thinking of this, Kaido, who was extremely militant, couldn't help it, and his goal was completely shifted to the Emperor of Heaven and the Akatsuki organization. If there is a full-scale war with the Akatsuki organization, then it will undoubtedly be the best and most beautiful war in the history of the world, right? Even far better than fighting Marine and world government. If the Emperor didn't teach him this day, he really thought he was omnipotent. The war is about to begin. Kaido scanned the man-made demon fruit power brigade standing in front of him, and said, it's time for me to see your strengths, young ones, let's go. Give me the demon. The mammoth suddenly turned the bow, pointed the bow to the rear, and this was the direction of the battle between Lin Tian and Whitebeard. The news that Kaido was about to fight the Emperor of Heaven quickly spread to all corners of the world, and suddenly became the focal point of people. I heard that Kaido is going to fight the Emperor. This time I bet Kaido will win. At a bar, a pirate suddenly shouted. Immediately, a pirate who looked a little old next to him immediately questioned and asked, "The Emperor of Heaven fought Marine and Shishibukai not long ago, and even the Whitebeard pirates can't even take him. Why do you say that Kaido will win this time?" The shouting pirate seemed to be a little drunk, and said, "Old man. Kaido. That's the strongest creature in the world. It's just Marine. Last time Kaido on the Tesoro ship was only a second to one of Marine's fleets. Marine, what's the deal? Furthermore, Beast's Pirates has hundreds of people in the Demon Fruit Power team. With so many capable people, even other 4 Emperor's pirates would not dare to fight Beast's Pirates casually, not to mention the few people under the Heavenly Emperor." The slightly drunk pirate kept dancing the wine glass in his hand, and kept talking drunkly and grimly. The pirate next to him continued his words and continued, "Not only that, this time the Emperor will fight Marine and Shishibukai, and the Whitebeard pirate group. It will definitely consume a lot of money. Facing Kaido in a short time, I think the Emperor will definitely suffer." Continuous controversy once again led the trend of the entire public opinion. The public opinion about Lin Tian's loss gradually increased, and even everyone stood on the position that Lin Tian would lose. As a result, a new wave of public opinion spread across all corners of the world, and even the latest news, "Kaido is about to fight the Emperor of Heaven," was published in the newspaper. There is a reason why the Emperor of Heaven had to lose. This newspaper was sold wildly all over the world, even Lin Tian on the Akatsuki had seen this newspaper. Chapter 176. The newspaper wrote vividly, "As a new force capable of influencing the world, the Emperor of Heaven has a certain strength, and the Akatsuki organization under it is full of strange people, but as a new force, it is still not stable enough. What's more, the Akatsuki organization is still fighting the 3 major forces one after another. The strength will be greatly weakened under the continuous war. Facing the heyday of Kaido and Beast's pirates, I think it will be difficult if you don't want to lose this time." Lin Tian looked at the report in the newspaper. It seemed that there was orderly structure and some truth, but after all, it was just a bunch of gibberish. However, even if I was so highly praised by these news agencies and newspapers, and then fell to the bottom, this kind of habitual and chaotic news agency has seen a lot, but it happened to me, but it is very unpleasant. Suddenly wrote me super sounding, and suddenly said that I was incompetent waste. These news agencies are really poisonous. Listen to the wind and rain. You are responsible for reporting deviations. After applying the film, Lin Tian snorted again. But Kaido couldn't even deal with Nagato last time, so he still had the guts to fight with me? Okay, then I'll teach you how to be a man. Lin Tian shouted, directing Shuradeo to drive towards Kaido, and said, "Anyway, Kaido is coming. I might as well come to the door myself and give Kaido a first move. Little ones, get ready, we are going to do something." Lin Tian took the initiative to attack this time. It seemed that he wanted to perform well and slap these people who do not know the heights of the world, but in fact it is not the case. After all, defeating Beast's pirates has no special benefit to me, but this time I took the initiative to go to Kaido for treasure hunting. In any case, as one of the 4 emperors, Kaido's base camp is naturally gathering all kinds of gold and silver jewels that he has robbed since his life as a pirate. And in such a big place of great significance, according to Lin Tian's groping for the system, there will inevitably be treasures in it. So, the fundamental purpose of this proactive attack was to find treasures, but I just met Beast's pirates and fought him again. At Kaido's base camp, Jack organized hundreds of man-made devil fruit brigades and spent a lot of time to integrate and prepare. Only then were they all armed, and pirate boats cruised around Kaido's base camp. On the clear sky of the sea, the scorching sun shone hot and dazzling on the sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The whole sea area is quiet and pleasant, and even the sea breeze can't blow a few. The mammoth and the large fleet behind it can only move forward slowly here. Suddenly a pirate hurried over, came to Jack out of breath, gritted his teeth and reported, "Report. Our ship behind has been attacked." "What? Who is it that dared to be wild with me?" Jack angrily said. "Report, Captain Jack. It's the Emperor. It is the Emperor who is attacking us." Speaking of this, the pirate couldn't help swallowing, because Jack in front of him burst out with a terrifying murderous intent, which shocked the audience. Master Kaido just went out to look for him, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to send it to the door. "You can't let the fat in your mouth let go," Jack shouted and ordered, "Little ones, come on." Jack immediately rushed to the front, commanding the pirates on the ships along the way, rushing to the rear one after another, approaching the Akatsuki. Boom! Boom! Deodara rides on the C2 clay dragon, galloping in the air, dropping clay spiders one after another. Like a torrential rain, the clay spiders descended from the air and landed on the pirate boats, crawling onto the pirates and exploding with lightning speed. Flesh and blood flew across, splashes of blood swept across the ground, the air was full of terrifying blood, and pirates with broken hands and feet were everywhere screaming and screaming. The battle was terrible and a mess. Immediately, Jack arrived with the mammoth and appeared in front of Akatsuki, followed by a large team of hundreds of man-made devil fruit. Jack glanced at the miserable situation around him. He didn't feel a trace. He just smiled and said, "You must be the emperor." Lin Tian stood on the bow and looked at Jack and said, "Why didn't you see Kaido? He sent you this miscellaneous fish. Is Kaido scared and afraid to show up?" After listening, Jack frowned, frowning with anger, 2 or 3 blue veins floating on his face, his hands clenched his fists and said, "God, don't be too sullen, even if Kaido doesn't come, I will beat you to recognize it again." "Father. Acknowledge Dad? I think you want to recognize me as Dad." Lin Tian smiled and instructed to the rear. Hydrangea and Shuradeo came to the front when they saw this, preparing for a battle with the artificial devil fruit team. Art. Explosion is art. Drink. Drink. Deodara kept flying back and forth, dropping all kinds of clay bombs and landing on the pirate ship, exploding one by one. Boom 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 boom. Those ordinary pirates who were weak and without backhand strength were all shattered by the bombing. The gunpowder smell of the bomb and the bloody smell of flesh and blood were combined together, enveloped the audience, and the unbearable smell came out, which was disgusting. A steady stream of screams and explosions resounded across the sky, and the entire sea was turbulent, causing the pirates in the surrounding seas to notice Lin Tian's surprise attack. "Look ahead, everyone! Someone is fighting there," a pirate shouted. Another pirate immediately raised the binoculars in his hand, looked carefully at the explosion in the distance, and said in shock, "Ah! It is actually the Beasts Pirates group. Beasts Pirates is at war with others. It's unbelievable. Someone dared to fight Kaido," a pirate said in astonishment. "It's the Emperor. The Emperor is actually fighting Jack the Drow behind," the pirate holding the telescope shouted in shock. Chapter 177. What? God! The pirates froze in fright and said, "The Emperor actually took the initiative to attack? Isn't the Emperor afraid of being killed by the Beast Kaido? You know that the Beast Kaido is the strongest one. That is, I have gone through several rounds of battles, so it should be badly worn out. I dare to face the Beast's pirates in full condition." Many pirate ships around had seen Lin Tian's surprise attack on Beast's pirates, and they were astonished, and they spread the news to a distant place in an instant. People all over the world immediately noticed the news of Lin Tian's raid on Beast's pirates, and began to discuss it again. The Emperor really doesn't know how to write the death word. He knows Kaido is going to beat him, and he sends it to Kaido himself. You don't have to be so anxious if you want to commit suicide, right? The Emperor of Heaven took such an initiative to present the heads this time. I think I was frightened by our public opinion and became an idiot. Stop talking, hurry up, I want to witness the moment when the Emperor died. People from all over the world were once again attracted by the Emperor of Heaven and gathered in the nearby sea. People speculated and looked at the battle ahead with different eyes, but no matter what they looked at, they would lose if they had Lin Tian to look at it in the mood. FK 870 is Kaido's man-made devil fruit team, right? A pirate rushed to the front and shouted, "With so many man-made demon fruit power, I think the Emperor will definitely be cancelled this time." After hovering in the air for a week, Deodara landed on a larger ship and looked around, surrounded by wounded pirates. The pirates stared at Deodara helplessly, filled with despair. Deodara's hands kept dropping clay spiders, and when they were about to explode them, suddenly a scarlet light and shadow came from behind Deodara, aggressive. Hiss! A tearing sound that pierced the air hit her back. Deodara's brows moved slightly, and she keenly noticed the strange sound. Her body sank suddenly, and a cold light just flashed over her head. When Deodara just avoided a cold light, the clay spider vomiting from Deodara's mouth had quietly surrounded the black shadow behind him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Explode. Art. Even dare to attack me. Drink. Deodara stepped forward, holding a knot in his hand, and the clay spider behind him exploded together, making a violent noise. Boom. 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 Fiery flames spurted out from behind, and the explosions rose one after another, and the power was amazing. A sea breeze blew slightly, blowing away the smoke and dust of the explosion. Deodara turned and looked behind him. A huge crater appeared in front of him, and a dark figure was standing not far from him. The figure gradually appeared, and a tall man with the appearance of a tiger stood in front of him, with a hint of cold light in his eyes, clenched his hands, and stared at Deodara firmly. Great! The deputy captain of the man-made devil fruit team is here to save us, a pirate shouted. Look, everyone! It's the deputy captain of Tiger Birdie who came to save us. The other pirate looked at the tiger man in front of him, with excitement in his heart, and shouted. Take Birdie? It's really a strange name, hi. Deodara smiled at the tiger man. Let's look down on our deputy captain Tiger Birdie. Before he became the deputy leader of the man-made devil fruit brigade, Captain Tiger Birdie was already a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berry, and his strength alone can crush you. Yes. Now that he has gained the power of the man-made devil fruit, his strength has doubled, far more than the strength of 500 million berry, what Deodara is worth. That's right. Lieutenant Captain Tiger Birdie, FK Deodara. The pirates around were yelling excitedly, cheering, and making a lot of noise. Tiger Birdie looked at Deidara and said in a deep voice, "I thought it was someone who blasted the ships of our mammoth fleet to the bottom of the sea. I didn't expect it to be you, a young fellow." Deidara dismissed it without looking directly at Tagbirdie. His hands were sealed again, and clay spiders were spit out from the mouth in his hands, and they rushed towards Tagbirdie to kill. Swarms of clay spiders hopped on Tiger's body densely. At this moment, Tiger's legs struggling to step down, and with a bang, they flew into the air. At this moment, a new big hole suddenly appeared on the deck, and Tiger Birdie's jump unexpectedly exploded with a huge impact, and the impact hit the clay spider that had originally surrounded him heavily. The clay spider that received a strong impact instantly exploded in place, and bursts of strong roar sounded from the deck, and raging fires glowed from the explosion, once blocking Deidara's vision. Tiger Birdie jumped backwards, avoiding the explosion of the clay spider, and the moment he landed, his legs gathered the strength of his whole body, and the muscles concentrated down, gathered on the calf, ready to go. Boom! A sound cut through the air again, and a black figure rushed out of the flames. Tiger Birdie raised his hands with sharp tiger claws, and slammed them away at Deidara. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion burst out from Deidara's body, a cloud of smoke and dust enveloped Deidara's body, and Deidara's figure could not be seen clearly. A cold light flashed, and the sharp tiger claws grabbed the smoke and dust, and the smoke disappeared in an instant, and a huge hole appeared, and no Deidara could be seen around. I was scared to run away by the deputy captain Tiger Birdie. "Come out, Deidara. Wasn't it arrogant just now? I ran away without hitting it now, so I confessed it so soon." The pirates laughed happily, and there were layers of ridicule in their laughter. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly strong explosions rose from the pirates one by one, blowing them into minced meat. Chapter 178. Flesh and flesh danced in the air, so that the surrounding pirates were so frightened, their legs numb and knelt on the ground. Deidara slowly walked out of a hole, appeared behind Tagbirdie, and said, "It turns out that you relied on your explosive power to avoid my first attack, eh? I can't do anything about this explosion." Tagbirdie glanced at the corner of his mouth and said, "Huh? My explosion is not such an incompetent thing, that can be described as the highest art, let you taste how beautiful my art is." Deidara looked at Tagbirdie with a knot in both hands, and piles of clay were constantly falling into the hole in his hands. With a sudden sound, all the decks were broken, and a huge C2 dragon sprang out from under the deck. C2 The dragon's tall body completely shattered the entire ship, and the ship was about to fall to the bottom of the sea. Tagbirdie stepped back and jumped into the high altitude, preparing to land on the pirate ship next to it. Hiss! From the mouth of the dragon, a few clay birds were spit out, and they assembled into dense spider webs, surrounded by Tiger Birdie. While Tiger Birdie was still suspended in the air, they flew towards Tiger Birdie and exploded one after another. "What? There are even flying bombs." Tiger Birdie was taken aback and shrank his whole body, abruptly carrying the bird's explosion. The explosion rose from the sky, and a cloud of smoke shrouded in front. Suddenly a figure rushed out of the smoke and dust, only to see Tiger Birdie, who was already covered in various bloodstains, rushed down from the air to Deidara by the impact of the explosion. It seems that Tagbirdie wants to seize the gap created at the moment Deidara mistakenly thought that he was blown to death, and give a surprise attack. As an outstanding master, any gap in the moment will be a chance to come back. Relying on the advantages of its own man-made devil fruit, Tiger Birdie has incredible explosive power and resistance, and enjoys extraordinary recovery capabilities. After being continuously exploded by Deidara, Tiger Birdie is still alive and well. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. A small amount of damage does not have much effect on Tiger Birdie. On the contrary, Tiger Birdie seizes the gap when the enemy's more and larger moves are continuously attacking him, and gives unexpected sneak attacks. Continue to launch an offensive. Within a few minutes of taking over, Deidara observed this attack pattern of Tiger Birdie, which was indeed effective and sudden, but also very passive. Deidara captures the passive shortcomings of this attack of Tiger Birdie and guides Tiger Birdie into the air. After losing the deck, Tiger Birdie is completely exposed in the air like a fish to be slaughtered. Deidara's attack range. Go to hell, Deidara. Tiger Birdie was about to hit Deidara, but the huge dragon appeared in front of Tiger Birdie and blocked his way. With a keen intuition like a beast, Tagbirdie immediately put his whole body away and made a 720-degree turn in the air, his legs stretched out, and the moment he stepped on the dragon, he exploded with amazing power and glide in the air. Going back. How can such a good time be let go? I saw another C2 dragon appeared behind Tiger Birdie. Two giant dragons formed a circle and surrounded Tiger Birdie. Tiger still staying in the air was between these two dragons. There is a turtle in the urn in front of him, and there is no way to escape. What? How could there be more dragons? Tagbirdie said in surprise. Deidara laughed. As early as when he landed on the ship from the first dragon, he had already ambushed the dragon in the distance, and it was only the second created by Deidara that pushed Tiger into the air. It's just a dragon. I can fully appreciate the perfection of my art this time. Drink. Diodaro laughed loudly. Boom. Boom. Two huge explosions merged in one place, forming a new explosion that shakes the sky and the earth. The black smoke billowed into the air, turning into a mushroom shape, with amazing aura. The raging flames fell from the explosion, destroying all the ships within the explosion range, and instantly the countless ships of the mammoth fleet sank to the bottom of the sea. Diodara galloped on the clay bird, leaped into the air, overlooking all the scenery, and an unusual sense of excitement emerged in her heart, yelling, "This is art!" When Diodara wanted to cast a series of clay bombs again, a hot laser suddenly flashed beside him. Diodara looked back, and the source of the laser was Shuradeo and the others. In front of Akatsuki, a huge ship stood in front of Akatsuki. It was as big as a giant whale on the sea. From a distance, it seemed to swallow the thin Akatsuki into the entrance, and its momentum was compelling. 0. The mammoth was full of various beasts, but when you look carefully, it is not very accurate to say that it is a beast, because most of it still retains a human torso. It is not so much a beast, but a weird one. It is like transplanting a certain joint of an animal to a human body. It seems that this is the artificial devil fruit team under Kaido Beast's pirates. From the analysis of the current situation, although there are more than 500 artificial demon fruit power brigade, in fact, not all of them can be perfectly integrated with the artificial devil fruit. This has caused many people to change part of their body joints to the shape of animals after eating the artificial devil fruit, so there are so many strange monsters appearing in front of Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization. Although it is so uneven, it is always demon fruit power. Even if it is a man-made devil fruit, it has a very powerful power. In the face of these man-made devil fruit squads, even some of the newly born pirates with a bounty of over 100 million yuan have to look forward to the wind and fear. Chapter 179. Shuradeo jumped from the bow of the Akatsuki to the mammoth that had been killed from the Kaido base camp, and in front of him were hundreds of people from the devil fruit team. Is that the Azuradeo on the latest wanted order? But Amir Azuradeo wants to block us. I think you are too underestimating our ability. Standing at the forefront of the devil fruit team, a pirate with only the upper body turned into a jackal, said dismissively. No need to talk nonsense with him. Team leader. Let him taste the power of our pioneer team. The pirates behind shouted one by one. Looking at the mighty devil fruit team in front, there were at least 100 people around him, and Shuradeo looked at them carefully. Different parts of their bodies have changed into joints of different animals, but they are only part of the changes. Some even really grow a rhino horn on the head. It seems that the pioneer group of these devil fruits is a kind of inferior product. The so-called inferior product, let it first be used to fight the war of attrition. Although the strength has been increased a lot, it is only a small soldier for the Shuradeo, which has various super advanced weapons hidden all over the body. Shuradeo smiled, and from the shoulder he stretched out a mechanism hand and then turned into the shape of a barrel. Chakra gathered on the barrel of the barrel. The dazzling brilliance burst out from the barrel of the barrel, and a laser shot out. Boom 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 boom. The laser passed through the vanguard group of the Devil Fruit Brigade in front of them, and went forward bravely. The strong laser even smashed the pirate ships one by one and exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. The raging flames immediately spread behind the mammoth, burning fiercely on the sea, forming a huge circle of flames, making it impossible for the pirate ship behind to approach easily. The laser hit the demon fruit power in front of them, and instantly punched huge blood holes in their bodies. The blood flowed all over and all fell to the ground. What? Everyone quickly disperse. The jackal leader looked at the tragedy around him with fear in his heart. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Perhaps because he ate devil fruit and changed into an animal form, the jackal leader felt an instinctive sense of fear in the Shuradeo, and this sense of fear is precisely the existence that threatens his own life. Suddenly, on the bow of the entire mammoth, the icy killing intent enveloped the audience, making all the pirates froze in fright and did not dare to move. Ha 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 ha. Where did the spirit just go? Shuradeo made a mocking sound dismissively, while shaking his body, adjusting the barrel, shooting in all directions, instantly defeating the original pioneer group of 100 people. Ah! Help! 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 The pirates with broken limbs and legs looked at the bleeding wounds, and looked at the dead compatriots all around with grimace. Flesh and blood flew across the ground, and all the blood on the ground was horrible. Let's bring up the courage. Stay still or die. You can't escape. Anyway, it's all dead. It's better to fight him. The jackal leader looked at Shuradeo and yelled angrily. The team leader is right. Instead of standing here still and waiting for others to be slaughtered, it is better to fight back and fight the enemy to death and death. The pirates suddenly uttered a strong call, and the jackal leader's sentence fully mobilized everyone's morale, and a group of pirates went to the Shura road without fear of life and death. But in this pirate world where the weak and the strong, it is impossible to win by morale. In the face of strength, all the impossible becomes possible, and no matter how many people come, it is just useless. No amount of resistance is useless, but it's just asking for a dead end. Shura said coldly, organization armor. Through the power of the six paths, Shura Deo summons various weapons on his body, each of which is unique in its shape and weird. A stream of condensed chakra gathered at the muzzle of the weapon, emitting a fiery light, but after a pause, thousands of laser fires were fired from the Shura road, densely forming an airtight net of shells. Pirates facing forward. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, coaxing everything in front of it to ashes, and a whole piece on the right side of the mammoth was blasted to pieces by Shura Deo, flying in the air, messing up. When Shura Deo slowly retracted his weapons and prepared to leave, a mysterious and burly figure suddenly appeared in the flames ahead, with a bloody cold light, flashing by, taking advantage of the moment that Shura Deo relaxed, and rushed away. Go to hell. Shura roared. A man in the form of a golden lion stretched out his sharp claws toward the Azura Deo, swept away, and was about to hit the Azura Deo. Suddenly ran out from behind the Azura road and blocked the golden lion man. The golden lion man immediately retreated back after seeing this. Hydrangea slowly walked out of these behemoths and said, "You pirates, I really like to fight raids." Xianghua looked to the front with cold eyes. Standing beside them were summoning beasts, their mouths kept flowing out of muddy saliva, sniffing their noses, and a shadow in their eyes, staring straight at the golden lion, full of murderous intent. A large group of devil fruit team rushed out behind the mammoth. Compared with the previous one, these demon fruit powers appeared beastly in most places. At a glance, it can be seen that the strength is even stronger than the previous ones. They looked at the golden lion and yelled, "It's Captain Lane Pass. Let's follow the captain's pace," and besieged and killed the emperor. After all, this group of demon fruit power all emerged, and at a glance, at least 300 people were seen, one after another. They slammed the Azura Deo and Hydrangea. The other pirates who were attracted to the show by the sound of explosions and killings on the side, looked at the vast army of devil fruit, and sighed, "This is everyone in the devil fruit team under Kaido, right? Extraordinary momentum." Chapter 180. So many demon fruit power besieged and killed the emperor is terrible. Who told him to provoke or not provoke Kaido, said a pirate. Today, I think the Emperor of Heaven will definitely die. Hundreds of demon fruit power beat the Emperor of Heaven and the handful of Akatsuki organization. The result is no need to think about it. Another pirate said. The pirates looked at the front and talked, looking at Lin Tian, secretly smiling in their hearts. In their minds, Lin Tian has caused an uproar in the world recently. He has been upset for a long time because of the wind and rain. This time, Kaido's team members just breathed out the upset in their hearts. Everyone is looking forward to Linear Tian's fall. In the face of such a mighty and powerful team, Hydrangea calmly ordered the summoning beasts to kill forward one after another. The so-called rule of human beings is also a beast. Summoning beasts have more innocent and more violent animal nature and killing intent than these pirates who are partially beast by devil fruit, and can highlight their own advantage. Go, little ones. These monsters are nothing terrible. 19 The Golden Lion, known as Lion Pass, commanded the devil fruit team. The captain is right. Let's go together, echoed the pirate from the rear. I saw the summoning beast Rhino and the split dog bravely slamming forward with a violent call, and the momentum was overwhelming and unstoppable. Suddenly Lion Pass sank down and hovered on his feet with the strength of his whole body. The whole body was full of blue veins. An anger lingered up, resting on his chest, spreading his hands, and holding the big horns of the summoning beast Rhino in one hand. The summoning beast Rhino still did not stop its offensive. It dragged Lion Pass and rushed forward. The violent impact carried Lion Pass all the way to the middle of the ship, and an elongated black mark was drawn on the ground. Suddenly the summoning beast rhinoceros stopped, and Lion Pass completely blocked the impact of the rhinoceros, picked up the huge rhinoceros and smashed it to the other side. It's just a few little beasts, don't come here presumptuously. Lion Pass yelled. It deserves to be the strongest captain in our demon fruit power. It's just a few bigger monsters. Do you think our captain will be afraid of you? The pirates behind laughed. I think they must be dumbfounded. They don't know the strength of our captain at all. Our captain is the strongest man behind Captain Jack. The other pirate regiments will be discouraged when they see the captain. We don't need Captain Jack to act. The pirates sneered, looking at Hydrangea and Azura with layers of irony in their spoken words. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Really? Let me take a good look at how good he is. Xianghua said. Suddenly, the split dog took advantage of the moment when Lion passed through the rhinoceros, and slammed in front of Lion Pass in a thunderous manner, opening its blood basin and trying to bite it down. Do you still want to come? I'll knock you out as much as you come. After that, Lion Pass raised his right fist and stared at the ground forcefully. A gust of wind blew down, rushing into the air like a bamboo, and was about to hit the split dog. Summoning increase. Xianghua said. At this moment, the split dog split into more than a dozen puppies in an instant, evading the attack of Lion Pass. What? Lane Pass said in astonishment. In the air, the split puppies surrounded Lion Pass, opened their mouths, and took advantage of the offensive that jumped into the air and fell, ready to bite forward. As the only one in Devil Fruit whose body is transformed into an animal form, Lion Pass has a sharper reaction power than any other demon fruit power, and a more powerful explosive power. I saw Lion Pass put away his whole body, raised his legs and looked at the opportunity to step on the split puppies, but something unexpected happened. The split puppies did not bite at Lion Pass, but fell from the air and bit at the pirates behind. What? Facing the offensive that was caught off guard, the pirates immediately exploded their own Devil Fruit ability, but the beast-turned pirates stepped forward and threw a punch at the split dog. The split little dog gathered his whole body in the air, and came a perfect 360-degree rotation, like a carp jumping through a dragon's gate, stretched out again, avoided the attack of the pirates, and landed behind them. Ah! The split puppies bite the pirates hard, and flesh and blood spurted out of their mouths, a pool of blood. The scene was shocked and scary, and the other pirates were stunned when they saw it. Such a good fight can't be without me. Suddenly jumped out of Hoshigaki Kisame from the back of Shura Road in Hydrangea. Kisame raised the same Hada sword and chopped it down from the air, cutting it against Lion Pass's head. Clang! Lion Pass immediately raised his hands, armament haki blessed it in the 990, and the metallic black arms abruptly blocked same Hada's slash. What? Lion Pass was astonished, my armament haki has slowly disappeared. Seeing that the originally dark arms faded away, armament haki was inhaled by same Hada along his arms for a while. Suddenly same Hada showed its full form and pierced into Lion Pass. A deep and long bloodstain immediately appeared on Lion Pass's chest, and the blood continued to flow down, dripping onto the deck, and retreating for a while. This is the one who can absorb armament haki's ability according to the rumors. It is better to see it after hearing it, and it really doesn't respond well. Lion Pass relied on Devil Fruit's whole body beastization to transform into golden lion form, and he possessed extraordinary resilience. The scars on his chest healed faintly, and said, but even without armament haki, I can kill you. After that, Lion Pass raised his fists, kicked his legs hard on the ground, a gust of wind whizzed past, and hit Kisame's body with a hard punch. Boom! Kisame raised same Hada to protect his chest and collided with Lion Pass's fist, making a roar. Chapter 181. The strong impact was accompanied by the continuous gusts of wind, and Lion Pass raised his legs, stepped forward, rising from the ground, bursting out of second gravity, and blasting Kisame to the rear with a pop. This mere number of people wants to knock us down, it's just a daydream. Lion Pass shouted, don't be afraid at all. Come on the little ones. With a long roar for 9 days, this line of Lion Pass deeply penetrated the hearts of every pirate behind them, and they said, the captain is right. There are hundreds of people here, and there are only 3 of us. What's so terrible? The pirates changed their Devil Fruit abilities one after another, and rushed towards the split puppies in front of them. Seeing this, Hydrangea and Shuradeo also faced each other, entangled and fought with each other. Explosions, roars, and noises came to my ears. On the bow of the mammoth, a big battle was on the horizon. Lion Pass also took advantage of Kisame being beaten into the back, raised the air-tearing beast claws on his hands, and scraped away at Kisame's head. A cold light flashed, and Lion Pass's right paw fell on Kisame's body, instantly torn into pieces. Ha ha ha! I thought how powerful it is to absorb armament haki, it seems that it is just a general generation. Lion Pass laughed. Really? I also thought how good you are, you won't be able to catch it in the end. A surprised word came from behind Lion Pass, and Lion Pass suddenly turned his head back and looked at Kisame. What's going on? Lion Pass was shocked. I saw Kisame in front of it turned into a tuft of water and slipped to the ground, like a fierce snake out of a hole, circling up along Lion Pass's legs, wrapping Lion Pass in it. Water-style water prison technique. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Kisame stretched out his right hand and landed on Lion Pass's hand. A crystal clear water circle gathered Lion Pass in it and swallowed it into the water. Hey, bluffing, it's just a pile of water. Lion Pass was about to use all his strength, but when he was about to explode his whole body, he felt powerless and weak. What's going on? Is this, you? Lion Pass looked at the water prison wrapped around his body. Behind him, there was a long stream of water connected to the sea. The sea water continuously poured in from it, drowning Lionlas. Kisame smiled and looked at Lion Pass. Since the last battle with Whitebeard, Kisame has deeply understood that the sea is the common weakness of the world's capable people. And relying on the opponent's weakness to fight quickly, this is the basic ability to endure. Instead of spending time fighting with them, it is better to directly give a fatal blow. Although Kisame is fond of fighting, he doesn't like prolonged battles, because for Kisame, what Kisame enjoys is not too long battles, but the sense of death that is brought about by killing the opponent instantly during the battle. Not good. Save Captain Lion Pass. The pirates in the rear saw Captain Lion Pass stuck in the water jail, immobile, and full of anger. They turned the turret and aimed at Kisame one after another. Hot flames were ejected from the cannon tongue, a ray of red light flashed out, and the cannonballs burst out like a burst of arrows and exploded forward. After a piece of water fell off his body, Kisame looked at the 100-lie capable person ahead, jumped into the sea, and hit the surface of the water with one hand and said, "Rain 4 sharks." In an instant, a chakra condensed on the surface of the sea, creating 4 shark-shaped water bombs, which flew in midair to block the dense artillery fire. I saw the shells and shark water bombs collided together, and the explosion sounded all the artillery fire in the air, but the shark water bombs split into 1,000 small shark water bombs, and raindrops generally fell to attack the people on the deck. The little shark water bombs turned into a violent storm, invaded and knocked down the man-made demon-capable people. Suddenly, they felt weak and squatted on the ground one by one. Prior to this, Shuradeo and Hydrangea also used the power of Rin Egan to share a common and comprehensive vision with the summoning beasts. Facing the Devil Fruit Squad that were killed in all directions, they were flawless and crushed. The perfect cooperation of Shuradeo and Hydrangea, coupled with Kisame's Sea Shark water bomb attack, instantly smashed the hundreds of Devil Fruit squadrons. At this moment, there was a turnaround in the battle. The original hundreds of Devil Fruit team fell into the hands of Shuradeo and Hydrangea one by one, and even Captain Lane Pass was tragically killed by Kisame. The pirates who were watching the battle on the side were even more astonished when they saw it. I'm not mistaken, right? With those few people, the Emperor actually beat the Devil Fruit team of several hundred Kaido to the ground. A pirate was shocked. What kind of people are these people under the Emperor's banner? Defeating these abilities is already extraordinary, but what is even more incredible is that after the entire battle, the 3 of them were unscathed, another pirate said. The pirates who were waiting to see Lin Tian's defeat in the Kaido Devil Fruit Brigade were indeed shocked by a different sight. Sure enough, even if these people ate devil fruit, they were still half-hearted. From behind the mammoth, tied up with a ponytail and 2 braids, a tall and burly figure appeared in front of Lin Tian, and this man was just the Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters with a far-reaching reputation. Jack looked at the terrible battle ahead, his heart was full of anger. Originally, he let them charge first to give them a chance to hone. He didn't expect to be so weak that he would die in the hands of the Akatsuki organization. But saying so, Jack also understands these devil fruit teams, but Kaido has spent a lot of time and energy to form them for a long time. This time Kaido personally went out to attack the Emperor and did not bring them, just thinking that their current strength is far from Kaido's standards, so he ordered himself and the Devil Fruit team to stay and guard the base camp. Chapter 182. From the beginning, Jack did not put Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization in his eyes. In Jack's view, Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization are just new forces boasted by the media, and they have no strength at all. As one of Kaido's confidants, Jack also wants to hone the Devil Fruit team for Kaido and let them start their attack on Lin Tian, but I didn't expect the strength of the Devil Fruit team to be so low that even Lin Tian can't beat them. If Kaido came back and saw that his hard-working Devil Fruit team was destroyed, he would surely be angry and furious, and the cause of all this is Lin Tian and his Akatsuki organization. Thinking of this, Jack, full of anger, immediately transformed into a huge mammoth, stood in front of Lin Tian and roared, "You all the trash, let me go." Before Jack stepped on, the elephant's nose slammed hard, knocking down the summoning beasts on both sides, screaming and yelling, "Take him to death." "Look! It's Captain Jack!" Seeing Jack, the pirates behind suddenly exclaimed with pleasure, "Captain Jack is in battle himself." A yell focused everyone's eyes on the middle deck of the mammoth ship, and looked at Jack with unusual joy and said, "Don't use the Devil Fruit team before 940 as our full strength. Those who are in front of Captain Jack are all. It's scum. Captain Jack is our confidant of Captain Kaido. One of the 3 most famous disasters in Beasts Pirates. Lin Tian is not dead this time." The ridicule suddenly came from behind the mammoth, resounding through the entire sea, into everyone's ears. "Everyone, follow Captain Jack. Besieged and killed the Emperor." Suddenly a voice came out, motivating all the pirates, cutting in from the other side of Jack to the side of Akatsuki, raising the weapon in his hand and preparing to fight. "You really don't know how to write dead words." Shuya flashed out from the side of Lin Tian, raised the decapitating sword, rushed to the mammoth, and slashed hard to the pirate who rushed to the forefront. A cold light descended from the air, and a condensed chakra was already entrenched on the beheading broadsword, flashing out, with extraordinary courage, rushing into the pirates to kill. Water-style water dragon triple play technique. The chakra hovering on the decapitating sword immediately condensed into one body, turning into 3 huge water dragons, rushing all the pirates into the air in a fierce manner. 3 water dragons surrounded Shuyu, rising up, dancing mightily in the air, and smashing down again, slamming the pirates in the air into the sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The pirates in the rear immediately took up their weapons, and the battle lined up once again to surround Shuyu, raising their guns and firing at Shuyu one after another. "Everyone get ready. Set the gun." Hot fireworks were ejected from the tongues of the rows of guns, red light flickered, and the roar of gunfire carried through the audience. All the guns jumped out densely at the water and moon. At the moment when the dense artillery fire hit Shuyu, the hot flames disappeared instantly. Layers of water mist floated from Shuyu's body, and the artillery fire passed through Shuyu's body and spread out to the surroundings. What? Ah! 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 The screams sounded endlessly, and the artillery shot through Shuyu's body to the surrounding pirates, piercing and shooting blood holes, and the connected pirates all fell down, a pool of blood, tragic again and again. Just as everyone was stunned by Shuyu and froze in place, at a loss, huge shells from the side were thrown toward the Akatsuki. Look! Warships from the base camp are here to support us. A pirate cheered, and he couldn't help but cheer as he watched the pirate fleet. This is always the base camp of Kaido Beast's pirates. Although Kaido personally set sail with the other two disasters and fought Lin Tian, there are still many pirate warships staying at the base camp. Looking at the countless group of pirate ships, they surrounded Lin Tian heavily, making the pirates more confident again. Beast's Pirates is the world-famous Four Emperors pirate group. The base camp is guarded by countless pirate fleets. Although Lin Tian severely inflicted the Devil Fruit group, the Kaido pirate group is still full of stamina and continuously launched attacks on Lin Tian. Everyone is ready for artillery fire. Shoot the Emperor! In an instant, countless huge artillery shells swept down like a storm, and exploded toward Akatsuki. The dense artillery fire covered the sky with one hand, blocking the sun's brilliance, and the constant shadows enveloped Akatsuki. Sand iron when it rains. Layers of black sand and iron diffused from the feet of third Kaze cage, ascending into the air, turning into delicate needle irons and shooting out in all directions. Boom 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 boom. The gunpowder smoke filled the sky, and the scorching sulfur smell filled the sky, yellowing the entire sea. Sasori waved his hands and controlled third Kaze cage, standing in front of him and fighting with the pirate fleets. A steady stream of explosions swept across the entire sea, immediately filled with gunpowder smoke. Beacon fire continued, and the air was full of the burning smell of artillery fire. Damn it! If you drag on like this, you will lose. Kill the Emperor first. As the saying goes, shoot the man first, shoot the horse, catch the thieves first, capture the king. Instead of spending time here with the Akatsuki organization, it is better to kill Lin Tian directly, so he changed into a mammoth form Jack, and went straight forward angrily. Boom! 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 He seemed awkward, but in essence he was very flexible and changeable. Jack flew forward with his feet forcefully, crossing the Shura Road in hydrangea. The huge figure covered the sun, and the darkness was shrouded in front of the Akatsuki. God! Take it to death! Jack yelled. Really? Let me see if you are eligible. Lin Tian lay lazily in the center of the Akatsuki, and said slowly. Chapter 183. From the beginning of the war, Lin Tian believed that the Akatsuki organization could fully cope with all the attacks of the Jack pirate ship fleet, so Lin Tian had always been entertained like watching a Hollywood blockbuster, lying on his couch and watching the entire game. Tiandi, don't be too frustrated, now I will come over and let you know what death is. Seeing Lin Tian's leisurely and elegant play mentality, the anger in his heart is even more straight up the crown, and the flames are raging. Jack's front feet are condensed with armament haki, attached to the solace of the huge elephant feet, falling from the sky and hitting Lin Tian directly. Clang! A loud noise rippled up, floating in the air, and saw a faint blue translucent armor suddenly appeared in front of Jack, blocking Jack's attack. Scarlet eyes projected, with bloody and cold brilliance, a solemn meaning of killing instantly invaded the surroundings. Jack carefully watched the figure in front of him, and the two eyes collided with each other. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is like a landscape in hell, beautiful and terrifying, it makes people addicted, and the deep pupils are filled with all kinds of incredible. A wave of chakra condensed on Suzuki, wrapped Suzuki's body, turned into Susanoo, blocking Jack's path. If you want to get to the Emperor's place, you must pass my level first. Suzuki said coldly. The floating sea breeze fluttered on the sea, and the noisy waves rose one after another, pushing and rolling one after another, and beat the mammoth and Akatsuki to wobbly and turbulence. A child who is still stinky wants to block me? I think you are talking in a foolish sleep. Jack gathered his front feet again, and an unprecedented armament haki was suspended in it. The thick armament haki was condensed on his feet, even emitting a brilliant and dazzling metallic luster, and stepped on Suzuki again. Boom 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 boom. A deafening impact sounded like a metal collision again, floating in the air and dispersing to the surroundings. Jack's attack has not stopped, his feet are constantly struggling to step down, and the heavy collision makes a sound wave visible to the naked eye, and immediately a continuous slamming sound pierces everyone's ears, making people's ears dizzy. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Susanoo raised his right hand and immediately came out, protecting his chest, like an impenetrable copper wall and iron wall, perfectly blocking all Jack's offensives in succession. It seems that Jack the Drow is nothing more than that. Suzuki, who was in the center of Susanoo, looked up at Jack, who was huge, and couldn't help but smile. I saw a wave of chakra emerging from Suzuki again, following the meridians and circling to Susanoo. Susanoo suddenly waved his right hand, and a shocking force burst out, knocking Jack into the air and landing on the mammoth. Rumble, rumbling. Jack broke the flagpole of the mammoth and even hit the boathouse of the mammoth. The houses collapsed and shattered to pieces, burying Jack's body. The powerful impact collided with the entire mammoth, and it was transmitted above the sea. Suddenly, big waves rose from the sky, and the entire mammoth swayed from left to right, unsteady in its standing, and tottering. The pirates saw the embarrassed Jack, they froze in shock, their lips quivered, and they were shocked. This is incredible. Captain Jack, who has become a mammoth, has a weight of several hundred tons. Knocked away in a single blow. How hard can this be done, the pirates said. Compared to Jack's huge body like a high-rise building, Suzuki's figure looks very delicate and thin, but Suzuki, who seems to be so weak and involuntarily windy, can easily hit Jack to fly, which shocked all the pirates. Jack slowly got up from the ruins and stood in front of Suzuki. At this time, he was even more angry, with bloodshot eyes exposed, staring at Suzuki. Armament haki gathered in front of him, and hit Suzuki. Away. The huge impact tore the air and struck Suzuki mightily. Suzuki moved to the left, subtly dodged to Jack's side. Susanoo raised the blade and slashed towards Jack's side. A long cold light flashed the audience, and the silver light shone, with the most natural posture, showing the strongest courage, slashing on Jack's body, delineating the most natural sword mark. Squeak! The blade fell on Jack's body, as if it fell on a copper wall and an iron wall, making a harsh metal collision sound, and the successive sounds rippled in waves, rippling in the air. With the light and sword shadow, a simple scar appeared on Jack's body, and he slowly healed without even bloodshot coming out. 0. Suzuki's eyebrows couldn't help but twitched, and looked at Jack intently. I didn't expect it to be so hard, it seems that I still have a hand. Jack turned to look at Suzuki and laughed loudly. Why, I'm scared like this? It seems that you are just a paper tiger. The original scars healed completely in just a few seconds. This extraordinary recovery ability is the outstanding feature of Jack as the Zoan Demon Fruit power. In the slash just now, the harsh sound like a metal collision is still one of Zoan Devil Fruit's abilities. As the Zoan Demon Fruit power, the most notable place is its remarkable resilience and steel body. Jack, who is also blessed by armament haki, makes his body like an indestructible shield, blocking all physical attacks. The huge body stands in front of the enemy, and it is like an unbreakable city wall, which makes people afraid of 3 points. Not only that, the seemingly clumsy and slow body of a mammoth is actually very flexible, small, and fickle. It always launches unprepared offensives quickly and swiftly, making it hard to defend against. These abilities and combat characteristics are indeed frightening, but for Suzuki, they are just a piece of cake. Chapter 184. Inferno-style flame control. The pitch-black flame enveloped Susanoo's blade, and Suzuki stepped forward, and Susanoo swung the blade towards the front and swept across the ages. The blazing flames filled with the breath of death, and rushed towards Jack. Jack immediately leaped back. In an instant, the sword blade swept away in front of Jack. The distance between the two was only a few millimeters. In the subtlety, Jack get out of Susanoo's offensive. But Bing Han's sword cyclone was on the blade, cutting through everything. The mammoth could not bear such a vigorous sword aura. Bunches of sword aura was instantly engraved on the ship, and deep sword marks were formed in the gully. Ha 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 ha. A long laughter ran through the sky, and Jack looked at Suzuki with a sudden smile. Before the slash was over, Jack rushed forward, launched a surprise attack, and delivered a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, an astonishing murderous aura came from behind, causing Jack to turn his head quickly, but it was too late and the sword had reached him. What's the matter? How come there are two Suzuki? Jack was frightened and froze in place, looking at Suzuki who suddenly came from behind, and shouted in surprise. Suzuki chuckled and raised the pheasant sword in his hand. Flame controls black flame blessed on the pheasant sword, creating a deep scar on Jack's body. In an instant, blood flew horizontally, huge droplets of blood floated in the air, and the blood splashed out and fell on the floor, dotted with blood flowers. Heian hovered from the blade of the pheasant sword, surged to Jack's wound, and kept burning. Jack turned his head and looked at Suzuki ahead, but he slowly disappeared and finally turned into nothing. At this moment, he realized that it was an illusory mirror image just now. I didn't expect you to still have this ability. Jack lifted his legs, planning to kill Suzuki again, but became weak, and the last anxious pain swept through his body. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Ah! What's the matter? Why won't my wound heal? Jack let out a scream of sorrow, looking at the black inflammation on his body. His face showed an expression of pain. Sure enough. It seems that your ability is just healing power and a strong figure. Suzuki smiled coldly. However, based on this, you want to beat me, you are still far away. Flame control blessed the grass pheasant sword, making the slash of the grass pheasant sword powerful and extremely sharp, and it instantly cut Jack's complacent steel body. The blazing black inflammation burned more and more on Jack's body, constantly tearing the wounds that had been healing. The flames filled the flesh and blood, giving Jack a feeling of pain. Jack still endured the burning pain of black flames like hellfire and launched a counterattack, but he was powerless to revolving heaven. The warm sun shines on the pheasant's sword, flashing a little silver light, reflected in Jack's eyes. Sun Yan's sword aura is like a hungry beast, eager for the nourishment of blood. With a flash of cold light, Suzuki swung the pheasant's sword, and again cut several wounds on Jack's body. The fire of Amaterasu continued to burn on Jack, and the miserable Jack was beaten back to his original form at once, but he still stood in front of everyone with difficulty, raising his head to look far ahead to Lin Tian. The battle soon came to an end. Lin Tian stood up slowly, walked in front of Jack and said, "If you don't ask Kaido to come out to save you, I'm afraid you will die." Jack angrily said, "Hi. God, don't think that you have won me, you can be so arrogant. Without Kaido's action, you can be beaten by the other two disasters." Lin Tian looked at Jack's resentful appearance, and looked around for a while thoughtfully. Speaking of which, since the beginning of the war, Kaido has not been noticed. Even if I use observation haki, I can't feel the existence of Kaido. It seems that Kaido was not here from the beginning. Lin Tian secretly said in his heart, "That's good, you don't need to spend a lot of time fighting Kaido, you can go to his base camp to find treasures, why not do it, and there is more Jack this bargaining chip. God. Take it to death." Just at this moment, Jack suddenly raised his whole body strength, condensed armament haki, endured the burning of the fire of Amaterasu, rushed towards Lin Tian. "Death is approaching, and I want to have a salted fish to turn over, but it's in vain." Lin Tian stood calmly on the spot, motionless, as tough as Pan Song towering, his eyes condensed. Conqueror's haki burst out from Lin Tian, and pressed against Jack. Originally subjected to various fatal attacks, and the wounded Jack was burned on the body by Amaterasu of the unquenchable fire. His spirit had long been worn out to pieces and fragile. Moreover, Lin Tian's Conqueror's haki is more powerful than before, with full stamina, no less inferior to any four emperors. Faced with such aggressive Conqueror's haki, Jack, who was seriously injured, was unable to bear it and fainted and fell in front of Lin Tian. Seeing Captain Jack of the Mammoth, he was defeated by Suzuki only in several moves, and fainted in Lin Tian's hands. The pirates around him were shocked and dared not act rashly. Unbelievable. Captain Jack lost so easily. I was defeated by a young guy. You have such a strong strength at such a young age. Will you still have it in the future? Not to mention him, his 1.9 others are extraordinary, and one person can crush our entire group. I thought that Captain Jack could defeat the Emperor in an instant, but now it's fine, Captain Jack lost, and we are not much better. Everyone, run away. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. If the Emperor shows off his might and destroys us all, we will all have to be sent to Huangquan. The noisy discussion enveloped the entire sea area, and the surrounding pirates had various panicked expressions on their faces, and looked at Jack lying on the ground and the Emperor, who was at ease in front of him, with all kinds of panic and terrifying faces. As the so-called 36 tactics, the best tactics, seeing Jack's fiasco, the pirates have long been scared and frightened. Chapter 185. The pirates immediately gathered up their weapons in a panic and fled back to their pirate ship, ready to go, ready to escape. Secret Skill 100 Machines Performance. Sasori revealed his body and summoned hundreds of puppets from the scroll, flying in the air with great momentum. One by one the puppets obscured the sky over the entire sea area, and a deep shadow overwhelmed the hundreds of pirates in front of them. Hundreds of puppets are holding various weapons. Each puppet is flexible and has a fighting power beyond ordinary people. What's more terrifying is that the cooperation between the puppets is full and there is no loophole. With such a powerful formation, it can be said that even Sasori alone can destroy a country with this technique, let alone just a group of pirates. With such a magnificent scenery, the surrounding pirates had no room to escape, one by one fell into the hands of Sasori's puppets. However, the number of pirate fleets guarding Kaido base camp is really astonishing. The pirates who hadn't come forward to kill the enemy far behind saw the terrible battle ahead, and naturally they wanted to flee. Rushing to the front of 19 is the strongest pirate fleet in the base camp, besides Jack. And the front fleet has a tendency to flee, so even Captain Jack and them can't do Lin Tian, not to mention the middle and lower combat forces, they will even run away. However, even the pirate ship in front could not escape the hand of Lin Tian. How could they escape? This was just a temporary fluke. Run away! A shout resounded across the sky, and the shouts continued to cover the entire sea area. All the fleets behind turned their heads one by one, as they were about to flee towards the distance. Explode! Drink! From the very beginning, he rushed to the forefront alone, and entered the Kaido base camp. Deidara saw the abnormal behavior of the pirate ship behind, and immediately pursued the victory. Clay birds were densely formed into a series of encirclement nets, descended from the air, and exploded to the pirate ship behind. Boom 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 boom. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. A loud noise rang out loudly, along with the raging fire, which filled the sea. The explosion instantly swallowed all the pirate ships. The fire filled the sea and surrounded all the pirate ships behind. The pirate boats who had originally planned to surround Lin Tian heavily, but because of their impenetrable encirclement, the raging fire that ignited surrounded themselves, leaving them nowhere to escape, which is also a joke. Deidara rode the sea-2 dragon, flying in the air, like an inviolable god overlooking the weak life on the ground. During the snap action, each pirate was blown to pieces, broken fingers and wreckage, and tragically, hundreds of Sasori's puppets were flying in the air, and Deidara's explosive ring was surrounded by them. From time to time, some pirates who had their heads stalked and got out of the ring by chance, were even tracked by Shura Road's rockets and missiles and bombed into the bottom of the sea. A round of crushing force instantly destroyed the mammoth fleet and all the defensive pirate ships of the base camp, and the remaining parties of the man-made Devil Fruit Brigade had been chased by Kisame, knocked down and sunk into the sea. Suzuki slowly put away Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, and the fire of Amaterasu burning on Jack's body gradually faded. Lin Tian also faintly gathered his armament haki, and walked in front of Jack. The remaining prestige of the fire of Amaterasu still remains on Jack's body. Although Jack has the super resilience of Zoan, facing the eternal fire of Amaterasu, the wounds on his body still cannot be fully healed. Coupled with the suppression of Conqueror's haki, Jack's own spirit and consciousness have faded a lot more than before, and he has not been able to regain consciousness for a long time. The cold wind shimmered and the sword energy was lingering, a blizzard of earth-shattering radiated from Lin Tian's body, Hiran Meru clenched in his hand, and bleak snow and ice gleamed from the blade of Hiran Meru, turning into an ice dragon. When the dragon rises, the sky changes color, the dragon falls, and the sea freezes into a knot. 1,000-year icicles. Lin Tian said lightly. The dragon descended from the sky and landed on Jack, and suddenly turned into a huge icicle, swallowing Jack's whole person, turning into a huge icebound statue, towering in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hand, and the ice sculpture was instantly incorporated into the secondary space. At this moment, there were only Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization in the entire sea area, and there was no one around. It seemed that the war just now was as illusory as a mirage, but it actually happened. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian shouted and ordered. The bow of Akatsuki moved slowly and headed towards Kaido's base camp. In a certain sea area of New World, clouds are densely covered, and heavy air is suppressed. The entire sea area is shrouded in blurred water mist, and it is difficult to see all around. At this moment, Kaido led his own 053 pirate regiment, galloping on this sea area, standing on the bow of the ship thoughtfully watching the front. A huge, burly figure appeared beside Kaido. He was wearing a grey-red cloak, his chest was open, his eyes were evil, like a messenger from hell, and a trace of flame appeared on his shoulders around him from time to time. This person is exactly one of the 3 disasters of Kaido pirates, the Fire Gold, and the strongest representative of the 3 disasters. As the gold of Zoan demon fruit power, it has the form of dinosaur fruit, monster species, and fire dragon, and its mouth always exhales heavy flames from time to time. Legend has it that only a roar from Jin is needed, and there will be a raging fire, turning the whole land into hell and burning. Its strength as the dragon of phantom beasts is not even inferior to that of the warden dragon Durajan, the former prisoner of Impel Down. Kaido looked at Jin and said, "Jin, how long have we been sailing?" Jin looked at Kaido's slightly thoughtful look, and slowly said, "Not much, just a few days." After listening, Kaido's face showed a hint of discomfort and said, "It's been several days, we can't find any trace of the Emperor, not even a word of news." Chapter 186. Jin saw Kaido's irritable and angry face, and immediately stepped forward and said, "I think the Emperor is just scared by our name, Beasts Pirates. It's not unusual to hide." Kaido snorted. Behind Kaido and Jin, there was another figure standing, brewing a subtle tone and said, "Master Kaido, I think this is a bit weird." Kaido looked at the figure behind him and said, "Queenie, what are you saying?" Queenie gradually walked around Kaido and Jin, and slowly said, "Now the focus of the world is on the Emperor. Even if there is a slight movement, it should be reported immediately. But we have been sailing for several days. No matter where we go, we can't see the Emperor's figure, or all kinds of reports are completely unaware of the news of the Emperor. The Emperor's behavior is very weird, and it seems that he is playing some horrible idea." There was a trace of seriousness in Queenie's words, and Kaido couldn't help thinking. Queenie, as one of the 319 disasters of Kaido Beasts Pirates, is different from Jack the Drow, who is reckless and impulsive, and Fire Gold, who is brave and intrepid. She has a calm personality. She is the Chiduo star under Kaido and the only one under Kaido. Female. In Beasts Pirates, which is world-renowned for her absolute strength, Queenie stands in second place among the 3 major disasters with her extraordinary strength, following Kaido. The whole body exudes the appearance of a weak girl, but she likes to torture and kill prisoners. Such a frightening hobby is called Queen by the people of the world. Jin looked at Queenie with a puzzled expression. The Emperor who was touted to heaven by the world media is nothing more than a fictitious picture name. What kind of horrible idea can he have like this? I think it's just a simple escape. Queenie chuckled and ignored Kim, but looked at Kaido and continued, I have an imaginary here. It sounds a little absurd. I wonder if I should say it. Kaido, who was irritated, looked at Queenie and said, as long as you can find the goddamn emperor, you can tell me what you think. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Upon seeing this, Queenie replied, if I am the emperor and want to avoid the attack of Kaido-sama, then I will definitely run to the opponent's base camp. As the so-called most dangerous place is the safest place, this is the most unexpected place. Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Jin ha ha laughed, and said with a strong sarcasm in her voice, Queenie, are you scared by the emperor? An emperor in a mere FG Shishibukai hitting Marine and somehow defeating Whitebeard by some means, are you afraid of this? Queen's laughter made Queenie very upset, and she confronted Jin angrily, and Jin could not show weakness. The two exuded a strong breath to suppress the audience. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely heavy, and a battle was ready to go. Kaido saw Jin and Queenie quarrel again, and a look of helplessness passed over his face. In the three major disasters, Jack the Drow was too reckless and impulsive. Before he could finish any words, he rushed out to fight with each other. Jin and Queenie have always ignored them, and there are obvious differences in personality between Jin and Queenie. Jin has always believed that strength is everything. He has the strongest strength in the three major disasters. He doesn't think about any problems and only uses force to solve them. But the difference between Jin and Jack is that Jin is not so impulsive that he rushes directly in front of the opponent to fight with others. Instead, he uses an absolute number of pirates and pirate ships to attack the opponent, showing absolute strength to crush the opponent. As a rational person, Queenie disagrees with the actions of Jin and Jack. Although she is slightly inferior to Jin in strength, she has an arrogant and informal queen character. She always does things her own way, but is organized. The three major disasters quarreled and fought each other, and it was not good for him, so Kaido stepped forward to stop him. Queenie said something has some truth, so just in case, send someone back to the base camp to have a look. After all, Jin put away his anger and looked at Kaido, then send me, I want to see if it really is what Queenie said, the emperor will appear in our base camp, when the emperor will not be there, Queenie, just wait for a face slap. After Queenie heard it, her unhappiness became even more serious, and said, then I will go together too. If the emperor is in the base camp, I will also look at Jin's astonished stupidity. The two stared at each other. Kaido looked at them and thought for a moment, alright, let them go back and have a look, to calm their tempers, and even if they meet the emperor on the road, they can fight with the emperor. There is no problem with strength. At Kaido base camp, the surroundings were barren and messy, and there were pits and pits everywhere, smoke filled with gunpowder, and little warfare. In the distance are piles of gravel and rubble, and the entire base camp is like a hell on earth of 007, no one is inhabited, life is overwhelmed, and people who don't know think that the end of the world is coming. Lin Tian looked around the miserable surroundings, a heavy chakra breath condensed in the surrounding air, probed to look at the surrounding smoked streets. The original lively and gorgeous base camp has now become so desolate, can't help worrying in his heart. Are there really treasures in this place? Lin Tian pondered, and said lightly, Xiao Xiao, open the map and show me whether there are traces of treasures nearby. A map slowly opened and appeared in front of Lin Tian. Xiao Xiao said, Master, the system has detected signals of treasures around, but the signals of the treasures are too weak to completely determine the location of the treasures. Then there are treasures nearby, but I don't know where it is. Fortunately, I thought it was here for nothing. A smile appeared on Lin Tian's face, and said, well, it's good to experience the treasure hunting feeling of RPG games occasionally. However, according to the law all along, it is estimated that the treasures are also hidden in some treasure vaults. Chapter 187. Lin Tian wandered in place, looked around for a while, as if looking for something. Suddenly Lin Tian looked at the tallest building complex in front of him, and said with joy, with Kaido's swaggering personality, the treasure will definitely be placed in the most conspicuous place, and the most conspicuous place must be the highest building. Since the treasure hunt, you don't have to take so many people there, otherwise there will be no fun at all. Lin Tian waved his hand backward, motioned for a moment and walked forward slowly. The Suzuki who stood behind Lin Tian also understood Lin Tian's intentions, stopped one after another, and rested on the spot. This seems to be just a meaningless action, which is essentially a strategy of Lin Tian. First, the Akatsuki organization just had a battle with Jack and the others. Although it did not bring much loss to the Akatsuki organization, it has always gone through a battle, and proper rest is a buffer. Second, placing the Akatsuki organization outside the Kaido base camp is essentially to make the Akatsuki organization watch out for the wind around it. If Kaido and its two disasters return, they can quickly counterattack. The strategy of such a profound connotation was just a small wave of hands, and the order was continued, which all made the Akatsuki organization deeply feel the seemingly innocent Lin Tian, and among them are also the people with deep academics and thoughtful thoughts. Azura Deo and Hydrangea even understood Lin Tian's will, and they quickly returned to the Akatsuki. This is just in case Kaido and the others come back, they see the Akatsuki, give an order, and destroy their ship with one shot. Wouldn't it be worth the loss? As a result, Shura Road and Hydrangea must return to Akatsuki, not only to guard and protect Akatsuki, but also to drive Akatsuki into the opponent's lineup from the rear at a critical and important moment, and make a front and back flanking attack. Deodaro looked at the surrounding flames and potholes, sucking the smell of the surrounding gunpowder. Deodaro was extremely excited when he thought of the artistic traces left by frantically exploding streets and buildings on the eve of the war, daring to go to the base camp, and constantly arguing with Sasori about the beauty of his art. A pirate ship approached slowly in the distance, and a burly and tall figure stood on the ship, looking into the distance. Suddenly a pirate came to Jin in a panic and said, "It's not good. Our base camp was attacked." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. What? Kim and Queenie were shocked in unison. The two looked at each other, their eyes were solemn, and they were really guessed by Queenie. Immediately, both Kim and Queenie came to the bow, raised the telescope in their hands and looked around. Jin looked at the base camp full of ruins and rubble, and his eyes were full of barbarians, and the anger in his heart rushed forward. A long blue vein was exposed, his hands clenched with fists. Jin actually grabbed the binoculars in his hands and called out loudly, "Who the hell is it? After eating the tiger's heart and the leopard's courage, dare to come to our base camp to go wild?" Seeing the furious Jin, the pirate was even more frightened, with his legs shaking, his lips trembling, and said, "We found a pirate ship docked on the shore of the base camp." When the pirate wanted to continue speaking, Queenie immediately interrupted the pirate's words and said, "It's the Emperor." Such simple and short words were shocked like lightning, and everyone was stunned for an instant. This is a situation that everyone never expected, and his base camp was raided by the Emperor of Heaven. Queenie couldn't help sinking into thought when there was no news on such a large base camp under a surprise attack on the sea. With such a large number of fleets guarding the base camp, no one came to inform us. It is conceivable that this is the reason for Jack. Jack has always been a kind of headless and brainless person. Seeing Lin Tian's arrival, he must lead all the fleets of ships without considering the consequences, and rushed forward. But there was something wrong with it. Now Queenie stood on the bow and looked around carefully. She couldn't see any figures, only the deserted base camp. The base camp is a place guarded by thousands of pirates, but now it is uninhabited, so there is only one possibility, that is, Lin Tian and the others have wiped out all the people in the entire base camp. Thinking of this, Queenie was even more furious. She was angry and said in her heart, "I didn't expect the Emperor to take advantage of us to leave the base camp and come to a preemptive strike. It seems that I won't give the Emperor a look. I really think we are bullying beasts pirates." Queenie called out loudly. Everyone listened to the order and rushed to the base camp. Under Queenie's order, a large group of pirate ships continued to follow the ships in Jin and Queenie, approaching the base camp step by step. Jin, full of anger, ignored Queenie or waited for the pirate ship behind him. He jumped up and returned to his pirate ship, the Fire Dragon, rushing to the forefront alone, rushing to the base camp. Looking at Jin Guzi alone into the enemy, Queenie also took some measures to encircle Lin Tian. Queenie turned behind her and said, "Lizard, are you?" A sturdy figure walked out from behind Queenie, making a gentleman's salute, and said in a rough accent, "Queenie, what's your order?" The person standing in front of Queenie was Queenie's most proud subordinate, and was also a torturer who specifically killed Queenie's prisoners, codenamed Lizard, the poisonous lizard. Lizard has been following Queenie's work for a long time. He knows Queenie's preferences. Using the devil fruit ability of his lizard fruit, he has created a special method of torture, which is deeply loved by Queenie. Queenie looked at Lizard and said, "You lead people to follow Jin, surround the entire base camp, and encircle the Emperor of Heaven." "Good." Lizard replied. Queenie looked at Lizard and nodded, and walked to the front to look towards the base camp, looking thoughtful. Chapter 188. Although Lin Tian surpassed everyone's expectations and carried out a surprise attack on his base camp, since Lin Tian is here, he can't let him leave so easily, so he sent Lizard to encircle the entire base camp port. First, surrounded the base camp port and blocked Lin Tian's routine. Secondly, when Jin committed suicide by himself and entered Lin Tian, let Lizard conduct a fire raid outside the port. In this way, it can not only support the gold, but also destroy Lin Tian's ship in the distance, so that Lin Tian has no ships to escape, and it also allows Lin Tian to come back and forth. Just as the saying goes, catch the thieves first and catch the king first. When Jin assaults into the base camp, and when all the concerns of Lin Tian and his Akatsuki organization are still on Jin's body, he takes advantage of the Akatsuki organization to disperse and kills Lin Tian alone. Lin Tian was caught off guard. In Queenie's view, Lin Tian and his Akatsuki organization are just new forces, nothing terrifying, and after he has buried such a heavy encirclement, Lin Tian will definitely fall into his hands. Haha. By then, the Emperor of Heaven will not obediently surrender and become my captive. Queenie laughed. Haha, I should also think about how to play and abuse the Emperor in advance. Jin's thoughts were completely different from Queenie's 350. Jin saw that his base camp was damaged so badly, and his heart was filled with anger, and Jin was more concerned about Jack's whereabouts. Why can't the whole base camp see anyone's figure? That's it, you can't even see Jack's figure. Jin said secretly in his heart, could it be that Jack was killed by the Emperor? Just as Jin fell into a moment of contemplation, an order came from behind, fire. Boom 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 boom. I saw a deafening roar of artillery fire from behind Jin, blasting the entire sky, and dense artillery fire came out from the tongue, with a little dazzling fire, sweeping the sea in front of the sky. One by one, gunfire passed by behind Jin like a torrent of steel, like an airtight spider web covering the entire sky. The direction of these gunfire was not toward the center of the base camp island, but the Akatsuki. Unexpectedly, I just took a break, a new enemy will come so soon. Shureideo stood on the Akatsuki ship and said, Organization armor. All kinds of weapons were immediately summoned from Shura Road, and various distinctive laser beams were ejected to bombard the sky with artillery fire. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Boom. 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 Segments of thunderous explosions spread in the air, and a lot of artillery fire was bombarded by beams of lasers into segments of smoke and dust that filled the sky, immediately obscuring the sun, and the entire sea area was plunged into shadow. Intense artillery fire exploded in the air, and the strong impact swept the sea. The waves rolled along with it. The front waves pushed the back waves, and instantly turned into layers of waves to the coast of the base camp, advancing the fire dragon carrying the gold to accelerate forward. The sea breeze was blowing, and a strong smell of sulfur spread in the air. Sasuke and the others immediately rushed to the shore when they saw it. Captain Jin, look! There is a figure on the shore. A dark, tall, and burly figure appeared in front of Jin. Under the shining of the sun, this figure slowly emerged in front of Jin, covered with black hair, brown-black eye circles, and thick bare claws appeared. This person was Gale. I think those people are the Akatsuki organization under the Celestial Emperor's banner. There was also a huge figure standing in Gale, wrapped in a cloak, with white phosphorescence, looking into the distance. I didn't expect them to stand so blatantly on the shore, they really didn't see the coffin and they didn't shed tears. Gale looked at him and said, Right, Douglas. Douglas and Gale are Jin's confidants, as well as Jin's right and left hands, both of which are capable of devil fruit. Douglas is in the form of bull fruit and rhino, and Gale is capable of bear fruit and black bear. Hehe, what Akatsuki organization, it's just a group of little guys. Jin said with disdain. Having said that, Jin's whole body skin instantly scaled, and beams of fire discs were constantly overflowing from the scales, spinning around Jin, condensing in his mouth, fireballs. A huge fireball spit out from Jin's mouth, and the fiery flames gathered around the fireball, like a sun, rushing towards the Akatsuki organization along the sea. The hot ball of fire glides on the sea to create a huge and long water mark, and a stream of steam is constantly venting around the water ball, and it rushes to the shore like a bamboo, hitting the Akatsuki organization directly. This little fire dared to claim to be a fireball. Sasuke looked at the billowing fireball rolling forward, he smiled, and saw a condensed chakras melted all over his body. His hands were sealed and said, Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin. Fire style great fireball technique. Chakra hovered up from Sasuke's throat, spewed from his mouth, turned into a huge fireball, and rushed to the other side of the sea. Although the ninjutsu level of great fireball technique is not high, it has a very obvious feature that makes Uchiha Itachi, who is a shadow level powerhouse, often use it. That is the power of the great fireball technique, which will directly increase with the user's different strengths. Rumbling. The two fireballs collided in an instant, bursting out dazzling flashes, blocking everyone's sight. The two fireballs kept hitting, the sea was alarmed, and the waves rose one after another, suddenly forming huge waves spreading around the sky. The fireball continued to ignite and collided, and the raging fire flickered in the middle of the two fireballs, scorching the surrounding sea water, and the hookah was filled with water, and immediately enveloped the entire coast. What great fireball, it's nothing more than that in front of our Captain Jin. Gale smiled and said, Know that the flames of our Captain Gold can even knock back Akainu's magma. I think that Uchiha Sasuke is dead. Chapter 189. Yes, Uchiha Sasuke is just hitting a rock with a pebble. Let's wait for the body to be collected. Douglas laughed. The laughter of the two people spread throughout the fire dragon, and the pirates next to them also laughed together. The fire gold, which is famous all over the world, can be called a fire because the flame it spit out is like the fire of hell, burning everything and even people to ashes. Moreover, Jin, who was irritable, always sprayed out segments of flames from time to time, spreading along his body to the ground. Wherever he went, there were fires, which made people fearful. Just as the pirates laughed cheerfully, an amazing scene happened. Sasuke took a step back with his right foot and opened his legs in a big step. A chakra brewed out of his body, compressed into a more condensed chakra, and traveled deep into his throat along the meridians in Sasuke's body. This chakra hovered into Sasuke's mouth, and instantly turned into a larger flame, converging in the direction of the previous Great Fireball, merged with the original Great Fireball, and transformed into a larger fireball. Boom! The Great Fireball, which is constantly absorbing the new chakra, is like a tiger descending the mountain, aggressively, swallowing Jin's entire fireball, and burst out with a huge roar. Rumbling. The Great Fireball swallowed Jin's entire fireball, changed even more, and rushed towards the fire dragon. What? Jin said in shock. The moment Great Fireball swallowed the golden fireball, it rushed to the front of the fire dragon like a thunder, and it was about to swallow the entire fire dragon in it. Jin immediately rushed to the bow, entrenched armament haki with both hands, grabbed the Great Fireball with his bare hands, and fought hard against the impact of the Great Fireball. Boom 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 boom. The Great Fireball exploded in front of Jin in an instant, and the huge explosion sounded across the horizon. The Great Fireball immediately divided into two halves, attacking both sides of the fire dragon with a strong impact, and bombed the bow of the fire dragon. The impact of the Great Fireball blew across the sides of the fire dragon, leaving a raging fire. As the impact went straight forward, a deep watermark was formed in the gully behind the fire dragon. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Ah! The bow is on fire. Put out the fire. The pirates looked at the surrounding fire in astonishment, and picked up the barrels to save the fire. Watching the fire on the fire dragon, Jin was even more angry. A clearly visible blue vein spread from his forehead to his chin, and a heavy flame burst out to surround his whole body. His body sank hard, jumped up, and jumped to the coast of the base camp. The golden hands were scaly like the skin of a dinosaur, and heavy flames emerged from the breadth of the skin, and armament haki was entrenched on both hands. Jin has an extraordinary armament haki, and the armament haki on his body has even changed his original red flame into a black fire glowing with metallic luster. The flame is condensed on both hands, and with such a strong armament haki blessing, Jin's attack is taken to the next level. As the gold of dinosaur fruit, monster species, and fire dragon form ability, the skin with dragon scales can change up and down the whole body. The hardness of the dragon scale skin is as rigid as the iron wall of a city wall, and ordinary physical attacks cannot hurt Jin's body. I saw the fire shimmering and descending from the air, approaching Sasuke. With a flash of red light, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun up, and the whole world seemed to come to a halt in an instant. Sasuke turned back slightly to avoid Jin's attack. Boom! The sand was rolling, and the beach on the coast instantly hit a huge sand pit. The sand flew up and rushed to the surroundings. Suddenly, the entire coast was covered by the sand. A flash of fire rushed out of the dust, hitting the surroundings of the coast, blowing the dust away, and the strong wind followed, and Jin rushed forward without hesitation. For Jin, the most important thing now is to find Lin Tian and ask about Jack's whereabouts. When observation haki was fully opened, Jin couldn't feel Jack's position, but he felt a strong aura right in the front. Looking at the surrounding Akatsuki organization members, Jin could guess that the castle must be Lin Tian place. Jin left the coast in an instant, and Sasuke followed closely. Just 2 or 3 confrontations, Jin left the battle directly, which made Sasuke very upset. Just as Sasuke was about to chase, 2 burly figures appeared in front of the Akatsuki organization and blocked the direction of the Akatsuki organization. The dust disappeared, and the figures gradually appeared. It was Douglas and Gale, and a new figure appeared behind the Akatsuki organization, and Lizard appeared behind the Akatsuki organization. In the surrounding waters of Lizard, the pirate ships of the Golden Fire Dragon Fleet and Queenie's Queen Fleet also appeared in front of the Akatsuki organization, overlapping the Akatsuki organization and its people. The battle situation was triggered so swiftly, and in the center of the base camp, Lin Tian still walked slowly. Lin Tian, who has already used observation haki to perceive the opponent's attack, is not in a panic, but now the most important thing is to find treasures. Even if the enemy enters it, Lin Tian has nothing to worry about. No matter how powerful an enemy is, Lin Tian is convinced that the Akatsuki organization can easily deal with it, so he walks so leisurely. Lin Tian looked around while walking, and seemed to be looking for a certain kind of thing while looking for treasures. In the battle with Jack just now, Lin Tian has already seen Kaido's Devil Fruit team, and these Devil Fruit teams do not mean that there must be a place to store a large amount of Devil Fruit in the base camp. Now that we have all come to Kaido's base camp, why don't you come and take some Devil Fruit while looking for treasures? As the saying goes, don't be too stupid. I saw Lin Tian walked into a castle. Although the castle had been ruined and dilapidated, it could still be seen that the castle was magnificent and magnificent. In the castle of Zulabaiwa, there are pillars carved with danyang everywhere, and there are many colorful reliefs of painted beams and carvings on them. The ceiling is full of crystal jewelry decorations by Zulu, and pearl palace shells. Extremely luxurious. Chapter 190. Such a carved and golden castle, but it was a pity that it was blown up everywhere and scattered on the ground, but for Lin Tian, he was not very interested in these gold and silver jewels. Seeing such Zalabuwa castle, Lin Tian secretly said with joy in his heart, so many rare and exotic treasures are directly placed here, there must be treasures nearby. Xiao Xiao, open the map and let me see if there are any treasures here. Lin Tian said. Xiao Xiao gradually appeared in Lin Tian's mind, and a three-dimensional map of all aspects was displayed in front of Lin Tian. I saw a faint red light flashing deep in front of Lin Tian. Xiao Xiao explained, Master, there are traces of treasures in the deepest part. Okay, then I will go in and take a look. Lin Tian said slowly. Soon, Lin Tian came to a warehouse, and a huge iron gate stood in the front row of the warehouse to block Lin Tian's way. The breeze was suddenly, the cold light shone, and a sword aura rose suddenly. Lin Tian was holding higher in Meru with snow and ice, and with a deep sense of killing, the sword aura struck forward suddenly. Boom! With a click, the sword smashed the iron gate, and the iron gate instantly turned to pieces and scattered on the ground, making a huge sound. A thick layer of dust rushed towards us, enveloped Lin Tian, and gradually dissipated after a long time, and immediately a bright white light shot in from the door, illuminating the interior of the warehouse. Lin Tian looked at the surroundings of the warehouse. It was obviously a world away from the magnificent outside. There were all kinds of equipment nearby, which seemed to be used to store some items. Lin Tian walked in and took a closer look. A crude fruit model appeared in front of Lin Tian, with donut-shaped circular patterns all over the model. Isn't this the model of devil fruit? Lin Tian looked at and said secretly, it seems that this is where Kaido placed devil fruit. However, apart from some broken copper and iron equipment, there was nothing nearby, and there was no trace of any other devil fruit. Only one model stood here. It's a pity, I thought that I could get more devil fruit in Kaido base camp, but it's impossible now. Lin Tian said with a slightly regretful expression. Thinking about it carefully, judging from the number of Kaido's devil fruit team, devil fruit should have all been invested in it, and it is unlikely that there will be left. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Lin Tian secretly said in his heart, well, devil fruit will get it sooner or later, now the most important thing is the treasure. Xiao Xiao, show me whether there are any treasures here. Lin Tian said. Xiao Xiao slowly opened the map, and a red light appeared on the map. It was very different from the previous ones. The red light was unusually bright. Xiao Xiao said, Master, right in front of you. Oh. Lin Tian said, then let me see what treasure it is. A white light flashed out in front of Lin Tian, and only two brilliant treasures appeared in Lin Tian's face. Xiao Xiao said with joy, congratulations, Master. I got a 2-star treasure and a 3-star treasure, may I ask the Master if he wants it? Just as Xiao Xiao asked whether to open it, a strong shock came from the ground, and a strong impact swept the entire castle. The originally dilapidated castle couldn't withstand the shock even more, and would collapse if it wanted to. I didn't expect to kill it so soon. Lin Tian looked at the front and said, lightning-style armor open. The thunder was shining, a beam of dazzling thunder flashed from the castle, cutting through the air, and deafening thunders blasted all around. Kim and Shizuke stood in front of the castle, fighting constantly. Every time they fought, they sent strong shocks against the surroundings, and the ground also changed huge potholes. The impact came again and again, blended together, and finally turned into a strong shock wave, spreading around, shaking the ground, shaking the castle. This dilapidated castle collapsed to the ground all at once, turning into piles of gravel and rubble, raising heavy dust. Suddenly the flames of Jin's whole body burst out, condensed in his mouth, and suddenly burst out a huge flame, rushing forward. At this moment, Baixia fell from the sky one after another, the wind and snow continued to circulate in the air, and finally turned into an ice dragon and appeared in front of Shizuke, blocking the heavy fire. What? Jin was taken aback. I saw snowflakes scattered, like a sakura flower flying away in April, flickering and flowing, aura fluttering, a layer of sudden chill rose from the ground and enveloped the audience. The cold icy wind slowly blew in, and a flash of thunder flashed, and Lin Feng appeared in front of Jin with a heavy face. A cold light projected from Lin Feng's body and pierced Jin's eyes. This is the Emperor of Heaven? It actually blocked my strenuous blow with just one move. Jin looked at Lin Tian's slightly weakened body, slightly shocked. Isn't this the fire gold, how come all the way to meet me? Lin Feng smiled slightly, his cheek smile was a little bit cold, but there was a sense of icy coldness from all over his body. Don't put on a face that has nothing to do with me, just say it. Where is Jack? Looking at Lin Feng's seemingly innocent look, Jin became even more angry, his base camp was devastated, even the figure of Jack 2.3 grams disappeared. But Lin Feng, the creator of all this, stood in front of him disapprovingly and pretended to be coercive. Could he not make Jin even more angry? Looking at the anger on Jin's face, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly, waved his right hand, and took out a huge icicle from the secret space. Take a closer look, it is Jack that is frozen in this icicle. Jack. Jin looked at the icebound Jack, the anger in his heart overflowed, and the long blue veins spread from his forehead to his chin, and his angry eyes stared straight at Lin Tian. Jin's fists were clenched, Red flames wrapped around his body, armament haki condensed on his body, and even the flames turned red and black, like a ghost in hell. Chapter 191. Die, God! You will die in the hands of my Huo Jin. When Lin Feng was about to speak, Jin had murderously rushed forward, furiously at Lin Feng, and fisted away. Clang! A black shadow appeared in front of Jin. It was Shizuke who blocked Jin's blow. He only turned on Susanoo on the left half of his upper body, raised his left fist, and clashed with Jin's fist, bursting out a deafening sound. At the moment the hot flames fisted, a huge fireball blasted from Shizuke and Jin as the center, and suddenly exploded like fireworks, all around. At this moment, the raging fire spread around Shizuke and Jin, surrounded them heavily, and the two confronted again. If you want to get to the Emperor of Heaven, let's go through my level first. Shizuke said quietly, and the disdain in the words aroused Jin's indignation. Jin clenched his fists again, his whole body was scaly, hard scales wrapped his whole body, an armament haki blessed, the flame spread along with Jin's breath, and at this moment Jin completely entered the first battle state. 19. This is the first battle form created by Jin using his own devil fruit. In this state, it not only gives full play to its own Zoan fruit ability, the rock-solid defense ability, but also super attack power. Even if only relying on his own explosive power and speed, coupled with armament haki, Jin can also be described as a first-class powerhouse. Boom! 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 Jin and Shizuke fought in an instant, and the fierce rally broke out with thunderous roar, and even in the course of each collision, it glowed with whirlwinds, washing the surrounding rubble and floating in the air. This is gold in the first battle state, even Akainu, it is not so simple to receive a punch of gold. Queenie, who was observing the battle in the dark, looked at the battle between Shizuke and Jin, and couldn't help but sigh. Jin's strength is based on the first of the three plagues of beasts pirates. His strength is clear to Queenie, who often quarrels with Jin. Now that Shizuke can easily share the same color with Jin, he was stunned for a while. But there was a reason Queenie stood far away. The so-called knowing the enemy and confidant, winning every battle, so when the war started, Queenie stood far away and watched the battle, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But now seeing Jack being frozen into an ice sculpture by the Emperor of Heaven, she couldn't help feeling very surprised. Although Jack is the weakest among the three disasters of beasts pirates, his combat methods are reckless and direct, and he likes to face with the opponent. But how can Jack say he is also a strong man with a wanted order of 1 billion berry? But such a Jack was defeated and still captured alive, it is incredible. However, Jack is too reckless to say. There are 8 people in the Emperor and Akatsuki organization. One of them can face to face with Jin. It is difficult for Jack not to lose. Thinking of this, Queenie's heart suddenly changed. Catch the thief first, capture the king. As long as you kill the Emperor first and save Jack, then the Akatsuki organization will be nothing more than that. Now that the battle situation has changed suddenly, Queenie, who has always been cautious, first ordered her men to return to Kaido to convey the situation of the base camp, and the other side launched a raid to rescue Jack. Swish! 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 A few flashes shot out in the dark, killing Lin Tian's back with a thunderous force. Lin Tian, which was turned on by observation haki all the way, could naturally perceive the sneak attack behind him, and saw Lin Tian move his feet aside, like an immortal flying through the clouds and fog, avoiding those flashes in an instant. Those few flashes hit the ground, and immediately imprinted deep marks on the ground, evoking a scent of decay. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be venom. A little bit of venom blasted from a distance, and the depth of its poison can even corrode a dent on the ground, which shows that this person's strength is extraordinary. Before the moment when Lin Tian counterattacked, Queenie killed herself from the dark and rushed towards Lin Tian's direction here. As the so-called drunkard's intention is not wine, Queenie rushed forward this time, not to assassinate Lin Tian, but to save Jack beside Lin Tian. At this moment, Xiao Xiao appeared in Lin Tian's mind and said, "Master, do you want to open the treasure you just got?" Under the constant attack from the opposite side, Lin Tian had forgotten the treasure he had just found, and said in his heart, "Also, let me open it." "Okay, but which treasure does the master want to open first?" Xiao Xiao said. Lin Tian looked at Queenie who rushed forward, and said, "Now we are fighting Kaido's 3 calamities, it is better to open a 3-star first." "Okay, master." Xiao Xiao said. A bright white light and shadow flashed in front of Lin Tian, and a figure wearing a cloak embroidered with red clouds walked out of the light and shadow. I saw his long black hair 780, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and blue jade-shaped earrings. At this time, Xiao Xiao said, "Congratulations, master. Get a 3-star permanent summon treasure. Orochimaru. I didn't expect it to be Orochimaru, it seems good luck this time." Lin Tian said with joy in his heart. Orochimaru looked at the battle between Shizuke and Jin ahead, then looked around again, then smiled and said, "So that's it." With just a glance, Orochimaru understood the surrounding situation, raised his hands, and summoned several large snakes from his sleeves to rush towards the frozen Jack. Shulking Snake Hand. Several big snakes immediately surrounded Jack. Orochimaru waved his hands, threw the frozen Jack behind him, and plunged one end to the ground. What? Queenie, who was thinking about calling to rescue Jack, was immediately frightened by Orochimaru's actions, but she didn't expect her conspiracy to be seen through by Orochimaru. The array of 10,000 snakes. Seeing Queenie suddenly panicked, Orochimaru took the opportunity to summoning out countless snakes, crawling out of her mouth, and falling to the ground. Chapter 192. Countless snakes fell on the ground and killed in Queenie's direction, and Queenie was buried alive in the group of snakes in just an instant. Boom 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 boom. Seeing the snake swallowing Queenie in, a harsh noise rang out from the snakes, and then a dark snake tail stood out from the countless snakes. I saw the dark snake's tail, flicking it hard, knocking down the surrounding snakes one after another, and gradually emerged from the snakes a human body with a snake's tail, full of scales, and this person was Queenie. As one of Kaido's 3 plagues, Queenie's devil fruit ability is a snake fruit, an animal species, in a naga form. It has a half-human, half-snake figure, and is highly poisonous and extraordinary. Self-healing ability. Queenie armament haki condensed in the tail, turning around along the ground, and the tail followed the turn to hit a powerful tail whip again, and suddenly scattered the scattered snakes in the air and flew to the distance. The dazzling sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on Queenie's scales, shining beams of dazzling light. Orochimaru couldn't help feeling deeply interested in this. Unexpectedly, there are still capable people who originally existed in the illusory legend in this world. As a research-oriented Orochimaru, he has a strong curiosity about many unusual things. Especially when he just entered the world of pirates, Orochimaru not only met people with similar abilities as himself, but also a rare eudemons, which made Orochimaru even more interested in Queenie's abilities, and looked at Queenie unscrupulously. A chill was projected from Orochimaru's sinister eyes, making Queenie deeply uncomfortable, and she said in her heart, "Who is this man? Staring at me inexplicably, it feels disgusting." Queenie immediately hovered her own tail, armament haki blessed up and stabbed Orochimaru and said, "Snake." The dark tail pierced straight, Orochimaru's left foot moved lightly, and the right body moved along the left foot. The dark light and shadow happened to flash from Orochimaru's right, there was only a slight difference between the two. "Ha ha 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 ha. You have been recruited." A loud laugh came from Queenie's mouth. Queenie opened a hideous smile. Her eyes and mouth were even bent into a half-moon shape. With her half-human, half-snake body, she gave out a sense of horror. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. At the moment Queenie's tail passed by Orochimaru, she suddenly turned around. The tip of the snake's tail immediately faced Orochimaru, and the dark venom was wrapped around the tip of the tail, ready to stab Orochimaru. At this moment, the tip of the tail dripping with a little bit of venom has come before Orochimaru's brow. The two are only a finger away, and they are about to pierce Orochimaru. At such a critical moment, Orochimaru's mouth showed a frank smile, and said, "The reaction ability is pretty good, but it's still a little tender." A loud bang erupted from under Queenie, creating a huge pit, and a big snake jumped out of the pit. What? Queenie had no time to dodge, and the snake had already hit Queenie with his head, suspending Queenie in the air, and Queenie's good situation instantly turned into a disadvantage. Toyin Lucia. Orochimaru took the opportunity to seal the seal and summoned 2 large snakes, circling up in Queenie's direction, flicking left and right, and entangled together, wrapping Queenie's whole body tightly in the middle, forming a braided posture. Zhang is still hot, and Orochimaru has already planted a trap when he used the 10,000 snake array. At first glance, it seemed that Orochimaru had summoned countless snakes to take Queenie at once, but in fact this was just a cover. When Orochimaru just came out to observe the surroundings, he saw Queenie rushing from a distance. From Queenie's speed, it can be judged that Queenie is not a one-shot killer, and some preparations must be made. Therefore, Orochimaru used the 10,000 snake array, not only to make a head battle and draw out Queenie's power, but also to use the 10,000 snake array to cover herself and summon a big snake to be buried in the ground, preparing for a surprise attack. This is one of the scariest places of the cunning and changeable Orochimaru. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru is experienced and rich, good at quickly and clearly analyzing the battle situation, and can make various strategic attacks in a short period of time. Queenie was entangled tightly between the 2 big snakes, unable to move, but a slight smile appeared on her face, and said, "There is still this hand, it seems that I still made it too light." The subtle smile immediately drew Orochimaru's attention, and before Orochimaru made a second attack, Queenie made the move first. Venom breath. There was a hint of cold killing intent in Queenie's eyes, her eyes tightened, and a large mouthful of venom sprayed out from her mouth, splashing onto the snake's body. Squeaky. The bluish-yellow venom corroded the snake's skin, the flesh and blood were flying, the bones were revealed, and the painful snake made a terrifying sound. Queenie took the opportunity to move her body, struggling hard, trying to break free from the bondage of the serpent, but although the serpent had corroded a large piece of flesh and blood, she still did not let Queenie go so easily. Orochi 0.3 twisted her body, even if a large piece of flesh was corroded, she still struggled to sink Queenie into her body. The flesh and blood of Orokai was like a swamp, sucking Queenie's body deeply, not letting her easily escape. Death is approaching, and I have to struggle to death. Queenie watched the snake's behavior and smiled. Queenie burst out with great strength, clenched her fists in both hands, tore forward, and scratched the snake's body. The upper body broke free, and the lower body was still caught in the entanglement of the snake. Before Queenie could completely escape the shackles of the snake, from within the corroded flesh and blood of the snake, a small and weak snake suddenly ran out, crawling along Queenie's body quickly, with lightning speed. So came to Queenie's back. Chapter 193. The little snake hissed for a while, and before Queenie could react, he bit down on Queenie's back. What? Queenie suddenly felt a pain, yelled and twisted her body, grabbed the snake with one hand, and squeezed it to death in her hand abruptly. Orochimaru smiled when he saw it, and said, "Don't just guard against the serpent, sometimes the attack is always an ambush where you don't pay attention. Don't pretend that you are holding a winning ticket. It's just a little snake, it's not enough to be afraid of." Queenie looked at Orochimaru and gave a treacherous smile and said, "You naively thought that this small snake could poison me." Queenie can produce a large amount of poison by herself, which can not only corrode a lot of weapons, but also kill others in a short time. After the snake was eroded by the venom, it did not respond in a short time because the snake itself had the venom. The venom in the body collided with Queenie's venom and played a certain buffering effect. So for a while, the 19th snake has not been completely eroded by the venom, but because of the venom's stimulation, it has become more riot, and it has exhausted all its strength to entangle Queenie. But this was just a struggle. Soon the snake gradually lost consciousness and relaxed her restraint on Queenie. Queenie immediately broke free from the bondage of the snake, ready to launch a new offensive towards Orochimaru. Just as Queenie was about to kill forward, a strong numbness suddenly spread from her back to her whole body. Suddenly she couldn't move, she could only watch Orochimaru. What happened? Queenie watched Orochimaru in shock, and said in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru showed a charming smile, a little bit of cold light projected in his eyes, and said, "Your venom is indeed very powerful, but this greatest strength also creates your greatest weakness." Hi. Queenie looked at Orochimaru angrily, "What are you talking about? Have you not found it out yet?" Orochimaru explained, "It is you who developed absolute confidence in your venom, that is why I took advantage of it and ended up like this, ha ha ha. You do possess a super powerful poison. Even the skin of my big snake corrodes so easily, but this is just a deadly poison. So your body cannot be completely immune to other poisons. Type of venom, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. And just when my little snake bit you, what was released was not a deadly poison, but a venom with a strong narcotic effect. Although it is far less powerful than your venom, it only paralyzes you in an instant. If you do, I'm still very confident." After that, Orochimaru glanced at the corner of his mouth, curled up, and smiled again. This treacherous smile made Queenie feel a deep anger, but now she was paralyzed by the temporary venom, and she couldn't move at all. Orochimaru bit his right hand, made a seal with both hands, and summoned a huge, purple-striped snake that appeared in front of Queenie. Boom! Just when one snake was about to take advantage of the victory and chase and give Queenie a fatal blow, a strong flame burst out, blocking one snake and Queenie. "Die to me!" Suddenly a dark flame flashed from the flames, and Jin appeared in front of Wan Qi, armament haki wrapped around her right fist, and was about to strike Wan Qi's head with a blow. Chidori blade. On the other side, there was a flash of thunder, and the dazzling brilliance fell from the sky. Suzuki swung the pheasant sword and hit Jin's head with a slash. Jin can only quickly put his right fist on his head and block Suzuki's blow. Clang! The blade collided with the rigid right fist, making a harsh sound, cutting through the sky. With Suzuki and Jin as the center, bursts of strong impact glowed, blowing away the flames, shattering the ground, and suddenly a deep pit appeared between Suzuki and Jin, with spider web-like traces imprinted in it. Suzuki took advantage of the situation and landed on Wan Snake's head, looking down at Kim and Queenie with a disdainful expression on his face. Seeing Suzuki's provocative look, the anger in Jin's heart raged even more, but there was also a trace of worry. "I never thought that the Akatsuki organization under the Celestial Emperor would have such a strong person. If this stalemate continues, the losses on my side will only continue to expand." Jin looked back at Queenie, who was paralyzed and could not move for a while, then looked at the flames of war on the shore in the distance, thinking in his heart. Although Jin possesses great strength, he always rushes to the forefront during combat, but Jin and Jack are completely different. Jack will only blindly suppress each other with his strength, and Jin will change his offensive methods according to the situation of the battle. At this time, Jin was trapped in 850 and he was thinking, and now Suzuki alone can be completely evenly matched with himself, and it seems that Suzuki is not doing his best at all. Suzuki's true strength is really unimaginable. As for Queenie, she was also caught in a death fight with Orochimaru, even at a disadvantage. But Lin Tian, who was standing in front of him, sat far away, watching the entire battle with a leisurely face, without any intention of intervening. Originally thinking of quickly solving the gold of a battle between Sasuke and Lin Tian, he has always preserved a part of his strength to prevent Lin Tian from suddenly making a move in the later period, but now he has been stuck in a stalemate and can't get any advantage at all. This was completely beyond Jin's expectation. There was such a strong opponent in the Akatsuki organization, which not only prevented Jin from entering Lin Tian's side, but also made Jin blindly defensive and unable to decide the outcome for a long time. But Sasuke still looked at ease, which made Jin feel a deep chill, and the tension was forced to make Jin's forehead drip with cold sweat. It seems that it's time to use all your strength at once, Jin said in his heart. Standing on top of Wan Snake's head, Sasuke glanced at a smile and said, "Why didn't you speak any more?" Chapter 194. Jin looked at Sasuke's contemptuous eyes, and said angrily, "Don't be too arrogant. I will make you unable to eat now." Suddenly a strong aura surged from Jin's body, and the whirlwind lingered around him. Jin's whole body changed instantly, his chest expanded, his hands became huge and plump, his back stretched out a pair of huge wings, and finally turned into a giant. Long. Okay. Sasuke glared at him. Before making any response, Jin, who turned into a dragon, spit out a raging fire from his mouth, and rushed towards Sasuke and the others. One layer of Rashomon. Orochimaru immediately sealed the seal and summoned a Rashomon in front of Sasuke, blocking the assault of the golden fire. The flame ignited in front of Rashomon, and the strong flame impact even hit the back of Rashomon. The flames continued to spread on the ground, scouring the entire ground and rushing towards the coast. Boom! On the coast, fierce battles are taking place. After Sasuke chased Kim, Gale, and Douglas blocked the Akatsuki organization, and Lizard volleyed behind the Akatsuki organization, in a two-sided attack. On the other side of the coast, there are thousands of pirate ships aiming at the coast, and one by one gunfire keeps coming. Deidara took the lead in summoning the C2 dragon, galloping in the air and fighting the pirate ships at sea, but Sasori, who was planning to fight with Deidara, was stared at by Lizard, not letting down any vigilance at all times. As a result, Sasori and Lizard fought together, and there was no winner or loser for a while. On the other side of the coast, Gale, who had become a fat black bear, and Douglas, who had become a sturdy rhino, fought with Shuyu and Kisame. Kisame can absorb armament haki, Suijutsu can ignore physical attacks, and Gale and Douglas are completely at a disadvantage at the beginning of the battle. But with Zoan's tough physique and long-lasting fighting power, they can recover from severe injuries many times, so even without using armament haki, they can still fight Suijutsu and Kisame until now. Rumble rumbling. Suddenly there was a roar from the rear, and the huge flame rushed to the coast fiercely. Suddenly everyone on the coast jumped up and jumped around, avoiding the fire from the rear. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Gale looked at this familiar flame, and his heart became unusually happy. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Inexplicable laughter enveloped the entire coast, and the sound kept rippling around, sending out waves of echoes. Shuyu yelled impatiently, "Dead stupid bear, what's so funny? Death is imminent, and his mouth is so stiff." Gale looked at the casual Shuyu and laughed, "Did you not see the fire dragon in front of you? That is our Captain Gold. So what can you do?" Shuyu smiled. "Sure enough, it's just a group of unknown juniors, even our Captain Gold doesn't know." Douglas interrupted. "Okay." Kisame lowered his eyebrows slightly, looking at Gale and Douglas, holding same hado with both hands, ready to fight back. "Do you know why Captain Kaido of Beasts Pirates is called the strongest by sea, land, and air?" At this time Gale stepped forward and said, "That is precisely because of the existence of the three plagues. Captain Jack the Drow represents the land, Captain Queenie represents the sea, and Captain Fire Gold represents the sky, and Kaido is above the three plagues. The captain is the strongest by sea, land, and air. Captain Jin in the three plagues still has the only flying ability in the world, and now he is flying in the sky as you have seen." Douglas said excitedly, "And everyone who has seen this flying form of Captain Gold so far has died under Captain Gold without exception, so do you group of trash fishes understand what this means?" Shuyu and Kisame didn't give face at all. "I don't understand." The audience suddenly became silent, embarrassing for a while. Gale and Douglas immediately made a round and said in unison, "This means that all of you will die here, and no one can survive." Ha 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 ha. After Shuyu listened to it, she looked at Gale and Douglas and laughed. "What's so funny?" Gale and Douglas were instantly agitated and scolded. "You dare to show off with us even with this strength? I don't think you have seen any big scenes at all." Shuyu looked at the beheaded sword in his hand dismissively and said, "Let us enlighten your elm heads." Kisame, who has been standing on the side, has already said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense here, look at tricks." After all, Suijutsu and Kisame squeezed the big swords in their hands and slew Gale and Douglas, and the battle on the coast raged again. On the other side of the battlefield, standing on the head of one snake, Sasuke glanced at Rashomon who was blocking the attack of gold flames in front of him, turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru, letting out a cold look. Orochimaru saw Sasuke's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Although there was no verbal communication between the two, they could read what they wanted to express. The two are still so disagree. Lin Tian lay on a rock, looked at the battle in the distance ahead and snorted. Suzuki is not rare for Orochimaru's help. For Suzuki, this attack has no destructive power. Orochimaru just thought not to burn the fire on himself, so he used a heavy Rashomon to block Jin's attack. The relationship between Suzuki and Orochimaru has always been at odds with each other, and that's why in the scene just now, the two sides gave each other a cold-eyed attitude. But what is intriguing is that they, who are so disagreeable, can always read the ideas of both sides in the battle, and their moves complement each other and complement each other. Chapter 195. Lin Tian estimated that this might be the reason why Suzuki studied under Orochimaru for a long time. Suzuki turned his head again to look at Jin flying in the air. There was a strong chakra all over his body, and he jumped to the top of Rashomon. His eyes quickly turned Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, and said, Amaterasu. Suzuki's eyes condensed at a focal point in front of him, and a dark flame instantly appeared in front of Jin. Ha 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 ha. How could this little flame be compared to my raging fire, it's ridiculous. Jin laughed. Really? Suzuki said lightly. I saw that the black flame, which was originally a little spark, swelled up in an instant, forming a raging fire, which once blocked the flame of Jin. Okay. Jin Lu was a little surprised, and said, I didn't expect that I still have some ability, but it's nothing more than that. Look at the trick. Jin instantly inhaled a large mouthful of air from his nose into his lungs. His already strong body was inflated like a balloon by the large amount of air. Go to hell. Whoops. Jin let out a howl, and the swollen air in his body instantly breathed out, bursting out of the power of the wild. The fire in his mouth attacked towards Suzuki like a flood, completely covering Suzuki's black inflammation. Ha ha. Suzuki chuckled, his eyes projected icy killing intent, staring at the flames ahead, and the black flames in front of Suzuki suddenly changed. Known as the strongest physical attack, the fire of Amaterasu has the ability to burn everything, and it will never stop if you don't burn everything to death. The flames that spit out in a mere want to confront the fire of Amaterasu, it is simply a dream, let alone want to suppress the fire of Amaterasu. I saw black flame, like a hungry beast, swallowing the flames of gold into it like a wolf, and it expanded several times, and even suppressed the flames of gold in turn, forcing the gold to burn away. What? Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Jin watched with surprise as Heian swallowed his own flames and burned directly, but he had no power to counterattack, helplessly stunned and indifferent. Seeing that the black flame was about to burn to himself, Jin's eyes reflected the blazing black flame, and the cold killing intent pierced into his brain, causing Jin to wake up immediately, sank down, and flew to the ground. The seemingly clumsy fire dragon body, but so fast and agile, in the blink of an eye, escaped the attack of the fire of Amaterasu and flew on the ground. Immediately, Suzuki lowered his head and followed the trajectory of the golden flight. The fire of Amaterasu hit all the way, and the heavy fire instantly covered Suzuki's face. Heian was about to burn Jin's body. At this moment, an abrupt sound rang beside Suzuki, venom shock. Suddenly, Queenie turned into a fat giant snake and appeared beside Suzuki, spitting out a large mouthful of venom, turning into a shock wave and attacking Suzuki. Susanoo. Suzuki immediately stopped the Amaterasu fire attack, and a condensed chakra surged all over his body and transformed into Susanoo in the upper body. Suzuki turned around and faced Queenie. Susanoo instantly stretched out his left hand and waved it out, knocking away the venom's impact. The venom splashed and corroded deep pits on the ground, exuding the smell of decay. Suzuki looked at Queenie, and when he was about to take advantage of the momentum to rush forward, there was another attack from the rear. FK on both sides? It's beautiful. Suzuki said lightly. Suzuki soared into the air like a carp jumping through a dragon's gate, and came to the top of Jin. Susanoo picked up the big sword on his back and stabbed Jin's back straight. Jin immediately retracted his wings and twisted his body to dodge Susanoo's stabbing. With the strong wind generated by Susanoo's stabbing, he spread his wings and soared into the sky, overlooking everything. Suzuki also reacted immediately, galloping Susanoo, flying towards Jin in the sky. There was a constant rumbling noise in the sky, and the two fought together in the air. Boom 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 boom. Queenie, who was standing next to Suzuki, was about to assault forward. When she attacked Suzuki again, the snake hovered around Queenie and blocked Queenie's way, while the one standing on the head of the snake was Orochimaru. 10,000 snakes galloped up, rushed to Queenie's back with a thunderous force, raised their head and slammed into Queenie. Upon seeing this, Queenie quickly turned her body and avoided the attack of 10,000 snakes. Armament haki all over her body was condensed and went around behind 10,000 snakes, instantly entwining the entire 10,000 snakes. Snake body bound. Queenie shouted angrily. Relying on Zoan's superpower, coupled with Armament Haki's blessing, Queenie showed amazing power and entangled 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes were instantly set in place, immovable. Queenie took the opportunity to wrap Armament Haki around her hand, and with her metallic fist, she slammed Orochimaru fiercely. Stop the chaotic snake! Orochimaru summoned a number of snakes from his hands. When Queenie slammed into her, the snakes came up head-on, Queenie's fist rolled up the heavy whirlwind, and suddenly the snakes were scattered. Do you think you can stop my attack with a few snakes? You are too naive. Queenie said. Really? Orochimaru said lightly. I saw the snakes slammed their bodies against the fist wind, and rolled in the air with the help of Queenie's fist wind, and stretched their bodies again. The snakes that had been knocked out once again followed the fists. The wind came on Queenie's arm. These snakes were crawling on Queenie's arms quickly. Queenie, who was completely transformed into a giant snake, remained in the form of half human and half snake, but it was too huge. For the few snakes crawling like lightning and flint, all of a sudden. Can't catch it. Queenie pulled her right fist instantly, and shook her arm vigorously, thinking about shaking the snakes away, but the snakes had reached Queenie's back in just a few seconds and opened herself. He's mouth full of blood, he's about to bite it down. Chapter 196. Want to do the same trick? It's useless. Queenie looked at Orochimaru and smiled, snakes and snakes meander. A strong armament haki hovered over Queenie's body immediately, her back as hard as a golden bell. The moment these snakes bitten down Queenie's back, their fangs burst one after another, and they froze in place without knowing what to do. Immediately, Queenie swam all over and rolled on the ground, crushing the snakes into blood foam instantly, hitting layers of wind and sand, and immediately burying the entire field in it, without seeing the whole body. Before that, Queenie had already been attacked by Orochimaru's paralyzing poison. At that time Queenie didn't understand the opponent's attack method and attack tactics, so she accidentally caught Orochimaru's plot and was paralyzed by the poison. In place, unable to move. Therefore, when Queenie fought Orochimaru again, she wrapped armament haki around her body to prevent Orochimaru's Lion Majesty from being attacked. Queenie has a powerful armament haki. Lion Majesty's small teeth cannot easily bite Queenie's armament haki armed body, and the venom naturally cannot enter Queenie's body. After crushing Lion Majesty, Queenie had to roll and hover quickly on the ground and lift the heavy sand to cover her body to prevent Orochimaru from setting a trap to attack her again. Besides, she was standing in the dark, Orochimaru was in the light. Queenie had the initiative to attack at this moment. Suddenly, a black figure passed Orochimaru and seemed to be about to rush towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately sealed his hands, and when he was about to strike head-on, 8-headed snakes suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru, biting Orochimaru one after another. Snake attack 8 different big snake form. An 8-headed serpent instantly appeared behind Queenie, flashes of cold light, biting Orochimaru like a hungry beast. Suddenly, flesh and blood flew across, a big drop of blood flying in the air, the smell of blood permeated the air. Ha 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 ha. Queenie laughed and said, it's a trick. Don't think that you are the only one who will count others. Queenie looked at Orochimaru who was being bitten coldly, her eyes flashed scarlet, and she kept laughing. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. When Queenie raised the dust at the beginning, she continued to use her own advantages as Zoan's swiftness, swimming quickly in the sand and dust, creating an afterimage, seeming to want to attack Orochimaru head-on. Taking advantage of the other party's care, came to slam into the west. When Orochimaru was ready to face the offensive head-on, Queenie had already come behind Orochimaru and launched a surprise attack. Just when Queenie thought Orochimaru had died under the 9 springs, an unbelievable change appeared in front of Queenie. What? Seeing Orochimaru in front of her turned into a few snakes and appeared in front of Queenie, Queenie was greatly surprised. Queenie couldn't help standing in a stalemate, meditating on everything that happened in front of her. Why did the Orochimaru that had been bitten by become a snake, and where is the real Orochimaru? It seems that you have learned to attack me sneakily. An abrupt treacherous laughter enveloped the entire venue. The voice was so cold that it made people feel cold, and this voice was Orochimaru. When Orochimaru saw Queenie blocking her Lion Majesty attack, she must have guessed that Queenie would launch a new round of raids, so before Queenie came, Orochimaru set up a clone to prevent her. Queenie's attack. Hearing Binghan's figure, Queenie immediately raised her head and looked around to check Orochimaru's location, but she couldn't see Orochimaru's figure for a long time. At this time, Wan Snake took advantage of the situation and sank, wandering around Queenie's blind spot, suddenly jumped up beside Queenie and bit her. Such a big movement immediately caught Queenie's attention, but when Queenie was about to step aside, Wan Snake had already attacked Queenie's side. Hiss! Wan Snake made a terrifying scream, opened his blood basin, exposing chilling fangs, and was about to bite Queenie's side. I didn't expect your snake to be so difficult. But it's over. Queenie looked at the flying snakes, raised her right hand, armament haki wrapped around it, and stretched forward to block the bite of the snakes. Taking advantage of the situation, Queenie wrapped the 8 big snakes that emerged from the hair change behind her on her left fist, condensing armament haki. The 8 big snakes suddenly turned into a dark one, and attacked the 10,000 snakes. While Wan Snake was still biting her right arm, Queenie twitched her left fist quickly and struck from Wan Snake's side. This trick is called treating the person's body according to the human way. You will remember it for me. 0. Queenie stared her eyes and said angrily. With his extraordinary reaction ability and flashing speed, Wan Snake sank his body for an instant, and then drew his body back, avoiding Queenie's left fist. Queenie's left fist brushed Wan Snake's body, and the difference between the two was only a few inches, but the attack was more than one heavy. The 8 big snakes above the left fist took the opportunity to face each other, flashing out like a gallop, tightly surrounding the body of Wan Snake, opening the mouth of the blood basin. Armament haki condensed on the fangs, emitting a shimmering black cold light, biting towards 10,000 snakes. Squeak! Squeak! Wan Snake's body was instantly bitten by the 8-headed big snake, blood splashed out from the bite marks, and flowers of blood dripped on the ground. The 8 big snakes still did not stop their offensive, and they continued to bite the 10,000 snakes. The 10,000 snakes twitched their bodies and flashed out. The 8 big snakes have always been changed by Queenie's hair, and their length is naturally not too long, and they can naturally escape the attack of the 8 big snakes by running away. Want to escape? There are no doors. Queenie saw the movement of 10,000 snakes, which caused the 8 big snakes to flash backwards. The 8 great snakes had been entwining 10,000's body. With Queenie's flashing, 10,000 snakes were also drawn. Go to hell! Queenie yelled. Chapter 197. Queenie raised her hands and changed them into palms. Armament haki gathered on her hands. Unlike the previously armed armament haki, this time Queenie brought armament haki more together on her fingertips, telling a dark and deep pitch black. Cold light. Snakes and snakes attack. The palm of his hand instantly changed into an elongated sharp blade, and the ice-cold killing intent hovered in it, piercing directly at the drawn 10,000 snakes. Seeing that Wan Snake was about to be pierced by Queenie, Wan Snake quickly twisted his body and slid a turn in the air. 2 sharp blades slid past Wan Snake, stabbing criss-cross wounds, and blood spewed out. It dripped on Queenie's hand blade. Such a deep scar did not kill Wan Snake, nor did it interrupt Wan Snake's speed and offensive in the slightest. On the contrary, it seemed to give Wan Snake a stimulant, and it made Wan Snake's speed and attack even worse. It's getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Queenie and Wan Shi kept entangled with each other, fighting to the death and all of them, and suddenly they couldn't tell the victory or defeat. Queenie, who was constantly welcoming the 10,000 snakes' continuous offensive, couldn't help but fell into contemplation. Although she had a temporary advantage at this time and caused the 10,000 snakes to be attacked by all kinds of attacks, she was unable to take the 10,000 snakes and made Queenie too late. Surprised? In any case, I am also a snake fruit emotional beast capable person. It is impossible for a normal beast giant snake to beat me, right? Queenie thought in her heart, it's fine now, but now I'm tightly entangled by a giant snake, and I can't win or lose for a while. What is the origin of this giant snake? As the leader of the summoning snake clan, Wan Snake not only shocked the entire Naruto world with Konoha Sunen's superb ninja beast name, but also possessed super powerful abilities, arrogant and unrestrained personality, and showed his own arrogance in a battle. With Wan Snake's super physique and abilities, he can naturally fight Queenie for a long time. With her own arrogance, even if she is hit by Queenie's fierce attacks one by one, she can launch a strong offensive to frighten each other. Although as a beast, Wan Snake possesses powerful physical abilities, but it is always just a beast, and its attack posture and attack methods are very simple. Even if 10,000 snakes can show their own strengths at the beginning, and deal heavy blows to the opponent, over time, it is easy for others to figure out their routines and fall into a stalemate for a while. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Looking at Queenie again, Queenie kept fighting with 10,000 snakes, while analyzing the way 10,000 snakes attacked. As a capable person, Queenie had ever-changing moves. Soon Queenie could see the 10,000 snakes. Snake's bottom line. Thinking of this, Queenie let go of her original surprise and said, it seems that it is still a snake after all. I thought I had some great ability, but it made me feel strenuous for a while. At the moment when 10,000 snakes rushed over, Queenie caught 10,000 snakes' attack loopholes, and her body suddenly rolled around in the air, leaping into the sky above 10,000 snakes like a carp jumping through a dragon gate. Queenie glanced at the corner of her mouth, revealing a subtle smile and said, see how you are hiding this time. The snake's body is on top. Queenie transformed into a giant snake. The tail of the snake entangled Wan Snake's body, preventing Wan Snake from easily escaping. The other side soared up, covering Wan Snake completely under her, with the momentum of Mount Tai pressing on the top of the mountain and pressing it aggressively. 10,000 snakes. Wan Snake had no time to escape, stretched out his body, opened his mouth wide, and bit at Queenie's head. The same moves are useless to me. Queenie laughed, snake. Queenie immediately stretched out her hands, armament haki condensed in her hands, both hands grasped Wan Snake's blood bowl mouth, the other side of the tail turned into a sharp blade, pierced Wan Snake's head, intending to give a fatal blow, kill 10,000 snakes. I don't think so. A sly voice came from Wan Shi's mouth, and Queenie suddenly felt a little chill behind her. The voice that made Queenie so familiar was Orochimaru. Queenie looked around for the source of the sound, and finally found a trace of impropriety in Wan Snake's deep throat, and said, "What's inside is." Before Queenie could finish her words, a figure protruded from the depths of her throat in Wan Snake's bloody mouth. I saw this figure like a long curved snake, crawling around in Wan Shi's tongue, and it flashed out in an instant. The sticky saliva fell off this figure, which made people feel weird and disgusting. Before Queenie could react and see exactly what it was, the figure suddenly rushed in front of Queenie. At this moment, the sun was shining on the black figure, and Queenie could see the figure clearly. The true face of Lushan. "What?" Queenie said in shock. "It turned out to be you." Queenie, who was too shocked, suddenly stopped in place, without any response. In the next moment, the murderous Orochimaru condensed the whole body of chakra around her body, and said, "The evil snake wrist exploded." Orochimaru quickly formed seals and summoned 2 giant snakes to pinch Queenie from both sides, completely sealing Queenie's huge body, while Orochimaru stood on top of the 10,000 snakes and commanded the 10,000 snakes. One snake quickly broke away from Queenie's entanglement and bondage, and immediately crawled back and kept a certain distance from Queenie. Orochimaru laughed and immediately detonated the 1.1 tails tied to Queenie with chakra. A big snake. Boom 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 boom. A huge explosion coaxed the sky, and the fiery flame instantly rose into the air, and a huge pit was blown out on the ground. The flesh of the 2 big snakes was blown to pieces, carrying a raging fire, and floating to the ground. The fierce explosion glowed with heavy whirlwinds, blowing layers of wind and sand, and immediately enveloped the audience, burying Orochimaru and Queenie in the dust, without seeing any figures. "It hurts me." BD. Queenie was armed with armament haki all over, abruptly taking over the explosion just launched by the Orochimaru raid. Chapter 198. However, although Queenie has armament haki protection, the 2 big snakes are used as the tipping point, and the damage caused is still not small. Queenie looked at the scarred body all over her body, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in her heart, and said, "What is that guy's ability? Not only is his moves weird, but also so insidious and cunning. It won't be good if you continue to consume it like this." There were deep scars all over his body. Queenie couldn't move for a while, looking at the hazy front of him, and fell into contemplation. Thinking back to the previous battle, Orochimaru, who had come from another world, had various attack methods beyond Queenie's knowledge, making Queenie confused. In addition, Orochimaru is good at constantly analyzing and changing his moves on the battlefield. He always sets traps at the opponent's dead ends, and launches surprise attacks when the opponent most unexpectedly takes the opponent off guard and becomes passive for a while. As the saying goes, the Dao is 1 foot high and the devil is 1 foot high. At the moment Queenie attacked Orochimaru, Orochimaru counter-utilized these 19 points, avoided Queenie's attack with the clone technique, and then dived into the 10,000 snakes. When Queenie entangled and fought with the man snake, Queenie thought that man snake was just a headless fight, and when analyzing the attack method of man snake, Orochimaru, who was essentially hiding inside man snake, was touching man snake. Know the bottom line of Queenie's tricks. This is what the saying goes, the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman gains. Orochimaru hid in Manto's body. On the one hand, he regained his strength and condensed chakra to make the most adequate preparations. On the other hand, Manto and Queenie fought against Queenie's physical strength and saw Queenie's attack method clearly. In just a short period of observation, Orochimaru not only understood Queenie's attacking moves, but also caught Queenie's careless moment, bursting out of Wan Shi's mouth, an unexpected surprise attack. Although this was only a short-term attack, it was able to fully demonstrate the worldwide difference in the experience and ability of the 2 sides in combat. This is what Queenie never expected. The ghastly man in front of him looked about his age, but he had an extraordinary veteran experience, and Queenie also lost in this place. For this man whose ultimate goal is to live forever, he has experienced countless battles. Orochimaru's ever-changing moves made Queenie dizzy and powerless to revolving heaven. The dust was still flying. Orochimaru looked at the sand ahead, squinted his eyes condensed, projecting a cold killing intent, and said, "Snake curse bound." 2 giant snakes were summoned by Orochimaru in an instant, and with the strong smell of blood in the sand, they found Queenie. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. These 2 huge snakes flashed out like lightning, and they entangled Queenie's body in an instant while Queenie hadn't fully recovered from the wound. On the other side, Orochimaru spit out the Kusanara sword and Sora no Tachi from his mouth, controlled the grass pheasant sword to fly straight, and stabbed Queenie's body. Ah! The tragic cry immediately resounded through the audience. When Queenie wanted to break free from the shackles of the 2 giant snakes, the pheasant sword had already pierced deeply into the heart. There was only a gap between the pheasant sword. Stabbed Queenie in the heart. What kind of sword is this? Why could it break my armament haki? Queenie was shocked, but only a burst of laughter in the distance responded to Queenie. The dust gradually drifted away, and Orochimaru stood in front of Queenie. This Kusanagi sword Sora no Tai sword is made of the hardest material in the world of Naruto, and its sharpness is so sharp that even a monkey demon with a Vajra body will feel pain when it touches it. Regarding Queenie, who was suffering from scars at this time. Due to long-term physical exertion and injured body, it was difficult for Queenie to concentrate her attention, and armament haki also faded and her power declined. The pheasant sword just seized this opportunity, with its unparalleled sharpness, forcibly broke Queenie's armament haki, and pierced Queenie's heart. And Queenie relied on Zoan's powerful vitality and resilience, even before being pierced into the heart. As long as she did not pierce the heart, she would still be alive. Orochimaru also saw Queenie's bizarre ability, thinking about her own last wish to pursue immortality, so she didn't kill Queenie, but just restrained her, and started to observe and study deeply on the other side. The sky on the other side kept blasting with deafening roars and explosions in the air. Boom 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 boom. With each explosion, a fiery red circle of flame bloomed in the sky, and the entire sky suddenly seemed to be shrouded in fireworks. Sasuke blessed Susanoo in the air with the gold that changed into a fire dragon, and kept fighting. The two kept colliding with each other in flames. The two flames collided together, so a burst of 783 explosions erupted. Boom! 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 Although Jin became a fire dragon, with a huge body, he was agile in every way, coupled with Zoan's inherent extraordinary and sustained physical strength, and kept flying high in the sky. This was initially to dodge the attack of Sasuke's Amaterasu, but later Jin discovered that his flexible body could not only dodge some Susanoo's offensives, but also give back attacks, so the two of them were stuck in a stalemate before. Sasuke had already stopped the Amaterasu fire attack. Using Amaterasu for a long time not only depleted Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, but also consumed a large amount of his own chakra and physical strength, so he continued to fight Jin in the air. Suddenly Sasuke hovered in the air and stopped walking in his hands, looking thoughtful. How did it stop? Jin looked at Sasuke's actions and smiled and said, "At first, I thought you were very powerful, but you were able to counteract my flames, but now that you look at it, you only have the ability." "Huh, stupid." Sasuke looked at Jin, just smiled faintly. Chapter 199. Sasuke glanced at Jin and then looked around again. This subtle smile and wonderful movement reflected in Jin's eye pupils, making Jin feel very angry. "What the hell does this mean?" Jin angrily said, "Don't think that I was able to avoid your flames at first, because I was afraid of you, and I didn't let you see the true ability. You thought I was a sick cat." Fire breath. Jin took a big breath and stretched his belly, and instantly expelled a large beam of flames from his mouth, hitting Sasuke. Fire style Ha-Long fire technique. Sasuke immediately gathered a large amount of chakra in his body, changed and spewed out heavy flames, and instantly compressed the flames into the form of two flame dragons, rushing towards the gold. Compared with the flames that Jin spit, the two Yanlongs are relatively small in size. Jin laughed loudly. Sure enough, that black flame can't be used for a long time, just because these two little Yanlong want to be with me. Do it, don't know what you can do. Seeing that the flames breathed by Jin hit the Yanlong, the two Yanlongs flashed flexibly, passing by the flame breath that resembled a volcanic eruption, avoiding the frontal impact with the flame breath. "Huh? You got out of the way." Jin looked at the two flame dragons that flashed through the flames and said, "Ha ha ha ha. I see if you are scared, stupid. If this goes on, you will face all my attacks face to face. The good show is yet to come," Sasuke said lightly. The moment these two flame dragons flashed past the golden flames, they swayed their direction again, moving closer to the middle, and what was in the middle was the golden body. "What?" Jin Yi was assaulted by Yanlong from both sides for a time, and he called out in shock, "There is even this kind of operation." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But it's still a trivial trick of carving insects, it's not enough. Jin's wings were immediately gathered on his back, and he twisted his body while rolling in the air. The flames that burst out from his mouth actually wrapped Jin's body, like a flame shield, covering Jin's body. Boom! Boom! The moment when the two flame dragons collided with Jin, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and a fierce raging fire suddenly ignited in the air. The hot flames rose up and rushed into the sky, and the sky changed color. A heavy and depressing dark cloud filled the sky above. Due to the flames wrapping, and relying on its own hard skin, Jin suddenly blocked the bombardment of the two flame dragons, and rushed towards Sasuke in the direction of the flame's breath. At this moment, Sasuke quickly turned Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and actually put away the complete Susanoo, leaving only a layer of breastbone to cover his body. At this time, Sasuke was facing the sky, his back to the ground, lying flat in the air, his hands quickly sealed, and several flame dragons rushed into the sky again from the air. Due to the strong reaction force generated by the Yanlong's breath, Sasuke suddenly accelerated and fell downward, and suddenly avoided the direction Jin hit. "I want to see how fast you are, and if you can get out of my lightning attack." Sasuke chuckled, his smile revealed a terrifying killing intent, and his left hand pointed towards the sky. A thunder light struck into the dark clouds, and said, "Lightning-style Kirin." In the dark clouded sky, thunder and lightning suddenly flashed and thunder shone, transforming into the shape of a unicorn. When the gold rushed above him, Sasuke immediately made 1,000 birds and led the unicorn to the gold. The thunderous unicorn descended from the sky in just 1,000th of a second, surging as if Pangu opened up the world, with amazing power, completely hitting Jin's body. Ah! There was a heart and lung scream from the sky, white light shrouded in the sky, and white curtains fell on Jin's body. Suddenly the entire sky was shrouded in thunder, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness. This dazzling electric light instantly illuminates the sky and the earth, and then thunder roars, and a white band covers the sky and unfolds in front of everyone. The lightning-style unicorn squeaked like a hungry beast, emitting dazzling light, constantly opening and closing the sharp teeth in its mouth, hitting, biting, and devouring Jin's body. Electric fire and thunder, snorting, lightning-style Kiran Gully made criss-cross scars on Jin's body, a series of bloodshots interspersed on the wound, and a series of blood drops dripped out, overflowing with bursts of blood. The smell of blood. Scarlet blood was scattered on the lightning-style unicorn, and the white brilliance was dotted with blood flowers. The aggressive lightning-style unicorn continued to bite Jin's body. Below Jin, a pair of gazes filled with murderous intentions projected, an eternal Mangekyo Sharinon spun spontaneously, and a condensed chakra gathered on Suzuki's body, and suddenly turned into Susanoo. Inferno-style flame control. The pitch-black skeleton continued to evolve. Susanoo raised the bow and arrow in his hand, and chakra instantly changed into a burning black flame, hovering on the outside of the bow and arrow, aiming in the direction of gold, ready to go. At the beginning, Jin relied on his huge body, like a copper wall and iron wall, and flew fast in the air with a flexible and changeable speed. Even though his overall strength was not as good as Suzuki, it still made Suzuki deadlocked for a while. Instead of using brute force to fight head-to-head with Jin, it is better to set up a subtle trap to make Jin fully exposed to his attack range. No matter how fast the speed of gold is, it cannot be faster than the speed of thunder and lightning. The lightning-style Kirin will definitely hit gold within 1,000th of a second. The powerful lightning hit Jin's body. No matter how hard Jin's body was, it could not escape the shackles of the thunder and lightning of the force of nature. Suzuki previously used Fire Style's Dragon Fire technique to create a thunderstorm and dark cloud. When Jin rushed towards him, he pulled the lightning-style unicorn to attack Jin and finally succeeded. You know, this is the pinnacle of lightning style that even 4 Emperor's Redhead Shanks finds extremely tricky. Chapter 200. BD. At this moment, the gold is just as Suzuki thought. In the trap set by Suzuki, it was completely hit by the lightning-style unicorn's attack and stopped in the air, while Suzuki fell directly under the gold, waiting for the opportunity to give Kim a lethal blow. Who? Susanoo let go of the bow and arrow in his hand, and immediately the bow and arrow shot at Jin's heart with lightning speed. At this critical moment, Jin endured the numbness of the whole body, and spit out a large mouthful of flame towards the other plate. Want to kill me? No way! Jin shouted angrily, fire breath. A large amount of flames spit out from Jin's mouth, and the powerful reaction force caused Jin's body to slide to the other side. Suddenly, the bow and arrow blessed by flame control glided away from Jin's side. There is a slight difference. Just a little bit, Jin died under Jiquan. Jin on the other side was paralyzed and scarred due to the attack of the lightning-style unicorn. He was completely immobile for a while. In addition, Jin was also impacted by the huge reaction force produced by the flames that he spit, spinning continuously in the air, falling to the ground. It has to be said that Jin has 690 powers of devil fruit in the form of Zoan, monster species, and fire dragon, and has a stronger vitality than other Zoan abilities. Even if it hits the lightning-style unicorn's attack, he is still alive. It is precisely because Jin is too confident about his body and physical ability, thinking that he can crush Suzuki with his own ability, who knows, but now he is beaten weakly by Suzuki revolving heaven. As the saying goes, there are people outside, and there are heaven outside the sky. When fighting with Kaido's first 3 plagues, Jin, not only can easily be equal to Jin, but also after attacking, thinking about tactics, quickly shot in a short period of time, and simply and violently give Jin a move. A fatal blow. All this undoubtedly shows how powerful Suzuki's strength is, and this strength is not only reflected in the strength of strength, but also in the strength of strategy. This kind of power can even be comparable to the 4 emperors. On another battlefield, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Boom. A huge black shadow in the sky slid down like a meteorite, carrying a heavy fire, and hit Queenie, who was bound by Orochimaru on the ground. Okay. Orochimaru, who was standing next to Queenie, responded with a sound, and immediately crawled on the ground at a speed like a gallop, and entered the body of Wan Snake. Wan Snake also reacted quickly, twisting his body, and dived into the surrounding pits and pits. Within the mark. Boom. Suddenly a loud bang rang through the sky, and Jin hit Queenie's body heavily, and a huge pothole was created on the ground, burying the 2 of them. Heavy flames burned on the ground and surrounded the 2 of them. For them, the scene at this moment was so embarrassing and horrible. The sensational explosion reached the shore, and Gale looked up at Suzuki, who was still flying in the air, surprised. It's unbelievable. Our Captain Gold is difficult to win even if Marine Admiral comes forward. Now, a young kid who is a fledgling boy defeated our Captain Gold with just 2 or 3 moves. The heavy reality instantly smashed the image of Captain Gold, who had always been invincible and powerful in Gale's heart. He couldn't accept it for a while and froze in place. Why are you stupid there? Go and save Captain Jin. Douglas saw Gale, yelled, and muttered in his heart, I didn't expect the Akatsuki organization to be so powerful. Each possesses unique skills. If this continues, they will definitely be defeated. You must save Captain Gold and leave immediately. Just as the two ran to the rear, an abrupt voice interrupted their actions. Want to run? Have you asked me? Water-style water dragon triple play technique. A powerful chakra flowed from Shui's body and slid on the sea. The sea was constantly surging, and huge ripples appeared on the sea. Suddenly, the sea water hovered around the ripples, gathered together, and turned into 3 water dragons, suddenly rushing from behind Shuiyu, killing Gale and Douglas. The 3 water dragons soared and hung in the air, showing impressive haki, like a tiger descending a mountain, descending from the air, just about to hit Gale and Douglas. What? Gale and Douglas were shocked in unison. Gale's muscles tightened, his waist sank, his feet struggling on the ground, staring at the water dragon in front, ready to go. A water dragon with its big mouth wide open, rushed to Gale's front aggressively. At the moment of his death, Gale quickly started and leaped to the side. The water dragon passed by and flew to the rear. The other water dragon was holding onto it, flying straight in the direction of Gale's jump, and it was about to hit Gale completely. Douglas at the back quickly turned into a rhino-like form, with his hands thrusting into the ground forcefully, armament haki gathered on his arms, a huge force rose from the ground. Douglas angrily turned up a huge boulder. Gale, let me die aside, don't get in the way. Douglas threw the huge stone in his hand towards the water dragon beside Gale, and suddenly the huge stone hit the water dragon's head. Boom 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 boom. There was a loud bang, and the huge boulder exploded in an instant, and the strong impact knocked him down on Gale's body, instantly smashing Gale to the ground, and a cobweb-like pit appeared on the ground, and Gale was buried in it. The third water dragon circumvented it from behind, and coordinated with the first water dragon to flank back and forth. It came to Douglas in an instant, and a fierce anger suddenly rushed towards Douglas. How so? Douglas' eyes widened, surprised. Chapter 201. The 2 water dragons are like warriors who have experienced battles. The 2 complement each other. One is on the top and the other is on the bottom. Water-style water prison technique. Shuiyu leaped up, following the direction of the water dragon with lightning speed, came to Douglas in the blink of an eye, and touched the water dragon with her hands quickly. Suddenly, the water dragon changed in thousands, and turned into a wave of water to emerge on Douglas's body, turning into a water jail that slowly submerged Douglas. Don't be too smug, what does this little water count? Douglas said angrily. Really? Shuiyu smiled faintly. Look at it. Rhino horn bump. Douglas was struggling. When he condensed armament haki on the rhino horn, an invisible force was like Shinigami's sickle, which deeply hooked Douglas's figure into a bottomless pit, making Douglas weak and soft. In situ. Is this? Douglas was shocked. Is it seawater? I only heard that a member of the Akatsuki organization can hydrate and ignore armament haki's attack. I didn't expect to be able to control the seawater attack. Shuiyu glanced at the corner of her mouth with a smile, stretched out her left hand, perfectly controlled the water cell, and slowly watched Douglas submerged in the seawater cell. Help me! Douglas twisted his hideous face forcefully, projected his gaze on Gale, who was hit on the ground not far away, and said weakly. After the first battle with Whitebeard, Shuiyu understood that seawater was already the weakness of these capable people. Although it could not get rid of their abilities, it could weaken them, and water-style dungeon technique was their biggest weakness. Ninjas have always completed their tasks in the simplest way and with the least cost, and they have just entered the water moon of this new world and must obtain more information. Therefore, Shuiyu is constantly entangled in fights with Gale and Douglas, and on the one hand, he is collecting more information about the battle in this world. On the other hand, Gale and Douglas didn't pay attention, they slowly exiled Chakra into the sea, waiting for the opportunity, ready to go, and gave both sides a fatal blow. After hearing Douglas's frustrated cry for help, Gale immediately crawled out of the pit and shouted, "You damn bastards, let go of Douglas." Suddenly a dark shadow appeared in front of Gale, between the blades of light and the shadows, and the cold light flashed in front of Gale. Gale had no time to react and said in surprise, "Ah." Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Hi. The silver fell smoothly on Gale's body, a trace of imprinting gully on Gale's chest, a trace of bloodline flowed out slightly, and this cold light rose one after another, and killed him toward the dead spot on Gale's body. The whole action was fluent and full of killing intent. With an instinctive reaction, Gale stepped back several steps, standing with his hands on his chest, intending to block this violent attack. Same had a slash. Seeing the shadows emerging, showing fangs and laughing wildly, Kisame held Same Hada and danced murderously, slashing towards Gale without stopping, making it difficult for Gale to move. Clang! 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 3 sword fell, slashing directly into Gale's hand, breaking 3 heavy sounds, and carrying through the audience. Kisame continued to launch an offensive, so that Gale could only step backwards without fighting back. And Same Hada, who showed its sharp thorns, bit Gale like a beast that has been hungry for a long time, and kept leaving criss-cross wounds on Gale's arm, and the blood flow continued. Originally, he was attacked by the water-style water dragon bomb technique, which is shaped by Shuyu in the form of sea water. The powerful water dragon with Shanghai water rushed down the sky like a wind, making Gale weak and wounded. Facing the crazy Kisame, Gale didn't have more strength to fight Kisame. It was already very difficult to defend, let alone take the opportunity to escape. Soon, Kisame slid Kisame with amazing force, and Kisame became bigger in an instant, biting Gale in one bite, and the heavy bite instantly shed several tooth marks on Gale's body. It's really vulnerable. Kisame sneered and shook it hard, throwing Gale far aside, hitting the ground heavily. Oh! Gale spit out blood and fainted. The screams made by Gale and Douglas were extremely low and feeble, and full of surprise and fear. They seemed fragile with each breath, and they all spread all over the coast. Damn it! Lizard, standing on the other side of the coast, had already heard the shouts of Gale and Douglas. 0. But he himself was deeply caught in the battle with Sasori, unable to get out. Lizard looked forward, a small, cold-looking puppet stared at him with icy eyes, and he couldn't help but take a step back with a 3-point fear in his heart. Gale and Douglas were defeated in their hands, it is unbelievable. As Captain Gold's most confident right and left hand, with the strength of Gale and Douglas, a supernova pirate group with hundreds of millions of berry can also be crushed. Lizard looked at this bloody humiliation, who was full of murderous intent, and the cold sweat on his forehead continued to fall. Now it is completely defeated by the Akatsuki organization. This Akatsuki organization really does what the media said. Super powerful. Lizard's hands were trembling constantly, staring at Sasori, who was in his real form, and felt a little more pressure. Before Jin rushed into the base camp in the center of the island, Lizard followed Captain Jin's queen and came to the coast. His original idea was to flick back and forth with Gale and Douglas to give the Akatsuki organization a surprise attack. Therefore, Lizard, who stood close to the sea, turned into a lizardman form by relying on the ability of Lizard Fruit, and fought with Sasori for a while, fighting on the side for a long time. However, the reality is completely different from the imagination. Chapter 202. If this continues, Gale and Douglas must die tragically in the hands of the Akatsuki organization. If things are not resolved quickly, we must be the one who suffers. Lizard said in his heart. Venom spit out. Lizard took a deep breath. After his stomach swelled suddenly, he stared in the direction of Fei Liuhu, drew a foot back, his waist sank, and he was ready to go. Suddenly, Lizard rushed the air current in his stomach to his throat, and instantly spewed a large mouthful of venom, splashing in the direction of Fei Liuhu. It seems that the dog will really jump the wall when he is anxious, then let me see how true you are. Fei Liuhu quickly stretched out a long tail from the tail, and swept 1,000 troops in front of him, swept down aggressively, completely patted the venom in front of him. At this moment, Lizard burst out with a mighty force, armament haki condensed on his head, and with a swish, it soared out of the spot like sparks of lightning. Fei Liuhu's long tail had just broken Lizard's venom, and Lizard seized this opportunity and rushed to Fei Liuhu with lightning speed. See if you are still alive. Sasori. Lizard roared, it's just a mere puppet, what can I do if I smash it? Want to attack me? No way. Fei Liuhu immediately turned around and drove the long tail behind, aiming the sharp end of the tail at Lizard's side, and then came back. Immediately, Lizard raised his right hand, armament haki wrapped around his arm, raised his arm on his head, and stepped on the ground with his left foot. Go with. Clang. A crisp and powerful sound resounded around, rippling outbursts of sound waves, driving in the air. Lizard smashed the tip of Fei Liuhu's tail, and followed Fei Liuhu's long tail. Taking advantage of the moment when Fei Liuhu lost his balance due to a strong impact on his long tail, Lizard launched an assault. It seems that there are still 2 or 3 tricks. Sasori chuckled and said, Fei Liuhu needle babo. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Fei Liuhu's head turned 360 degrees toward the rear side, opened his mouth, and shot thousands of poisonous needles from it, gathered together densely, and pierced Lizard. It's useless. Lizard laughed loudly and said, how can this poisonous needle penetrate me? I saw that the moment after the poisonous needles were shot on Lizard's body like 1,000 arrows, they were bounced out, and no poisonous needle could penetrate into Lizard's skin, and finally fell to the ground. The sun was shining on the coast, and the hot light shone on the poisonous needle that fell beside Lizard, emitting a dazzling brilliance, and even covering Lizard's whole body. At this moment, Lizard's whole body revealed a layer of metallic luster under the reflection of the sun. Armament haki was armed in front of Lizard at this moment, blocking the attack of Fei Liuhu's poisonous needle. Boom! Lizard stared at the poisonous needle's offensive, and rammed Fei Liuhu straight ahead. In an instant he slammed Fei Liuhu into the beach, and countless dust flew in the air. Lizard spit out a mouthful of venom into the dust and sprayed it on the shadow that fell in the dust. Squeak! The venom gradually corroded the outside of Fei Liuhu, making a scornful corroding sound. Lizard looked at Sasori triumphantly, laughed, and said, "Ha ha ha! Get the trick!" Compared to the opponent who fought Gale and Douglas who ignored Armament Haki's attack, the puppeteer in front of him was really inferior. It was like a tortoise standing still on the spot, extremely stupid. Lizard constantly laughed at Sasori. In his opinion, Sasori has been hiding in Fei Liuhu's body. Although the speed of change is very fast and can make quick responses, Fei Liuhu's fatal weakness is his dodge ability. The difference. What he didn't know was that among Sasori's many puppets, Fei Liuhu was the easiest to attack and the least powerful puppet. Fei Liuhu's attack method is more like a fortress, it is difficult to move around flexibly and dodge the opponent's attack. Lizade, who has been staying under Queenie's banner, has seen through this weakness of Fei Liuhu, so he suddenly rushed to the front of Fei Liuhu, luring Fei Liuhu to attack, and hit Fei Liuhu's body to make him lose the center of gravity, and strike again. The whole offensive can be described as the back wave pushing the front wave, one move failed and the other move, coupled with the shortcomings of Fei Liuhu, let Lizard suddenly overthrow Fei Liuhu's puppet. Lizard looked at the puppet who fell to the ground in front of him, and provocatively said, "Isn't it really good just now? Why are you lying on the ground now? Get up and beat me. Look at you being pathetic, and give you a chance to show yourself well, who knows you really need to get up." From the wind and sand, a young puppet with flowing red hair and delicate brows came out, and he was shocked to Lizard, and Lizard was shocked. "Who are you? Who are you?" Noisy. Sasori, who was exposed to the deity, stood in front of Lizard, and after taking a step forward, he instantly cut the spiral on his back and waist, shot it out, and slammed straight into Lizard's head. Hardened skin. Lizard's eyes condensed, the scales of the lizard skin 1.2 on both hands and arms piled up one after another. Armament Haki hovered over it and shielded his head, intending to block Sasori's offensive. Clang clang! The first sword of the spiral slash hit Lizard's arm, and Lizard's feet were plunged into the beach all of a sudden. Before Lizard raised his legs again, the spiral cut on the other side followed closely, and the two spiral cuts immediately surrounded Lizard. The blades of the spiral chop hit Lizard's arm one after another, continuously punching Lizard into the beach, and suddenly trapped Lizard in place. How can these sickle attacks be so heavy? Is this his true body? Chapter 203. Lizard struggled against the scythe attack, and looked at Sasori ahead, astonished. His real body turned out to be a puppet. So far, Lizard has encountered all kinds of opponents, but this is the first time he has met the enemy who transformed himself into a puppet. Such a crazy thing was unprecedented and unheard of, and it shocked Lizard all of a sudden. As the puppet's body, Sasori's spiral slash has been transformed by Sasori tens of thousands of times, and every blow is powerful, and it has a completely different level of power from Fei Liuhu. I saw the two spiral cuts suddenly stop their offensive, soaring into the air, and the chains behind the spiral cuts were continuously intertwined. When they fell, they seemed to pull Lizard from the beach and give a fatal blow. Although the real body is a puppet, it is nothing more than a puppet. What's so terrible about a mere wooden person? Lizard tensed his whole body, and burst out the power of the wild flood from the sand, broke the chains of the spiral cut, and rammed straight into Sasori. Sasori took out a scroll from his body and said, "It's really just a small 19th worm, I can't help it." Scroll Holly Prison Array. A long flame spouted from the pipe in Sasori's palm, and this flame has an extraordinary melting power. Even if it encounters steel and rocks, it will turn into molten water in an instant, and it will immediately turn Sasori in front of it. The sand on the beach melted into a pile of melt water. Lizard always thought that Sasori's offensive was just playing with cold weapons. With his armament Haki and Zoan skin defenses, this cold weapon attack could at most scratch a layer of sword marks on Lizard's surface, but it couldn't. Lizard was suppressed. Even if Sasori's weapon is smeared with layers of venom, Lizard, a lizard man with venomous liquid quality, has strong venom antibodies, and cannot defeat Lizard all at once. This time, Lizard thought that he had grasped Sasori's bottom line, so he stepped forward and wanted to directly give a fatal blow to Sasori, who was exposed. But cleverness was mistaken by cleverness, and Sasori wanted to lure Lizard to launch another raid, so he would not use other puppets to launch an attack, and revealed his body, deliberately making a wrong offensive, making Lizard mistakenly think that he has caught the opportunity. Raid Sasori. However, I never expected that all this was Sasori's trick. He appeared in front of Lizard with a simple offensive and body appearance, just to make Lizard throw himself into the net and send it to himself, so that Lizard could not escape. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. What? When Lizard was about to flash to the side, the flame had already rushed in front of him, and the huge flame completely covered himself, and there was no time to dodge it. Ah! The terrifying screams broke through the sky, and I saw a long red smooth across the beach on the coast, and deep dents appeared on the beach. Under the impact of this flame, Lizard had already turned into nothing, leaving only a pile of molten water remaining on the beach. Boom 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 boom. In the sea not far from the coast of the base camp port, Deodara gallops the C-2 dragon, commanding the surrounding clay birds, and constantly launches clay spider bombs in the air, bombing the pirate ship group under Jin and Queenie on the sea. The continuous explosions blasted the pirate boats to pieces, and the smoke was everywhere. The pirate boats lit up raging fires one after another, and the waves rose to the ground, constantly beating the bottom of the pirate boats, and they were crumbling. The horror of the pirates continued to be heard from every pirate ship, and there were many pirates whose whole bodies were burned into the sea, making them messy. Hurry up and call the deputy captain for rescue. If this continues, we will all be wiped out, an experienced pirate yelled. It's over. Deputy Captain Lizard died tragically in the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Suddenly, the pirate who saw Sasori kill Lizard in seconds was stunned, and his mouth closed in surprise. The pirate standing on the bow watching the shore of the port of the base camp in the distance, also looked at the binoculars and said in surprise, "Oh, even Deputy Captain Gale and Deputy Captain Douglas are dead." "What are you saying?" The pirate had just reported the battle on the coast, and everyone was so frightened that they looked at the front blankly and screamed. "How is this possible? Show me." The leader of the pirate immediately rushed in front of the pirate, snatched the telescope in his hand, and looked forward, while many pirates in the surrounding area also picked up the telescope in their hands and looked to the distant shore. There was only a bright window in the dark vision, and the pirates stared at the distant shore carefully, only to see Gale and Douglas fall to the ground one after another. On the other side, Sasori, who was a puppet, was surrounded by hot molten water. The molten water continued to intersect together, and 263 finally flowed into the sea. Layers of mist rose on the sea, covering Sasori's figure for a while, but Lizard could not be seen around Sasori. Looking into the depths of the base camp, the raging fire remaining from Amaterasu completely covered the sight of the pirates. For a while, Kim and Queenie could not be seen at all. Only the Akatsuki organizations on the coast were looking here. "Looks about to move." "Ah. What can I do? The deputy captains are dead. The whereabouts of the captain is missing again." The pirates couldn't stand this fact, trembling all over and exclaimed. "Can't even the captain beat the Akatsuki organization? What is the origin of this Akatsuki organization? That's the 3 plagues that are famous in the world. Even Marine San Admiral dare not act rashly against our captain. Now they are completely wiped out by the Akatsuki organization 2 or 3 times. Chapter 204. The pirates were so frightened by this unbelievable fact that they froze in place. They looked at Deodara who was flying in the air above their heads. The fear in their hearts should have arisen spontaneously, and they immediately shouted, "Keep the green hills here, don't be afraid that there will be no firewood. Burn. Let's run away. The Akatsuki organization is a group of monsters. How can I win this monster? If you don't run now, there will be no chance." Having said that, everyone immediately rushed, and while Deodara was still blowing up the pirate ship indiscriminately in front, the pirate ship at the back was ready to make a U-turn, ready to escape. "Want to run? No way!" Deodara shouted angrily, "Explode! Clay bomb Asuka! Drink!" Birds spit out from the lips of Deodara's hands, flexible and small, fast and swift, flying in the air, locking the pirate ships on the sea like a fighter jet, rushing and exploding one after another. Boom 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 boom. The fiery flames were accompanied by a strong bombing circle, and the clay bird chased the pirate ship fleeing ahead at an astonishing speed. Suddenly bursts of explosions lingered on the entire sea, and the scene was majestic. Boom! Suddenly a violent noise erupted in the middle of the base camp, the dust was flying, and Deodara's attack was stopped immediately. Deodara looked back. "That is." I saw Jin, who had changed into the form of a fire dragon, hit Queenie's body vigorously with a huge body, and the flames filled Jin's body, hitting Queenie heavily. The powerful impact has not disappeared, and the two dragged their bodies, sliding continuously on the ground, rushing to the depths of the forest behind. Rumble 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 rumble, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Suddenly, huge dents appeared on the ground, and the burly and tall trees fell one after another, and the smoke was filled. After a long time, the 2 men stopped. While Kim and Queenie continued to slide and collide, Suzuki and Orochimaru chased all the way up. Kim and Queenie just stopped, and Suzuki and Orochimaru had already appeared in front of them. Gold, which had been attacked by Suzuki's various moves, and left various criss-cross wounds on his body, now fell from the sky again, and was suddenly beaten back to its original human form. The wounds all over his body were constantly eroding Jin's body like hungry beasts. The bleeding Jin just raised his head and looked at Suzuki and Orochimaru. "Don't be too proud. Even if you can kill me, Captain Kaido won't let go of you." "Oh? Isn't that better? I don't need to find it myself, Kaido will naturally be delivered." A familiar voice suddenly sounded in the distance. This voice sounded like a weak scholar with a deep and delicate voice, but it also had a chilling and solemn meaning, which made Jin feel a chill in his back. Lin Tian walked slowly and appeared in front of Jin with a calm complexion. "God!" Jin Wang saw Lin Tian suddenly burst into anger. Full of anger, clenched his fists with both hands, stared at Lin Tian fiercely, and shouted angrily. Originally, when the three plagues came, they were violent, but they also wanted to set the target as the Emperor of Heaven and completely kill it in one fell swoop. I never thought that the Emperor of Heaven did not need to take any action at all, and his Akatsuki organization would easily wipe out the three plagues. Hehe, I thought you were dying, but I was worried that you would die like this. Now that I see you so alive and well, I am really happy for you. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Don't thank Sasuke quickly, if it weren't for his mercy, how could you save your life? Lin Tian's words are not exaggerated, but Sasuke is a peerless powerhouse who can face the four emperors head-on. God, don't be arrogant in front of me. If you have the ability, go head-to-head with me. Don't hide behind the Akatsuki organization. You will only be scornful. Lin Tian glanced at Jin dismissively, and said, just because you are not worthy of my own hands, with so much energy shouting here, it is better to look at the one behind you. Jin immediately looked back, and saw Queenie staying in the form of a giant snake behind him, lying dead in place, silently, and after a closer look, she stopped breathing. What? Jin was shocked, looking at Queenie who was lying on the spot like a corpse in front of him, shocked and said, Queenie. You are not dead, right? Jin continued to shake Queenie's body. Queenie still did not respond. Although Queenie and Jin are incompatible, they have also been fighting for Kaido for many years, which can be regarded as a friendship. The companion for many years actually died in the hands of Lin Tian, instantly causing Jin to explode with unprecedented anger. Suddenly, a strong flame exploded with Jin as the center, and the flame rose up and rushed to the bodies of Sasuke and Orochimaru all of a sudden. God! I want you to die without a place to bury you. Due to anger, Jin's whole body was lingering heavy flames, and the strength and speed of his whole body reached the peak to the top. His legs stepped on the ground forcefully, soared out, and instantly passed through Sasuke and Orochimaru, and smashed in front of Lin Tian. Bankai Hyrin Meru of the Great Red Lotus. The wind and snow were filled, and a blizzard centered on Lin Tian erupted. The snow and ice added and the sky roared. Lin Tian turned the Hyrin Meru in his hand to swing out the most natural sword dance in the most graceful posture. A burst of icy sword energy rushed out from the tip of Hyrin Meru's sword, and ice and snow entangled around the sword energy. In an instant, an ice dragon rose up in the wind and snow, rushing to the front of Jin. P.S. The flu pandemic has unfortunately been recruited. This time it seems to be global. I have been taking medicine for the past few days, but it has become more and more serious. Now the whole person is in a state of dying. Although the update will become unstable, it will recover after the illness recovers. Please forgive me. Chapter 205. Boom. In an instant, Jin, who was surrounded by flames, slammed into the ice dragon, and the ice and fire collided with an unprecedented explosion. One side of the explosion was hot flames, and the other side was icy wind and snow. Since ancient times, fire and water are incompatible, and the two fight against each other, and the strong will naturally win. I saw the golden flames ascending into the air like a tiger descending from the mountain, with an astonishing aura, transforming into a tiger in the air, roaring in the sky, descending from the air, about to swallow the ice dragon completely into the belly. Suddenly, when the golden tiger flame attacked, the ice dragon broke into pieces and turned into ice flowers, floating in the air, shining in the sun, dealizing a brilliant rainbow, and engulfing the entire sky. Ha 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 ha. God, I think you are nothing more than that, you will brag. Jin haha laughed. Hehe, how about you look at this trick again? Lin Tian faintly revealed a subtle smile. The smile revealed disapproval, slightly raised his head and looked at the sky above. Thousand-year icicles. Suddenly, a shocking change appeared in front of Jin, instantly turning things around and changing the battlefield. The countless ice flowers floating in the air with the sword aura of the solemn meaning of killing suddenly surrounded the golden 513 tiger flames. The ice flowers condensed, the sword aura was sudden and desolate, and turned into bursts of sword blades piercing the gold tiger flames. Suddenly, the ice flowers circled and gathered, once again forming an ice dragon, emitting a vast roar, breaking through the fierce tiger flames of gold, and smashing to the gold. What? Jin didn't have time to react. The flames all over his body were instantly extinguished by the cold killing intent emanating from the ice flood dragon, and the sword energy condensed around the ice flood dragon. The shadow of the sword and the sword, the silver light flashed, and a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in front of Jin. The ice dragon swallowed Jin's body, and several huge icicles condensed on Jin's body, trapping Jin's whole body inside. Lin Tian's sword aura still remains in the icicle, and Jin's body has been hoarse like a hungry beast, making Jin painful, but unable to backhand. Various wounds slowly appeared on Jin's body, crisscrossing together. A trace of blood was exposed from the wound, and it was particularly eye-catching under the transmission of icicles. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Jin, trapped in the icicle, coughed, shed a big mouthful of blood, splashed on the icicle, and said in his heart, "This is impossible. As the second strongest beasts pirates after Kaido, I even approached. Can't the Emperor of Heaven do it? Jin looked at Lin Tian, who was walking slowly in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, "The Emperor of Heaven, what is your background on earth? There is no need to tell you at this level." Lin Tian put away the killing intent from his body, and the surrounding ice and snow disappeared instantly, looking at Queenie, who had been lying on the ground behind Jin, and felt a little wrong. Orochimaru saw Lin Tian's eyes, understood Lin Tian's gesture, and walked alone beside Queenie to observe. As the saying goes, animals all have the instinct to survive. As Orochimaru, who has been dancing with snakes for a long time, knows the characteristics of snakes better. No matter how shocked by gold, even if it is severely injured, it is impossible to die. After all, this is the second disaster of Kaido's 3 major disasters. Flood Queenie, with Queenie's strength, will not reach the point of death at all. If you think about it, there is only one possibility. That's playing dead. When a snake encounters the most crisis, its heart beats very slowly, and it even stops breathing for a short time. It can't hear the beating sound of the heart at all, thus achieving a state of suspended animation, thus deceiving the predator and dangerous escape. As Lin Tian, who owns Ryotsu and can use Ryotsu thoroughly, he is very sensitive to the breath of life and death. No matter how you pretend to die, it is not real death, and the real deceased will exude the aura of soul, which is exactly the kind of Ryotsu. And no matter how faint the soul is, it also has its own Ryotsu, but Lin Tian can't feel any trace of Ryotsu's breath from the soul after death in Queenie's body, so he knows that Queenie is pretending to be dead. Orochimaru, who knows the habits of snakes well, with his rich experience also saw Queenie's trick to escape Lin Tian by pretending to be dead, and immediately waved his hands to Jian and said, "Wind-style big breakthrough. WHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH." A gust of wind burst out from Orochimaru's hands, and a series of sharp wind blades cut through the ground, ditching deep dents, and hit Queenie. Damn it! Has it been discovered? Queenie, who was lying motionless on the ground in front of her, suddenly hovered on the ground like a fierce snake out of a hole, avoiding Orochimaru's squalls at the speed of lightning. A heavy wind rushed forward bravely, blowing all the tall trees in front of him to the ground, creating a way of escape for Queenie. Ha 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 ha! It's a hit! Queenie laughed loudly and said, "I also specially paved the road for me and escaped for me. Thank you so much." Just as Queenie rushed forward in one fell swoop, a scarlet gaze focused on Queenie's body, and Suzuki quickly turned Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon and said, "Amaterasu." A blazing black flame appeared on Queenie's body instantly, covering Queenie's body. Ah! Queenie endured the heart-wrenching pain, and shouted, "Snake skin gets away." Layers of skin peeled off from Queenie's body, and the black inflammation that burned these skins also fell off Queenie's body. Queenie of the body immediately hid in the pits and dents on the ground, and blocked them all at once. Suzuki's sight was lost. Ha 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 ha! Want to catch me? No way! Queenie's arrogant laughter reverberated in the air, resounding across the sky for a time. It seems to be a little capable, but it's a long way from trying to escape under my nose. Lin Tian looked at the sky and waved higher in Meru. A burst of cold air broke through the horizon, and the ice flower fell to the ground, blocking the front of Queenie. Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial. Chapter 206. The Haoshan ice flower flew in Ling Ran, floating in the air, like a sakura flower passing by the violent wind, scattered and scattered, blocking Queenie's face. The ice flowers fell on the ground, instantly forming sharp icicles, enclosing Queenie in the ice cone prisms. What? Queenie was taken aback. She tried every means to escape Lin Tian's pursuit, and she was about to run away from Lin Tian, but she didn't expect Lin Tian's 5-finger mountain to escape. One after another, ice flowers with a bleak sword aura continued to make a hissing howl in the air, and the ice flowers fell on Queenie's body. The moment Queenie touched the snowflakes, her body began to freeze. Layers of ice cones froze on Queenie's body, and the invisible sword aura ditched deep scars on Queenie's body like a raging beast. Bing Han's sword energy remained on Queenie's body, leaving Queenie nowhere to escape, and even more so that Queenie could not deal with it. The ice cones slowly gathered together to carve the shape of ice flowers. The scars on Queenie's body kept flowing out a trace of blood, splashing on the ice flowers, and immediately dyed all the ice flowers on her body red. From a distance, it was such a miserable and magnificent scenery. When 100 ice flowers bloomed on Queenie's body, Queenie's breath also came to an end, and the flying frost and snow in the sky were still vividly visible, freezing the woods in front of them into a burst of ice and snow. The cold light flickered. Lin Tian waved his hands, and when he slipped, Hiran Mera took it into his hand, put the gold trapped in the 1,000-year icicle into the different space, and walked towards the Akatsuki on the coast. Soon, an earth-shattering news spread all over the world, with the title 3 Plagues Failed to Enemy the Heavenly Emperor, Kaido Base Camp Destroyed. The newspapers are everywhere in the world. On the streets of the Shambord Islands, there were repeated calls, extra. Extra. 3 plagues invincible to the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven is about to become the new master of the world. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The shouts rang out from the street repeatedly and reached the inside of a bar, where the pirates who were planning to go to New World started talking. Today's world has changed. The appearance of an emperor, Shishibukai, and marine one after another, and even 4 emperors were brutally handed by the emperor. Now the new world is no longer owned by the 4 emperors. I don't know what the origin of this emperor is. I have heard news from him all the time, and everyone is so earth-shattering. If this continues, new world will belong to the emperor alone sooner or later. I thought that Kaido would set sail to fight the emperor himself, and he could capture the emperor. I didn't expect that the emperor would take the initiative to break the Kaido base camp. The 3 plagues that became famous in the world were simply defeated by the emperor. This thing is definitely not that simple. This time the emperor took the initiative to attack the 4 emperors, clearly intending to declare war with the 4 emperors. Even Whitebeard, who once lived with the One Piece for a period of time, is not against the emperor. I think no one can stop the emperor now. If the pirate king Roger was still there, how could the emperor of heaven be so arrogant? Now the 3 major forces in the world have nothing to do with the emperor of heaven. No matter who it is, we have to open a way for the emperor of heaven. How dare we little pirates say anything? A group of pirates were drinking beer and discussing lively on the table, and sitting in the middle of the table, an old pirate who seemed to be very old said slowly. In my opinion, even if the pirate king Roger is alive, he may not be able to beat the emperor. The emperor made a big fuss in the naval headquarters and did not put marine in his eyes. Whitebeard used all the pirate ships and failed to win the Akatsuki organization. Not even One Piece Roger has done it. Yes. Exactly. The Emperor of Heaven has done all things that the One Piece King Roger could not do. Even if the One Piece King Roger is still alive, he may not be able to beat the Emperor of Heaven. The old pirate sitting on the table didn't say much, just kept shaking his head and drinking beer, sitting in a daze without a word, and a huge figure was always sitting at the front desk of the bar. People. Viewed from behind, the person sitting at the front desk is an image of an elderly middle-aged man with strong muscles all over his body, wearing a pair of stale eyes, and the scars on his face are particularly eye-catching. Even if the pirate King Roger is alive, he can't beat the Emperor? Do you really think so? Suddenly a rough but sonorous voice emerged from the middle-aged man, exuding a strong sense of killing, and immediately interrupted the noise of the entire bar, and people projected the world onto this man one after another. Isn't it? The legendary pirate, the strongest man, Whitebeard, can't beat the Emperor, and Roger, the pirate king who is famous in the same era as Whitebeard, certainly can't beat the Emperor. The young pirates kept yelling and clamoring. For the young pirates, they had not witnessed the era of the One Piece King Roger. In their opinion, strength is everything. Recently, news of Lin Tian has continued to spread, and the media has driven a wave of rhythm. Many people have begun to wonder whether the new generation of pirates in the age of great navigation will be the Emperor of the day. Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Heaven has indeed done something recently, and the whole world has been driven by him, but just so dare to claim to take over Roger's position and become the new pirate king. This is not necessarily too arrogant. Suddenly the man who was sitting at the front desk stood up and looked at the noisy table behind with sharp eyes. An unprecedented conqueror's haki invaded, and instantly knocked down the surrounding wine glasses. What happened? Is this conqueror's haki? Everyone was shocked, and turned their heads to look at the man standing at the front desk. Their expressions changed. Chapter 207. Could it be? Are you the Pluto? Everyone present yelled in astonishment, Pluto really? Before these words could be spoken, everyone foamed at the mouth and fainted to the ground. I Sorelli drank the last glass of wine leisurely, and then slowly left the bar. I didn't expect, just the last time we left, the Emperor and the Akatsuki organization were already so strong. A few days later, I had heard the news that Kaido, who had suffered all the 3 plagues by Lin Tian's hands, hurried back to his base camp. Kaido hadn't set foot on the island of the base camp. From the sea, I looked at the base camp. There was gunpowder everywhere, wars and chaos everywhere. Looking at the formerly magnificent base camp, but now there are ruins and debris everywhere, Kaido's heart is burning with anger. Angrily, he jumped up from the bow, flew into the sky, and rushed to the base camp. Boom! A heavy loud noise roared into the sky, and a huge deep pit appeared in the center of the base camp, filled with sand and dust, flying in the air, and the huge loud noise suddenly shocked the pirates who were still in the base camp. What? The pirates trembled, raised their weapons, and pointed at the shadow inside the giant pit, saying, "Who is it?" Kaido slowly walked out of the sand, and the powerful figure was immediately drawn into the eyes of everyone around him. The pirates screamed when they saw Kaido. Great! Captain Kaido is back! Before the pirates could stop yelling, Kaido walked up to one of the pirates and glared, "Where are Kim and Queenie?" This heavy word suddenly interrupted the shouts of all the pirates. At this time, no one dared to step forward and talk, but looked to the other side and silently pointed to a part of the forest ahead. Following everyone's sight, Kaido looked away, and a cold and beautiful ice sculpture stood in the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, it was Queenie who was trapped inside the ice sculpture. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Queenie's face was full of various hideous and painful expressions, and there were criss-crossing wounds all over her body. Kaido suddenly burst into anger, her eyes were bloodshot, and her fists were filled with anger. An abrupt voice sounded from behind Kaido, saying, "Captain Kaido, it's really great that you are back. Captain Jack and Captain Jin were both captured by the Emperor." "What?" Kaido turned around and looked at the pirate road around him. The pirate standing behind Kaido was so frightened that he backed away, did not dare to lift his head, and whispered, "The Emperor wants us to leave a message for Captain Kaido, I don't know." "Stop talking nonsense, talk about it," Kaido said. The Emperor said, "If Captain Kaido wants to return to Captain Jin and Captain Jack, then replace him with Devil Fruit, otherwise, they will end up with Captain Queenie." BD. After listening, Kaido's anger could not be restrained, and he twitched his fists, surging with a majestic fist wind, bombing the front. Boom! Suddenly, a pit as big as a spider's web appeared in front of Kaido layer by layer. The ground was bombarded into powder, and the surrounding debris and gravel sank into the pit. "The mere Divine Emperor dare to talk to me about the conditions. You can wait and see for me." Kaido left, returned to his pirate ship, and drove in the direction of Drey's Rosa. On the other side of the sea, the sun is shining and cloudless, the soft light shines on the sea, warm and comfortable, and the scenery is pleasant. The Akatsuki is traveling slowly on this sea area. Lin Tian is lying on the sofa, enjoying the warm sea breeze constantly blowing from the sea, and watching the sea in front comfortably. Members of the Akatsuki organization also took a rest on the deck. Shura Road and Hydrangea controlled the Akatsuki on the bridge. Suzuki leaned against the wall and stood with squinted eyes. Sasori and Deidara continued to argue behind the Akatsuki. The newcomer Orikimura transformed a room on the Akatsuki into a simple laboratory. Suizuki followed Orikimura to help in the laboratory, while the listless Kisame fell asleep in his bedroom. The Akatsuki organization, which has just experienced the 3 major disaster battles with Kaido, did not see any tension at all, and Lin Tian, who was lying on the deck eating food and drinks, put on a vacation mentality. In this ever-changing new world, you will be raided by other pirates or marines at any time, but Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization carelessly enjoy their lives. Looking at this peaceful state of mind from another angle, it is even more daunting. Suddenly a figure stood in front of Lin Tian, blocking the sunlight, and asked, "Sir Tiendi, we have been in this sea area for a long time, do we want to change sailing?" "Okay." Lin Tian took off the sunglasses, sat up, with a look of thinking. "Where should I go next?" Suddenly Lin Tian flashed, and said to himself, "Speaking of which, the old undead Whitebeard still owes me devil fruit. He always hides aside and can't come out. It won't work for a long time. The target is Whitebeard Sea area." "Right. Okay, Lord Tiendi," Shura said in response. Shura Deo was about to spin on the console, and the heading of the Akatsuki's bow changed by 0.3, and it moved towards the distance. The harmonious sun gradually faded, and white clouds all over the sky appeared in the sky, covering the sun all of a sudden, and a dark curtain fell down, shrouding the sea in front of Akatsuki in hazy shadows. I don't know how long it has passed, the Akatsuki is still accelerating on the sea, and huge black shadows appear in front of the Akatsuki to block the way the Akatsuki is going. Shura Road hurriedly stepped out of the bridge and walked to Lin Tian to report to Lord Tian that a large group of pirate ships appeared in front of us and blocked our way. "Okay." Lin Tian drowsily got up on the couch slowly, looking at the black shadow in front. Chapter 208. Lin Tian took a closer look and said in his heart, "Isn't this beast's pirates under Kaido? Why is it here?" Lin Tian stood up, with a thoughtful look in his heart, and said, "The base camp of Kaido has just been blown up by me. It is not possible to build a new base camp, but is hurriedly sailing on the sea. There must be something mysterious in it. Well, I was still trying to find Kaido to settle the account. I didn't expect it to be done without any effort. Kaido delivered it to the door by himself." Lin Tian looked at the Akatsuki organizations and shouted orders, "Little ones, something fun has appeared. All follow the orders, kill the pirate group ahead." "Okay." Responded in unison on the deck of Akatsuki. The next moment, Shura Road drove the Akatsuki to speed up, and at the bow of Akatsuki, Kisame stood alone on the bow and jumped into the sea. Summoning technique Shark. Kisame summoned a shark with both hands, and galloped the shark single-handedly to kill the shark in the forefront. As soon as he went straight forward, 19 rushed to the ship of the beast's pirates ahead. "It's not good. It's not good. Captain Kaido. Divine Emperor's pirate ship was found on the side of our bow. How should this be good?" A short gasp suddenly appeared in front of Kaido. The panicked footsteps caught Kaido's attention. A young pirate stood in front of Kaido and spoke out of breath. "What?" Kaido abruptly stood up, the tall and burly figure suddenly blocked the young pirate's sight, and he entangled his brows full of anger, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. "Well, you god. I'm worried about looking for you to avenge you. Instead, I appeared in front of me, all obeyed orders, turned around and attacked the pirate ship facing the god." At this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Kaido's words and said, "Captain Kaido, we are now transporting a few devil fruit to Doflamingo. If we are snatched by the Emperor, we will lose more than the gain. Why panic? You are all afraid of being like this if you are a god? Is it my beast's pirate's subordinate? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Seeing a dark shadow suddenly appeared, hostility came oncoming, and unprecedented anger erupted from Kaido's body. The terrifying conqueror's haki instantly shook the young pirate aside, spitting blood at the mouth, and fainted. When the other pirates saw the young pirate's appearance, they couldn't help but laughed. Sure enough, I'm still too young. I haven't seen anything in the world. Captain 4 Emperors Kaido is the #1 sea, land, and air force. How could it be possible? Defeated by the Emperor of Heaven. Boom. Before the pirates of beasts dropped the bow, a huge rumbling sound suddenly appeared in front of the pirate ships, blocking Kaido's pace for a while. What happened? Kaido looked forward in shock. A huge shark appeared in front of the pirate ship, constantly hitting the bottom of the pirate ship, opening its blood basin and gnawing at the board of the pirate ship. Suddenly, a huge hole was broken in many pirate ships, and the sea water poured into the pirate ship, like Shinigami from hell, dragging the pirate ship into the sea, merging and falling into the bottom of the sea. 5 food sharks. Kisame immediately slapped the surface of the water, and the power of chakra condensed on the surface, instantly transforming into 5 huge sharks. The pirates who fell into the sea did not have time to escape, and they have become the shark's bag. The sound of screams of sorrow and screams continued from the front, and the pirates on the pirate boat around were frightened and froze in place, and no one dared to take a step forward to fight Kisame. Even to kill himself. Kaido glared and stared at the shark ahead. He was about to jump up. When he rushed to the forefront, clay spiders continued to fall in the sky, blowing towards the pirate ship like a torrential rain. Ha 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 ha. Explode. Drink. There was arrogant laughter in the sky, Deidara galloping C2 dragon flying in the air, like a bomber, constantly dropping clay spiders, instantly dispelling the pirate ship formation of the Kaido pirate's shape. Ah! It's on fire! The pirates yelled in a panic, and the Akatsuki organization made repeated raids that caught Kaido's beasts pirates by surprise. Clay spiders bombarded the sea constantly, the sea trembled, and the sea rolled constantly, and the pirate boats around them were shaken by the sky full of waves, becoming shaky. The raging fire ignited one after another. All of a sudden, the pirate ship Kaido was surrounded by the ring of fire, like a turtle in an urn, embarrassed. Don't be too frustrated. I'll let you go around now. Kaido clenched his fists tightly, a powerful force condensed on his hands, armament haki gathered in his fists, a heavy 010 murderous aura came over the sky. Kaido sank, looking into the air, intending to jump up. To kill Delata. Boom. The evil spirit like a demon bursts out of Kaido, forming a trace of visible shadow lingering on Kaido's body, which is the perfect expression of the ultimate refinement of the power. A mighty hostility emerged from Kaido's body, changing into a heavy whirlwind blowing to the sea. The original rippling sea was instantly flattened, and the surrounding pirate boats were blown down and plunged into the sea. Contained the raging fire on the ship. I saw that the wobbly ship under Kaido's feet suddenly recovered calm, and the power that burst from Kaido suddenly offset Deidara's offensive. Just as Kaido jumped up, a restless icy killing intent descended from the air, and Conqueror's haki overwhelmed the sky, pushing Kaido with unprecedented courage, and suddenly intercepting Kaido's offensive. Long time no see, Kaido. A familiar sound appeared behind Kaido. Kaido suddenly turned around and looked at the familiar figure behind him. The anger in his heart was even worse. Chapter 209. Kaido screamed, "The Emperor of Heaven!" Conqueror's haki erupted from Lin Tian's body, and immediately suppressed the beast's pirate's ship. The pirates on the surrounding pirate boats did not respond, and foamed at the mouth, fainted on the ground, and fell into the sea with the ship. In the arms. The breeze was blowing slowly, exuding the smell of terrifying blood, and the pirates far away from the Kaido pirate ship stopped one after another and stood in place, too scared to move easily. What's going on? The pirates looked at Lin Tian, who was standing not far from Kaido, and were shocked. We have more than a dozen large pirate ships here. Thousands of people stand in front of Captain Kaido. When did the Emperor kill him this time? Why didn't he find him at all? On the other side of Kaido, looking at Lin Tian's figure, a wave of Conqueror's haki also emerged from his body, blasting towards Lin Tian fiercely. Boom! Boom! The two Conqueror's haki collided together, and bursts of deafening roars erupted invisibly. The sky changed, dark clouds surrounded Lin Tian and Kaido, and the sound of muffled thunder rang out from time to time. The surface of the sea was restless, and ripples continued to churn out on the surface of the sea under Lin Tian and Kaido's feet, and the ripples were piled up on top of each other, and finally formed a big wave, which hit all directions. The Emperor of Heaven! Where are Jin and Jack? Kaido glared at Lin Tian. Oh! Lin Tian snorted disapprovingly, waved his hands, took out two huge ice sculptures from the different space and stood in front of Kaido. Did you say that these two icicles are useless for eggs? With that said, Lin Tian kicked the icebound Jack to the ground with his feet on Jack's body, his body slightly backwards, and sat on Jin's body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Watching Jin and Jack play around with Lin Tian's hands at will, Kaido, who was burning with anger, stared at Lin Tian tightly. A long blue vein spread from his forehead to the top of his chin, gritted his teeth. Let go of them. Otherwise, you won't die. Really? Then I want to see if you have this ability. Lin Tian said lightly. A suffocating air came oncoming. Kaido clenched his fists and made a crackling sound from between the bones. The heavy armament haki gathered on the fists, a burst of dark metallic luster appeared, and in an instant Kaido jumped forward. To kill Lin Tian. Go to hell. God. Kaido jumped up, and the strong impact instantly smashed the deck beneath his feet, twitching his right hand, and instantly came to Lin Tian's face. When the punch was about to go down, a figure blocked the two. A mighty force burst out from Kaido's right fist, a noisy fist wind burst out, and the heavy hurricane completely hit the shadow in front of him. I saw a black light flashing out, and the cold murderous aura entrenched above the sword aura, and a silver-white sword light appeared in front of Kaido, breaking Kaido's offensive with just one blow. What? Who the hell is this? The pirates who watched the battle between Kaido and Lin Tian were shocked, and said in shock, that's the Conqueror's haki of the Four Emperors level. Someone can ignore the collision of two Conquerors haki of the Four Emperors level and appear in Kaido. In front of the captain. Look, that's not a member of the Akatsuki organization under the Celestial Emperor. Uchiha Sasuke. A pirate immediately recognized Sasuke's figure and shouted. I heard that in the previous battle between the Emperor of Heaven and Whitebeard, there was a subordinate under the Emperor of Heaven who could fight Whitebeard. I didn't expect it to be true. A person with the strength of the Four Emperors is loyal to be a subordinate of the Emperor, then the strength of the Emperor as the leader of the entire Akatsuki organization is above this. At this point, everyone did not dare to say a few more words. Everyone could not imagine the strength of Lin Tian, so they could only wait and see the battle between Kaido and Sasuke. Haha, just because you are not worthy of our leader's action, if you want to fight the Emperor, you will pass my level first. Sasuke looked at Kaido with cold eyes, and said condensed chakras surging up and down all over his body, suddenly turning into Susanoo with only the upper body, blocking Kaido's front. Kaido's punch perfectly hit Susanoo's armor. The armor as hard as a copper wall and iron wall blocked Kaido's offensive. The strong impact counteracted Kaido's body, and a heavy whirlwind rushed towards Kaido. Kaido immediately retracted his right fist and stepped back again and again, his left hand tightly wrapped the trembling right fist, and was shocked, this guy can actually block my full blow without any damage. The pirates who watched the battle from the sidelines were even more surprised and said, what? How easy is it to block Captain Kaido's blow? What is the origin of this man called Sasuke? This is not an ordinary blow. That is the full blow of our Captain Four Emperors Kaido. It should have been smashed by common sense. The pirates were shocked. In their hearts, the Four Emperors Kaido is the strongest existence. Especially in the world, Kaido is known as the strongest one-on-one. And it is such a powerful Kaido, now fighting against Sasuke one-on-one, with a full blow but unable to inflict fatal damage on Sasuke. Then his strength is no longer the ordinary elementary Four Emperors level, but after 100 battles. The pinnacle level in the Four Emperors. Does Captain Kaido lose? A young pirate uttered what everyone didn't want to say, and immediately caused public outrage. The other pirates shouted, how could Captain Kaido lose? It's just a blow from Captain Kaido, nothing terrible. What a joke, this is impossible. That's right. That's right. This kind of battle between Four Emperors levels can't be won by one move. Just as the pirates were arguing in full swing, heavy roars and bombings continued to be heard in the distance, which immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. Chapter 210. All the pirates once again looked at the battle between Kaido and Sasuke. I saw Kaido's body entwined with his body, a solemn evil spirit hovering in his hands, and waves of heavy armament haki gathered all over his body, emitting a dark metallic luster under the shining of the sun. The kid died. Kaido leaped forward, twitching his hands continuously towards Sasuke, and he bombed Sasuke with vigorous and forceful punches. Boom 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 boom. Susanoo surrounded Sasuke, like a copper wall and iron wall, resisting Sasuke's front, abruptly blocking all Kaido's offensive. The fist wind surged like a tsunami and hit Susanoo's body one after another. Although it could not directly inflict a serious injury on Sasuke, it would drive Susanoo's Sasuke to move backwards. The overwhelming boxing made the entire pirate ship shake unstoppable, and the sea quivered, and ripples rose again and again. Only in an instant a wave of tossing was formed, spreading around 677, and beating the surrounding pirates. Fairy. Seeing a flash of silver light, Susanoo raised a long sword from his back and slashed towards Kaido with lightning speed. What? Kaido immediately sank his right foot and leaped with him, spinning out 360 degrees in the air like a carp jumping through a dragon's gate. In a flash, he brushed past the long sword that Susanoo would come over. Hi! On the other side, Susanoo raised another long sword. From top to bottom, a silver light flashed in the air like a gallop, slashing towards Kaido. Hi! With this ability, I still want to take the old man's life. It's too arrogant. Kaido twitched his feet quickly and flashed to the side like moonwalk, again avoiding Susanoo's attack. Susanoo raised the sword in his hand and launched a continuous offensive towards Kaido. With the silver light shining, Susanoo quickly slashed the long sword in his hand, constantly ditching in the air with long beams of silver light crisscrossing one another. The pirates who were watching the battle only saw a flash of light and shadow, completely unable to see Kaido's figure and Susanoo's slash. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Slashing so quickly, but not hitting Kaido's body at all. The tall and burly Kaido looks heavy and slow, but in fact it is flexible and changeable. Compared with the huge Susanoo, the attack is too exposed, and it can't hit accurately. Kaido. Sasuke stared at it. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan kept spinning in his eyes, like a recorder, deeply capturing Kaido's movements. In an instant, Susanoo's movements suddenly slowed down for a few beats. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, there was still a flash of white light, there was not much difference, but for a strong like Kaido, such a subtle change was very obvious. I want to see how many punches you can hold me. Kaido shouted angrily. Kaido immediately stepped on Susanoo's sword, stomped hard with both feet, and rushed along the hilt of Susanoo's long sword, and approached Sasuke. Sasuke immediately moved his feet to the side and assumed a bow stride posture, turning his body and facing Kaido. Just when Kaido raised his fist and rushed towards Sasuke, and the two were only one step away, Sasuke actually put away Susanoo, and Kaido rushed to Sasuke's side. Go to hell! Sasuke! Kaido yelled. Immediately Kaido raised his right fist to face Sasuke, and was about to hit Sasuke's face. A blood-red look flashed in front of Kaido, and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned in front of Kaido. A strong sense of disharmony rushed towards his face. Sasuke stretched his back foot to the back, his figure retreated, and his left foot slid out to the side, suddenly turning his waist to the other side. The whole action is fast, the action is as light as flying, as heavy as a thunder, and shaped like a rabbit catching falcon, and the god like a mouse catching cat appeared in front of Kaido, and in a flash, it flashed to Kaido in front of Kaido. To the rear. Rumble rumbling rumbling rumbling. Kaido's right fist hit directly on the deck, and a huge whirlwind burst out from Kaido's right fist. Like a tiger descending a mountain, it rushed forward aggressively, rushing open the deck, and making a deep depression on the ship. Hit. What happened? Kaido was shocked and said, obviously he was right in front of me just now, why did he appear next to me in an instant? No matter how fast the action is, it is impossible to avoid my Sharingan. Sasuke said coldly, Chidori. A condensed chakra entrenched on Sasuke's right hand, turned into a dazzling white thunder light, gathered at Sasuke's fingertips, making a creaking sound. Sasuke stretched out his right hand and pierced straight towards the heart behind Kaido. Thousands of birds' thunder light hit Kaido's back, and a dazzling and long thunder light came out from the gully. Kaido immediately used armament haki around his back, emitting a dark metallic luster, and violently colliding with Sasuke's Chidori. Boom! The thunder light shook. Kaido's stiff body actually reflected the thunder light of the Chidori that hit him, splitting it into the surrounding ground, and drew a series of slender dents. Hi, little bugs! Kaido immediately waved his hands, shook his body, turned back, and quickly twitched the surrounding air. In an instant, a violent hurricane blew away in the direction of Sasuke. Sasuke's legs swayed in a graceful arc on the ground, and his body turned, the pheasant sword was raised to his chest, and the thousand-bird blade would gather on the blade of the pheasant sword, emitting a dazzling white light. Chidori blade. Following the swing of his body, Sasuke immediately swung the pheasant sword, and with a single sword, it split into the hurricane and split it into two neatly. Kaido looked at Sasuke ahead, and shouted angrily, why, wasn't it arrogant just now? Just your attack that is painless and itchy, and it's not enough for me to itch. Chapter 211. Ha ha ha. Sasuke let out a subtle smile, and said, compared with the people I met before, your strength is indeed extraordinary, but it is not enough to be so rampant in front of me. Immediately, an unprecedented murderous aura emanated from Sasuke's body. The suffocation was utterly cold, revealing a completely different power from the previous one, and Kaido was immediately alerted. Chidori. The thunder light rushed out of the ground and surrounded Kaido like a spider's web. Sasuke instantly raised his left hand, refined the chakra on his body to the palm of his hand, and said, Chidori Chiban. An endless stream of Chidori Chiban covered Kaido's sight like 1,000 arrows, and they stabbed Kaido again and again. Kaido, who was tightly bound by Chidori, stayed in place for a while, unable to move. I saw that hundreds of Chidori Chiban hit Kaido's body, bursts of thunder, and in an instant, Chidori Chiban pierced through layers of dents and deep pits. I thought you could have any tricks, this kind of pediatrics can't hurt me at all. Kaido, full of anger, instantly refines the power of his whole body and gathers it in his upper body. Heavy armament haki is constantly piled up on the surface of the muscles, like armor, armed on Kaido's body. Kaido's body has therefore become a lot larger. A thick armament haki lingers on the surface of the body, revealing a noticeable dark metallic luster. At this time, Kaido is like an 18 Arhat from hell, standing in front of Sasuke with a huge body. The strong body suddenly opened up the Chidori stream that was bound to Kaido, and waved away with one hand. The vast fist wind rose to the sky, surging, and violently rushed away from everything in front of him, smashing Chidori Chiban in succession. The pirates who saw Kaido's changes in the distance all turned backwards in terror, but a slender smile appeared on their faces, and all kinds of noisy discussions filled the pirate ship. A pirate who had stayed in Beast's Pirates for a long time said, "Look, everyone, the captain has finally used all his strength. This is the form of a bull demon that Captain Kaido has refined his physical skills to the extreme. Faced with Captain Kaido in this state, even if Marine 3 Admiral comes together, he can't fight with Captain Kaido. Captain Kaido in this situation can be said to have swept the army and is invincible. No matter how good Sasuke is, he can only be forced to get caught in the face of Captain Kaido like this." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Everyone's words were filled with trembling fear. In their minds, they recalled the horror pictures of Kaido tearing thousands of Marines. These pictures were indelibly imprinted in the hearts of the pirates of Beast's Pirates, and they shocked the hearts of the pirates. Roar! With a long roar, Kaido clenched his fists, and the solemn armament haki gathered in the fist's eye. Under the sun's rays, the fist gave out a gloomy metallic luster. Immediately, Kaido jumped and disappeared in place. I saw a burst of namikaze rising from the ground was broken, and a series of pits like spider webs appeared on the ground, all the way, rushing towards Sasuke. In an instant, Kaido appeared in front of Sasuke, towering in front of Sasuke like Tarzan. The wind whizzed by, with a violent and domineering aura. Kaido twitched his fists quickly and hit Sasuke in a dense manner like a machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. The mighty fist wind suddenly evacuated the surrounding air, and a whirlwind centered on Kaido rose from the ground, shaking the pirate ship under its feet, shaking endlessly. The surface of the sea was shaken by this fist wind, and the waves continued to beat towards the distant sky. Sasuke lowered his waist slightly and continued to draw sections of slender and graceful arcs on the ground. Facing Kaido's fierce offensive, Sasuke did not step back and perfectly avoided Kaido's heavy attacks. Suddenly the surrounding aura changed to two, and even a fierce murderous aura erupted from Sasuke's body. A condensed chakra was entrenched on the pheasant sword, and a fierce aura burst out from his eyes. Inferno-style flame control. The grass pheasant sword that originally blessed the thousand birds blade was instantly wrapped in a black flame, and the two chakras merged into one piece. On the grass pheasant sword, 1,000 birds and flame control gathered, and the strong breath came from the grass pheasant sword. Burst out, vigorous and powerful. Dark clouds obscured the sky. Under the dark clouds, the entire pirate ship was buried in the hazy darkness. The sun squeezed out a ray of light from the gap of the dark clouds and shone on Kaido and Sasuke. Drink. In this moment of black and white communication, Sasuke's hands slowly raised, and between his hands was a sword hilt. The black flame and thunder light merged into the shadow of the sword, interspersed with the shadow of Kaido's heavy fists. Hi! In an instant, the pheasant sword swung abruptly, and an erratic shadow of the sword appeared in front of Kaido. Sasuke stirred the pheasant sword and drew an elegant arc. Under the quiet sound, it constantly staggered Kaido's every boxing move, rushing to Kaido. A long shadow of the sword smashed away. Kaido immediately exploded with the power of his whole body, armament haki all condensed at one point. His body twitched back suddenly, and the pheasant sword pierced the left chest. Clang! A harsh metal sound broke the dignified atmosphere of the audience, bursting out a long and thin sound wave in the air, humming, and stomping everywhere. A heavy invisible force struck mightily along with the sound waves, and the deck under Sasuke and Kaido was shattered into a series of slender cracks, spreading out like a spider web. With your weak sword, you want to cut through the old man's body? How ridiculous! Kaido laughed loudly and laughed at Sasuke. Sasuke smiled faintly, really? I don't think there is any problem. Chapter 212. As the sky darkened, Sasuke immediately raised his sword, and the pheasant sword in the shadow of the sword became invisible. In an instant, huge black flames spewed from the pheasant sword, and instantly shrouded in front of Kaido like a tsunami, with murderous aura. What? Kaido hurriedly drew back, a flash of lightning flashed out and hit Kaido's body. The black flame struck Kaido's body like lightning along the lightning. The scorching flame instantly burned on Kaido's left half. Hi! The silver light shone, a cold light slashed out from the black flames, and a string of blood beads spewed from the tip of the grass pheasant sword. Flying in the air, a long scar was revealed on Kaido's chest. Kaido went backwards again and again. Kaido, who was hit hard, froze in place, motionless. The black inflammation on the left half of his body continuously swallowed his body, emitting a burning smell of blood, cold sweat on his forehead, and staring at Sasuke firmly. The pirates on the side saw that Kaido, who was originally dominant, was instantly beaten weakly by Sasuke revolving heaven. They were shocked and stunned, yelling, "Unbelievable! Captain Kaido was beaten to the spot, motionless. What Captain Kaido said is the strongest one-on-one. It's impossible to be subdued by a hairy kid's trick all at once, right? It's incredible. This is just a member of the Akatsuki organization under Lin Tian. If you do it all, wouldn't it take just a few moments to destroy the entire beast's pirates? The arguing of the pirates was full of fear. Looking at the pheasant sword with Kaido's blood dripping in Sasuke's hand, he backed away with fear, not daring to take one more step forward. Kaido stood hard on the deck, gritted his teeth, and said, "The old man's armament haki, even if the airspace of the world government and Garp were not easily broken, is now being pierced by a mere flame." Just as Kaido was in doubt, Sasuke grinned and said, "Why, didn't you still have a bull-tempered temper just now? Why is it withering in place now?" "What?" Kaido suddenly became angry, and glared at Sasuke. "How can I say that the old man is also one of the 4 emperors? How could he be defeated by you, a nasty kid?" After all, Kaido endured the burning of the black flames and blessed armament haki with his right hand. With an arrogant gesture, he frightened the quartet, and a strong murderous aura emerged spontaneously, rushing to Sasuke. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Haha. Sure enough, I can still launch a counter-attack even if I hit Amaterasu, but I see how long you can hold on. Sasuke waved his hands and stretched out his right hand. A condensed chakra breath surrounded Sasuke's right body, and Susanoo in the upper right body suddenly appeared. Susanoo picked up a huge sword on the right half of his body, and the blade turned sideways, slashing towards Kaido. Boom! A heavy bombardment erupted, and a powerful wave broke out immediately, bombarding the entire deck under your feet to shreds. The pieces of wood flew horizontally and fluttered in the air, the sword energy Ling ran, and once again slashed to Kaido's left body. 2 sword marks flickered in the air, slashing at the same wound on the left half of Kaido. Suddenly, flesh and blood flew across and blood splashed. Kaido softened to the spot, and the strong bombardment knocked Kaido into the bottom of the ship. The blazing black flame spread from Kaido's body, instantly igniting the bottom of the entire pirate ship. The scorching smell drifted in the air, billowing black smoke billowing in the air, seeing that the entire bottom of the ship was about to be burned by Amaterasu war. Sunlight shining in from the hole on the deck, lighting up the entire bottom of the ship. A beam of golden light pierced into the corner of Lin Tian's eyes and attracted Lin Tian's attention. Lin Tian immediately took a step forward and watched and said, "Such a big treasure chest is placed there, there must be some good treasure hidden in it." Lin Tian leaped towards the bottom of the ship. Sasuke immediately gave in to the side when he saw this, turning Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, extinguishing the fire of Amaterasu at the bottom of the ship. Originally under the impact of the battle between Sasuke and Kaido, the entire pirate ship has long been crumbling and dilapidated, and will sink to the bottom of the sea at any time, not to mention that it is now being attacked by the fire of Amaterasu. Lin Tian's purpose here is to see Kaido rushing along the sea with all his fortune. There must be a lot of treasures on the pirate ship. Before he got the treasure, the pirate ship sank into the bottom of the sea. Isn't the gain more than the loss? Sasuke naturally understood Lin Tian's intentions. Before the pirate ship sank, eliminated the fire of Amaterasu, in case the pirate ship suddenly collapsed. The fire of Amaterasu gradually dissipated, a huge treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Tian, the breeze blew, the dust around it flew in the air, a smell of anxiety filled the bottom of the ship. Lin Tian took a step forward slowly, and after a cold snort, a sharp armament haki condensed on his hands, drawing an elegant arc in the air. Sword Chi Ling Ran, a stroke of slash came out from Lin Tian's fingertips, cut through the dusty treasure chest. All smoke and dust appeared. Lin Tian looked inside, and exclaimed, "Isn't this devil fruit?" The cheerful laughter reverberated continuously in the bottom of the boat. Lin Tian held up a devil fruit and said, "I thought there were some pearls and gold treasures in it, but I didn't expect it to be all devil fruit. It really helped me. God." Kaido lying on the other side of the bottom of the boat, 2.9 stiffly raised his body, and shouted to Lin Tian, "Let go of your dirty hands." "Okay." Lin Tian turned around and looked, and said indifferently, "You can stand up even after being attacked by Amaterasu. It's worthy of being 4 emperors Kaido, but you can only stop at the end." Boom! A surging conqueror's haki spewed out of Lin Tian, shaking the entire bottom of the ship, and even a wave of obvious fluctuations in the air shook the entire pirate ship to wobbly. Chapter 213. Kaido gathered together and exploded the confrontation between Conqueror's haki and Lin Tian, but after a while, the injured Kaido couldn't compete with Lin Tian's Conqueror's haki at all. After a breath of pressure, Kaido fell on the ground, his whole body weak. "Kaido, you have today too." A look of disdain was projected from Lin Tian's eyes. He despised Kaido, but the angry Kaido could only stare at Lin Tian blankly. At this time, Kaido doesn't have much energy to fight Lin Tian, and even the breath of speaking has become extremely weak. After Lin Tian sneered, he picked up the devil fruit in the treasure and said, "Xiao Xiao, these devil fruits are collected into the system." "Okay." Xiao Xiao gradually emerged in front of Lin Tian and scanned the devil fruit in front of him and said, "A total of 10 devil fruits were scanned in the front, and they have all been included in the system." 10 devil fruits. Lin Tian was very overjoyed and said, "I didn't expect to harvest so much devil fruit this trip. Today is really a lot of harvest." Just as Lin Tian was about to leave, an abrupt voice popped up in Lin Tian's mind. Ding ding ding. A burst of crisp sounds continued to sound, and Lin Tian asked Xiao Xiao in a little surprise, "Isn't this the system prompt?" "Xiao Xiao, what happened?" Xiao Xiao said to Lin Tian excitedly, "Congratulations master! Master now has 50 devil fruits in total, which can trigger the upgrade system. I wonder if the master uses the upgrade system." "What?" Lin Tian asked. "Xiao Xiao, what specific upgrades can I provide?" "Master, have you forgotten?" Xiao Xiao told the owner before that only 50 devil fruits can be used as a price to upgrade a 4-star summon or skill to a 5-star summon or skill. Xiao Xiao said, "I haven't used this function for a long time, and I really almost forgot." Lin Tian asked, "Then Uchiha Suzuki should be included?" "Exactly. Read more at hotandalnovel.xyz. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. These 50 devil fruits were obtained through all kinds of hard work, and it was indeed a little bit reluctant to spend all of a sudden. But I think deeply, I have never had a 5-star treasure for a long time, not to mention that Suzuki is one of the top combat power in the Naruto world, even if it breaks through Suzuki will not suffer." "Okay. Then upgrade Suzuki to a 5-star upgrade." As soon as the voice fell, a flash of light emerged, and under the dazzling white light, 50 devil fruits instantly merged into Suzuki's body. A strange power of chakra flowed from Suzuki's body. In an instant, Mangekyo Sharinan on the left of Suzuki changed into a round of 6 Guya Jade Rin-Egan, which was constantly rotating. "Shake the quartet. This is, I'm back to my peak strength." Suzuki was also taken aback by his own changes. After carefully recollecting the familiar feeling, a satisfied smile appeared on Suzuki's face. "Good, very good, excellent." Lin Tian saw Suzuki's changes and said with great joy, "The 5-star treasure is really extraordinary." Extraordinary aura. Just as Lin Tian was extremely happy, a silver light flickered from the depths of the bottom of the ship. Lin Feng walked forward, and saw a huge red ashtray from the dark shadow appearing in front of Lin Feng. "Isn't this one of the only 4 pieces of road sign history in the world?" Lin Tian stood in front of the stones of the road sign history article, watching and saying, "As one of the 4 emperors, Kaido has a road sign history article and it's nothing unusual, but such a big stone has no effect on me, anyway. It's useless, it's better to destroy it. Just to test, can my power destroy the so-called indestructible text of history?" For the so-called big secret treasure, Lin Tian didn't have much interest, and the treasure of the system alone was enough for him to find. When Lin Tian was preparing to slash to the road sign history text with a blow, Xiao Xiao once again made a sensation and stopped Lin Feng. "Dao, Master! Master! An emergency message has been sent from the system." "Huh? Why are there so many things today?" Lin Tian wondered in his heart, and said, "Xiao Xiao, quickly open it to me, don't keep yelling in front of me, it's annoying." Congratulations to the master for obtaining the road sign history text, which triggers the system prompt. The master needs to obtain the ultimate secret treasure of Ralph Drew to analyze this world in order to travel to the next world. Please pay attention. Huh? The flag that was just set, I didn't expect it to be broken so quickly. Lin Feng looked at the big red stone cube in front, and laughed at himself. Sure enough, you can't set up the flag randomly next time, but I didn't expect this broken stone to have this purpose. Forget it, Xiao Xiao put the road sign history text into the system. Okay, master. Xiao Xiao said. In the blink of an eye, the road sign 850 history text gradually disappeared in the bottom of the ship. Just as the road sign history text was about to be completely sucked into the different space of the system, a mighty murderous aura came from behind Lin Tian. God! Put down the history text of the road signs for me. A shocking force gushes from Kaido's body, like a volcanic eruption, condensing armament Haki, raises his right fist, and swings forward. Boom! A fist wind that dominates the world rises from the ground, rushing towards Lin Tian like a tiger descending a mountain. Shen Luo Tianzheng. In the quiet sound, Suzuki came to Kaido in an instant, palms out with both hands, and in an instant he pushed Kaido's fist wind away, broke the side of the ship, and rushed to the sky. Okay. Lin Tian slowly turned his head to look at Kaido and said, "Didn't you just crawl on the spot? Why did you suddenly become alive? Did you eat fairy beans?" Kaido laughed and said, "Although I don't know what fairy beans are, do you think I am a vegetarian if I sit firmly on the world's strongest throne? No matter how heavy the scar, as long as my energy is not exhausted, I can resurrect on the spot and catch you off guard." Chapter 214. Go to hell. Kaido stood up, a force of heaven and earth gathered all over his body, suppressed killing intent overwhelming the sky, and even shook the entire pirate ship to wobbly. The pirates who watched the battle on the side saw Kaido's rise, and shouted with excitement, "Look! Captain Kaido is resurrected again! You deserve to be the Captain Kaido of Megatron Sea World! It is a foolish dream to want to take Captain Kaido even with the attack of the Emperor of Heaven. No matter how many times Captain Kaido is defeated, Captain Kaido will recover again. In the face of this amazing ability, everyone will be defeated by Captain Kaido." From a distance came bursts of discussion, laughter, and the cheers of the pirates, constantly slandering Lin Tian and Suzuki. In their opinion, Kaido's strength is beyond doubt. Lin Tian and Sasuke must be defeated by Kaido. There was a violent shaking in the air, killing intent lingered in it. Kaido pulled away in an instant, a whirlwind swelled, and it approached Lin Tian. At this moment, an after-image appeared behind Kaido. Kaido was taken aback, looked back, pulled out his palms from it, pointed at Kaido, and shouted, "Universal pull!" An invisible force held Kaido as deeply as a black hole. Kaido suddenly stepped on the ground and stabilized his footing. However, he still lost the power of universal pull. What? Kaido yelled in surprise. When Kaido had been drawn to Sasuke, an angry Kaido followed Sasuke's momentum and twisted his body with all his strength. Sasuke said, "Since I want to die so much, the old man is the first to fulfill you." Kaido stood with his fists in front of his chest, and a domineering murderous intent forced towards Sasuke. When he was throwing his hand and punching away, Sasuke glanced at a cold smile and said, "Just because you want to kill me? Go back. Practice for hundreds of years." Shen Luo Tianzheng. A hurricane blasted into the sky, blowing the surrounding planks, and cracks like spider webs shattered. Boom, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Sawdust fluttered in the air, and the huge hurricane blew the entire pirate ship to shake, and Kaido was instantly blasted deep into the bottom of the ship. The pirates standing in the distance watching the battle were surprised to see Sasuke and Kaido fighting each other, and everyone shouted in surprise, "How can this be? Unbelievable!" Then Uchiha Sasuke, "Can Captain Kaido not even have a chance to shoot in one breath? Don't panic. It's just a trick. I can't hurt Captain Kaido," an old pirate stood up and said. As the hurricane blew, it went straight ahead and once again penetrated the upper part of the bottom of the ship. Sunlight penetrated through this hole, shining deep into the bottom of the boat. A heavy footstep sounded from the bottom of the boat, and under the impact of Sasuke Shinra Tianzheng, Kaido was still unscathed. His feet stomped on the ground, and a long trail slid out. Kaido stood in front of Sasuke and said with disdain, "The old man saw you in the Golden City. It's just a suck and letting go. The same moves are useless to the old man." Kaido put on a posture, his body constantly twitching out, a domineering air hovering over Kaido's body. Armament haki gathered his whole body, haki Lingran, powerful. Kaido twitched, and an after-image slashed in front of Sasuke, like a bull, moving forward aggressively, breaking through Sasuke's Shinra Tianzheng, and appeared in front of Sasuke when he reappeared. Drink! Kaido punched out, fist wind gusts, the imposing fist wind broke through the bottom of the ship, hit the waves directly. Suddenly the waves were raging, and the waves were surging. A loud bang ran through the sky, shaking the floor, and billowing smoke rose. A scarlet eye flashed in the shadows, and the gloomy and cold murderous aura cut through the bottom of the ship. Under the gust of wind, Sasuke disappeared in front of Kaido. Heavenly hand strength. A twisting force drew towards Kaido. Invisible, Kaido disappeared instantly. The pirates in the audience witnessed Kaido's disappearance with their own eyes and exclaimed, "What's the matter? How did Captain Kaido disappear?" In an instant, Kaido appeared in front of everyone again. Compared with the previous one, isn't the position of Kaido standing at this time the same as Sasuke's original position? A cold silver light flickered from behind Kaido and stabbed at Kaido's back silently. The pirates were shocked. What? Isn't this Uchiha Sasuke? The stunned pirates froze in place with surprise, and in a flash, Sasuke and Kaido swapped their positions without warning. In the next moment, Kaido, who had the advantage, was like a fish to be slaughtered, completely exposed to Sasuke's sword aura, silently and unpredictable. This is the special power of Guyurin Egan on the left of Sasuke Heavenly Hand Strength. As long as it is within a certain range, it can instantly exchange the caster with the target, and this target is not only an item, but also a person. Inferno-style flame control. Sasuke's deep pupils stared intently, and at the focal point of his eyes a black flame ignited, wrapped around the pheasant sword, with 1,000 bird blades lingering in it, flashing black and white flames. Whoosh! A chill came from Kaido's back. With an instinctive reaction, Kaido instantly twisted his body and faced Sasuke. But under the shadow of the sword, the pheasant sword has pierced Kaido's chest, and blood spewed out of the flames and splashed on the ground. The black flame spread on Kaido's chest, and the corners of Sasuke's mouth were slightly cocked, revealing a subtle smile and said, "Black Chidori." The condensed chakra wrapped around Sasuke's palm, snorted, and hit the pheasant sword, piercing the pheasant sword completely through Kaido's chest. Ah! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Kaido's mouth, making violent screams. "UBD, don't be too proud, you can't kill the old man with this attack." Chapter 215. A wave of conqueror's haki emerged from Kaido, as mighty as a raptor crossing the river, with heavy depressive hostility overwhelming the sky. An unprecedented shocking force occupies Kaido's body. The muscles are constantly agitating, hitting Kaido's chest, making Kaido's body several times bigger at one time. Suffer! Kaido's left hand grabbed Sasuke's right hand fiercely, and the right fist sandwiched between Conqueror's haki and Armament haki slammed in front of Sasuke, with extraordinary aura and strong fist. Boom! With just one blow, there were waves of waves, trampling on the floor, shocking the sea, forcing the surroundings, and shaking the sky, shattering waves. The shock wave spanned more than 10 miles in one breath, smashing the surrounding pirate boats to the ground, shaking the earth, and even sinking into the bottom of the sea. The aftermath of Conqueror's haki continued to be noisy in the air, following the fluctuations to the surrounding pirate boats. Many pirates who were watching the battle from the sidelines were affected by the twists and turns of Conqueror's haki. Mo fainted on the ground. These 667 pirates who watched the battle were also a long distance away from the pirate ship where Kaido was located. Under such a long distance, the aftermath released by them could not stun everyone, but those weak in strength. The pirates still fell to the ground. Only those old generations of pirates with rich experience who have been with Kaido's beast pirate ship for many years can withstand the scene, but the surplus of such an arrogant world still makes them feel very uncomfortable, and their feet are numb. Kneeling softly on the ground. In an instant, Kaido's fist reached Suzuki's face, and there was only a slight difference between the two. At this moment, a condensed chakra burst out of Suzuki's body, and it continued to emerge in front of Suzuki like a trickle. Suddenly, chakra changed a lot, forming an armor that stood between Suzuki and Kaido. Boom 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 boom. The sound of heavy bombing burst out between Suzuki and Kaido. Vigorously, a huge hurricane once again ejected from Kaido's fist, condensing the sawdust in the air, burying Suzuki in the dust. The slightest can't see any figure. The violent fist wind blasted into the sky, passed through Suzuki's body, and straight forward, breaking the bottom of the boat. Boom! Kaido leaped out of the huge hole, rushing through the sea to form a deep and huge water mark, and even tore the nearby pirate ships to pieces. Looking at Kaido's mighty punch, the pirates were extremely excited. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Those pirates who were still awake under Kaido Conqueror's haki yelled, "FK! You really deserve to be Captain Kaido. Uchiha Suzuki looks like you are not dead this time." Uchiha Suzuki is more than dead, he is about to be torn into fleshy flesh by Captain Kaido, so he can't die anymore. Ha ha ha. That's right. The pirates watched the battle between Suzuki and Kaido, and all their dissatisfaction with Lin Tian vented in their hearts, constantly mocking Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization. Suddenly, an abrupt sound broke everyone's ridicule, saying, "Ah! Not good. Everyone, look ahead." After hearing the horrified shout, everyone turned around and looked at Suzuki and Kaido again, and an earth-shattering scene appeared in front of them. I saw a gloomy air gushing out of Suzuki's body, like a continuous river, constantly pushing towards Kaido. In just a moment, this gloomy air entangled Kaido's right hand like a fierce snake out of a hole. Chakra clung to it, turned into Suzanu's left hand, and firmly grasped Kaido's right hand. What? Kaido was taken aback, staring at all the changes in amazement. Susanoo continued to show up in front of Kaido, smashing Kaido's right fist in an instant. The huge hurricane disappeared all at once, and a powerful reaction force erupted from Susanoo, backlashing into Kaido's body. Oh! Suddenly, Kaido was struck backwards by the counter-force of his own fist wind. A beam of cold light flashed out in front of Kaido. The scarlet eyes were deeply engraved in the depths of Kaido's eyes. It was gloomy and cold. A person's back is cold. Suzuki tightened the dam's pheasant sword with his right hand, relaxed his shoulders, and drew a circle in the direction that Kaido was retreating, and saw the tip of the sword turned, straight to Kaido's chest, and dropped it down. Hi! Immediately a deep wound gulped on Kaido's chest, blood shot splashing. Blood spurted continuously from the wound on Kaido's chest, and instantly stained the floor. Ah! Kaido let out a violent scream, and the screams spread violently to the distance, all piercing the eardrums of the pirates, shocking everyone. What happened? A pirate was surprised. Captain Kaido's head-on blow did not cause any harm to Suzuki. Before he finished speaking, a murderous intent that dominates the world rushed out from Suzuki's right, and the solemn chakra filled the air along the murderous intent, and suddenly changed to become Suzanu's upper right body. I saw Suzanu's right-hand sword rising. The blade of the sword was condensed with rays of thunder, and the blade of the 1,000 birds gathered at the tip of the sword. Kaido, who was slashed by Suzuki and kept backing away, hadn't stabilized his figure yet. Suzanu's sword had already shot out in front of Kaido. Damn it! Kaido clenched his hands into fists, looking attentively at the sword shadow from the assassination in front, and glared. Seeing that Suzanu's sword was about to pierce Kaido's chest, at such a critical moment, Kaido exploded with shocking power, and fisted against Suzanu's blade, and instantly took Suzanu's cut. Hit! Boom! Take it empty-handed. Suzuki smiled faintly and said, "You are not qualified enough to take my sword." Immediately, Suzuki stepped back with his right foot, stepped forward, and affected Susanoo, bursting out a dual force of swallowing mountains and rivers, converging to the tip of the sword. Chapter 216. Suddenly, a torrent of thunder was shot from the sword, and it bombarded Kaido's chest completely like lightning, bursting out fierce thunder and lightning, breaking through the bottom of the ship, snorting. What? A shocking sound came from Kaido's mouth. Kaido, who was bombarded by thunder and lightning, was paralyzed and at a loss as to what to do. He could only let the thunder and lightning fall on him. The sword aura surpassed the sky, and Sasuke's figure turned around, like a dragon flying through clouds and water, drawing a natural and graceful sword mark in the air. A seemingly soft cut, but steady like Pan Song standing still. As soon as it was closed, it was suddenly like lightning, trampling everywhere. Haki Ling ran, the sea vibrated, and the rolling waves stirred up and rippled endlessly. Boom! A ray of lightning rushed out of the bottom of the ship, and instantly knocked Kaido away, penetrated the bottom of the ship, and hit the surface of the sea all the way forward. The thunder shook waves of abruptly fluctuating ripples, and washed out a long water mark. After a long time, there was still no stopping movement. Kaido was immediately knocked into the air, and came out from the bottom of the ship, hitting the sea, ripples constantly. The strong impact even left a deep water mark on the sea. The ripples on the turbulent sea continued to overlap one another, and finally turned into waves of waves hitting the distance. Kaido gritted his teeth and raised his head strenuously. The blood on his chest continued to spurt out, splashing on the sea, and the blood flow continued, leaving a long rusty red water mark. At this moment, Sasuke jumped out, blasted the floor to pieces, and burst out with roars. There was a condensed chakra wrapped around his body, turning into a complete Susanoo, and chasing Kaido. What happened? The pirates who were far away in the audience saw Kaido flying towards them, and were surprised, and said, "Captain Kaido has the advantage just now, but now the situation has changed drastically." While standing aside, the pirate who looked like the leader of the pirate ship shouted, "Don't beep here. Don't hurry up and support Captain Kaido." Yes. After being attacked by the aftermath of Kaido Conqueror's haki not long ago, those pirates who were barely awake, saw Sasuke chasing them, suddenly got up in shock and ran to the fort, ready to go. Boom 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 boom. The tongues of each gun were pointed at the Sasuke flying in front, and a little red light dotted the line of fire on the tongue. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder swept across the entire sea, and countless shells were ejected from the tongue. Surrounding Sasuke like a spider web. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Hi, boring. Sasuke Ling Ran smiled, joking contempt in the indifferent laughter. His body volleyed in the air. Susanoo held a sword in both hands, drawing a 360-degree sword energy in the air, constantly floating in the air, toward the dense artillery fire in front. Boom! 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 The sound of deafening bombing suddenly covered the entire sky, filled with gunpowder smoke. The sky darkened, billowing smoke and dust shrouded in dark clouds, blocking the only beam of sunlight in the sky. At this moment, as if the night is suddenly coming, an atmosphere of horror is overwhelming. Sasuke, who is entwined with Susanoo all over, is like a Jianyu thunder god, with a gloomy and icy murderous in his sharp eyes, and the thousand birds' blade and the black flames on his sword are tumbling and rolling, and they are on the way to the pirates. Seeing this scene like a god descending to the earth, the pirates were at a loss and stiffened in place, their brains occupied by fearful hearts, so scared that they could not move. Susanoo rose in the air, standing in front of his chest with two sword, dancing with him, sketching long sword auras, blasting towards the sea, shining cold light, fluttering in the wind, strong sword aura, haki Ling Ran. I saw the silver light gleaming, the sword shadow flashed, the monstrous waves rolled, slightly tilted, the sky changed greatly, the cloud and rain breathed, the sword energy was soaring, and it had reached the front of the pirates. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi flashed past, slashing everything. One by one pirate ship was cut to pieces in an instant, like fish to be slaughtered, without the power of revolving heaven. Zero seeking flowers. Ah! Amidst the screams, all the pirates were beheaded to death, leaving only the dead man with broken fingers and wreckage, crawling on the deck, sinking into the sea with the pirate ship. Kaido saw the surrounding pirate boats sinking into the sea continuously, and was even more angry. UBD. He overflowed the heat in his hands, endured the sharp pain in his chest, straightened his figure, and hit his pirate ship with the impact. Bang! 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 After ramming several pirate ships continuously, leaving several huge holes, Kaido barely stabilized his figure. At the last moment, Kaido's feet landed on a pirate ship and jumped up, and the powerful impact will be fixed. The pirate ship rushed to a halt. Stop it! The rising Kaido raised his fist and burst out an unprecedented armament haki, rushing towards Sasuke. Immediately, Sasuke retracted. Susanoo held his double swords in front of Kaido, blasted down, and hit Kaido with the double-edged swords. Chiang! A huge loud noise ran through the entire sea area, piercing through the billowing fireworks, revealing a slender trace. The sunlight came out from here and reflected on Sasuke and Kaido. Oh! Kaido was defeated. A strong sword aura blew across Kaido. Two crossing sword auras slashed on Kaido's chest. Suddenly Kaido spewed a mouthful of blood, shining in the sun. In this dark sea covered with dark clouds and billowing smoke, the sun is even more dazzling. The sky was filled with clusters of blood beads bursting out of Kaido's body. Sunlight pierced through these blood beads, revealing bunches of scarlet light, dyeing the entire sky red. The brilliance of red and black entangled in the sky of the entire sea, like the end of the world, full of the smell of death. Chapter 217. No. I must be dreaming. It's impossible. I don't believe it. How can you single out the strongest Captain Kaido? The pirates who watched the battle from far below saw this scene and were amazed. They stared at Sasuke above their heads, and then at Kaido, who was knocked into the air. The fear of death came to life, occupying all of them. Unbelievable. Captain Kaido and Uchiha Sasuke were evenly matched just now, but now they are crushed by Uchiha Sasuke, the pirate behind exclaimed. There are people in this world who can't even beat Captain Kaido. The panicked pirates talked a lot, they could only stare at Sasuke above their heads hanging Kaido in a daze, shocked in their hearts. Kaido, which was severed by Sasuke, scoured the sea again, crashed several pirate boats in succession, and then crashed onto a larger pirate boat and stopped. Xiao Ran's sword energy, along the path of Kaido's collision, a series of pirate ships were destroyed to pieces, leaving only a few remaining pirate ships, crumbling on the sea. Humph. Sasuke put away Susanoo and fell in front of Kaido, staring at everything indifferently. At this moment, Kaido was lying in front of Sasuke like a dying person. Under the heavy impact, the scars on his chest were already bloody and entangled, and a naked bone was exposed between the gaps. Amaterasu. The black flames released by Sasuke's Amaterasu spread across Kaido's body. No matter how powerful Kaido might be, it would be futile under the eternal black flames. Kaido, with constant blood flow, still stood up, relying on his own arrogance, standing in front of Sasuke in the burning black flame. Kaido looked around at the embarrassed surroundings. The beasts pirates that he had worked so hard to build are now few and far between, and his heart is full of untold sadness. The old man has been racing in the new world for decades. He has gone through hundreds of battles and shocked the world, but now he is defeated by a little boy, haha. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Kaido let out a dull laugh. The laughter was full of thousands of words about life and death. For a while, Kaido laughed at himself. Unexpectedly, I have been searching for death through various methods, and I have never succeeded in dying. Now that I really want to die but I am reluctant to bear this life, it is really good fortune to make people. Kaido raised his body with difficulty, a cold light was revealed in the corner of his eyes, and said, even if you die, the old man will die with great vigor. A strong armament haki is condensed on Kaido, but compared with the previous one, it is much inferior. The black inflammation on his body continuously swallowed the last trace of Kaido's life. At the last moment, Kaido raised his fists and punched. This was a punch full of despair, and it was Kaido's last moment. With his last breath, he exploded a punch full of arrogance. Although it was inferior to the previous one, it was still majestic. Boom! The gusts of fist wind entangled on the fist, and the wind blades joined together, cutting the deck of the pirate ship into crisscross cracks. Sasuke stared at all this faintly, the pheasant sword in his right hand gleamed with an icy sword aura, and black flames like hellfire continued to clamor on the pheasant sword, raging, longing for fresh blood. Rest in peace. I will now help you realize the moment of death you have sought for years. Sasuke was holding the grass pheasant sword and placed it horizontally in front of his chest. With a sliding step on his right foot, he drew a graceful arc. In an instant, Ling Ran's sword aura flickered, and lightning flashed out. Whoosh! A silver light slashed through the sky, causing a sensation in all directions, and then a beam of black flame broke through along the silver light, spreading on the pirate ship. Among the shadows of the sword, the light, and the sword, I saw the after-image of Sasuke's collection and loss floating on the deck. This silver light drifted from Kaido's body, and instantly a bunch of slashes fell into the depths of Kaido's throat. The blood gushed out from the throat like a waterfall, and emerged on the deck, suddenly staining the entire deck red. A generation of emperors, after all, fell in the dust, submerged in the sea. This slash was simple and neat, without any default. Kaido had not yet reacted. He had broken open his throat, and the pain that was expanding from the throat spread to the brain along the nerves and spinal cord. At this moment, scenes of past scenes appeared in Kaido's mind like walking through horses and flowers, changing rapidly, and finally turned into white smoke, disappearing without a trace. Boom! Kaido fell on the deck, the black inflammation on his body had spread all over his body, constantly biting Kaido's body like a hungry beast. The black flames continued to spread, swept across the entire pirate ship group under the gust of wind. The pirates who watched Kaido's curtain were terrified, their legs were numb, and they lost their expression and stared at everything in front of them blankly. It's been a long time to be able to recover. Before long, the black flames burned to the front of the pirates. At this time, they woke up from Kaido's death and exclaimed, "What? Captain Kaido is dead? Captain Kaido is dead. How is this possible? How could Captain Kaido die? All this is absolutely false." Most of the pirates on the pirate ship looked at Sasuke and Kaido lying on the ground in disbelief. They wiped their eyes several times, closed their eyes and opened them repeatedly, only to realize that all this was not illusory. It's a fact that is open to eyes. What are you doing here in a daze? An opponent that even Captain Kaido can't beat. How could we have beaten it? Run away if you don't want to die. The pirates in the back that were far from the pirate ship where Kaido was screamed. They hurriedly speeded up and escaped, but right above the head, Deidara was waiting impatiently. It's always been Sasuke that shot. Now it's finally time for me to show the beauty of art. Give me a blast, you guys. Drink. Deidara, who was encircling and suppressing it, saw the pirate ship rushing in, and kept spitting out clay birds from his hands, and bombed them away. Chapter 218. The sound of rumbling explosions swept across the sea immediately, and the waves rose in all directions. Hong 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 humming. Under the intertwining of the explosion and flesh and blood, and in the sound of panic, the pirates were blown to pieces without exception, leaving only a splash of blood on the sea. Under the shining of the sun, the Red Sea is particularly eye-catching. On the other side, the pirate boats all around Sasuke were baptized by black flames and survived. The pirates who were not invaded by black flames quickly jumped into the water, dived into the sea, and wanted to escape. Unexpectedly, in the depths of the sea, huge sharks ran out chasing them. Kisame stood on the surface of the sea, constantly chasing the pirates in the sea, killing a piece of armor. Suddenly the whole sea area was like hell, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The scarlet blood stained the entire sea area. In the smoke of the 19th gun, Beast's pirates, who dominated the New World side, finally ended in the sea. Not long after this battle, a world-shaking news spread wildly all over the world and once attracted the attention of the whole world. People all over the world talked a lot, and it has become a common topic among people. Extra. Extraordinary. Kaido died in battle. Heavenly Emperor won a complete victory. Extra. Extraordinary. Kaido died in battle. Heavenly Emperor won a complete victory. The sound of newspaper sellers on the street pierced everyone's eardrums like 1,000 blades. Panicked people gathered around the newspaper sellers. They picked up berry in their hands and bought the newspapers. Within a few minutes of the incident, the newspaper was looted. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. At a bar on an island in New World, the newspaper was even posted on the bulletin board. Everyone looked at the newspaper, shocked and sweaty. 4 Emperors Kaido is dead. TND becomes the new 4 Emperors. The headline in the newspaper is particularly eye-catching. Looking at the contents of the newspaper, a pirate drunk and shouted in disbelief, 4 Emperors Kaido is dead? Kaido, the strongest singled player, was defeated by the Emperor. First Marine, then Shishibukai, and now even the 4 Emperors Kaido is no match for the Emperor. The Emperor has beaten the 3 major forces in the world in just over a month and became one of the 4 Emperors of the New World. This is too fast. Got it. I heard that the Akatsuki organization under the Celestial Emperor's abilities are outstanding and extraordinary. The Celestial Emperor and Whitebeard fought a few weeks ago. Isn't it said that there are people in the Akatsuki organization who can be immune to armament haki and control the sea? Unbelievable. More than that, I also heard that the Akatsuki organization under the Emperor of Heaven has a super powerful person. Oh. I have heard about this too. Someone lied to say that that guy is even more powerful at the 4 Emperors level. You said that a person with the power of 4 Emperors level should be the subordinate of the Emperor. Wasn't the Emperor that day? After all, a meal of silence filled the audience. Everyone could not imagine how powerful Lin Tian was. In their view, although Lin Tian has always been paid attention to by the world, the information about Lin Tian in the world is extremely scarce. Many people understand most of Lin Tian's information only through some words in the newspaper, and most of the news is heard from the gossip. Lin Tian, who shook the world, is so mysterious in the world. People are often afraid of unknown things, especially those mysteries that can threaten their lives, and they dare not invade. No matter what, the Emperor has become one of the 4 Emperors. Based on what the Emperor has always done, would you say that the Emperor will attack Big Mom? Sitting in a remote corner of the bar, there is a tall figure in a coat, with a coat and hat on his head, which looks exceptionally evasive. While quietly, a powerful cry surprised everyone's attention. My dear friend, why do you think that the Emperor will come to fight Big Mom? Obviously, Big Mom and the Emperor have always been well water and not offending the river. The pirates in the bar turned around and looked at this mysterious figure. On him, the pirates felt a gloomy chill, and the color of fear in their hearts occupied their faces. The pirate was also stunned by the chill on this person, and said truthfully, for a while, you also know that the Emperor of Heaven has recently made a major disturbance and declared war with the 3 major forces in the world, and has fought Marine and Shishibukai several times in a row. Akatsuki organization also hit Whitebeard not long ago, and now Kaido has been killed by the Emperor. This is not only that, I have long heard that 4 Emperors Red Hair also fought with the Emperor, so the only thing left is Big Mom. The pirate group has never been attacked by the Emperor of Heaven. The man in the coat said coldly, it seems that you know it well, then you can analyze the Big Mom pirate group against the Emperor of Heaven. Who will win? Do you want me to analyze it? It must be the Emperor of Heaven. The pirate yelled 740. Others echoed the pirates yelling, yes. No analysis is needed. You see, even Kaido, the strongest sea, land, and air creature who singled out the strongest creature in sea, land, and air, can't beat the Emperor at all, and is known as the strongest man in the world. The Whitebeard and Whitebeard pirates also lost in front of the Akatsuki organization. And Big Mom, which is also the New World 4 Emperors, is just about the same as Kaido and Whitebeard at best. Since the Emperor of Heaven wins the 4 Emperors Kaido, then he will definitely win the Big Mom. This is no need to think about it, Big Mom will definitely die in the hands of the Emperor. Among the people's words, there is already a vague meaning to list Lin Tian the Tiandi as the strongest 4 emperors. What did you say? The person wearing the cloak suddenly appeared, and the cape and hat on his head fell out, revealing the true face of Lushan, and immediately frightened the audience. How dare you say that your mother will die at the hands of the Emperor of Heaven? How humiliating! Chapter 219. I saw this man is tall, with short red amaranth hair, strong muscles, slender legs and patched scars on both cheeks. His left arm is embroidered with a pink skull tattoo and he is wearing a white scarf like a flower. 4 fangs are exposed. With sharp eyes looking around, everyone stood up in fright, looking at the man in front of them with sullen expressions. Ah! Are you Charlotte Katakuri? A pirate recognized Katakuri, frightened his body, and shouted, "Run! That guy is the Desert 3-star of the Big Mom pirate group." Before the words were finished, a burst of awe-inspiring conqueror's haki erupted from Katakuri and deterred everyone, and everyone fainted. Immediately, Katakuri swung his right foot, turned around and waved it away. Gusts of wind connected, wind blades staggered on top of the wind, killing all around. Ah! Everyone was cut into pieces in an instant, flesh and blood flew across, blood splashed on the wall, and the whole bar was a pool of blood. Katakuri went to the bulletin board in the bar and tore off the newspaper, and said angrily, "God! I want to see if you have such a great skill as the rumors say." And Charlotte Smokey, who was standing outside the hotel, heard the changes in the bar and followed him. He looked at the tragedy around him without feeling, and said to Katakuri, "How about it? What news did you get?" "Do not. The Emperor of Heaven is very likely to come to beat Mother. We must take precautions and find out what the Emperor of Heaven is doing first." Katakuri said. "Don't you need to talk to Mom to do this?" Smokey was puzzled. "If you act arbitrarily and anger your mother, it's not good for everyone." "It doesn't matter, I will explain this level." Katakuri said lightly. "Then what are you going to do? You elaborate. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Smokey understands the character of Katakuri, and has his own ideas for a thoughtful person like Katakuri, and once a decision is made, it is difficult to change things, so instead of persuading Katakuri, it is better to listen carefully. We'll talk about the details on board. After all, Katakuri took Smokey back to the pirate ship, and it was Charlotte Cracker who was waiting for them on the ship. At the moment when the news that Kaido was killed by Lin Tian came out, Big Mom was paying attention to Lin Tian's direction abnormally, and at this moment, Katakuri personally met with Big Mom, and proposed to send himself to collect Lin Tian's information. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom has always lived in his own nations. He has no interest in understanding the changes in New World, and has been indulging in his own sweets. When Big Mom heard the news that Kaido was killed by Lin Tian, he became extremely riotous and often squabbling. Kaido's death was a new opportunity for Big Mom to expand his territory, but it was also a kind of threatened. Big Mom has very little knowledge of Lin Tian. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and confident, winning in all battles, Katakuri saw through the worries in Big Mom's heart, so he nominated himself and led the Desert 3 stars to go out to inquire about Lin Tian. News. At this moment, the Desert Samsung will gather on the deck of the pirate ship and hold a small meeting. Smokey looked at Katakuri and asked, "Katakuri, you just said that the Emperor might come back to beat her mother. What's the matter?" Katakuri looked at the 2 people around him, took out the newspaper torn from the bar, and cautiously said, "Let's not mention the headline 4 Emperors Kaido is dead. God becomes the new 4 Emperor, this is already a household name. Up. But there is a new message hidden in this newspaper." The small print report clearly states that after the Emperor killed Kaido, he took away the historical text of the road signs and annihilated the beast's pirates. Snickers looked at the newspaper with a face of ignorance, and asked curiously, "What's so interesting about this? 4 Emperors Kaido has a history of road signs. Killing Kaido can naturally get the history of road signs in Kaido's hands. This article." Katakuri smiled and said, "Yes, this seems to be a very natural thing, but in fact it is very disregarded, even the hidden purpose." "How do you say this?" Smooji said in a daze. "From the various information I have collected, the Emperor has always been collecting devil fruit before, and now suddenly he has to take the historical text of the walking sign, which fully shows that the Emperor is now starting to grab the historical text of the sign. Although I don't know what the specific reason is, now Whitebeard has not heard anything after the battle with the Emperor, and so is the red hair. Kaido is dead again, then the Emperor must come to kill his mother if he wants to get a new road sign history article. Before Katakuri's words were finished, Smokey interjected, "What's so terrible about that? It's just the Emperor and the Akatsuki organization. Beating Kaido to death does not mean that we can kill our Big Mom pirates." Hehe, it is true, but I heard a more important news in the bar. The Akatsuki organization under Lin Tian is very likely to have a powerful 4 Emperors level. If it is true, even if the 3 of us go together, we will all, there is no doubt that he will die. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked. If Lin Tian really has a powerful 4 Emperors level, then Lin Tian's power must be above this, 2 4 Emperors level powers attacking the world, it can be said to be more fierce than good. Katakuri stood up and said, "So in order to better guard against the forest wind, we first go to the front and see how strong the Akatsuki organization under the Emperor of Heaven is. If there is really an opponent of the 4 Emperors level, it must be renewed. Changed the plan. But it's not good to arrogantly start the grass and startle snakes. If the other party really has 4 Emperors level subordinates, facing 2 4 Emperors, we can't escape, how can we do it well?" Snickers wondered. "It's very simple. If the Emperor really wants to beat his mother, then he or the Akatsuki organization will definitely appear near the world." Chapter 220. At that time, we can send the Hormise Legion to explore the strength. Anyway, the people in the Hormise Legion are just human souls. It's not a pity to die. After Katakuri said, with a shout, the pirate ship suddenly turned around and headed for the direction of the nations, and drove away. Lin Tian, who was driving in the corner of New World, was resting on Akatsuki. At this moment, a figure walked out of Akatsuki's room. Orochimaru appeared in front of Lin Tian with a newspaper. "Lord Tiendi, forgive me for disturbing the rest time of Lord Tiendi. Just now I sent Shuyu to the nearby island and collected some information for Lord Tiendi." Orochimaru said. Well done." Lin Tian sat up lazily from drowsiness, picked up the newspaper handed over from Orochimaru, and sneered, "The current news is really irresponsible, right? I said that I will become the new 4 Emperors. Dare to create something out of nothing, forcibly put me on the flag to be a new 4 Emperors, it's just a mere new world 4 Emperors, what's to be done?" After all, Lin Tian threw the newspaper aside. The mere 4 Emperors name is nothing to Lin Tian. It can even be said that the 4 Emperors name in 020 is no longer worthy of Lin Tian's strength and identity. Should I change my plan to find Whitebeard? Lin Tian looked at the smoky seashore, showing a slightly thoughtful appearance. Suddenly a call from Shuradeo came from the bow of the ship, shouting, "Who is here? How dare you stand in front of Akatsuki?" As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at the bow. Suddenly the murderous aura filled the entire deck with the breath of chakra, everyone staring attentively at the mist ahead. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. When Lin Tian saw this, observation haki was fully opened, covering a sea area in front of him at once, and a surprised expression appeared on Lin Tian's face, saying, "This feels so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere." From the bow of the Akatsuki, 2 huge snakes rushed out of the mist and appeared in front of the Akatsuki. The 2 snakes opened their mouths in the blood basin, exposing their fangs, and screamed. There was a joke of laughter from the back of the snake, and a graceful figure stood on the bow, saying, "Who dares to stand in front of the concubine, so ignorant of good or bad?" Such arrogant rhetoric, but it sounds fascinating, beautiful as Wan spring water, refreshing. Hancock. After all, a burst of anger swallowed Conqueror's haki from Lin Tian, trembling like the water of the Yangtze River, straddling everywhere, shocking everyone. Conqueror's haki rolls over, and when it breaks into the front of the 9-snake ship, it turns into a firework in an instant. Exquisite and small, incisive and delicate, tender and lingering, but a delicate product, it contains profound, vigorously. Such a rapidly changing Conqueror's haki blasted into the sky, and the pressure of mountains and rivers instantly impacted the surroundings of the 9-snake ship, stunning the continuous water mist, and the true face of the entire 9-snake pirates group was revealed in front of the Akatsuki. After removing the layers of water and mist, Hancock saw Lin Tian standing on the deck of Akatsuki, with a wave of awe-inspiring aura, heroic and desolate, and haki leaked the test. "Isn't this the Emperor? I didn't expect to see it for a long time, and now I actually master Conqueror's haki." Hancock looked at the water mist spreading around him, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. Moreover, in the use of Conqueror's haki, it is more sophisticated than the concubine. Conqueror's haki is born with aptitude, it is very difficult to open itself, and the most difficult to use among the 3 haki is Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki is so difficult to control, but Lin Tian can only concentrate his Conqueror's haki in the mist to launch an offensive among many people, and no one else will be affected. Being able to control Conqueror's haki so delicate and varied, even Hancock himself could not do it, but Lin Tian did it. As the saying goes, you need to treat each other with admiration for 3 days, not to mention that Lin Tian and Hancock have not seen each other for a long time, and Hancock is deeply moved by the rapid advancement of their strength. At this moment, Lin Tian's position in Hancock's heart can't help but take a higher level. Hancock was very surprised to see Lin Tian, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She jumped up from the bow of the nine-snake ship, with an elegant posture like a fairy descending to the earth, spinning a step in the air, fluttering and dancing, and landed on the deck of Akatsuki, standing in front of Lin Tian. After seeing Hancock on the Akatsuki organization on the deck of Akatsuki, they also put away their vigilance, and did their work casually without saying much. God, it's been a long time since I saw you. Hancock smiled charmingly. Lin Tian saw Hancock, feeling a little embarrassed in his heart. Because Lin Tian had agreed to Hancock before, asking a member of the Akatsuki organization to help Hancock remove the marks of slaves. In exchange, Hancock would join the Akatsuki organization. However, until now, Lin Tian has not been able to summon the corresponding characters from the treasure, so Lin Tian didn't know what to say for a while, just snorted perfunctorily, yes, it's really been a long time since I saw it. In the past, in order to master the elemental method of dealing with Logia demon fruit power, Lin Tian specially found Hancock in the past and learned how to use Haki under the guidance of Hancock, so the relationship between the two is still very good. Even though Lin Tian beat up the entire 9 snakes and pirates before asking Hancock to teach Haki. Sir Tiendi. Sister Sama. Hancock's younger sisters Sundar Sonia and Mary Geld also jumped from the ship of Hydra to the front of Akatsuki, and smiled. Why do you feel that the scene is a bit awkward, without saying a word? Chapter 221. The audience fell into silence for a while, but the originally joyful reunion was overflowing with a depressive atmosphere. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian immediately broke the silence and asked, how can you appear in New World instead of staying on Daughter Island? Sundar Sonia stepped forward and said, this is the Lord of Heaven. We set sail this time to prepare some supplies for Daughter Island. Recently, the world pattern has changed and various local forces have been constantly changing. It has been a long time that we cannot gather all the supplies. Come to New World. Marigold uttered a series of laughing voices, speaking of which, these changes are also related to Lord Tiendi. Lord Tiendi has recently caused an uproar in the world. He fought Marine, Shishibukai, and 4 emperors, and recently killed Kaido. These are they all real? After all, a pair of curious eyes projected from the rear, all staring at Lin Tian's body. The other pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates group disembarked one after another and came to the Akatsuki, surrounded Lin Tian, looking at Lin Tian intently. Looking at the eyes of so many women with interest, even Lin Tian, who has always Haki Ling Ran, felt a little embarrassed for a while, and said slowly, it is true. As soon as the voice fell, repeated shocks erupted from the female pirates, and said with emotion, I didn't expect that Lord Tiendi, who had lived on the island of 9 Snake not long ago, has now become a heavyweight who has changed the world. Even Lien Kaido is not his opponent. What are you talking about? Before coming to 9 Snake Island, Lord Tiendi was already a heavyweight. Yes, that's right. The Emperor Tiendi and Akatsuki organization at that time were both very famous. All the female pirates became idiots, surrounded Lin Tian, asking questions in surprise, and squeezed in front of Hancock for a time. They surrounded Lin Tian heavily, and Lin Tian, who was squeezed in the flowers, couldn't handle it for a while, and a cold sweat couldn't help dripping on his head. Hancock stepped forward and hummed, okay. Alright. Didn't you see that the Emperor is tired now? Still not going away. With a shout, the female pirates dispersed from Lin Tian and gave way in front of Hancock. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. When Hancock was about to walk forward, a soreness came from behind. Hancock's right hand was supported on his forehead, his whole body stooped and he was about to fall to the ground. It's a concubine's body, even if you fall down, it's still so beautiful. I blame the concubine's body for being so beautiful. Hancock, are you okay? Lin Tian stepped forward and came to Hancock's face like an electric light and flint. His left hand stretched out from behind, tender, and immediately stopped Hancock's posture. I saw Lin Tian swing his feet immediately, drew a long arc, drew a natural and beautiful circle in the air, and connected Hancock's body to his chest in a heroic and unrestrained posture. Marigold nervously went up to the front to look at Hancock, and said, great, if it weren't for Lord Tiendi to rescue Sister in an emergency, Sister might break her body again. Marigold, what's going on? Lin Tian asked Marigold. Sundar Sonia walked to Lin Tian from the side and said, it's not the old sister's old problem, low back pain. Recently, the world has been turbulent, which has broken my sister's heart. The low back pain that was not a problem has become more frequent recently. There is nothing we can do. Lin Tian twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly. What kind of horrible problem is this? Then you should go to the ancestral old Chinese medicine doctor for treatment. With that said, Lin Tian let go decisively, and Hancock really stopped by himself in annoyance. God! Hancock said angrily. Lin Tian waved his hand. Look, there really is nothing wrong with it. Humph. Hancock snorted, then saw the Akatsuki organization surrounding Lin Tian and himself, and was surprised again. When you came to 9 Snake Island, there were only 3 Akatsuki organizations, but now there are so many people. Hancock looked at these Akatsuki organizations inconceivably. At that time, Hancock heard that Shura Road, Hydrangea, and Deodara only had 3 people, and they had turned Marine Push Tower and Judicial Island upside down, not to mention that the Akatsuki organization now has so many people. Lin Tian said, "Didn't I tell you before, our Akatsuki organization is very busy. Many people have been scattered all over the world to do tasks before, but now they have come back. So that's it." Hancock nodded. Over the past few months, I have been hearing about Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization all over the world, causing various uproars in the world news, constantly spreading new legendary wars, and even surrounding the entire sea, wandering around with Lin Tian, always paying attention to Lin Tian's news. Lin Tian glanced at Hancock, who was stunned, and said coldly, "By the way, Hancock, you have come all the way to New World this time, not just to prepare supplies, right?" When Hancock saw Lin Tian at the beginning, the beautiful crescent eyebrows were frowning faintly, sweeping out shallow worries on the meticulous face, showing that his thoughts were solemn and overwhelmed. After hearing Lin Tian's question, Hancock was shocked, raised a trace of spirit, looked around, and said amidst difficulties, "Yes, this time my concubine came to New World to find you have something to report." The 9 snakes and pirates in the back were taken aback when they heard the words, and said, "My Empress, what is going on? I have never heard you say that before." Everyone looked at Hancock with suspicious eyes, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What the hell is it that made you come over and tell me so worthy of the 10,000 li? Let's just say it." Hancock took a sip of water and slowly said, "Since a few days ago, after you killed Kaido, New World started a new round of fighting. There was chaos everywhere, which completely broke the original pattern of New World. Other 4 emperors are also ready to move." Chapter 222. At this moment, I learned from Xia, from the gossip about Katakuri, one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, and I was inquiring about you and the Akatsuki organization everywhere. It seemed that I wanted to unite with other 4. The emperors fought together against the emperor. After all, Hancock's Sakura mouth was constantly shaking, and the expression in his eyes was filled with horror that was uncontrollable. This is news that shocked the world. You must know that so far, 4 emperors have never joined forces to fight against a person, and this person is standing in front of him at this time. As the pirate empress, Hancock gallops in the world of pirates and is also quite famous, but such a ridiculous combination of 4 emperors is unprecedented, and I can't even imagine it. As Hancock was shocked, an abrupt laughter came from all directions. Lin Feng smiled implicitly, revealing a faint smile of disapproval, and the members of the Akatsuki organization around him started to laugh continuously. Kisame held Same Hata in his hand and said overjoyed, "I thought it was something, isn't this a good thing? I thought it would be a boring world. I didn't expect so many battles to make Same Hata enjoy a good meal. Up." Suzuki looked at everyone in the 9 snakes and pirates. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "Just this little thing, why should you be so scared?" And the excited Deodara played with the clay spider on her hand and said with a smile, "Great, there is a new stage that can show my artistic moment well." The indifferent laughter of the Akatsuki organization members and the leisurely remarks shocked everyone in the 9 snakes and pirates, and it made Hancock froze in place. This is the strongest 4 emperors alliance in New World. These people don't even care, it's unbelievable. Is the strength of these Akatsuki organization members so strong that they can easily cope with the 4 emperors? This is not a joke. If you miss it, you will hate it forever. It is better to be cautious if you are not afraid of 10,000. The crowd watched as the members of the Akatsuki organization were discussing in surprise, and the noisy voice suddenly awakened Hancock, who had froze. After looking around the Akatsuki organization for a week, Hancock said to Lin Tian, "The Emperor of Heaven, there is only so much I have to say. The 4 Emperors Alliance is not a joke. If you are not careful, you will suffer." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Okay. Lin Tian looked at Hancock, who had suddenly played his temper, squinted his eyes and smiled, and said, "It's just such a trivial matter, why bother to be so panicked, and so much trouble to tell me, it's an exaggeration." Looking at the way Lin Tian didn't care about it, Hancock remembered that when he was in Daughter Island, he had suffered Lin Tian's arrogant tone, and the irritation in his heart suddenly rushed to his chest. Humph. After Hancock snorted, he shook his temper and returned to the 9-snake ship without turning his head. The other pirates looked at Hancock's behavior and were puzzled. The heart of a woman is incomprehensible like a needle on the bottom of the sea. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to it either. Just like a wisp of breeze, Hancock came gently, walked gently, and disappeared in the heavy mist. Soon after, Lin Feng also ran out of the hazy mist, and the Akatsuki stepped up its pace, rushing straight ahead towards the distant sky. Suddenly a huge black shadow emerged from the shoreline on the edge of the sky, dotted like a stain under the blue sky, and everyone paid attention to the pirate ship. Hydrangea immediately summoned a young Yata bird to fly into the sky, watching the enemy's situation. Under Rinnegan's action, Shuradeo, Hydrangea, and Yata bird shared their vision of each other. At this time, Shuradeo also quickly came to Lin Tian and said, "Master Tiendi, we found a pirate ship ahead. There is a pirate flag on the flagpole of this pirate ship, and the flag is a beckoning skeleton with a top hat and collar adorned with fluff and lipstick. It is the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirate ship we are looking for. Big Mom pirate group. After Lin Tian heard the report of Shuradeo, he laughed again and again. I didn't expect to find a treasure on the way to the world. The young ones follow the orders. Kill the pirate ship on the opposite side. With an order, members of the Akatsuki organization launched an offensive one after another, rushing to the pirate ship where Katakuri and others are located. On the side of Katakuri, a pirate rushed to Katakuri, and said in a panic, "No. We found the Emperor's pirate ship ahead. The members of the Akatsuki organization on board. They are killing here one after another. What's so scary?" Cracker yelled at the pirate. "It really means that CAO will be here, CAO will be there." Smokey looked at the black shadow that was constantly attacking in the distance and said, unexpectedly, "We just talked about the Emperor, and the Emperor appeared. It seems that we have to change our plan, Katakuri. I almost returned to the world, but I can't lead the Emperor to the door of the house." Katakuri stared at the Akatsuki organization members who had stepped in front of him not far away, and said thoughtfully, "Send a pirate back to the nations and tell my mother that the Emperor has already been killed. Let's meet the Emperor here first." After all, the pirates 3.8 immediately became agitated, raised the artillery weapons in their hands, turned the cannon on the pirate ship, and bombed the distance. Boom! 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 A series of continuous roars resounded throughout the audience, oscillating in this sea area, and the alarming artillery fire continued to overlap in the air, and there was a strong impact. The calm sea surface was impacted by the sound of continuous artillery fire, causing it to fluctuate. The ripples in the back continued to swallow the ripples in the front, forming waves of water, which rushed and spread to all directions. The pirate ships that followed around Katakuri also launched an offensive of artillery fire, spewing out one after another from the hot tongue of the gun. Chapter 223. These artillery fires formed a dense spider web like a torrent of steel, which exploded in front of the Akatsuki organization. "I want to show this explosion? You too underestimate the art of explosion." Deodara rode the C2 dragon flying in the air, breathing the clay bird from the lips of both hands, rushing to the distant gunfire. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly bursts of deafening bombing sounded through the entire sea area, fireworks filled the air, obscuring half of the sky, dust and smoke falling on the surface of the sea, darkening the sea in front of it. The thunderous bombing sound and the unusual sky looked particularly eye-catching in this azure blue daylight. Kisame immediately jumped onto the surface of the sea, summoned the sharks, and rushed towards the pirate ship group that was shooting at gunfire in the distance. At this time, Suzuki stood up from the deck, a gloomy murderous aura projected from his eyes, and the Samsara Sharinon on the left spun quickly. A strange chakra emerged from Suzuki, and Suzuki leaped forcefully, and Susanoo hovered 19 on Suzuki's body, soaring into the sky, like a dragon going out into the sea, and unstoppable. Looking at Suzuki's departure, Lin Tian calmly lay on the couch on the deck, and said lightly to Shura Road and Hydrangea, "Drive the Akatsuki to the front, let me watch an annual action drama." "Okay." Road Construction Road and Hydrangea responded. Amidst the dull artillery fire, Akatsuki rushed to the forefront without evasiveness. At this time, Lin Tian was already lying on the couch in a GEU-like posture, wearing sunglasses, holding fruits, and looking leisurely at the Lust Big Mom pirate group. Such blatant action was immediately engraved in the eyes of the pirates on the Big Mom pirates, and said angrily, "Is that the Emperor? Lying on the couch and motionless, how much do you look down on our Big Mom sea? Thieves! The Emperor is too defiant. I want him to taste the greatness of the Big Mom pirate group." Cracker took the telescope in his hand and said angrily, "Little ones. Go ahead at full speed. Go straight to the Emperor." At this time, Katakuri suddenly felt a strong killing intent from the sky. Katakuri, who has extremely cultivated observation haki, has a very wide coverage of observation haki. It's not good. Get out of here, everyone. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Katakuri yelled to the surroundings, and suddenly there was a earth-shaking thunder in the sky, and a dazzling thunder light flashed out from the sky, and flew down like Pangu, directly on the deck of Katakuri. Boom! Katakuri dodges immediately, and Suzuki, who can fall from the sky, is blessed by the lightning-style Chidori, whose speed is as fast as lightning, and is invincible. Tisk! Katakuri, who was struggling to flash to the other side, gritted his teeth. Although he completely avoided the direct attack of Suzuki Chidori, the flashes of thunder from Chidori still impacted Katakuri. Body! Katakuri immediately armament haki armed with his hands, guarding in front of him, blocking the aftermath of Chidori, thundering light and knocking down Katakuri's arms, actually wiped out a trace of fire, and the feeling of paralysis was full. On Katakuri's hands. It can penetrate my armament haki. Whoever comes, let me know. Katakuri looked at Suzuki surrounded by thunder, and looked at his numb arms, burning with anger. Sasuke cast a cold eye, looked around for a week, and smiled slightly. You are just a bunch of scum, you are not qualified to know my name. Seeing the disadvantage, the pirates who immediately flashed to the side looked at Sasuke and laughed. To dare to rush to the enemy's base camp alone to provoke me, I don't think it is stupid, it is simply seeking death. Now standing in front of you are the 3 big bosses of the 4-star generals of the desert of the Big Mom pirates. The level is Katakuri, who has 1 billion berry rewards. I heard that, it's 1 billion Baileys. What? Besides, there are 3 more people here. Can you beat it by yourself? The pirates on the boat made shrill ridicules and sneered at Sasuke. There is a price to pay for babbling. I will let you fall here right now. After that, Cracker slapped his hands out, and the cookie shards were fused together, summoning a large number of cookie soldiers. These cookie soldiers were wearing cookie armor and were very hard. I thought it was a big move, but it was just a few small moves. Look at the move. Chidori. Raise the drafting pheasant sword with his right hand, insert it into the deck, and split the criss-crossed thunder light from the pheasant sword, and instantly lock it on all the biscuit soldiers. The strong Chidori flow blocked the biscuit soldiers in the 863 place, unable to move. The next moment a silver light flashed out, and Haki Ling Ran's sword aura emerged from Sasuke's body and slashed towards the biscuit soldiers. Inferno-style flame control. The blazing black flame was like a raptor crossing the river, swept across the ages with a blow around the biscuit soldiers, instantly burning them into powder. Ha ha ha. Do you think this attack can defeat my soldiers? That would be a big mistake. Cracker was swinging the biscuit soldiers with both hands, and was about to recover all the biscuit soldiers, but there was no movement for a long time. What's going on? Why can't I recover it? Cracker yelled in surprise, and looked at the silent cookie soldier ahead, shocked. Hi! With the sword in shadow, Sasuke's pheasant sword has been forced in front of Cracker. In an instant, Cracker's figure retreated, took out the pretzel from the back, and slashed away at the black pheasant sword. Burst pretzel! Cracker quickly rubbed the sword in the air to generate flames, quickly flicked it out, and quickly smashed the sword entwined with the raging fire onto Sasuke. Chapter 224. Clang! A dignified and deep metal collision sound rippled in the air, forming bunches of sound waves visible to the naked eye in just an instant, shattering deep marks on the deck, and the echoes were constant, making people dizzy. When the black flame on the pheasant sword touched the pretzel, it swallowed the flame on the pretzel sword like a hungry beast. The pretzel was split into a crack, and it was instantly in front of Cracker. Explode! What? Cracker didn't have time to retreat, and the cold sword aura was forced in front of Cracker, and he was about to chop on Cracker's body. Juice shock! Smokey touched the ground with his hands, and the deck immediately turned into a thick juice, pulling Cracker's figure back and forth, avoiding the slashing of the pheasant sword. Want to run? No way! Sasuke leaped forward, bursting out a sharp sword aura from the pheasant sword. Susanoo wrapped around her body, raised a sharp sword, rushed out to cater to the pheasant sword, and stabbed at Cracker. Hard cookies! Cracker exhausted his whole body's power to concentrate on the biscuit armor. Armament Haki condensed it, and even dyed the entire biscuit armor into a black piece, showing that it was extremely hard. Just because you want to kill me, foolish dreams. This is my strongest defense, even if Akina punches down, I can't beat this armor. Cracker laughed arrogantly. Haha. It's just a mere biscuit, but I dare to be arrogant. Sasuke said coldly. The cold light stood in the shadow, bursting a long sword aura from the tip of Susanoo's sword. The sky changed in an instant, and the sun was dotted on the tip of the sword, piercing the biscuit armor. Quack! Quack! The biscuit armor suddenly broke, and the Cracker, who had lost the protection of the biscuit armor, was completely exposed in front of Susanoo's sword, and his sword spirit was approaching the Cracker. What? Cracker exclaimed, but at this time it was too late. The blade flashed, the blood splashed, and the painful howls stunned the audience. The sword pierced Cracker's body and instantly broke Cracker's right hand. Ah! Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The rain-tight blood spewed out from Cracker's right arm, like a waterfall out of control, and instantly dyed the entire deck red. Under the light of the sword, the atmosphere of horror still enveloped the audience. The next moment Susanoo's figure changed, the blade of the sword turned, and a gesture of murderous aura came. No! Cracker is about to be killed. With a scream, Katakuri rushed out from behind Sasuke. A sticky ball emerged from his body and turned into a sharp blade. Armament Haki gathered in it, and stabbed Sasuke. Immediately after Smokey picked up the long sword in his hand, Armament Haki condensed and rushed forward, blasting out from the blind spot on the other side of Sasuke, and immediately surrounded Sasuke. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Suddenly, a terrifying force of repulsion roared from the sky, like a raptor crossing a river, surging and raging. This invisible force instantly restrained the 3 of them and bounced them away heavily. What happened? Smokey looked at the front. Sasuke was surprised, and said, "What kind of power is this? The opponent bounced us away without doing anything? Is this a new Paramecia ability?" Paramecia ability? It's ridiculous, my ninjutsu is not what you demon fruit power can match. Sasuke looked at each other coldly and moved his right hand. Sharingan on the left of the six-gold jade reincarnation continued to circulate, and a condensed chakra burst out of his right hand, saying, Universal Pull. Not good. Everyone, take a good defense. In an instant, a flash of light flashed from Katakuri's mind. Katakuri, who has cultivated observation haki to the utmost, can even foresee a short future with the power of observation haki. And just now, Katakuri felt the changes in Sasuke, and foresee Sasuke's offensive, but even Katakuri, who has practiced observation haki to the extreme, cannot avoid Sasuke's offensive. For Katakuri, Sasuke's ability is like the Paramecia's ability to control space, but can also control lightning and flames. The extraordinary power makes Katakuri feel an unprecedented fear from Sasuke. This fear is the fear of death. That powerful and unmatched terrifying strength is simply invincible, and the experienced Katakuri can't help but fear the three-pointer. It's definitely not an opponent, I can't beat it anyway. This is the first time Katakuri has foreseen this kind of future. In an instant, glutinous masses emerged from Katakuri's body and surrounded him, and armament haki gathered on it, protecting him like a steel city wall. And Smokey will turn into juice on the floor, gathered on the long sword armed with his armament haki, intending to block Sasuke's offensive. At the same time, Cracker once again blocked several pieces of biscuit armor in front of his chest. Compared with the previous biscuit armor, it was a copper wall and iron wall. In an instant, the three of them seemed to be sucked into the surroundings of Sasuke irresistibly as if by the power of a black hole. Sasuke looked at the defensive three and smiled coldly, Susanoo Chidori. Susanoo with only the upper body suddenly emerged from Sasuke's body. Chuck Jian surged on Susanoo's body. With his right hand stretched out, the thousand birds blade was concentrated on Susanoo's right hand and waved toward him, and a sweep came. Military. The thunder light surpassed the world, and the sky changed. A strong thunder light rushed out of Susanoo's body, vigorously like a tiger descending a mountain, and killed the three of them. Clang! The three of them immediately gathered their figures to guard against the front, and were about to block the lightning strike of the Chidori, but such a shocking blow, how could they be able to stop it with such a tasteless defense? All this is just hitting the stone with the pebbles and blocking the car with the man's arm. Ah! After that, repeated screams rushed out of the three people. Boom! The aftermath shook the surroundings, and the thousand birds swept out, completely breaking the armament haki of the three people, and an indelible wound stood on the chest. Chapter 225. The three prestigious star powers all splashed blood, dripping on the deck, and the hot blood boiled with a strong smell, suppressing the audience. The pirates on the side watched the battle between Sasuke and Katakuri and they were shocked. Some were even so scared that their legs were numb and they knelt on the ground. Unbelievable. That's the strongest combat power under my mother. Guan is Master Katakuri, who is offering a reward of 1 billion berry, and he is worthy of several supernova pirates. Actually he fell into a passive state from the beginning, and there is no power to fight back at all. As the strongest combat power under my mother, she fell to the ground with only one blow from the opponent? Who is this? Isn't this the person in the Akatsuki organization under the Emperor? At this time, a pirate looked at Sasuke in front of him, and suddenly recalled the wanted newspaper that he had seen in the bar. He was shocked, once in the Emperor. In the battle against Shishibukai, a man crushed Garp and Hawkeye's Uchiha Sasuke. What? Uchiha Sasuke? The pirates screamed continuously in 793, and said in surprise, this is the subordinate of the Emperor? It's just that the subordinates are so powerful. The Emperor had it that day. The pirates were talking, and the noisy voice rushed into Sasuke's cochlea, buzzing and irritating. Don't scream there every word, it's annoying. Sasuke looked around, glanced at the pirate ship ahead, and said, Amaterasu. After saying that, a sharp cold light was projected from Sasuke's eyes, and his gaze condensed on the surrounding pirate ship, bursting into a burst of black flames, burning more. OM. The endless black flame instantly ignited the nearby pirate ship, and a raging fire spread out, roaring and roaring on the sea, devouring the life of the pirate like a demon from hell. What's wrong with you? The enemy is just one person. We have 4 people here. Why are you afraid? Suddenly an abrupt voice came from behind Sasuke, and a figure jumped out from behind, raising the long sword in his hand and rushing forward. This person is Snug, one of the 4-star desserts. Clang! Facing the sudden attack, Sasuke just shook his figure slightly, calmly, and avoided Snug's attack in an instant. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. I don't care what you are, Sasuke or Sasukes, now the 4-star dessert will be all here, and I want you to die without a place to bury you. Snug's appearance immediately made Katakuri, Smokey, and Cracker who fell on the ground cheered up, and everyone looked at Sasuke with cold eyes. You really don't see the coffin and don't cry. I didn't want to be too exaggerated to reduce your strength. Now it seems that it won't work if you don't know how to increase it. Sasuke snorted coldly. Then type it out and show me. Snug rushed out first, lifting the long sword in his hand, and flashing in front of Suzuki like a fierce snake out of a hole, cutting through the air and buzzing. Take advantage of it now! Katakuri yelled. Mobile glutinous group. Juice shock. Katakuri and Smoky touched their hands to the ground one after another, and the ground instantly turned into two flowing streams of mucus that wrapped Suzuki's feet heavily, entwining Suzuki tightly in place. Strange power rice cake. Swing pretzel. Long sword break. A pair of donuts suddenly emerged from Katakuri and wrapped around the horn glutinous ball. A huge fist was changed, and it waved out in an instant. The strong fist wind blasted out from the fist, evacuating the air in an instant, gusts even spread to the sea, rippling waves hitting the distance. But Smoky and Cracker attacked with two blades, gathered in front, and used a joint offensive, like a combination of two swords, with murderous intent, piercing the air, and snorting. Not only that, Katakuri burst out from his body with a dignified conqueror's haki suppressing the surroundings, catering to the deterrence that erupted from Cracker. The two auras condensed together, turned into a shocking force, descending from the air, and completely suppressed on Suzuki's body like Mount Tai was pressing on the top. In just an instant, 4 people came from all directions of Suzuki and launched a surprise attack, but in Suzuki's Sharingan, all these movements seemed to be a slow-moving movie, still in front of them. Suzuki gave a volley smile, the laughter was full of surprise, and the surprise was full of arrogance and ridicule. The gloomy and cold murderous aura filled the audience. Suzuki looked at Snug behind and said, "Heavenly hand power." The sky changed, the darkness shrouded, and the space was shattered. A spiral black hole flashed in the black and white. The moment the attack of the 3 was about to hit Suzuki, Suzuki disappeared in front of the 3, and the next moment Snugbutt appeared in front of the 3. What? The 3 of them were shocked and wanted to contain their strength, but it was too late. The strong impact completely washed Snug's body. In an instant, Snug's body was beaten to pieces, and his flesh and blood flew. How could it become like this? Hot blood splashed on their cold weapons, and red smoke emerged from the flesh and blood, shocking the 3 of them. Suzuki! You asked me to kill Snug myself. I'm not over with you. Katakuri said angrily. Don't worry. I will send the 3 of you to reunite together under Jukun. Suzuki leaped and took off into the air, showing a full-body Susanoo, which is qualitatively different from the previous Susanoo, which was only the upper body, and its strength is even more powerful than before. Jianyu Thor. 2 strands of chakra gathered in Susanoo's hand, one strand gathered on the right hand to form a 1,000-bird blade, and the other strand formed a black flame entrenched on the 1,000 birds. The 2 powers of the sky merged together, and the shocking power that broke out even turned the entire sky into a dark scene, covering the darkness, shocking the audience, and blasting it all at once. Boom! Susanoo shot out these 2 forces with a snap of his fingers, hitting directly on the sea, and suddenly there was an earth-shattering loud noise. Chapter 226. Boom 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 boom. The sea water surged, rising into the air like a mushroom, and dark clouds were densely covered around the sea. A huge energy impact spouted from the sea, killing everything on the sea and turning it into endless. Soaring in the empty sea water, falling down and turning into a storm, the wind roared, and even formed several waterspouts on the sea rushing to the sky. The huge waves gathered together to form a tsunami that covered half of the sky. It struck and swallowed all the pirate ships in an instant. When everything dissipated, I saw the remains of the desert 4-star general floating in the sea, a pool of blood. The killing of the crushing class. In the face of 5-star Suzuki's current Super 4 Emperor's level strength, they can hold on to the present, it can be regarded as great. Oh, how did you kill them all at once? I still want to ask them about Big Mom. Wouldn't it be impossible to accomplish the original goal? Lin Tian shook his head and said helplessly, but there was not much to blame on his face. Forget it, let's go to Cake Island first, according to past experience, there must be good things on it. Under Lin Tian's instructions, Akatsuki drove towards the distance. In the originally messy battlefield, the few survivors struggled to get up with serious injuries. Be sure to call my mother right away. Wonguo, may be over. In a certain sea area of New World, the calm sea is rippling with waves. The sun came in through, the sea shimmered, and the Moby DK moved with the wind on this sea without movement. An abrupt and hurried voice suddenly sounded from the surface of the sea. A pirate hurriedly came to Whitebeard's front and said loudly, "No. Father. A pirate ship was found coming here in large numbers. It's Big Mom pirates. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. What did you say?" Jaws, who had been sitting, immediately stood up in surprise and shouted. Immediately everyone stood up in shock, looking at the pirate ship rushing forward, fully armed and ready to go. At this time, Whitebeard also got up from his chair, looked at the pirate group ahead, and said thoughtfully, "Wait. Children. I always feel that something is wrong." Around the Moby DK, there were a dozen teams of pirate ships, but there was only one pirate ship in front. From this point, Whitebeard sensed the intention of the other party, and the other party seemed to come to discuss. Seeing a black thundercloud popping up from the bow, Zeus of the Hormuz Legion stood at the bow and shouted, "Come out, Whitebeard! Mom has something to talk to you." Whitebeard stepped forward and stood at the bow of the ship. He was more than 3 meters tall and sturdy. Haki leaped and yelled, "Say something!" Big Mom jumped up from the deck, flew into the air, fell straight down, and landed on the Moby DK the next moment. Boom! The heavy impact fell on the deck, and the powerful impact spread to the sea, igniting layers of waves, shaking. When the captains of each team saw Big Mom, they raised their vigilance one after another. Cold sweat popped from their foreheads from time to time, with their hands on their weapons, staring at Big Mom. The solemn murderous aura rose in indifference. Big Mom dismissed it, revealing the slightest haki, looking at Whitebeard and said, "I'm not here this time for anything else, but to talk about the Emperor of Heaven." The Emperor. This word pierced Whitebeard's brain deeply like a needle. The anger filled his face, murderous intent condensed, and the audience became silent for a while. You may not have heard about it. The Emperor recently killed Kaido and became one of the 4 Emperors of New World. Not only that, I also heard that there is a 4 Emperors level opponent in the Akatsuki organization under the Emperor. Cannot be ignored. When Whitebeard heard it, he remembered that when the Fishman Island and the Emperor were fighting for the first time, there was a swordsman who completely took over all his moves with only 2 or 3 moves, and this man was Uchiha Sasuke. Big Mom continued, on today's Grand Line, the Emperor of Heaven can be said to call the wind and call the rain, moving forward unimpeded, and constantly breaking the original 4 Emperors' balance of New World. This is a heavy loss for you and me, instead of staying here and waiting. It is better to take the initiative. Slaying the Emperor, happy. Big Mom's words were full of anger, which shocked everyone's nerves, and everyone fell into contemplation for a while. Whitebeard looked at Big Mom, with a hint of suspicion in his heart. Then what are you going to do? Let's join forces with the 4 Emperors. Attack the Emperor and Akatsuki organization together. Big Mom said lightly. What? Everyone around was shocked by this unimaginable sentence. This 4 Emperors combination is unprecedented in the New World. It can be said that there is no one before and no one to come. Now Big Mom has proposed the 4 Emperors' unity, and Whitebeard, who has been on the battlefield, is hesitant about whether there is any fraud in his heart, but hesitates. At this moment, Jaws saw through Whitebeard's mind, stood in front of Whitebeard, and said categorically, "Daddy. Allow me to say something. Marco is still in the hands of the Emperor, and he has not been able to save it. After the last war, everyone was greatly injured and in a panic. The anger in their hearts could not be vented. Everyone hated the Emperor very much. And after the battle with us, the Emperor has greatly increased in strength, and has become a new 4 Emperors. Now he has one more 4 Emperors level under his hand. If we drag on, we will all be defeated by the Emperor one by one." After a pause, Jaws said categorically, "Instead of being concerned about face, it is better for Marco and for the resentment in everyone's hearts, we are all willing to fight the Emperor of Heaven." Jaws' speech from the bottom of his heart immediately resonated with others. Chapter 227. They kept yelling, "Father! We are all willing to fight the Heavenly Emperor again for the Whitebeard pirate group." Among the shouts, what could be heard was the anger towards the Emperor. The overbearing Emperor caused their public outrage and triggered the unprecedented 4 Emperors alliance today. Looking at Big Mom, Whitebeard still had a trace of scruples in his heart, and asked, "I can cooperate with you, but the Emperor has never had any feasts with you. Why did he come to me for killing him personally? No holiday." Big Mom suddenly became angry, and a strong conqueror's haki burst out from all over his body, swaying the air and making a humming sound. "Not long ago, all the 4-star desert generals under my banner were killed by the Emperor to no bones. Did you say there was a holiday? What?" Whitebeard shouted in shock, and said in his heart, "I didn't expect the Emperor to act so fast. If this continues, the Emperor will definitely dominate the New World, and then we will be unable to protect ourselves." So Whitebeard also hummed in response, "It seems that there is no way, let's cooperate. The children are ready, raise the weapons in their hands to kill the Emperor and Akatsuki organization. Long live Daddy! We will surely let the of Akatsuki organization kill the Emperor of Heaven, just wait to die." Whitebeard's order immediately evoked everyone's cheers. Just as everyone was cheering, an abrupt voice came from the other side of the pirate ship. Zeus stood at the bow of the ship in a panic, looking at the Big Mom on the other side of the Moby DK and exclaimed, "No, Mom! The Emperor rushed to the nations and occupied the Cake Island." "What?" Big Mom roared, and the sound broke through the sky. She looked back at Whitebeard, and said grimly, "Don't waste time. Go to all nations now and besiege the Emperor." The alliance between Big Mom and Whitebeard has just begun, and the news has spread all over the country, causing an uproar in the world. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. This is also impossible. The unprecedented 4 Emperors are bound to join forces, but the earth-shattering event, if you can hide it, there will be ghosts. And when a piece of news broke ground, it affected countless people and attracted the attention of the world. The strongest battle beyond the top war. The four emperors jointly siege the emperor. The title of is clearly printed on the first page of the newspaper. People are shocked by the newspaper, and for a while it has become the most concerned topic in the small streets and alleys. FK. Four emperors united. So far I have never heard of the four emperors uniting. This is the first four emperors union in history. In the bar, the pirates looked at the contents of the newspaper and shouted in shock. The purpose of the four emperors union this time is not to attack the world government and marine, but to besiege the emperor? Unbelievable. An emperor can force Big Mom and Whitebeard to jointly attack him. How strong is the emperor? A pirate who looked younger, drank his drink and said in shock. It doesn't matter how strong the emperor is. Now the four emperors' unity is unique. Only the emperor and the few people from the Akatsuki organization can beat four emperors and a large group of pirates under it. Not at all. May. This is Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, and Big Mom, a natural saboteur. Neither of them is based on the world's strongest top hegemon. How can a mere emperor be able to confront four emperors? A sophisticated pirate behind, yelled excitedly. In his opinion, this is the first union of the four emperors in history, and it is also the strongest blow to Lin Tian. To blame, I blame the emperor himself. I just killed Kaido. I really thought I was even more powerful and invincible. I didn't expect that Big Mom and Whitebeard would join forces to fight the emperor. This is called self-inflicted evil. Ha ha ha. That's right, the emperor is looking for a dead end. There were bursts of ridicule in the bar. People were constantly mocking the dead end brought by Lin Tian's arrogance. Everyone was waiting to see the moment Lin Tian lost and fell. Such a huge business opportunity has attracted the close attention of many news agencies and various power groups in the world. Power groups in every place are ready to move, brewing their own ambitions. In a news agency somewhere, an editor-in-chief respectfully picked up the phone worm, and from the other end of the phone worm came bursts of anger, and said, "Remember what you just said? Don't let me down too much. Otherwise you don't want to keep doing it." "Yes. Yes. I will definitely not let you down." The editor-in-chief replied quickly with fright. "What's happenin'?" A war reporter appeared in front of the editor-in-chief and asked in surprise. "Don't ask too much, now take all the equipment and go to the Cake Island of the world. And release urgent news. Big Mom and Whitebeard plan to go to the Cake Island and kill the emperor," the editor-in-chief said. "What?" After listening, the war reporter shouted in shock, "Where did you hear the news? Isn't it reliable?" Before the words were over, the editor-in-chief gave a dead eye to the war reporter, and said, "This is Joker's Order 5.9. Stop talking nonsense, do it. Joker." A loud noun echoed in the war reporter's mind, and a deep sense of fear overflowed in his chest. The war reporter was so scared that he didn't dare to ask at all, and set off immediately. And on the island of Dres Rosa in the other part of New World, Doflamingo just put down the phone worm in his hand and said, "I didn't expect celestial dragons to make a hand here too. He even took the initiative to contact me. It seems that the celestial was also caught by celestial dragons are watching." Doflamingo put down the phone worm. Since Kaido was killed by Lin Tian, power wars have broken out in various parts of the world. Doflamingo also took this opportunity to continuously expand the sale of underground arms and expand its own power. Chapter 228. Although all these benefited from the blessings of Lin Tian's battle against New World, the hatred he once had was still deeply imprinted on Doflamingo's body. Just when Doflamingo wanted to find a new partner, celestial dragons came to him specially. Celestial dragons came to Doflamingo this time because they wanted to pay attention to the battle between four emperors and Lin Tian. For celestial dragons, the power of four emperors can be weakened, and there is no doubt about the stability of their own regime. And if you want to be able to draw more oil and water in the joint battle of the four emperors, Doflamingo, who eats all black and white, must come to work together. From the tone of celestial dragons, Doflamingo can't help being shocked. It's not just celestial dragons, but even five elders. The world government is constantly doing actions in the dark. I'm afraid it's brewing some new plan. Doflamingo doesn't really care about anything. Since he can get a lot of benefits, why bother with the ideas of celestial dragons and world government? In the undercurrents of the World 19 including Doflamingo, people from other places have noticed the joint movement of the four emperors. This battle will surely determine the existence of the new king of New World. For this reason, a large number of people are rushing to the Cake Island of all nations to observe the first joint battle of four emperors in history. After defeating the four-star desert general, Lin Tian and his party came to the World Cake Island unimpeded. Any other members of the Big Mom pirate group who stopped Lin Tian from entering the island were beaten into the Jiquan. Under. At this moment, the sun was shining on the houses on Cake Island, and the greasy butter spread across the Cake Island, emitting bursts of dazzling light. A burst of enchanting creamy aroma filled the air, showing a beautiful and delicious beauty, which is mouth-watering. Lin Tian stepped slowly into the depths of the Cake Island, stepped into the castle of Big Mom. The footsteps of soldiers continued to be heard in the hustle and bustle, slowly surrounding Lin Tian, blocking Lin Tian's front. At this moment, the Azura Deo and hydrangea guarding behind Lin Tian were fully prepared for the battle, fully armed, ready to go. Lin Tian looked at the soldiers coming in like waves, and slowly said, "It seems that this is the castle of Big Mom. Since it is the castle where one of the 4 emperors lives, there must be road signs, history, texts, and lots of treasures." Lin Tian was salivating even after thinking about it, especially the cake fragrance that was constantly floating around, made Lin Tian feel extremely hungry, and this hunger was not the hunger on the stomach, but the hunger for treasures. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. Since many members of the Big Mom pirate group have blocked the way since entering the nations, Lin Tian, who was harassed by them along the way, felt extremely bored and sent the members of the Akatsuki organization to other islands in the nations. Kill the miserable party who stayed behind in the world. Therefore, he only left Shura Road and Hydrangea with Akatsuki, sending Lin Tian to Cake Island. But even if there are only Shura Deo and Hydrangea, once they take it seriously, the castle will be destroyed in an instant. If the castle is destroyed in ruins, and the collapsed building rubble bury everything in the soil, it will be troublesome. Lin Tian said lightly, "Xiao Xiao can search for the location of the treasure, but can't search for the location of the road sign history text, all are buried in the soil, then it will be difficult to find." After that, Lin Tian waved his hand gesturedly, let Shura Deo and Xiang Hua stop the movement in their hands, saw Lin Tian standing alone in front of thousands of soldiers, looking lightly, with a trace of disdain on his face. "You are the Emperor of Heaven. How dare you attack the Cake Island while your mother is away? Shameless villain! Take it to death," shouted a leader of the team. "The nameless junior will just yell here, let me die to one side." A burst of mad laughter burst out of Lin Tian's body, Conqueror's haki instantly enveloped Lin Tian's surroundings, and the heavy Conqueror's haki even shook waves and waves visible to the naked eye in the air. Boom! Lin Tian took a step forward, and thousands of soldiers fainted and fell to the ground in an instant, foaming at the mouth, twitching all over the body, and the face is fierce, becoming motionless. Lin Tian walked into the castle, Haki Ling ran, and the soldiers who were still rushing from behind looked at the large piece of fallen down, and said in shock, "What's going on? Unbelievable, so many soldiers stunned with just one move. This is the Conqueror's Haki who defeated the 4 emperors Kaido today." A soldier choked his saliva and said in a frightened voice, "If the emperor wants to do it, we will all die tragically at the hands of the emperor without exception. Get back!" The soldiers all retreated to the rear and gave way to Lin Tian. At this time, they were so scared that their legs were shaking, their foreheads were in cold sweat, their lips were constantly trembling, and many soldiers were lying softly on the ground. Lin Tian didn't pay attention to those soldiers, for him treasure hunting was more important than everything. How could he have time to play with these little soldiers? Lin Tian closed his eyes and called Xiao Xiao in his mind, "Xiao Xiao, do you have any signs of treasure nearby?" A soft light emerged, Xiao Xiao gradually came to mind, and said, "Okay. Master. Now launch the probe and search around." As the search progressed, a 3D map appeared in Lin Tian's mind. This was exactly the map of Cake Island, and after further zooming out, the appearance of a castle appeared. Xiao Xiao said, "Master, the system has searched it. As the map shows, there is one in a dormitory not long before, and another in the underground warehouse. So there are 2? As expected, it is the Big Mom of the 4 emperors, the central Cake Island of the nations, and indeed there is more than one treasure." Lin Tian said with a bit of excitement, but soon a trace of irritability came from his heart, saying, "Wait, this dormitory shouldn't be." Chapter 229. Under the guidance of Xiao Xiao, Lin Tian came to a bedroom. Lin Tian looked around for a while, sweets were densely packed, and the piled-up sweets spread a heavy greasy taste, which made Lin Tian feel sick. It really is the dormitory of Big Mom. It is indeed an old godmother who has lived for decades. The dormitory is really disgusting. Take away the treasure and leave this ghost place. Xiao Xiao responded, "Good master. It's under the head of the bed." Lin Tian walked to a dark corner under the bedside and found a golden and brilliant treasure. The treasure this time was very different from the one he met before. The huge golden light swayed around the treasure, and it was brilliant and brilliant. Extraordinary. For a moment, Xiao Xiao put away the treasure and said excitedly, "Congratulations, master. Get a 5-star permanent treasure." FK? 5-star permanent treasure? This is the first time I have obtained a 5-star permanent treasure on this sea. I didn't expect that the first 5-star treasure in my life would be obtained in this ghost place. Lin Tian said. "Master. Do you want to open the treasure?" Xiao Xiao asked. Wait for me to go out first." Lin Tian immediately rushed out of the dormitory and said, "The greasy taste of sweets is too heavy, and there is still a wonderful body odor in it, which is really unbearable." Lin Tian, who rushed out of the Big Mom bedroom, immediately came to another underground warehouse with hidden treasures. The defenses here are densely covered, but they have become fragile in Lin Tian's hands. With a sword, the cold is forced to break open. Obstacles. Lin Tian stood in front of a big red stone. Xiao Xiao said, "Congratulations, master. Once again get a signpost history text, and below this text is another treasure. Don't talk nonsense, just take away the historical texts and treasures of the road signs in front of you. Lin Tian said. A slender crack in the different space flashed out in a dark environment, and with a whistle, the road sign history text was collected into the different space of the system. A flash of light appeared at the bottom of the road sign history article. Xiao Xiao put away the treasure and said, "Congratulations, master. Get a 3-star treasure again." Huh? Only 3 stars. Lin Tian shook Hiren Meru on his hand, and said in a disgusting tone, "Forget it, it's better than not." Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In the past, it seemed that the 3-star treasure was also very good, but in everything he was afraid of comparison. Lin Tian just got a 5-star treasure, and immediately became a little indifferent to the 3-star treasure. Just as Lin Tian was about to leave, waves of fluctuations came from the shore on the other side of Cake Island, and even caused a series of earthquakes. In the aftermath, the standing Lin Tian smiled indifferently. "I didn't expect to come so fast. Whitebeard and Big Mom. Just let me try the new treasure." A dazzling white light shone on the sandy beach of Cake Island, and the air shook, and even waves hit the sea. Drink. Whitebeard raised his right hand high and waved it out, and there was a layer of fluctuations that shook the entire Cake Island. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strong shock swept through, and even spread to the sea in the distance. The waves rolled, blowing and beating the pirate ships of the major forces that came here. The witty and clever war reporters all chose an island not far from Cake Island, where dense mountains and forests were sheltered, which happened to provide adequate shelter for the war reporters. Somewhere in the high mountains, the equipment brought by the war reporters opened one by one, and a huge phone bug stood in front, aimed at the beach on Cake Island, broadcasting the 4 emperors in an unknown place. United War. The rebroadcast page was immediately transmitted to all parts of the world. For a time, the square, the lobby, and the front of the TV at home were crowded with people watching the battle carefully. Look. It's Whitebeard and Big Mom. I didn't expect that they would really unite and kill the emperor. Ha ha ha. This must be a battle like no other before. A unilateral slaughter battle, and it was the emperor who was tortured. The 2 most powerful 4 emperors in the world jointly attacked the emperor. You don't need to think about it. The emperor of heaven will definitely die. Wild taunts sounded from all over the world. Although the emperor of heaven was considered to be the strongest among the 4 emperors before, how could it be stronger than twice the combined power of the 4 emperors? The next step is to see how the emperor died. Everyone watched the live broadcast, staring at everything on the screen intently, and the news agency made a lot of money. There was a sneer from the trembling Cake Island. Whitebeard and Big Mom glanced in the air, and saw a flash of cold air coming, and the sword aura bursting out of the sky. Big Mom said solemnly, "Be careful, he is here." Sword chi cut open the beach, and a deep trace appeared in the gully, approaching Whitebeard and Big Mom. "With this little trick, I want to hurt the old man. It's a dream." Whitebeard held a large naginata, and the white light in his hand was cut above this sword aura. With a sound of clang, the sky broke, and heavy sand filled the surroundings, shrouded in sand. Amidst the hazy sand and dust, a dashing figure rushed out of the sand. A shocking air burst out of his body, washed away the sand, and Lin Tian emerged from the sand and walked faintly in front of Whitebeard and Big Mom. "I didn't expect you to come all the way to greet me so sincerely. It's really unbearable. But then, how come there are only 2 of you, your lovely subordinates?" Lin Tian fiddled with a casual attitude and pretending to be unaware of his eyes, looked at Whitebeard and Big Mom, mockingly said. When Big Mom saw Lin Tian, the anger in his heart immediately rushed to the crown. She flushed with anger, staring at Lin Tian with an angry gaze, and said loudly, "Why not? You not only killed the desert 4-star general, the emperor, you also want to put my world in your bag." Chapter 230. Not only that, you also sent members of the Akatsuki organization to various islands to chase down my family's people and kill them all. It's so deceptive. Too much deception? Ha ha ha. It's really funny, in this world where the weak eats the strong, the weak will undoubtedly die sooner or later, die sooner, I just push them to reincarnate as soon as possible. Lin Tian laughed. God. You. For a time, Big Mom's anger continued to soar and burst out from his body, sending out bursts of gloomy murderous aura, covering the audience. Whitebeard also exploded with his own murderous aura, shouting to Lin Tian, the Emperor of Heaven. Hugh is here for a while. Today, it is the end of our enemies. In this battle, it must be your life and death, take me first. On the large naginata that is condensed with armament haki, there is a shocking force entrenched on the blade, shaking the surrounding air, snorting, making people dizzy. The white light of shock fruit that erupted from Whitebeard was sandwiched on armament haki, sending out a tremor of strong thunder. I saw Whitebeard leaping over in the air, turning his body in the air, and aiming at Lin Tian with two-hand sword, that is, he cut his head. Boom! The blade of the big naginata directly hit Lin Tian's head. 683 rolled up thousands of sands and waves, and the wind howled, blowing and rolling around Lin Tian, swallowing Lin Tian. The sharp wind blade cuts the surroundings continuously, creating long wind marks on the ground. Groups of pirate ships came in an endless stream from afar, and many of them were sandwiched between New World's supernova pirate groups, and they had a strong interest in this battle. The pirate ships smelled of gunpowder smoke, and black flames continued to rise from the gun tongue. On the way to the world, every island would be attacked by the Akatsuki organization. For this reason, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group and the Big Mom pirate group went to various islands in the world, clearing the way for Whitebeard and Big Mom, and slammed directly to Cake Island. On the islands where there is continuous gunfire, bursts of artillery fire can be heard. These pirate ships have been constantly guarding against artillery fire from everywhere, just to witness the first joint battle of 4 emperors in history. The transportation of the war reporters was personally dispatched by Doflamingo by a pirate ship escort. Naturally, these artillery fires could not stop the war reporters from moving forward. Behind the live broadcast of this battle, it was also a purpose of Celestial Dragons. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Celestial Dragons wants to see with their own eyes, who is this emperor who has caused an uproar in the world. It was possible to force the 4 emperors to jointly siege him. Sit in Shuangtian. Hiren Meru. Lin Tian hummed. Suddenly a chill wafted out from the center of the hurricane, and the gloomy sword aura cut through the hurricane, and from the blade of Hiren Meru burst out an ice dragon, wrapped around Lin Tian, sending out bursts of chill. I saw Lin Tian handheld Hiren Meru behind Shikai, guarding the front, and slammed into Whitebeard's Naginata head-on, and withstood Whitebeard's slash. Watching Lin Tian take Whitebeard's slash so easily, the angry Big Mom also launched an offensive, saying, "Flame Jet." A series of flames were fired from Big Mom's hands, and shot at Lin Tian's body like a whip. Whitebeard's figure turned, his feet drew a long arc on the ground, and the big Naginata was standing on his chest. The blade was sharp. Facing the flame, cut to Lin Tian again. The sharp blade looked extremely gloomy haki against the flames. A stream of condensed armament haki gathered on the blade, sending out bunches of dark luster, and it was sweeping the army towards Lin Tian with amazing power. Boom! The heavy Naginata rushed to Lin Tian's face like Mount Tai, instantly covering Lin Tian's body, and straight forward, forming sections of deep pits and dents on the ground, rushing Lin Tian's whole person back continuously. A series of shocks continue to upload from the coast of Cake Island, stirring the sea, forming a series of rippling waves hitting the distance. Even people watching the live broadcast on the square can feel the shock of the scene. The people watching the live broadcast on the square saw that Lin Tian was once suppressed by Whitebeard and Big Mom, and they all showed mocking smiles. If you don't die, you won't die. TND, you also have today's end, being beaten powerlessly backhand by 4 emperors. It's ridiculous. Who told you to be so capable? Now it's alright. 4 emperors come forward at the same time and fight the emperor together. It's hard for the emperor to not lose. Ha ha ha. I don't think even the gods can save you. God. Everyone looked at Lin Tian who was suppressed on the screen, and laughed continuously, and many people lowered their heads and prepared to leave. In the eyes of these people, this is a battle that was doomed from the beginning. So far, no one has been able to fight the 4 emperors by his own power, but Lin Tian has to make a deadly attempt, and he is doomed to fail. Among the many people who watched the game, Doflamingo was particularly delighted. Seeing Lin Tian, who had beaten himself bloody, was now suppressed by 4 emperors for a while, the indignation in his heart was vented all at once. Ha ha ha! Emperor of Heaven! Lost you to have today. As soon as the battle started, 4 emperors were suppressed so that they could not even fight back. If you don't die today, that would be a miracle. Doflamingo laughed. On the battlefield of Cake Island. It seems that 4 emperors shot at the same time. It is indeed a bit capable. An abrupt voice came from the center of the flame, calm and composed, and there was a hint of indifference in the words. Lin Tian's disdainful words passed into the eardrums of Whitebeard and Big Mom, and immediately ignited the 2 of them. Anger. You're all dying, and you still have to keep your mouth hard. God, I will send you to hell now, and see how you can perform in front of me. After all, a strong force burst out of Big Mom and spread to the flames. Chapter 231. The flame instantly became noisy and huge, and hit Lin Tian's body, and a raging fire was ignited along with Lin Tian's surroundings. Rumble rumble rumble. The big fire constantly eroded the forest cold sword energy guarding Lin Tian's body, and the icy snowflakes were constantly being swallowed by flames, and it was about to burn on Lin Tian's head. Looking at the burning flames, Lin Tian calmly said indifferently, "It's time to try the power of the new treasure. Xiao Xiao, open the latest 5-star treasure for me." "Okay, master." Xiaoxio's figure stood out in his mind, and a flash of light flickered in front of Lin Tian, piercing Lin Tian's eyes. At this moment Xiao Xiao said with joy suddenly, "Congratulations, master. Acquired a 5-star permanent skill, the full version of Bankai Daiguren Hiren Meru." After listening, there is a hint of joy in Lin Tian's heart. Speaking of the Hiren Meru he acquired from the beginning, the Bankai in it is just a preliminary form. Whether it is strength or ability, it cannot completely liberate the strongest strength of Higher Meru, the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice system. This Bankai limitation has been piercing Higher Meru like a needle, so that Lin Tian, who is proficient in the conversion of chakra, haki, and ryutsu, cannot release all of Higher Meru's own strength at one time. And now this 5-star permanent skill can liberate the complete Bankai, just like opening a long-lost treasure, fully displaying the strength contained in Zanpakuto, the strongest ice and snow system in Seoul society, in front of Lin Tian. Good, very good, excellent. Lin Tian, who knows the power of Higher Meru, is very happy when he sees this treasure. Although his own strength has been growing day by day, in the process of growing stronger and stronger, Lin Tian deeply feels that Higher Meru today cannot completely match his own strength, which limits Lin Tian's strength. But this treasure happened to perfectly solve Lin Tian's knot. The stronger a person's strength, the stronger the weapon he needs. As long as the weapon can match his own, his true strength can be fully released. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Show your true power in front of me. Bankai Daiguren Higher Meru. A sonorous sound resounded across the entire coast, and a gloomy chill burst out from the flames, piercing the heavy flames like a dropped arrow, and forcing Whitebeard and Big Mom. What? The two immediately flashed to the sides, but the sudden cold air has spread throughout the coast. Bunches of ice fell from the sky, freezing the entire flame, and hitting Whitebeard and Big Mom. They caught them off guard. Amidst the white snow, a dashing figure stepped out, draped in a pair of ice wings, and the 12 lotus flowers behind it continued to accelerate and wither, forming a white curtain that blocked the sight of Whitebeard and Big Mom. When the 12 lotus flowers at the rear were completely withered, a tender body emerged from the white screen and appeared in front of the two. It looked like Lin Tian's appearance was 8 or 9 points similar to Lin Tian, just like Lin Tian's juvenile version. Whitebeard and Big Mom looked at the teenager who was only in front of them, and they were astonished. Who are you? Why are you missing the Emperor? Look at your face, what is the relationship with the Emperor? Then guess who I am? Ice Dragon Spintail. The boy raised Higher Meru high, placed it on top of his head, and cut out a delicate ice blade in the direction of Whitebeard and Big Mom. The ice blade shot out like a tiger descending the mountain, rushed to the body of Whitebeard and Big Mom. Wherever it went, everything was frozen into blocks of ice, and the chill was pressing. Whitebeard immediately raised the naginata in his hands with both hands, and the dazzling white light blessed it on the naginata. Armament haki continued to wrap around the naginata, and then he pulled away and slashed towards the oncoming ice blade. Clang! The big naginata and the ice blade instantly collided with each other, making a crisp, ear-to-ear collision sound, resounding across the coast. Whitebeard looked at the trembling large naginata in his hand, and continuously shook it from the naginata to Whitebeard's body. With such an amazing power, Whitebeard's inspiration flashed immediately, and he roared, "Would you? God!" The sonorous and powerful roar spread across the coast, and reached everyone's ears along the rippling sea surface. The pirates who watched the battle from afar were also surprised and said, "What's the matter? The Emperor of Heaven has become smaller." "No, it's not so much getting smaller, it's getting younger. What kind of ability is this that can actually rejuvenate?" The pirates looked at Lin Tian in front of them, and the shock in their hearts continued to spread. This world has never seen anyone capable of turning their body back into a young appearance, but Lin Tian did it. The war reporter was also shocked and broadcast on the spot, saying, "A shocking scene, the Emperor who was just besieged by Whitebeard and Big Mom, turned into a young appearance in an instant, splitting the offensive of the two." Looking at the young Lin Tian from the square, he was surprised. What is the ability of the Emperor of Heaven to be able to rejuvenate the old and rejuvenate? So far, I have never heard of anyone who can rejuvenate the old and rejuvenated. The person next to him disdainfully said, "Even if the Emperor can be reborn and young? How can the Emperor be so young now to fight Whitebeard and Big Mom? It is simply hitting the stone with a pebble, and can't help it." "That's right. With such a weak body, how could it be possible to compete with the 4 emperors at the same time? It's obviously looking for a dead end." Everyone issued a continuous ridiculous voice. "It's all some fancy carving tricks." Big Mom looked at Lin Tian who had become younger, and the anger in his heart added another layer, shouting, "The Emperor of Heaven! With your small body, it is impossible to take my blow." Chapter 232. After all, a mighty force burst out from Big Mom, hitting the sky. Suddenly, the sky was densely covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain was invading. Armament haki gathered on the right hand of Big Mom and punched Lin Tian vigorously. Thunder Cloud Zeus. Sun Prometheus. A large amount of flames and electricity burst from Big Mom's fist, falling straight on Lin Tian's head, and Lin Tian's body flashed away to the side, in the gap between the millimeters, and Big Mom fist passed by, dodged. A cold light burst out from Lin Tian's body, cold and cold, aggressive. Lin Tian standing behind Big Mom raised Higher Meru, fiddling with his chest, and was about to stab forward. Whitebeard immediately rushed to Lin Tian's side, lifted the big naginata, flew in the air, and slashed it 720 degrees continuously, hit Lin Tian directly, blocking Higher Meru. Chang! Big Mom immediately turned around and twitched his right fist quickly. God, take a blow to my mother. The messy fist wind surged out, armament haki entangled in the fist eye, sent out a dazzling brilliance, hit Lin Tian. Suddenly Whitebeard and Big Mom fought Lin Tian on both sides. Lin Tian's left palm stood in front of his chest, facing Big Mom's fist, and then spinning close to his body, quietly blocking Big Mom's fist. On the sidelines, the three of them stayed in a stalemate, motionless. What? Looking at Lin Tian and the people who were inextricably beaten with Whitebeard and Big Mom, he sighed again and again. Unbelievable. The Emperor actually blocked all the attacks of the four Emperors alone. With his young body, how could it be possible? Everyone looked at everything on the screen, puzzled. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. This is the power of 2-4 Emperors level. Lin Tian was suppressed just now, but now it is inextricably beaten with Lin Tian, and it is still such a young Lin Tian? In fact, Lin Tian's posture will change. It is higher in Meru's complete Bankai posture. Concentration is the essence. After complete Bankai, Hieron Meru's power is constantly gushing out like a bottomless pit, and it can even change the posture of the sword holder. Hichugaya Toshiro, the original holder of Daigiran Hieron Meru, will change from a young man to a young man, and Lin Tian, who is already a young man, will change from a young man back to a young man. A soul-slashing sword can actually ignore the power of time and space and turn Lin Tian's posture into a younger appearance. It is conceivable that the power of Hieron Meru, the Great Red Lotus after Bankai, is extraordinary. Ha ha ha. It is indeed the Hieron Meru of the Great Red Lotus after Bankai is completely completed, and the power that is constantly emerging cannot be underestimated. Lin Tian let out a violent howl, and slowly said, enough is enough for playing, it's time to end this battle. Playing? Our 2-4 emperors jointly besieged you, you said you were playing. After Whitebeard heard Lin Tian's words, he was very angry. The emperor. Don't think that you can take our combined attack, you can be so arrogant. I will show you what the power of the 4 emperors is. Really? Then don't say that I don't give you a chance. You can do whatever you use, just in time for me to tell you what is the power of despair. Lin Tian looked at Whitebeard and Big Mom with a subtle smile, and said dismissively. Hi, a yellow-mouthed kid with sharp teeth. Whitebeard drew back instantly, a condensed armament haki dotted on the blade of the large naginata, emitting a dazzling white light, gleaming silver, like the sun hanging high in the sky, gleaming on the shore. I saw Whitebeard burst out with a shocking force all over his body, his legs twitched quickly, and shot out. The powerful reaction force impacted on the beach, and even rolled up thousands of sand waves, washing into the woods behind. Many trees fell down. Boom! Deafening waves burst out from the naginata, surging in the air, forming aftermaths visible to the naked eye, shaking to the distance. The Emperor of Heaven suffers death. Whitebeard carried the sword and brought it, facing Lin Tian's head again, sweeping across the ages from top to bottom, mighty, surging, with extraordinary momentum. When Big Mom saw this, he moved his body back again and again. Following Whitebeard's slash, he lifted the Napoleon's sword on his head to his chest, and gathered all the strange power of his body on the Napoleon's sword. The heavy and depressed sword aura was forced from Big Mom, rolling up a hurricane that weighed thousands of feet, and cutting the ground under the feet into long dents, and the strange force on the body collapsed the ground under the feet of Big Mom like a spider. The net-like pit. Emperor! Take your life! Big Mom roared, Emperor sword breaking blade. Whitebeard's shock fruit burst out with strong waves, meeting with the big sword of Big Mom entwining the raging flames, and the two complement each other, converge in one place, and burst out like a tiger with wings and a earth-shattering sword energy for Lin Tian. How can you be afraid of the trivial carving skills? Lin Tian immediately turned and left, his left hand swung, his body sank, and his footsteps stepped 3.3 on both sides, forming a stepped lunge posture. He is composed, calm and unhurried, his body is as steady as pan song, and his movements are full of unrestrained and unrestrained movements. At this time, Lin Tian raised the sword with both hands on his forehead, staring straight up in his sharp eyes, looking at the oncoming Whitebeard and Big Mom, projecting a concentrated suffocation, shocking the quartet, Haki Ling Ran. I saw Lin Tian raise the sword forward, from bottom to top, flying around, seeing Whitebeard and Big Mom about to pierce Lin Tian. At such a momentous moment, Lin Tian burst into silver and silver snow froze the entire coast instantly. Clang! Lin Tian steps forward, the sword moves with him, and the blade travels thousands of miles. Chapter 233. I saw Lin Tian all over his body with swords and swords shadows, bunches of cold light flashed out from the edge of the white coast, the swords collided, bursting out brilliant sparks, arousing a fierce metal collision sound, echoing the sky. What? Whitebeard and Big Mom shouted in unison. Lin Tian blocked the offensive of Whitebeard and Big Mom with just a single sword, and the vast aura spurted from Lin Tian's body, once suppressed in front of Whitebeard and Big Mom. At this moment Lin Tian's mouth showed a slight smile, this seemingly soft and elegant smile, but it contains a deep contempt. What a laugh! What's so funny? Big Mom said angrily, I'm going to tear you in half now. See how you can still laugh. Suddenly, an unprecedented strange power erupted from Big Mom, gathered at the blade of the big sword, and at the same time burst out a powerful conqueror's haki, rushing to all directions. Whitebeard also did not stop the offensive, his muscles surged and expanded, and finally hit the blade of the naginata, and conqueror's haki's domineering spirit gushed out from his body. At the same time, Whitebeard and conqueror's haki of Big Mom merged together, shooting out like a dragon going out to sea, hitting the sky, and then suddenly falling down, showing the tendency of Mount Tai to topple, right on Lin Tian's body. Boom! Suddenly, a strong breath erupted from the coast, covering everything, and the world changed its color. With Whitebeard and Big Mom as the center, a series of deep dents burst, and the entire beach is constantly sinking into the sea. The sea surface also changed accordingly. The turbulent hurricane rose up and swept over the entire sea surface, forming a series of waterspouts, blasting towards the pirate ship in the distance, and then produced thousands of waves, constantly rushing to the distance. The sky changed suddenly, black clouds gathered, and they continued to rotate in the sky above Whitebeard and Big Mom. Lightning and thunder, and even black thunder fell from the sky, hitting the vicinity of Cake Island, causing a raging fire. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. It feels so difficult to breathe. I can't hold it anymore. Although the pirates watching the battle are far away from Cake Island, they are still affected by the aftermath of Conqueror's haki. The pirates fell to the ground and fainted. Only those strong men who have been riding the sea for a long time can withstand such a mighty situation. The potential of Conqueror's haki. The captain of a pirate ship looked at the changes in the world ahead, and shouted in shock, "FK. Is this the Conqueror's haki of Whitebeard and Big Mom? A little closer, I think it will be torn to pieces." The audience who watched the game live on screens and squares all over the world, watching such a shaking scene, were even more frightened and dull, and said vaguely, "This is the Conqueror's haki of the Four Emperors? Really worthy of it? It is the temperament of a king. A conqueror's haki from Four Emperors is nowhere to be found. What's more, two conquerors' haki from Four Emperors now meet together. After living for so long, it is the first time I have seen two conquerors' haki from Four Emperors fuse together. This burst of power is simply devastating. This power has completely exploded, and it is not a problem to destroy the entire Cake Island. What's more, it is a mere emperor. With the emperor's own power, how can it be possible to resist Whitebeard and Big Mom's conqueror's haki?" When I saw that, the Emperor of Heaven was going to be beaten to pieces by Whitebeard and Big Mom, and there was no bones left. Ha ha ha. Bursts of ridicule kept coming, covering the entire square. If it was just Lin Tian and any four emperors singled out, even Whitebeard who is known as the world's strongest man, everyone would feel that the power of the Emperor of Heaven was enough to surpass the world's strongest. But even if the Emperor of Heaven is almost the strongest of the four emperors, there is a limit, it is impossible to be twice as strong. So no one was optimistic that Lin Tian could fight the four emperors alone, but now seeing the combined force of the four emperors shake the world, everyone is convinced of this. Just as everyone was laughing, a shock that shocked the audience suddenly interrupted everyone's laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you guys at this level? Suddenly a frantic laughter came from the beach. Whitebeard and Big Mom heard the laughter, their eyebrows trembled, and they were shocked. This sound was so familiar to them that they couldn't be more familiar. Lin Tian's laughter. It seems that I value you too much. The four realms are frozen. On the edge of the white and misty coast, four brilliant lights flashed, twinkling and crisscrossed together. The four lights gathered a little, rose into the dark clouded sky, and suddenly flashed a bunch of dazzling white lights. Wow! 217. Snow fell, withered, scattered on the coast like sakura flowers in full bloom in April. There was a trace of sadness in the depression, a trace of gloom in the cold, and the blizzard followed and fell. Within the range of Lin Tian's four steps, everything was frozen into icicles, and the cold air was pressing, and instantly froze the flames of Whitebeard's large naginata and the big sword in Big Mom's hand. What? Whitebeard and Big Mom cried out in shock at the same time. They were constantly surrounded by heavy snowflakes. The seemingly ordinary snowflakes were actually condensed with frozen sword energy, and they kept killing all around. Haki Ling ran. Lin Tian's eyes condensed, and his brows trembled slightly. A wave of armament haki that dominates the sky came out, gathering with the surrounding snowflakes, like a dragon going out to sea like a rainbow, swallowing Whitebeard and Big Mom. Boom! The three haki collided in one piece, and a thunder fell from the sky, making deafening roars. Lightning flashes, cold air invades, and a hurricane that weighs thousands of feet rises immediately, blowing everything on the coast into the air. Chapter 234. Suddenly, stormy waves arose on the sea, which swayed with the wind, and rushed straight forward to the sky. Cross flower. Lin Tian smiled proudly and burst out an unprecedented ryotsu from Hiren Meru, gathering all the surrounding snowflakes in one place. Xiao Xiao Jiankai entrenched on the snowflakes, chakra dotted on the tip of the ice blade, conqueror's haki condensed in it, buzzing rattle. In an instant, ryotsu, chakra and conqueror's haki gathered on Daiguren Hiren Meru after the complete liberation. The three complemented each other and became one. The surrounding weather and things revolve around Lin Tian, and even the sky changes for Lin Tian's breath. At this moment, Lin Tian gathers the colors of the heavens and the earth, the power of the universe, like a combination of heaven and man, burst out unparalleled power. Boom! Suddenly, there was a shocking sound from Lin Tian's Hiren Meru, and the falling snow gathered into a cross, piercing the suppression of Whitebeard and Big Mom's Conqueror's haki, and instantly slashed to Whitebeard and Big Mom. Not good. Whitebeard and Big Mom suddenly pulled back, but the sword aura was like the wind, the sword flashed like thunder, and under the shadow of the sword aura had forced on Whitebeard and Big Mom. Ah! Continuous screams screamed from the mouths of Whitebeard and Big Mom, and the sharp sword aura pierced the two heavy armament haki, creating criss-cross scars on their bodies. A trace of blood splashed from their bodies, dripping on the frozen ground, turning into blossoms of blood, and the dignified smell of blood swept the audience. The cold sword aura rises with the wind, turning into blossoming snowflakes floating around, and even freezing the sea surface into sections of ice. The cold wind is so violent that even the pirates watching the battle from afar can feel it. This icy air, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. At this time, everyone was frightened and froze in place, motionless, staring at everything in front of them dumbfounded. In just a moment, many people hadn't seen Lin Tian's sword shadow clearly, but only saw Whitebeard. And Big Mom was shot to the rear. What happened just now? I didn't see anything clearly, and Whitebeard and Big Mom were beaten to the ground. I only saw the Emperor suddenly raised the sword, and a blizzard fell in the sky. Within the next second, Whitebeard and Big Mom were knocked down to the ground. This is unbelievable. This is really terrible. What kind of moves did the Emperor use, and he couldn't figure out his head. Under the impact of Whitebeard and Big Mom's Conqueror's haki, he continued to be harmless, and even hit the two with his own strength. On the ground. The crowd watching the battle in the square was even more frightened to the whole person lying on the ground, looking at everything on the screen, puzzled. This is Whitebeard who has become the world's strongest man and the natural destroyer Big Mom. The Conqueror's haki of the two of them should be unprecedentedly powerful, right? But the Emperor of Heaven broke their attack in an instant. Couldn't even the four emperors defeat the Emperor of Heaven? Just as everyone was stunned in surprise, suddenly a voice came out from the square, which made everyone regain their spirits and watched the battle on the screen attentively. Look, everyone! Whitebeard and Big Mom have stood up. Sure enough, the four emperors would not be killed by the Emperor so easily. The shock that came from the Naginata kept moving along the hilt to Whitebeard's body. The blade's edge trembles constantly. Lin Tian's two slashes, each of them are extremely heavy, fast as lightning. If there is a mistake, oneself would have already been killed under Jiquan. Lin Tian looked at the embarrassed Whitebeard and Big Mom, smiled and said, "What's the matter? It was quite arrogant just now, and now I can't even say a word. It's a shame that you are four emperors, and you will be treated with two tricks. It's like this. God. You can laugh as long as you can now. Wait a minute, I see if you can laugh." Whitebeard said. "Whitebeard, don't try your best here. Look at your embarrassed appearance, and you have to come to aggravate me. Today's battle is bound to die and die. Let us release any tricks." Lin Tian Xiaoran smiled and said, "No matter what move it is, I will show it to you. I want you to taste the power of despair before you die." Looking at Lin Tian's arrogant appearance, the anger in Whitebeard's heart is even more endless. He, who is known as the world's strongest man, besieged Lin Tian along with Big Mom, one of the four emperors, and was bruised by Lin Tian. Could it be that? Whitebeard couldn't help thinking, the strength of the heavenly emperor at this time has surpassed the four emperors' level. Whitebeard glanced at the criss-cross wounds on his body. The sword energy remaining on his body was constantly biting at him like a hungry beast. The blood flowed out of the wound, and he closed his eyes for a while. At this time, Whitebeard made a big decision in his heart. He has always treated any pirate in the Whitebeard pirate group like a son, caring the most. As long as one son is attacked, the Whitebeard pirate group will definitely go for revenge, and now Lin Tian kidnapped Marco a long time ago, and killed a large number of sons in front of him, already full of anger in his heart. At this moment, Whitebeard secretly settled his heart. Since the start of the war, Lin Tian has been constantly breaking his and Big Mom moves, and has mastered the initiative of the entire battle. If he continues to fight like this, it must be Lin Tian's victory, and he must use a different way to deal with unusually powerful people, even if this way will make him fall into the road of destruction. The battle with Lin Tian attracted the attention of the world, affecting his own honor, own interests, and more importantly, completely liquidating his own and Lin Tian's accounts, saving Marco and avenging his dead sons. Whitebeard's heart idea. Chapter 235. After careful consideration, Whitebeard's face was dark, and a heavy and depressed atmosphere burst out of his body, and the solemn aura suppressed the entire coast. Chang! Whitebeard inserted the large naginata in his hand into the ice, stood beside him, and set up a posture. His whole body was constantly twitching and condensed on his palms, and segments of vibrations burst out of Whitebeard's body. It seems that you have made up your mind, Whitebeard. I will give you the last chance before you die, just let it go. Lin Tian laughed. Looking at Lin Tian's arrogant hacky smile, his unhurried posture, Big Mom was already full of anger. As one of the New World 4 emperors, Big Mom has dominated the corner of New World for many years, but now he was beaten to the head by a stinky child and scarred. Not only that, but he was repeatedly provoked by this kid. What an intolerable humiliation for Big Mom. This heavenly emperor didn't treat himself as a thing at all. Thinking of this, Big Mom suddenly became bloodshot, and the temples on his forehead were constantly beating with blue veins, holding Napoleon's great sword in his right hand, and swung forward. 670. Don't be too arrogant. God. The gun of Albuff Waiguo. Big Mom raised the big sword in his hand, chopped out a huge sword energy in the direction of Lin Tian, instantly scattered the snowflakes in the sky, and broke a long dent on the ground and shot it out. Ice Dragon Swingtail Absolute Sky. Lin Tian immediately drew away and flew into the air. The cold light flashed, the swords reflected each other, and they slashed forward in an instant, and the slender ice blades flew out horizontally at the point of the sword. Bing Blade Ling Fei was in front and directly slashed towards Big Mom's sword energy. Wherever the ice blade went, ice was everywhere, and even the ground was frozen. The frozen ground once again clumped into ice ridges and pierced Big Mom, which can be described as attacking from top to bottom, and it is difficult to prevent everywhere. I saw the sword energy of Big Mom was instantly smashed into the air by the ice blade, and the ice ridges on the ground pierced the sword energy. Suddenly, the sword energy of Big Mom was pierced and it became full of sores. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. What? Big Mom yelled in surprise, and immediately flashed to the side, but the sharp sword aura was oncoming. Big Mom furiously turned and staggered the ice blade to avoid the fatal injury. Hi! But the cold air of Bing Blade passed Big Mom, slashed on Big Mom's arms like thousands of sword, and broke Big Mom's tough body in an instant, stabbing a series of scars. Not only that, the aggressive Sanyan Jiankai even froze the blood flowing out of the wound into ice and pierced Big Mom's body. Damn the Emperor! Waves of strange sounds erupted from Big Mom's mouth, unending waves of sound visible to the naked eye that waved in the air, strong and powerful, and even shattered the ice on the ground. The heavy armament haki condensed on her right hand, and she struck towards the ground, and the whole ground suddenly shattered into pits like spider webs, completely dispelling the rushing ice edge. Boom! The land centered on Big Mom collapsed in an instant, and the agitated dust and water mist mixed together, completely shrouded the entire sea in the shadows, and Big Mom and Whitebeard were completely invisible. If you fly into the air, do you think I can't beat you? Heavenly Emperor, come down to me. Thunder. Zeus flew out of the thunder cloud from Big Mom, directly injected the exciting power into the thunder cloud in the sky, and suddenly thunder flashed, and a glare of thunder fell from the air, burying the entire coast in the white curtain. Seeing a flash of lightning, Lin Tian raised higher in Meru, hanging high in the air, directly blocking the thunder blow of Big Mom. Rumbling. Upon seeing this, Big Mom leaped into the air, and the sun Prometheus was shining brightly, and flames erupted from her body, wrapped in her fists, and the heavy armament haki was condensed in her fists. Heaven is on fire. The fiery red flame suddenly added a layer of thick black color. The red and black flame wrapped around the arms of Big Mom, and rushed to Lin Tian's face, and shot a series of shots in front of Lin Tian. Punch! Boom 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 boom. The punching fist that burst out quickly hit Lin Tian like a storm. The fist generated wind, the power was astonishing, and a series of roars were emitted. Flames continued to gush from the body of Big Mom, instantly surrounding Lin Tian's whole body in the flames. Seeing Lin Tian was about to be overthrown by Big Mom's continuous offensive, an abrupt voice was in Big Mom. Behind him. Is this the real strength? Are you kidding me? This attack is not even worth warming me up. Lin Tian showed a gloomy smile, his eyes converged into one point, and he completely sucked Big Mom into the black pupil like a black hole. A heavy murderous aura spewed out from Lin Tian, covering the whole of Big Mom. Body. How is this going? Big Mom looked at Lin Tian in front of him. The ice cubes that were continuously crushed into pieces fell to the ground, shocked. Just now Lin Tian was still in front of him, but at this time Lin Tian appeared behind him, but Lin Tian in front of him turned into broken ice. This kind of quiet change, even his observation haki can't feel it at all. Lin Tian's move is extraordinary, earth-shattering. When Big Mom was attacking himself, Lin Tian had already frozen his body in the icicles. The ice flowers surrounding Lin Tian blocked the sight of Big Mom, making Big Mom completely invisible. Lin Tian's changes. Chapter 236. And within these snowflake icicles, Lin Tian's Ryotsu is condensed. The so-called Ryotsu is the energy contained in Lin Tian's soul. These Ryotsu are filled with Lin Tian's breath and disrupt the observation haki of Big Mom. Lin Tian immediately caught the gap, and flashed behind Big Mom like a thunder, making Big Mom caught off guard and completely exposed to his own attack. 1000-year ice prison. Suddenly, dozens of icicles appeared in the air, overlapping Big Mom's body, completely locking Big Mom in the icicles. These dozens of icicles are sandwiched with a domineering sword energy, constantly suppressing Big Mom. At this moment, Big Mom is locked in the icicles like fish to be slaughtered. The war situation will develop into this. Everyone looked at Lin Tian's heaven-defying operation from the live screen, and saw that Big Mom was completely locked in the icicle by Lin Tian in an instant. 19 Shocked, many people were scared. Abjection. The Heavenly Emperor still has this kind of operation? It's incredible. Could it be, is it that, a generation of 4 emperors will die in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor like this? A person said one sentence that made everyone dare not admit or believe it, but it was the fact that stood before him. 4 emperors Big Mom will lose to the hands of the Emperor? Can no one stop the Emperor? One person shouted in shock. This is a battle between 4 emperors and the Emperor. Don't forget, and Whitebeard. I want to kill 4 emperors at the same time, I'm crazy. This is something that has never happened in history. Someone yelled out a word, and everyone came back to their senses, staring at the screen intently, watching Whitebeard's movement. Boom 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 boom. A dazzling light instantly covered the entire screen in the white screen, and a deafening boom came out. A huge ball of light gathered on Whitebeard's hands, and even shook the space around Whitebeard into tiny cracks. With Whitebeard as the center, an unprecedented force burst out, shaking the world like Pangu, with great momentum, and instantly cracked the ground of the entire coast into deep valley-like cracks. Read more at hottentelnovel.xyz. A heavy hurricane erupted from Whitebeard's body, gusty winds roared, and the sharp wind blade rushed towards Lin Tian to cut away, and immediately cut the icicle into smash. Big Mom escaped from the icicle and fell to the ground. Tisk, it turns out that the vibration can't be frozen. Looking at the wind blade that rushed forward to himself, Lin Tian leaped in the air, and immediately twirled higher in Meru in the air, cutting each wind blade in half. What kind of power is this? Even the sea trembles for it. Is this the true power of the legendary world's strongest man, Whitebeard? The pirates who watched the battle in the distance of Cake Island were shocked. Looking at the restless sea around them, puddles were constantly swirling. The sky changed, and the black thunder clouds continued to gather above Whitebeard's head. Thunder and lightning continued. Thunder and lightning. Boom. A shocking thunder exploded in mid-air, breaking the entire dark sky into a white curtain. In the vortex of the sea, water jets burst together and gathered together, and in an instant, huge waves gathered together. God! This is my strongest strength, old man. This is the true strength of shock fruit. In front of this strength, everything is nothing but clouds. No matter you have a strong strength, you are just dust in front of the power of nature. That's it. Whitebeard yelled out his anger from deep in his throat, sonorously saying, "Today is your death date, go to death." God! I saw the huge tsunamis rushing from far away, the size of which even obscured the sky and the sun, covering the Cake Island in the terrifying darkness. At this moment, Whitebeard had exerted his shock fruit's ability to its limit, even beyond the range of his body. There were many blood vessels bursting up and down his whole body, and blood flowed out in a riot. A strong earthquake swept across the Cake Island, and long cracks spread from the feet of Whitebeard, splitting the Cake Island into pieces like rubble, and constantly sinking the Cake Island into the sea. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of amazing laughter in the sky, which surprised everyone. Lin Tian looked at Whitebeard and whispered softly, as expected, he is the strongest man in the world, the strongest shock fruit of Paramecia. No wonder Sengoku said that with the power of Whitebeard, destroying a country is nothing to say. But, Whitebeard, is it really good for you to do this? The tsunami cuts down, even if you can't escape, aren't you looking for a dead end? Even so 170, I will drag you into hell to get rid of the old man's hatred. Whitebeard roared. Whitebeard, are you kidding? Just this tsunami, it's easy to kill your life, but it's just a dream to want my life. Lin Tian stood high in the air, demonstrating an aura of dominion over the world, faintly looked at Whitebeard and Big Mom on the ground and said, "Don't be ashamed." Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian's self-confident appearance, full of anger filled his face, and his rosy cheeks were like guangong. Lin Tian looked at Whitebeard's appearance and couldn't help laughing. You are simply talking about dreams? This is the strongest move of the old man. Destroying a Cake Island is no problem, the Emperor, you actually look indifferent. Whitebeard said angrily. Big Mom, who was lying on the side, also stood up and shouted angrily at Lin Tian who was suspended in the air, the Emperor of Heaven, don't think that you can avoid our attacks if you hang high in the air. If one tsunami doesn't work, then 2 tsunamis. I see where you flee. Chapter 237. Big Mom waved his hands and said, look at the move. Big waves. After all, the ocean was infused with the soul by Big Mom, and there were waves of ripples on the surface of the sea. The ripples were piled up on top of each other. In line with the feeling of heavy shock emitted by Whitebeard, the ripples formed a huge wave. Not only the sea near Cake Island, even the pirates who watched the battle from a distance felt the shock from the Cake Island, and the sea surface was also changing rapidly. What's going on? Why is there suddenly another wave? Suddenly a huge wave rolled over, turning a whole pirate ship into the bottom of the sea, and the pirates exclaimed one after another. Not only a pirate ship, but also other pirate ships are constantly rolling around with layers of waves, blowing the bottom of the pirate ship. The pirate ship has become shaky one after another, and many people are holding on to the poles of the ship. Moaning. Run. This is no longer a place to live for a long time. Whitebeard and Big Mom are crazy. They want to create a tsunami and die with the Emperor. What kind of character is the Emperor of Heaven that has forced Whitebeard and Big Mom to be so desperate? Let both Whitebeard and Big Mom rather than die with the Emperor of their lives. Amidst all kinds of shouts, the pirates lowered their sails and dodged through the thousands of waves. While carefully avoiding the continuous waves, they watched the Cake Island behind them with horror. The waves rushing from behind the Cake Island and the waves formed near the Cake Island gathered together the tsunami caused by the earthquake caused by Whitebeard at the beginning, and surrounded the Cake Island. At this time, a huge tsunami that was unique in history, obscured the sky and blocked most of the sky, and the darkness shrouded it, and the Cake Island fell into the dark. The scene was unusually terrifying. However, the war reporter who was originally standing on the peak of an island not far from Cake Island, looking at such a terrifying picture, had already rushed back to the pirate ship in fright, and fled to the side quickly. While escaping, the war reporter who kept looking back at the tsunami in front of Cake Island, with a look of hideous horror, shouted, "This is not a duel between two four emperors and the Emperor of Heaven. It is completely the end of the world. The battle." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Stay there for another second, your body will be shattered. The war correspondent looked at the Cake Island behind, and looked at Whitebeard and Big Mom standing on the coast, holding the notes he carried with him, and tremblingly recorded the earth-shattering scene before him. The spectators watching the game in the square watched the screen constantly shaking, and a huge tsunami appeared on the screen, burying everything in front of them in the darkness. Strong earthquakes continue to hit Cake Island and the surrounding islands, and even the ground around the live phone worm is affected by the aftermath of the earthquake, with a trace of cracks appearing. Everyone looked at the scene like the end of the world, completely frozen in place, dumbfounded, watching everything vibrating on the constantly trembling screen, as if seeing a scene of hell. Fear occupied everyone's minds, lying softly on the ground. Is this the real power of four emperors, Whitebeard and Big Mom? It's terrible. It's no longer the power of ordinary people. It can be called the power of gods. It can produce such a big tsunami, even the sun is blocked. If this tsunami goes on, even Whitebeard and Big Mom can't bear it, let alone the Emperor. There is a tsunami above, and there is an earthquake below. No matter whether you go to the sky or the ground, you can't escape the attacks of Whitebeard and Big Mom. I think the Emperor will die this time. Even the gods will not be able to save the Emperor. This tsunami really hits, and the entire Cake Island will be sunk into the sea, let alone just the Emperor. It's the Emperor to blame. The Emperor actually killed the desert 4-star generals of the Big Mom pirate group, even the nations of Big Mom, and also massacred the members of the Whitebeard pirate group, which angered him. Whitebeard. New World has only 4 emperors, and provoked 2 emperors at once. The Emperor is really talented. Now they are forced to die with the Emperor even if Whitebeard and Big Mom are dead. Today not only happened the first 4 emperors union in history, but also the first time in history that 2 emperors would rather die together to kill the Emperor. Everything that has never existed before and who has come after is all because of this Emperor. Such a heavenly Emperor, even if he died on the spot, I have to admire it. But in this situation, even the Emperor can't hide away. It's hard for the revolving Heaven Emperor to not die. Everyone stared at Lin Tian on the screen, and launched various sighs. No matter which kind of sigh, everyone thinks that Lin Tian has nowhere to escape in front of this great power of heaven and earth. At this time, the tsunami has already landed from the sky and is forced to Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at Big Mom, smiled and said, "Escape? There is no escape word in my dictionary. Even if it is a tsunami, I will show you all the same." After finishing speaking, Lin Tian's body burst out with a power that dominates the world, emerging from his body. From Hiran Meru's sword, a long stream of ice blossoms constantly emerged, covering Lin Tian's body completely. Suddenly an ice dragon stood out from the tip of Hiran Meru's sword, surrounded by ice-cold snowflakes. The seemingly ethereal snowflakes were actually invisible sword energy, entwining around the ice dragon. Boom! An unusually violent Ryotsu breath erupted from the blade of Hiran Meru, and a heavy depressive complexion condensed on the body of the ice dragon. The sky changed, the cold wind was violent, the blizzard hit, and the heavy snow immediately involved Lin Tian in the white curtain. I saw Ryotsu haunting Hiran Meru's blade, emitting a dazzling white light. Armament haki gathered at the sword, black and white interlaced, and a strong hurricane blew around. Chapter 238. Frozen 4 Realms. Lin Feng stepped forward and took 4 steps. His steps were steady, his movements were ethereal, and he did not owe arrears. His expression was calm, and he watched everything indifferently. Lin Feng raised Hiran Meru and pointed at the big tsunami. Surrounded by the blade of Hiran Meru, the ice dragon flew out suddenly, majestic, like a thunder and anger, tyrants like the rivers and seas to clear the light, and hit the tsunami like Pangu opened the world. Crack! The ice and snow flew into the air, and the water splashed into one column. Only in an instant, the entire tsunami was frozen in one piece, forming a huge ice surface, which appeared in front of Lin Tian. Sunlight came through from the ice surface of the tsunami, and the hot sun was instantly divided into colorful rays. A rainbow surrounded Lin Tian, which was continuously scattered by the ice flowers in the air, and the entire sky suddenly became colorful. What? Whitebeard and Big Mom were amazed. They stood rigidly on the spot, looking at what was happening before them. They were puzzled and couldn't explain the shock in their hearts. On the live broadcast screen, the audience who watched Lin Tian's momentary movements and all the freezing surroundings were even more frightened and shocked. What kind of trick is this? Even the big tsunami can freeze the 510. This is a tsunami that even Cake Island can swallow. Even if Aokiji, one of Marine's 3 admiral, comes over, he can't withstand the impact of such a tsunami. Well, there are Whitebeard and Big Mom on the ground staring at them, covering up and down. No matter how you look at them, you will definitely die, but the Emperor has frozen everything in one move. This operation is too heaven-defying. Could it be that even if Whitebeard and Big Mom are united, there is nothing to do with the Emperor? Everyone uttered the most lamented words in their hearts, watching the battle in front of them in surprise. Just when everyone was still surprised by the freezing of the big tsunami, Lin Tian suddenly dropped from the air and rushed in front of Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard and Big Mom were about to rush forward. When they fought against Lin Tian, they discovered that their lower body had already been deeply frozen in the soil by Lin Tian. The icicles were staggered, and their feet were completely locked in. Above the ground. What happened? Whitebeard looked at the frozen half of his body in surprise, shocked. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Damn it! There is no way to get out of shock fruit at all. Lin Tian was actually quietly, when he hadn't noticed at all, he completely frozen his lower body. And all these changes come from the true power in Hiran Meru of the Great Red Lotus after the complete liberation. The so-called freezing of the 4 realms is exactly the Hiran Meru of the Great Red Lotus after the complete liberation. Within the space of 4 steps, all the water, fire, and wind will be frozen into a fragile ice sculpture, which exceeds the laws of physics, even if it is vibration, and the tsunami is no exception. Hiran Meru, who blesses Lin Tian Ryutsu and Haki, is even more powerful. Its explosive power is far more powerful than before, although it can freeze Whitebeard and Big Mom in an instant. Unexpectedly. Actually, even the shock really freezes. This is obviously an unreasonable thing. Whitebeard looked at Lin Tian, and kept cold sweat on his forehead. From Lin Tian's icy eyes, Whitebeard felt the gloomy murderous aura, and intuitively told Whitebeard that the next sword was the moment when the two ended. Since you can't get out of your body by vibration, then directly violently break the bondage. Suddenly Whitebeard's eyes were fierce, and all the power gathered by his hands was bombarded to the ground. Boom! Whitebeard broke through the frozen ground, and jumped out with a large naginata in both hands. At this time, the original earthquake ceased immediately, and the energy of the entire earthquake was all entrenched on the naginata. He only heard the constant vibration and continuous roar of the blade of the big naginata, and even shook the surrounding air into sections of sound waves visible to the naked eye, and Whitebeard stared at Lin Tian. The old man has been riding the sea for decades, and has even become a legend. Today, he is planted on the head of a fur boy. This makes the old man unacceptable anyway. Whitebeard roared. Lin Tian looked at Whitebeard, with a faint smile in his eyes, and said, "Don't get excited, I will send you a ride now. Go back and reunite with Roger, the Pirate King. Tnd, you are too arrogant. There is still me here. Want to kill the two of us is not that simple." Big Mom roared. "Really? Then I will give you another chance to see how capable you are." Lin Tian said. "What?" Big Mom looked at Lin Tian's playful eyes, and was extremely angry. "You don't even put me in your eyes at all. I want you to walk around without eating." After all, Big Mom slammed out from the other side, raised the Napoleon sword in his hand, and burst out an amazing armament haki, the sword aura condensed in one place. Seeing this, Whitebeard also furiously lifted the sword, furious. Seeing Whitebeard's blade turned, the naginata blasted out an unprecedented sword aura, tearing the air and making a harsh humming sound. A strong sense of shock erupted from the sword aura at the same time, shattering the ground into a bottomless crack, and the ground next to it also collapsed and sank into the crack. The momentum was magnificent, and the turbulent worship land all the way to Lin Tian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Following the direction of the big naginata slash, Big Mom jumped up, lifted the big sword, rushed out from the back of the slash, raised the big sword high, pointed the tip of the sword towards Lin Tian, and the sword energy merged into the slash. Suddenly the two merged into one place, bursting out with earth-shaking energy, as majestic as Ho Yi shooting the sun. Seeing such a strong breath coming, Lin Tian just smiled indifferently, raising Hiren Meru in his hand and slowly saying, "It's time to end this farce." Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial. Suddenly the cold wind whistling, the wind and snow are blowing cold. Chapter 239. The chill rose and hit Whitebeard and Big Mom unexpectedly. The wounds on the bodies of Whitebeard and Big Mom continued to be frozen out of ice, stopping their offensive. What? Whitebeard and Big Mom both yelled in shock. When the war just started, Lin Tian completely liberated the Hiren Meru of the Great Red Lotus, while controlling the weather, emitting snowflakes with its own sword aura in the air. And every time Lin Tian's attack, his own sword aura remained on Whitebeard and Big Mom, and the wounds of the two were frozen. This was invisibly given to Whitebeard and Big Mom from the beginning. The fatal blow of Big Mom. Not only that, the remaining sword energy is constantly eroding the bodies of Whitebeard and Big Mom, biting the two like a hungry beast, and the intense pain fills their nerves. The pain is not for life. The icy burial of flowers released by Lin Tian at this time, coupled with the surrounding snowflakes, and the sword aura remaining on Whitebeard and Big Mom, made it even worse, damaging Whitebeard and Big Mom. It can be said that this is a battle that has already been decided from the beginning. I saw that the criss-crossing scars of Whitebeard and Big Mom continued to produce layers of ice ridges, which were constantly inserted into the bodies of Whitebeard and Big Mom like needles. The scar expanded, blood emerged, splashed on the ice edge, and the blood-red ice edge looked particularly dazzling in the bright sunlight. Cross flower. Lin Tian didn't stop the offensive, his fingertips slipped, facing the rushing Big Mom, a sword aura of a cross was raised. Suddenly ice and snow surged, casting a huge ice cross and crashing into Big Mom. Boom! The two sword auras collided in one place suddenly, and a deafening roar erupted, resounding across the sky. Suddenly, with Lin Tian and Big Mom as the center, an unprecedented strong hurricane burst out, rushing to the surroundings, the ground shattered, and continuously dented downwards, forming a huge pit. At this time, Lin Tian's sword spirit was awe-inspiring, and the ice cross completely blocked the combined sword attack of Whitebeard and Big Mom, suppressing Big Mom heavily. Lin Tian lifted his sword and left, stretched out Hiren Meru invisibly, with a cold air, hitting Big Mom's chest directly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Damn it! After being attacked by Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial, Big Mom was locked up and down by Bing Leng, watching the ice cross hit him. Boom! The sword's edge is fierce, dominating the world, and the second power of the universe bursts out of Lin Tian's body, condensed in the sword aura. The ice cross rushes forward, rushes to the rear, and slashes towards Whitebeard. I saw a deep sword mark slipping out of the two of them, blood splashing. Lin Tian grasped Hiren Meru tightly with his right hand, stepped forward, and soared up, as if a god is flying a beast dragon soaring into the clouds. His aura is amazing. A cold light flashed, and Hiren Meru had pierced Big Mom's chest at this time. Ah! In the terrible howls of Big Mom, Lin Tian's right hand condensed, and the icy air on the blade of Hiren Meru sprang out, twisting the heart of Big Mom, and even frozen the splashed blood into blood. Red ice flowers. The imposing sword energy, following the direction of the ice cross, hit the ice surface of the frozen tsunami, and instantly smashed the ice surface of the tsunami. Boom! A huge cross hole was punched in the frozen tsunami that surrounded the Cake Island. At this time, the ice cross still has no breath, and all the way forward, the sea is frozen into huge sections of ice wherever it goes, and it smashes into the sky of the sea. Shocking! Seeing such a shocking move, everyone watching from other corners of the world has been frightened and panicked. Many people slumped on the ground, and some even knelt on the ground, staring at the screen in astonishment as if they saw the end of the world. Unbelievable! Whitebeard and Big Mom were defeated by the Emperor, one person exclaimed. Even 4 emperors can't stop the Emperor of Heaven. This world has begun to reverse. It is no longer the 4 emperors, the 3 major forces of the marine government and Shishibukai that have been balanced, but a new era, the new one belonging to the Emperor of Heaven and the Akatsuki organization. Times. Many people yelled in amazement, but all this happened so suddenly. No one has ever been able to break the balance of the 3 major forces in the world, let alone kill 4 emperors alone. But Lin Tian did it. This is simply a battle that surpasses the war on top and breaks the world pattern. It declares the most important moment in the history of the Great Nautical Era, that is, a new era has come. Lin Tian has become the center of the new era. On the Cake Island, on the edge of the sea, Big Mom spit out a big mouthful of blood and sprayed it on the blade of Hiren Meru, which was instantly frozen into a blood clot. UBD. Big Mom looked at Lin Tian, his face was grim, full of resentment, the anger in his heart still filled the whole body. A white screen flashed through Big Mom's mind, and the black pupils in his eyes faded away. My old lady will take you to the funeral when she dies. In the bitter groan, the angry Big Mom still struggled to raise his right hand and grabbed Hiren Meru. At the moment of death, Big Mom still wanted to kill Lin Tian, avenge his family, and vent his anger. The icy cold air blows to the surface of the sea. In this frozen world, even time has become very quiet and slow. The icy edge of Big Mom has completely swallowed the entire body, freezing it in the icicle. Lin Tian smiled indifferently, and at the moment when Hiren Meru was drawn out, the body of Big Mom also quickly disintegrated, turning into ice cubes, falling on the ground, cold and cold. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Chapter 240. How could it become like this? Whitebeard, who was wounded by the ice cross and Lin Tian's sword aura, could only watch Big Mom being killed by Lin Tian in front of him, and was shocked. At this time, Whitebeard took a deep breath, sighed, thought, and shocked, and said, I didn't expect that even the old man and Big Mom would not be able to hold you alone. Is this really God's will? I don't know how many lives and deaths Whitebeard has experienced. His heart is already very strong. Even when he faced the Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard had never failed, but Lin Tian now has let him eat a lot of defeats. As a legend in the era of One Piece, Roger, Whitebeard, who has created countless legends throughout his life, has always stood at the top of the world, and his strength is dominating the world, which is frightening, but now he has completely lost in the hands of a man who was born less than a year ago. This used to be Lin Tian who made him careless, now it is a generation of heroes, the one who dominates the world. Lin Tian smiled faintly, and his smile revealed the arrogance that shook the world, the mighty aura of all directions, suppressed on Whitebeard's body, so that Whitebeard, who had already suffered from Lin Tian's sharp sword aura, couldn't help spitting out blood and sprayed it on the ground. People gathered around the world to watch the battle, looking at the scenery at this moment in disbelief. The Four Emperors' union, the strongest in everyone's mind, was easily broken by Lin Tian's one move. The heavy facts hit everyone's hearts, and the terrifying murderous aura was revealed from the screen, deterring everyone. From time to time, someone was so shocked by everything in front of them that they knelt on the ground, with their palms on their chests, and closed their eyes and prayed, none of this is true. This is just a pipe dream. But the reality in front of them broke the fragile hearts of these people. The vain prayers and the terrified atmosphere projected from the screen, and even scared many people to faint on the ground. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and on the shore of the White Cake Island, a stream of scarlet blood spewed out and splashed on the blade of Hiren Meru. When the hot blood dripped on Hiren Meru, it instantly froze into drops of blood clot, falling on the snow-covered ground, and gradually staining the ground red. The legendary Whitebeard of a generation, just like this in the cold world in the middle of death and left. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The sky has changed. The sky has changed. Big Mom is dead, and now even Whitebeard is dead in the hands of the Emperor. This world is going crazy. Neither four emperors can beat the Emperor. Who else can beat the Emperor? Shishibukai, Marine, and four emperors all lost to the Emperor one by one. Today, the Emperor and his Akatsuki organization have undoubtedly become the strongest forces in the world. Dare to ask who can stop the Emperor? I am afraid that starting from today, the era of great navigation has entered a new turning point. The balance of the three major forces in the world no longer exists, and the era of great navigation will enter the age of the Emperor of Heaven from now on. Only in the moment when Whitebeard passed away, the media from all over the world immediately made a series of responses and launched a series of news continuously. The result of this war has caused a new uproar in the world. Everyone has pulled down the flags of Whitebeard and Big Mom, and hung the signs of Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization, in an effort to protect themselves. From this day on, New World has rolled up new wars and turmoil, and people have continuously launched joint looting of the territories under Big Mom and Whitebeard. The whole world is in turmoil, opening the climax of the Great Voyage era. All these changes were just a shock to the world at the moment after Lin Tian killed Whitebeard and Big Mom. The entire new world has started to revolve around Lin Tian's pace. The silver light shone, and the ice and cold were mixed. Lin Tian unlocked Bankai's Daigyuran Hiren Meru in the white mist, put away all his arms, and calmly walked to the side of the coast, looking at the uninterrupted Akatsuki in the distance. At this time, the Cake Island has been affected and tortured by all the battles, and it has long been in a mess, and it is so dilapidated that it can be seen everywhere. The big tsunami that was frozen in the sky also began to disintegrate continuously, and it sank on the Cake Island, making a roaring sound for a while, deafening. In the blink of an eye, Shuradeo and Hydrangea immediately drove the Akatsuki to Lin Tian's side, carrying Lin Feng's gradual disappearance from the field of vision of the live telephony bug, and therefore disappeared into the screen. The pirates who suffered from the tsunami twists and turns in the battle between Whitebeard and Big Mom in the Lin Tian battle have already dodged farther on Cake Island, looking at the rushing Akatsuki, scared to death. What to do? The Emperor is here, a pirate yelled from the boat. Don't yell there. Don't hurry up and let the ship go to Lord Tiendi. If you make Lord Tiendi feel bad, we will all die. The captain of the pirate ship immediately rushed out, commanded the crowd, and drove the pirate ship to the other side, giving way to Akatsuki. The deputy captain next to him was surprised. Why don't we run away right away? Why do we want to give way to the Emperor? You fool, didn't you also see the attack of the Emperor just now? The water in the sea is already the strongest power of 3.8, and the Emperor can completely penetrate even the tsunami. No matter how we escape, it is useless. The captain roared. 4 emperors died and 3 died. The entire new world is already the age of the Emperor of Heaven. No matter where we flee, we can't avoid Lord Emperor of Heaven. Get out of the way and kneel down to beg for mercy to show compliance. Lord Tiandi, you can save your life. After hearing the captain's words, other pirate ships immediately followed suit. The pirate ships stood on both sides, and the pirates all knelt on the ground, and dared not raise their heads and sent Lin Tian past. At this time, Lin Tian had a good spirit after the battle with Whitebeard and Big Mom just now. Not only did he get 2 treasures on the Cake Island, he also got the road sign history article. Chapter 241. Now Lin Tian has collected 2 pieces of the road sign history text. According to rumors, there are 4 pieces of the road sign history text. One is in Kaido's hands, one is in the hands of Big Mom, the remaining one is on Za Island, and the whereabouts of the last one is unknown. In the previous battle with Hungfa, Hungfa had told himself that he did not have any road signs left, so the last piece left is likely to be in the hands of Whitebeard or the world government. Assuming it is in Whitebeard's hands, then Whitebeard must be carried with him in case of loss. So now it only needs to go to the Moby DK to confirm it, so what Lin Tian needs most now is to confirm it. In the battle with Whitebeard and Big Mom just now, Lin Tian flying in the air did not see Whitebeard's ships, but only the ships with Big Mom. It is conceivable that Big Mom came to Cake Island with Whitebeard. It is not surprising to say that Whitebeard is not familiar with the path of the world, so Big Mom will personally lead to Cake Island. Therefore, Lin 19 days at this time is exactly to go to one of the islands in the world, Coco Island. Because Lin Tian dispatched Akatsuki organization to kill other members of the Big Mom family when he entered the nations, and the meeting point after the mission was completed was on Coco Island. For those little soldiers under the Big Mom family, just for a moment, the Akatsuki organization members with Super 4 Emperor's level combat power and several Admiral level combat powers can wipe them out without any effort, and then go there. Coco Island. And Whitebeard did not go to Cake Island alone. The pirate ship under it must have gone to Coco Island together in order to completely kill the members of the Akatsuki organization. In this way, many forces will gather on Coco Island, and the Moby DK will definitely appear on Coco Island. All this was designed long ago when Lin Tian entered the world, and it can be said to be the best in the world. Lin Tian, who is in a happy mood, the biggest idea now is to go to Coco Island to collect the next road sign history text. He is not in the mood to watch those who go to watch the battle but have no time to escape, but stand on both sides of the Akatsuki to send Lin Tian on the pirate ship. Different from the relaxed Lin Tian, these pirates standing on both sides of the Akatsuki were so scared and sweaty, their whole bodies trembling, their foreheads completely knelt on the ground, and they did not dare to raise their heads to look at Lin Tian. Even if Lin Tian passed these pirate ships completely, after a long time, they were relieved, stood up and immediately pulled up the sails, and ran as fast as they could. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. At this moment, everyone has only one thought in their minds, that is to leave this place of right and wrong, don't want to see Lin Tian and Akatsuki organization again. On a flat ground on Coco Island, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group were full of various criss-cross wounds, blood dripping to the ground, and many players fell to the ground with serious injuries. Dying. Standing in front of the crowd was a young youth with scarlet gazes in his eyes, sullen aura, and blood was dripping from the sharp pheasant sword. Sasuke stared at the captains around him coldly, gaining momentum. Ready to go. The heavy and suppressed breath of death filled the air, causing Seiki, who led the captains, to be afraid of the three-pointer, staring at Sasuke sweating profusely, at a loss and indifferent. Suddenly a panicked voice came from behind, and Blackbeard rushed to Sachi's side breathlessly, and said loudly, "It's not good. It's not good. Daddy is dead." "What?" Everyone yelled in shock, looking at Blackbeard in disbelief, and said, "Teach, don't be kidding. How could father die? Really?" The residents of Coco Island were all there yelling, and the death of the old man was seen live by the world. Blackbeard said, "Just now, I was killed by the Emperor with a single sword." "Ah! What?" The captains standing on both sides of Sachi and Blackbeard shouted angrily, "It's the Emperor again. First we held Marco, and then wounded our brothers, even the old man died in the hands of the Emperor. We must avenge the old man. Kill the Emperor. Kill the Akatsuki organization. This vengeance does not avenge non-gentlemen." Under Ja's shout, the others raised their weapons and rushed towards Sasuke. I saw Sasuke looking at the people who rushed, and he smiled, "Just because you want to kill the Emperor? You don't take APS to show what you are like. Amaterasu." From the focus of Sasuke's eyes, bursts of black flame erupted, swallowing everyone at once. At this time, everyone was at the end of the battle. The blazing black flame instantly burned everyone to ashes, and everyone disappeared in front of Sachi and Blackbeard amid the screams. "Sasuke! I'm never finished with you." When Sachi was about to rush to avenge the other captains, Blackbeard grabbed him and said, "No. Sachi. Now we can't beat the Emperor, we can't beat the Akatsuki organization. Run away now. Keep the Green Hills, don't be afraid that there will be no firewood. It's not too late for a gentleman to avenge him for 10 years. We won't be too late if we don't run away. As soon as Blackbeard's voice fell and he was about to flee in a hurry, Sasuke appeared in front of the two of them and said, "Want to escape? No way. Universal pull." "What?" Sachi and Blackbeard screamed in shock. A shocking force immediately attracted Blackbeard and Sachi to Sasuke's front, thunder flickering, an infinite murderous aura in the shadow of the sword, light and sword. With a flash of silver light, the 1,000 birds blade carried the sword, pierced the air, and made a series of buzzing noises. At this time, the blood spattered, and the two of them finally entered the gate of death in an instant. So far, the entire Whitebeard pirate group disappeared in the new world. Noisy. The scoffing thunder light continuously sputtered from Sasuke's body, making dents in the ditches on the ground. Chapter 242. Suddenly in the sky appeared the Yata bird summoned by the hydrangea, screaming constantly, calling everyone to gather in one place. Sasuke saw this, put away the pheasant sword in his hand, and flew to where Lin Tian was. On a relatively remote coast of Coco Island, a huge pirate ship docked. The appearance of the huge beluga whale is hidden by the lush forests nearby, appearing to be looming. Suddenly, a huge white dragon flew through the air, so that everyone stationed on the pirate ship raised their guard and stared at the dragon on their heads. A pirate of the team yelled to the sky, "Who is the one here? You dare to rush here, don't you know this is the Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirate group, one of the 4 emperors? Let's leave soon. Otherwise, I want you. Don't die." As soon as the leader of the pirate finished speaking, he commanded the other pirates, and immediately focused the artillery fire on the dragon, ready to go. Boom! A burst of violent roars blasted out from the tongue of the artillery, accompanied by the sky of gunpowder and fire, as if thousands of arrows were fired, surrounded the dragon and fired away. It's quite clever to hide the Moby DK here. I think the most dangerous place is the safest place, but I didn't expect that cleverness was mistaken by cleverness. Now I took Whitebeard away and let it go for most of my life. The history of the road signs. There was a burst of mad laughter from the air, and the arrogant laughter kept rippling in the air, breaking through the heavy artillery fire and rushing into everyone's ears, which was terrifying. What? Everyone yelled in horror, and saw a slender ice blade flashing out of the sky, instantly smashing the dense artillery fire like steel cannonballs, and making waves of bombing that resounded throughout the world. The black smoke filled the air, and the red flame burst out, instantly shrouding the entire mobile in the darkness. Lin Tian descended from the air and appeared on the deck of the mobile. All hit the ship's side. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The pirates who were hit made continuous screams, and many people were battered and scarred by the storm. At this moment, the leader pirate jumped out and rushed to Lin Tian, shouting, "You really don't know good or bad. We are the pirate group of the Whitebeard and Big Mom combined group, how dare you rush directly? When the Hormuz Legion and the captains come back, you will not be able to eat at that time. If you are interested, don't hurry up." In the screaming threat, there was still a hint of panic, and the leader pirate stared at Lin Tian with great jealousy, constantly yelling, "Oh? Really? I can't eat and walk around. If that's the case, it would be a bit interesting." The corner of Lin Tian's mouth turned up, revealing a slight smile. Boom! Suddenly a dignified murderous aura burst out from Lin Tian, instantly scaring everyone to the ground in despair. At this moment, a pirate looked at Lin Tian, and suddenly thought of something, revealing a hideous expression, staring at Lin Tian dumbfounded, and the frightened look caused everyone's sight to shift from Lin Tian to the pirate. The opponent is just one person. We are a group of people here, and the Hormuz Legion and the captains are nearby. As long as the command is issued, everyone will come back and kill this guy. The leader of the pirate looked at the people around him. After yelling, he looked at the lost pirate and shouted, "Especially you. What's so scary? You, didn't you see it? This, the one standing in front of you is, the Emperor," the lost pirate exclaimed. "What?" Everyone looked at Lin Tian in front of him in surprise, and shouted in unison. The leader of the pirate immediately shouted, "Impossible. Didn't the two of Big Mom and Dad go to Cake Island to kill the Emperor? These are 4 emperors. How could the Emperor be able to fight?" Then the pirates around looked at Lin Tian's cheeks, as if pulling up the deepest memory in their minds. They shouted, "This is impossible. This is really the Emperor himself. Isn't this face exactly the same as the wanted order?" As soon as the voice fell, the leader pirate stared at Lin Tian again. After watching for a round, he recalled Lin Tian from the wanted newspaper and said in surprise, "It's really the Emperor himself. Why did the Emperor himself appear here? Say." The leader pirate was instantly frightened and knelt on the ground, staring at Lin Tian profusely. Could it be that even Big Mom and Dad died in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven? Oh my god! It's unbelievable. Big Mom and Dad lost. When Big Mom and Whitebeard attacked the nations together, the pirates who were given orders to squat at the mobile, have been unable to understand the changes in the war. Whether it was the Hormuz Corps that all died in the hands of Deidara and Sasori, or the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group were completely destroyed by the hands of Sasuke, even the other affiliated pirate groups were destroyed by other Akatsuki organizations. Are not known. At this moment, Lin Tian, standing in front of them, bombarded their hearts like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. They were extremely surprised. The appearance of Lin Tian represented the deaths of Big Mom and Whitebeard, and it represented that Lin Tian had more than 2/4 Emperor's level strength. These pirates who had always believed that Big Mom and Whitebeard would win, could not accept the blow of such a heavy fact. They knelt on the ground decadently, at a loss. Lin Tian, who looked at the surrounding pirates who gave out repeated exclamations, was very anxious and kept silent. I saw that his eyebrows moved slightly, his eyes condensed, and his pupils shrank, and the mighty conqueror's haki burst out from Lin Tian's body to blast all around. Boom! Many people immediately made a series of calls when they saw this, and they ran to the ground to rush out of the mobile and flee to the coast, but at this time conqueror's haki had been forced to the side, and everyone immediately foamed at the mouth. Fainted away. Chapter 243. Boom! Conqueror's haki, which was trembling in the air, suddenly broke through the air and made a roar. Then the deck trembled and shattered one after another, blasting all the stunned pirates out of the mobile and sinking into the sea. At this time, the floor around Lin Tian's feet was continuously shattered by Lin Tian's aggressive conqueror's haki bombardment, and the collapse sank into the bottom of the ship in an instant, and Lin Tian also fell into the deepest bottom of the Moby DK. When Lin Tian collected conqueror's haki, the bottom of the ship that had been constantly cracking stopped immediately, and the sun shone down from the sky, illuminating the bottom of the entire Moby Dick. Looking at the bottom of the ship where the surroundings were constantly quacking and cracking, Lin Tian was delighted. It seems that after the battle with Whitebeard and Big Mom, my mastery of Conqueror's haki has reached the highest level, and even the ship can start to shatter. Lin Tian walked to the bottom of the Moby DK ship. At this time there are only some treasures in the bottom of the ship, nothing else can be seen. Lin Tian said with a little disappointment, isn't there? Then it seems that the world government still has a hand. Maybe this road sign history text is on the Holy Land Mary Usse. 337. In other words, Lin Tian asked Xiao Xiao, please confirm how many treasures I have in the system now. Okay. Xiao Xiao replied, now the owner has 2 historical articles on road signs, a 2-star treasure and a 3-star treasure. Does the owner want to open the treasure? Huh? I didn't expect that there is still a 2-star treasure, so open both the 2-star treasure and the 3-star treasure. Anyway, it doesn't make much sense to keep it. Lin Tian said. Xiao Xiao replied, okay, master, now open the treasure for the master. An aurora flickered out in front of Lin Tian, and a hint of golden brilliance was revealed in the silver light, and a yellow-haired young man wearing a red cloud cloak walked out of the golden radiance. Followed by it, a female ninja wearing knowledge-style glasses, a purple shirt with a belly button exposed, black hot pants, black stockings, and black ninja shoes continued from behind. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, congratulations, master. Get a 2-star permanent summoning fragrant scale, and a 3-star permanent summon heaven pen. Okay, finally summoned the fragrant phosphorus. Lin Tian said joyfully. Lin Tian previously agreed that Hancock's treatment method was derived from the special ability of aromatic phosphorus. At this moment, Xiang Lin rushed out from the side, half kneeling in front of Lin Tian. Master Tiandi. Lin Tian was satisfied with a little bit, and slowly said to Xianglin, you go down and stand by first. Yes. Xianglin bowed solemnly, and Lin Tian suddenly asked, with your perception ability, it is impossible not to perceive the existence of Suzuki, so don't you have any other ideas? Xianglin shook his head and said, since Lord Tiandi summoned me, then I will only serve Lord Tiandi in this life, and I dare not have the slightest double heart. Well. Lin Tian smiled, waved to let Xianglin leave. Lin Tian looked at the departed fragrant scale and said to himself, since Whitebeard doesn't have a history text on the road signs, then the route is clear, and the remaining piece is probably in the Holy Land Mary Gosa. Lin Tian turned and looked at Pen and said, Zov Island is too far, too troublesome, so I will send Pen you to Zov Island and take the remaining road sign history text from the Moonlight Clan. Well, by the way, it just happens that this life card obtained from the treasure house of Devil Fruit in Kaido Base Camp can be useful. This is the life card to Zou Island, which can guide you. Lin Tian took out a life card from the system and gave it to Pain, saying, take this, and go to Ziuao Island alone. Anyway, share your vision with Shuradeo and Hydrangea, and you will be back in no time. After taking the life card, Pain said remarkably, I see. Lord Tiandi. Looking at Pen's departure, Lin Tian also walked out of the Moby DK, and said lightly, there are no treasures worth discovering here. It's time to leave this world. In the meeting room of the World Government Base Camp in Mary Gosa, the Holy Land, the 5 elders sat solemnly together. At this time, they were all worried about their worried and irritable faces, and they were silent. And on a desk in the center of 5 elders was a newspaper with a loud and blatant headline, the Emperor became the overlord of the New World, and he won 2 historical articles on road signs in one fell swoop, the best candidate for the next One Piece. Snapped. Wearing a black suit, white curly hair, Peng Song's white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face. The old man patted the tabletop and immediately drew everyone's attention. Scar old man yelled, "This heavenly emperor is absolutely lawless. Since the last battle with Marine, the power has been expanding, and now even the entire New World 4 emperors have killed 3. If this continues, sooner or later they will face the world government." Wearing a white robe with a bald head and carrying Whitebeard's glasses, the old man said, "We must take precautions. We can't let the emperor call the wind and rain in the New World. If this continues, there will be another pirate king, so what is the face of the world government?" The old man wearing a dark green suit and a double-handed beard said, "Now even the celestial dragons are constantly putting pressure on us. New World has no 3-4 emperors, and the whole world is in turmoil. Many new young pirates don't pay attention to world government and Marine at all. When they see Marine, they continue to attack. This time they must act immediately to shock these pirates who don't know good or bad." Wearing a crimson suit, the old man with a golden beard and blonde hair snorted and said, "What tricks do you have to defeat the emperor's power?